Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, live near the Insperity Invitational. Okay? Near it. We're close to it. I don't think they're going off this morning. They've postponed the tee time for the champions to 10:10 this morning, but we'll see whether or not they even get there. It rained. It came down hard yesterday. And the thought is, I got a call from Highland Pines. We've got our tournament on Tuesday out there. Don't even know that that's going to go off. That's how much it rained out there.
Oh,
So,
it's not. It doesn't have to do with more rain coming or anything.
more rain coming too.
Okay.
Yeah, with the forecast of more rain as well. And they've got so Dell, there's a chance that all of this rain this weekend might curtail our Tuesday event as well.
The
So I know
dominoes are falling into place, John, because we're having one of Lance's favorite people in the building today to train, because she's going to be the person running the board with me out there. So it can mess up a lot of people's schedules.
Oh, I guess it could. With you out there, Abigail's going to take over the board?
Yeah, so she is going to be here today to figure things out. So she's ready for Tuesday, but now
Sam
the
is my
forecast
favorite.
might change everyone's plans.
Sam's your
Sam.
favorite, Sam?
Young Sam,
Yeah.
hustler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she
You
is.
may
Yeah,
see her in
Sam's
the building before you know it.
Yeah. She is a hustler. She's great.
So, former volleyball player in college. She was our intern volleyball player. Then she was sideline reporter, and now she's great. Anyway,
Did you pick up that hat last night at the game?
No, I've had this hat.
You've had that hat?
Yeah.
You didn't buy anything?
Does this say Astros?
You didn't help Jim Crane out at all?
I don't ever buy anything from there
You don't?
other than bad food. We got to do a little better with the food there.
Where were you? Were in the club level?
Yeah,
Which
doesn't
they
even
have carving stations and whatnot up there
Do
for
they-
you
do they have carving
upper
stations?
class.
I got the pizza.
It was no
Let's
good.
keep it. Let's cook it.
I know. Yeah, that's
Like,
always.
let's put some more
No, they
fire
got
on
to
that
get
sucker.
it out. They got to get it out.
God almighty. Put a little more fire on that sucker. So, yeah, the pear and prosciutto for about $20 pizza.
No.
And it's fine. The Astros won. Finally, they win. Last year, I was at the game. We bought the mini season ticket package, like 6-game package last year, and I bought 4 tickets. That's all I could afford. So it was 4 tickets. So it was always set up where, like, one person couldn't go from the family because I couldn't afford 5. And even for 6 games, like, it's expensive. And so we went to the games last year. They lost. Well, no, I guess 6 games. So I guess they were 2-4 in games we went to last year, because I actually didn't go to a couple of them. Nicole went with friends, and then the boys went. Well, anyway, we were at the last game I was at that they won. Was, remember when Justin Verlander almost had a no-hitter last year, and then Will Harris came in and blew it? Not Will Harris. Who was it that used to blow everything last year?
Montero?
Oh, it was Maton.
Oh, Mayton?
Maton came in. I think it was Maton. Well, who else was it?
Well, it would have been you mean a multiple player a no-hitter again?
No,
Are you sure about this?
Verlander was. I remember where we were seated.
he gave up
he
their
went
hit.
he went like 8 innings, and then he left, and a reliever came in and gave up the hit in the 9th, and then we left immediately. But so they won that game. But other than that, they don't win. They don't win playoffs ever. They don't win anything when I go. And yesterday, we got the W.
Mm-hmm.
And it started off 2-0, and I just thought, here we go. Spaghetti can't get people. Well, Spaghetti actually struck out the side in the second inning.
No.
He's
You insulted him a little
not
bit.
spaghetti.
Got a little out of order yourself.
It's just not being
For
out of
who?
order. It's not disrespectful.
No one calls him that.
People are calling Jake Arrighetti Spaghetti. I heard it
It's
at the game
Spencer, by the
yesterday.
way.
You
I
said
heard-
what?
Spencer Arrighetti.
Yeah.
Yeah, I called him Jake, didn't I?
I know.
Yeah, Spencer Arrighetti.
Well, how disrespectful is
I
he?
know.
Jake
I'm
Spaghetti.
tired. Jake Spaghetti.
Jake Spaghetti.
Well, that's his alter ego when he gives up runs. He's just Jake Spaghetti instead of Spencer Arrighetti.
Okay.
And, he's striking people out,
Okay.
look fine, and then all of a sudden, bang, bang. I'm like, oh, God. Here
Yeah, but
comes the
okay.
runs. But he settled in.
Yeah.
He left with 3 runs in 5 2/3. That's almost a quality
Well, they only
start.
gave up 2 runs. How did
Oh,
that?
wait.
Yeah.
Was it just 2?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right, because the Astros took the 3-2 lead.
Yeah.
Yeah. What am I talking about?
I don't know what
But
you're talking
that's
about.
right. It was almost a.
Wait a minute. He pitched great. Okay, first of all, he didn't give up any runs in the first inning, which is a new record for the Astros.
No runs in the second inning.
No runs in the second inning.
Struck out the side second inning.
Okay, and he gave up 2 runs. This is it's Jake Spaghetti, and he gave up 3 runs. It's almost a quality start. Blah blah blah. Do you have more confidence in Arrighetti right now or Hunter Brown?
No, Arrighetti.
I would rather have.
No, I said that yesterday. And his ERA coming into the game was 9.
Yeah.
His ERA got up to 12 yesterday in the game.
Hunter Brown has to start now on Sunday because Javier is going to make some.
Told you
some
Javier
minor
would be
league.
there.
So he's going to make some minor league starts. So it's going to be Hunter Brown on Sunday. His WHIP is over 2. He allows more than 2 runners per inning. That's a lot, everybody. That is a lot.
He was throwing strikes.
And,
I'd much rather have guys who throw strikes and don't get the crap kicked out of them. I mean, they hit him hard. They hit him hard a little bit, but it wasn't, it was 1 inning. It was 1 inning. And then, frankly, they got out of some trouble. You really think about it. The Astros won yesterday. We left when it was 7-2. Did it end up being 7-2?
8-2.
Oh, they got another. Okay,
Yeah.
They pushed another run through.
Yeah.
In the bottom of the 8th. So think about this. This is as big a slapstick comedy as I've seen from another team. You had an error. I don't know if they ended up still keeping it as a triple, but that was an error by the center fielder. Then you had him misplay another ball in the outfield that turned into another triple.
Well, that was a triple.
Like it hit off of his glove.
Well, he was sliding, diving.
No, he wasn't sliding. The first one against.
I'm talking about Jake's.
No. I'm talking about. No, Jake's was the second one.
Yeah.
Where he slid and then he smacked it away with his glove.
Yeah, right.
And he had to run it down and turn it into a triple. I'm talking about the other triple, Jeremy Pena's, where he basically dropped it and it turned into a triple. I don't know if they counted it as an error or a triple. Initially, it was a triple, should have been an error. But there was 2 plays that got bungled. You had the pop foul that the catcher and first baseman just got crossed up on, and that fell in between them, and the at-bat continued.
Pena's was a triple.
Yeah, Pena should have been an error, but that's fine. Whatever. But he misplayed that. He dropped it out of his glove. Then he batted another ball that turned into a triple. Then the catcher and first baseman missed a pop foul because it just landed between them. You had a pass ball score run for you, or wild pitch. I don't know what it was ruled as. And then you had Jeremy Pena get smacked again, bases loaded, then another run came in. There was a goof factory by the Guardians.
Yeah.
They goofed and
Did you mention the ball that just dropped between first and catcher?
Yeah. I just mentioned that
yeah.
in foul territory, but I think that was Giner. It still ended up being a strikeout, but it was another goof.
Yeah, another goof.
So 5 goofs.
Yeah.
5 goofs by them.
Well, thank you. Why do we always have to be the goofs?
I'll take it. I don't like being the goofs.
Well,
I'm saying they play goofball, and the Astros end up taking advantage of it. Jose Altuve, another 3-hit game. You had 2 pop outs in a row with a man on third base.
Bregman.
I put on Twitter. I said, "Is this going to be a double or a pop out?" 20 seconds later, he popped out on the first one, bases loaded. The next time up, I said, "Okay, double." I said, "Single, strikeout, or pop out." I was letting people play the game of what they're going to choose. He popped out again. Now, pop out was a huge favorite with men and
Well, it's what he does.
But I said yesterday, this is becoming as iconic as the Laramie Tunsil false start.
Bregman pop out and Laramie
I said,
Tunsil.
and the last one I came up with for me, this is my own personal, is Corey Brewer's rim-crushing three-point shots, where I knew there was not a prayer.
Right.
As soon as it came out of his hands, I'm like, well, this is 100% going to hit off the rim, and it's going to hit hard. It's going to carry him possibly to half court because he's not even close, no touch. And that was, and then other people started coming up with Antonio Smith offsides. I think that's a good one too.
Yeah. Jose Altuve getting picked off on the bases.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one too. Somebody said this is pretty narrow cast, but I don't know how often this happened. But they said not Jake Marisnik, but
Reddick.
Yeah, Josh Reddick with catcher interference. I don't know that happened enough that I remember that.
I don't know that either.
They said Josh Reddick catcher interference would be one. You could have James. I could have easily
That's a good
just
thing,
said,
though, if he keeps getting. Yeah,
well, it's just I kind of moved one that I could have said James is struggles in,
Elimination
James. Yeah. I mean, I could have. There's a few things that we can point to in a negative way.
All right, let's play a little game here.
Okay.
Who's the higher OPS? Okay, are you ready?
Now, remember, I was at the game yesterday.
Right.
So I see these.
Oh, you did. You didn't see it.
Well, I may have
Alex Bregman or Jose Abreu? Bregman. Correct. Ding, ding, ding. Yainer Diaz or Alex Bregman?
Yainer Diaz.
Mauricio Dubon or Yainer Diaz?
Oh, or Yainer Diaz, Mauricio Dubon.
John Singleton or Yordan Alvarez?
Yordan.
Incorrect. Bing.
Really?
Really?
Singleton is right about 700, though. Yordan's not higher than that?
Singleton is up to almost 800 now. Yeah.
What?
His OPS, yeah.
I was doing the math yesterday on it. It was like 710.
787.
Wow.
Yeah. Well,
his on-base percentage is up over 350.
Yeah. No, his on-base percentage right now is 431. Oh, no. His on-base percentage 356. 356. Yeah.
What's 431?
Okay,
slugging?
Yordan Alvarez, Jake Myers.
Jake Myers.
Jake Myers is just barely ahead of him, 765 to 751.
I'm really good at this game.
You are really, really good. Victor Caratini
that's hard.
or Yordan Alvarez.
I'm going Vic Caratini.
Caratini's way over.
Is he really?
Way over.
Well, I've thought, he had the home run. He didn't have a lot of at-bats.
Yordan Alvarez is down to 751 OPS. He just 2.5 weeks ago, he's 1,000.
Yeah,
That's
astonishing.
awful. He has been. Yordan is as bad as Bregman right now. Your 2 and 3 hole hitters have had some of the worst. Look at their last 20 games or last 10 games. Don't you have that?
I can do last 20.
Yeah, go see last 20 and look at what Jordan has done. And
last
Alex
20
Bregman
is going to be
done.
too many.
Well, probably going to be maybe Jordan has been on a streak now.
Is that
okay? Victor Caratini or Jeremy Pena?
Jeremy Pena.
Incorrect. Victor Caratini.
Yeah, because you said he was way ahead of.
Well, but he's right behind him. It's 842 for Pena, 846 for Caratini. The Italians are winning this thing, this whole game.
The Italians are winning.
The Italians are destroying right now.
All right, so you got the Astros are 7-13 in their last 20, and your boy, Yordan has an OPS. His batting average is 253. His OPS is 748.
Well, that's much higher.
Alex.
Well,
Bregman?
actually, that's on about course because he's 751 for the season. But the last 10 games have been just
Alex Bregman. It probably goes way down in that. Alex Bregman's 583 OPS with a 225.
He's awful. He has been just awful. So Yordan Alvarez is 0 for his last 17. The last time he had a hit was against Colorado in the first game of that series. He was 3 for 5. Otherwise, I mean, it's just been 0 for 5, 0 for 4, 0 for 5, 0 for 3, 3 for 5, 0 for 2, 1 for 5, 0 for 4, 1 for 4, 3 for 5, 0 for 5. I mean, he has been really, really, really bad. And he's another one that's leaving all kinds of runners on base. All kinds of runners on base. This 2 and 3 hole, I mean, Alex Bregman has to be moved for whatever reason. For whatever reason, Alex Bregman, since he got here, they will not drop him past cleanup. He despite how he starts every single year, I don't think I go. You could look at his career with the Astros. I don't think he maybe fifth. Maybe they had him at fifth for a while. I don't think he's ever batted below fifth.
Well, but
But what you know what?
But he annually does this. We're into May. Maybe he's waiting for Cinco de Mayo. 2 pop outs, one with bases loaded, one with minute first and third. You pop out both times. I mean, mentally, he's just got to be gassed right now. It's just in his head. You hope the hitting coach can get him out of it. You hope Alex can self-correct. You hope there's somebody in there to talk to. One of the things that's a little bit disappointing to me with the Astros over it's kind of been really more the last 2 or 3 years, is that the pitchers and hitters go on prolonged. It just seems like they don't have somebody. It seems like they're not getting helped out of slumps that turn into long affairs. For Alex Bregman, it turns into long affairs now.
No, it's always the start. Always, for whatever reason.
But, I mean, remember 2022 was a long half a season.
Yeah.
And 2021 was awful for Bregman. So, I mean, this is like, how are we not getting him where he needs to be? I've already told you, I think the pitching coaches, I really wonder about them because there's been some issues with guys that have, Hunter Brown still isn't out of it.
Yep. All right, we got to break it. 713-780-3776. The Astros did win despite.
Well, how negative you two are about your team.
Well, they still have 10 wins or 11 wins.
11
whatever.
wins. They're 11 and
They're
20.
11 and 20.
But they're going to have to play 600 balls.
Yeah, but they
point.
won another series.
If they win 2 out of 3, now every series.
Oh, they'll be good.
Yeah, it'll take a month to get to 500.
But they took a series from a division leader.
Yeah, great. If they win 2 out of 3
there
every
is.
series, it'll
Pollyanna
take a month
Dell,
to
the
get to
pom-pom
500.
Are they?
The pom-pom
They've
King
won
Dell.
4 out of their last 5. That would say they're in a run
Actually, yeah.
of playing good
Yeah,
baseball.
4 of the last 5, right?
They've won 80%
After losing
of their
5
last.
in a row.
That's
Well,
right. That's good.
right.
Yeah.
No, you're
How
right.
about
Math,
how about
Mr.
we relax?
Positivity.
How about
Yeah.
we relax on ripping our favorite team? Lance came in here ripping the food, ripping the
Can I
entire
just ask a
experience,
question?
and now
I
he's
wanna
ripping
know
the
about
team.
the pizza and how well cooked it was.
Well, don't go to a baseball game for a pizza. How
Yeah,
about that?
Yeah, that's on you.
Probably barbecue is the choice.
That's even
safest
the
choice.
the turkey carving station's excellent up there.
They didn't have a turkey.
Oh yes, they
carving
do.
station.
Yeah, you just don't know about it. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
I walked around the whole level. What
well,
do you mean I don't know
the club
about
level? You
Yeah.
don't know about it. You don't know nothing
That's
about
my
it.
first time in there.
I know. You don't know nothing about it. I know something about having hair on the top of my head. You know why? Because of Doc Linville. That's what Doc Linville helped me, and you can see on Twitch right now. You know what? I feel like I'm. Who was that? Who was that
Who,
guy?
Fabio?
Fabio. Yeah.
You think you feel like you're Fabio?
Yeah, that's me, right? So, but that's what I feel like. I don't care. You know what? I don't know. You don't know if I feel like that. No one knows if I might be him. No one knows. But here's the deal: is you could have hair again if you wake up every morning. You just woke up this morning. You looked in the mirror and you went, "Man, look at it. It's receding. Holy crap!" You feel like, "Oh my goodness!" Every time you get out of the shower, there's hair at the bottom. Oh my goodness, what is going on with my head? Well, here's the deal: fix it. You can go get the PRP, which just stimulates the growth of your own hair, or you can, and Kelly is wonderful at it. She's gonna help you out. Or you can get the neografting, which is unbelievable good, unbelievable. So Doc will tell you which one you need. Both are affordable. Both are easy. Both are basically painless. It's minimum pain. I'm telling you, you're gonna love the process. 975hair.com. 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
720 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Nick Caserio was on with Pat McAfee. Had it a lot. He wasn't nearly as rude. We'll play it a little bit later. I sent it to you. I DM'd it to you, Del, yesterday. He wasn't nearly as rude. When asked about Stephon Diggs and his reputation, Nick was much more polite with Pat McAfee. McAfee is a big Colts fan, right? Because he played for the Colts. Yeah. And he's disgusted with how the Texans offseason.
Well, yeah, but he's fans of everybody, it seems like. He loves C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
And did you get to see any of Bill Belichick with him?
I didn't.
Did you get to hear any of the stuff?
No.
It was fantastic.
Was it?
Bill Belichick talking about Drake May. I thought we talked about it maybe on Friday.
Belichick
talking about him. Belichick talking about J.J. That may have been before the draft, actually. Talking about J.J. McCarthy. Like, Belichick would not have drafted May. There's no way. I think he would have drafted McCarthy. Based on the way he talked about him, I think it's pretty easy to see that. But now Patriots fans are saying, oh, nice job, Elliott Wolf. We talk about Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick would have never drafted Drake May. You could hear what he said, and Bill Belichick would have never done this or done that based on – hey, Bill Belichick had his chance. He ran the team into the ground. Let's stop.
Yeah.
Let's stop.
We'll see if Elliott Wolf is right and by the way, he had a hell of a package that he could have had. For that pick, the third overall pick from the Minnesota Vikings. So we'll see whether or not Drake May turns out that. You know what? That's the guy who gets you fired, right?
Uh-huh.
If Drake May doesn't work out, Patriot faithful is going to go, oh really? We could have gotten out of that. We could have gotten somebody later. We could possibly. Oh no, really could have had J.J. McCarthy or Bo Nix or whatever. If they turn out to be better than Drake May, it's going to cost him his job.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happens when you pick third.
That's what happens when you pick quarterbacks.
Yeah, pick quarterbacks.
If you don't develop quarterbacks, you lose, then you start on the process all over again. That's why this Terry Fontenot, people are looking more and more at the moves. They're so outside the norm. Drafting a running back in the top 10, a tight end in the top 5, Drake London over Garrett Wilson. And then you go with another offensive player, this time a quarterback when you just sign one. His moves, Terry Fontenot's moves are so outside the norm that it's going to be hard they have to win pretty fast. They have to win. He's not investing in his defense. He's not investing in his offensive line. He doubled up on quarterback and got a quarterback who won't play for 2 years. Like, there's a good chance he'll be gone by the time that Michael Penix ever plays a game if he doesn't win. If Kirk Cousins doesn't come through, God forbid Kirk Cousins, gets hurt and then Penix comes in and isn't really ready to play yet in the NFL and plays like most rookie quarterbacks do other than
40 years old. How can he not be ready?
Penix is only 24.
Wow.
Stop. Or he's 23 and he'll turn 24 September 1st.
Whatever.
By the way, our boy Jose Altuve is getting ready to have a birthday.
30?
May 6th.
30? 31?
May 6th.
34. No, 34. Yeah, 34, yeah.
May 6th. So today's Thursday, 3, 4, 5. So Monday's got to be Jose Altuve his birthday party on our show.
Well, and it's always right around the Star Wars deal at the ballpark.
Well, it makes
May
sense.
the 4th be with you.
Yeah, that makes sense because
right.
That's a static day.
It is.
As is his birthday.
That's right.
It's not a fluid day.
No, it doesn't change like Thanksgiving. Well, it's always Thursday.
But it's a different day.
It's a different day. Right. Yeah.
Easter, different day.
Different day, right.
Your Lent starts at different times.
Different times, right.
Sure.
Right,
Jose Altuve, however,
but
his birthday is going to stay the same. It's the same day.
It is.
And it just
travels.
Well,
it's not the same day. It's the same date.
Yeah,
it's a different day.
Date. Yeah, not the day of the week.
Right.
It's the same date.
Correct.
You're correct.
On whether or not J.J. Watt, let me ask you this. Nick Caserio was asked, what about J.J. Watt playing for you? And Nick said, I have a lot of respect and appreciation for JJ. When I took the job in February 21, he was one of the first players that I actually spoke to. Certainly respectful of JJ, his career, what he's done for the organization, what he's done for the city of Houston. I'm not going to speak for him about what he wants to do relative to playing football. I'll let him disclose that on your show. Is there any honestly, is there any chance that J.J. Watt suits it up again for the Houston Texans?
No.
No.
He's too light right now. No. I mean, I could see him wanting to. I could see him wanting to be in the spotlight a little bit, wanting to be part of a good team, wanting to get some of that rub from the Houston, Texans now that are hot. And J.J. had his moment, and I think just like Bagwell and Biggio like being close to I think Bagwell has a desire to be part of a winner. I mean, I don't think Jeff should be in those positions, but I get it. He misses that camaraderie.
Which would you rather have, JJ on the field or JJ in a Bagwellian role with the organization?
Field probably.
Field. You don't want to make
No. If he's like, no, I think JJ in a role, well, you're putting him into a role that the owner would have to allow, which Cal would just allow just about anything.
Hannah,
but the difference,
if they confer on players, who which players to sign, Hannah and JJ?
Who does what?
They confer on which players they're going to sign in the offseason.
Hannah does no. I don't want that to happen. You know what? No, I don't want that to happen.
What if they get rid of Nick and Hannah and JJ are making the decisions?
Then we're the Astros.
That's right. That's right.
Then we're the Astros.
So which would you rather have, JJ on the field?
JJ on the field.
That's it. That's what you'd rather have.
JJ on the field.
Yeah, no, me too. No, but
I don't want former players in the front office unless they've actually, trained some, studied, found out about the cap, done some evaluation. No, it's not something. It's different than playing. It's different than coaching. To evaluate talent and learn the philosophy of it. No.
Nick is doing a really nice job. You know what?
Yeah, he's done it. He's done a good job.
He doesn't need to confer with players about who should we sign.
I don't think we ever had a doubt that Nick would be great, personally.
No, not us.
Nope. So,
or the greatness.
Look elsewhere if you want to look for people who had doubts about
Nick.
Nick.
The greatness of this organization's ownership.
I never doubted it. I doubted it just for a little patch.
No. A little patch.
Doubt.
When did that patch begin and end?
What's that?
When did your little patch begin and end?
It began in about 19-ish.
And when did it?
18-ish.
When did it end?
About 23-ish.
That's 4 years of questioning.
23.
And that's 4 years.
Yeah, but it was level. There was levels.
Relatively speaking.
Yeah, relatively speaking.
Compared to what?
But relatively speaking, my levels of concern were ebbing and flowing.
Well, not really.
Not really.
They were always ebbing.
Mostly flowing.
Mostly ebbing.
Or mostly ebbing, yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So anyway, 713-780, JJ possibly coming back.
What?
That's what he left the door open for.
I don't think.
Lance, you've attacked this day as a very cynical individual. John brings up the possibility of the greatest Texan of all time coming back and playing, and you just talked about how he loves the limelight. He only wants to be around because the team is good. How about he has something left in the tank?
He doesn't.
Oh.
He's too light.
What do you mean?
He can put the weight back on.
He's too light. What are we doing? Are we trying to bring back glory? It never works. What's that move? How's John going to this move?
You can gain weight fast nowadays.
Oh, like Garcia from the Rangers?
No.
No.
He got
hard
big.
work.
He did get big.
He got big.
All you got to do
did it all clean, too.
Go to the
Lance,
gym.
I don't know what you're...
Lift those weights, and we'll get JJ back in playing
tire.
shape.
What about when they flip tires?
Get some protein.
That too.
What about when he flips tires?
You saw Rocky 4. Rocky went into the the forest in the winter and got into fighting shape.
Remember when?
How about all that time she was sick? Rocky just sat by her bed, didn't do a thing.
Hold on. Remember that time
and then boom.
Remember that time when
boom.
When what's the show on HBO? Hard Knocks. Remember when they showed JJ working out at the farm in Wisconsin? It's 20% luck, 80% pain, and they had the song
That's
on.
not how that song goes, by the way.
Remember the name? Oh yeah. If you pull up the video, you'll hear Liev Shriver talking about JJ Watt. Then you'll hear the music by
Fort Minor.
Fort Minor,
yeah.
and then Mike Shinoda and Fort Minor, and then you'll see JJ flipping things around. Now that's when JJ was in prime.
So he can't do that again?
No, because that was 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's old.
I mean, look at Jose Abreu.
He could
now.
do it.
Jose Abreu was. Look at Yuli. That's like saying we need to bring Yuli back. Remember, it's just like 2 years ago he was a batting champ. That dude, Yuli. No one will touch Yuli now. They know he's over.
No.
It's over.
No.
I want to see that. I want to see that 99 back on the field.
Could he survive in his defense? Absolutely. Could he get big and strong? Yeah, he probably could. But for what? Stop taking people's jobs in the NFL. You got people's jobs.
He's
in
a
the
Hall of Famer, and you don't want him to
I
have
know.
a
Go to the
job.
Hall of Fame.
Oh my
You
God.
play again. You
He's
can't
got
go to the Hall of Fame
miles
for another
to
5
feed.
years. No, he
Okay.
doesn't.
He's got a child.
He's got a
wife.
job. He just got hired. He's making over $1 million at CBS now. He just got rid of They just got rid of Phil Simms and Boomer Esiason for
Everybody
JJ.
on that desk was asked whether or not they'd be Bill Cowher, JJ, Michael all of them. Are you coming back? No, I'm not coming back. I'm going to sit right here and make millions. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to tell you, you need to get out of that dip. I mean, you need
some haters.
You need some hemp in a pouch made of hemp with CBD oil. The CBD is so good, people. It's so good. You are, my friends, are going to benefit from Canstead and Dublin. Go to 975dip.com. If you dip every day, it's gross. Not only that, it's dangerous for your health. Everything about it. Nothing is good. Nothing. There's nothing good about dipping. Your teeth, your gums, your tobacco, nicotine, the shirt has got stuff all over it. There's the grinds from it on the floor around you. It's gross. The whole thing's gross. So go to 975dip.com. It's clean, no tobacco, okay, no nicotine. It's the way to go. If you're looking for the best way to get out of that nasty, ugly habit that you have, go to 975dip.com, or CBD American Shaman is carrying them as well, 975dip.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we do have Nick Caserio on with Pat McAfee talking about, and okay, is Steph going to be a problem this year? Is there any point, at any point, are we going to go, oh, here it is, here we go?
In 1 year, it's possible we have one little flare up maybe where, we see his body language not be great and we make a big deal about it. That's possible. If he doesn't, remember, he's in a contract year, so he wants to get his catches. This is one of the issues that you have. People act like contract year is so great. Contract year is potentially the ultimate selfishness that a player can have. If he really wants to, if he's numbers based, and Stephon Diggs wants to get double-digit touchdowns, 1,000 yards receiving, 100 catches. So it is what it is now. We talk about it's great being in it. Yeah, it's great to keep him motivated, but is he going to be – does he care more about the team winning, or does he care more about, is it on the same level as him getting his catches? I think he's going to be a I want my catches guy. He always has been. I don't know why that would change when he's in a contract year.
He was pretty pissed when they didn't win. He was pissed when they didn't go to him in the playoff game.
Yeah, he was pissed when he didn't get the ball.
Well, he didn't get the ball, but it was, you know what, I can help you win, too.
Well, I think he wants to win, but I also think in a contract year, he wants his stats.
Mm-hmm.
So if he doesn't get – in this offense, is about – they're uniquely set up to attack in a variety of ways. And you know who doesn't play that? C.J. Stroud is not Kirk Cousins. C.J. Stroud – and frankly, Josh Allen wasn't either. Josh Allen let him – no, it took a little while, and it was the best option. Right now, dude, the Buffalo had straight line Gabe, and they had, who's the little white rapper that tries to play wide receiver for himself? Oh, Cole Beasley. I refer to him as the little white rapper.
Right.
But he's also known as the slot receiver in Cole Beasley. Khalil Shakur, they had, he was easily going to be the number one target. Here, sometimes Tank gets 7 catches.
Yeah.
For 100 and some odd yards. Sometimes Nico has the big games. Sometimes it's going to be Stephon Diggs. So he's going to have to get used to the fact, because one thing we know about CJ, he does not have the personality where he's afraid of confrontation. CJ Stroud is going to let, if it gets a little too chirpy from Stephon Diggs, I fully expect CJ to say in the locker room, we're trying to win. I'm going to get you the ball, but I got to, these throws, you need me to go to the tape, because he'll go to the telestrator on you.
So
C.J. Stroud will go to the telestrator if he needs to.
Yeah. So he wasn't called a diva because Nick Caserio, good thing, because Nick Caserio doesn't know what that means. He doesn't. He's having a lot of problems.
He told us he doesn't know what it means.
With definitions of certain words. His vocabulary is very limited. But Pat McAfee worded it correctly and asked him about, there's been some stuff in the locker room with Stephon Diggs. What was your thinking there?
Yeah, sure. Every decision that you make, you have to be thoughtful about it and, try to get as much information as possible. And we have a lot of respect for Steph and what he's done over the course of his career. I was asked about this, a few weeks back. And we're not going to judge a player or any individual based on, what may have happened in the past. What we're going to focus on is when the player is here. How does he assimilate to our program? How is he with the rest of the group in the locker room? So Steph's been a really good player for a number of years. He's been very consistent. He's very durable. He's instinctive. He has really good hands. He has position flexibility. And when you look at over the last few years how we've kind of constructed the team, it's kind of a balance of veteran, established players who have come from some winning programs, and then supplement that with some good young players that hopefully get an understanding of what it takes to win in this league by looking at the people next to them in the room. And I would say Steph kind of fits into that category along with some of the other folks that we've added during the offseason.
All right, we'll replay it. Oh, we're still not on. Oh, for those of you that are listening online, you heard that, but we're in a weather. This weather is bad. And, oh, by the way, it's why we're not in the Woodlands. Dell wanted to be out there, and he was
I wasn't part of the plan anyway.
Well, yeah, but you were disappointed about that anyway. I know you were trying to get, if Abigail was ready, you could have been out there, right? And,
no, that wasn't the reason.
Well, I know you wanted to be out there in the Woodlands. Everybody wants to be out there. But unfortunately, it looks like, I know this, The tournament is delayed. Are we back now?
Yes, we're back.
Terrestrially.
Yes.
Okay, we apologize. You had the there's a lot of weather out there, so this is why you're getting these updates. If there is an emergency, do whatever that guy just told you to do. I don't know what he said.
I think something like duck and cover. I'm not sure.
No,
what
he
he
didn't
said.
say duck and
No.
cover. Call the emergency weather
Hide under your
system
table
or
because
whatever.
that's how you avoid all bad weather. You hide under a
Table or in a bathroom.
Yes, locked it. Well, that's what my grandma told me.
Right.
If it's lightning, baby, get in the bathroom. What?
What?
Why can't I just stay in this room and close the door? What's the difference?
So
Doesn't like porcelain.
So, man, the Insperity is in some trouble because they're starting at 10 this morning, and if they don't get more rain, but it looks like more rain is coming. So that's why we're not out there today, but the Insperity Invitational, get on over to insperityinvitational.com and get your tickets and go on out there this weekend and support the guys out there. Unfortunately, we made a decision. Don't go all the way out there because nobody's going to be there because it's of this crappy weather. Okay, let's replay the Nick Caserio for everybody. For those of you online, we apologize, but we're going to replay it. Here is Nick talking about Stephon Diggs, and Pat McAfee asked him about, all the stuff flowing around Stephon Diggs and how that went into the decision.
Yeah, sure. Every decision that you make, you have to be thoughtful about it and, try to get as much information as possible. And we have a lot of respect for Steph and what he's done over the course of his career. I was asked about this, a few weeks back. And we're not going to judge a player or any individual based on, what may have happened in the past. What we're going to focus on is when the player is here. How does he assimilate to our program? How is he with the rest of the group in the locker room? So Steph's been a really good player for a number of years. He's been very consistent. He's very durable. He's instinctive. He has really good hands. He has position flexibility. And when you look at over the last few years how we've kind of constructed the team, it's kind of a balance of veteran, established players who have come from some winning programs, and then supplement that with some good young players that hopefully get an understanding of what it takes to win in this league by looking at the people next to them in the room. And I would say Steph kind of fits into that category along with some of the other folks that we've added during the offseason.
So I think you're right, though. I think CJ is going to win him over in the decision-making. One thing Josh Allen didn't do well is make good decisions.
Well, yeah.
Right?
It was up and down.
He was an interception machine at inopportune times. He's one now. He makes big plays, and he's really, really athletic, especially with his legs. That's something that CJ's not going to do. But CJ makes a lot better decisions with the football. At least he did last year. We'll see. Hopefully that carries over. But he's football nerd. CJ is football nerd.
Yeah.
He is going to be – he's going to tell you – he's going to tell the coaches, he's going to tell those wide receivers, this is why I made this decision in this situation with that linebacker doing what he did, with that safety doing what he did, in this coverage, in that coverage, with this guy over the top, with this rush that they're coming at me, all of those things. CJ is a processor, and I think there's going to be a higher level of respect for Stephon Diggs, for CJ, because he makes good decisions.
Yeah.
Steph will get his catches.
Dale's rubbing his wrist.
What? CJ? Good decision maker?
No.
What?
The level of respect that Stephon Diggs will have for him.
Oh.
He's going to say it's going to go up.
Oh, because of, yeah.
I think he'll go up just because, honestly, I think Stephon Diggs, Josh got on the ball a lot. Josh Allen did fine by Stephon Diggs. So did Kirk Cousins. But I think one of the big differences is Cousins, that was young in his career. He's at a stage in his career where I think that winning is going to matter to Stephon Diggs. He's been winning at Buffalo. It's not like they don't make the playoffs. They do. But I do think that C.J. Stroud's love of ball and decision-making, I think playing with Bobby Slowick, I also think that it's kind of, once you get somewhere new, you want to be on your best behavior for a year. And Stephon Diggs kind of wears his welcome out after a few years.
And it's a contract year. You don't want to be a problem.
Yeah, well, hopefully he's self-aware enough to know that he's getting that reputation.
Yeah.
I would hope.
Well, let's see. I do know this. I see him working out, doing push-ups with 3 45-pound weights on his back. Did you see that video?
No, I didn't.
Oh, Steph is.
I haven't been able to do that for 2 to 3 years easy. That is hard now.
No.
He can still
2
do
to
that.
3? I
Three.
thought you
Actually,
were doing it like a year and a half ago.
Actually,
So
pre-COVID.
pre-COVID.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID?
Oh,
I thought it was only a year and a
Nah,
half.
it's pre-COVID. I get
Lance's
mixed up with
fitness
COVID.
journey is pre and post-COVID.
Pre and post-COVID. I
Yeah,
got you.
yeah. COVID is the
Right.
marker, and it's like that's right. It was pre-COVID. I think it had to be 19. So it was pre-COVID. I think it was when Joe Burrows won a national championship.
Oh, okay. You were
Okay.
doing push-ups with 3 45-pound weights on your back?
And it wasn't and it was 3 25-pound weights.
Oh,
so,
25s.
yeah.
Okay.
So it's really nothing.
The problem
same.
for Stephon Diggs
Four,
is
actually, four.
sometimes he runs like those plates are on his back.
Steph does? Or Lance does?
No,
Stephon
Stephon Diggs.
Sometimes it looks like he's running with plates
No,
on his
he's
back.
more like he's more like a mid 4'6" guy right now.
Well, that's okay. I'll take that mid 4'6" guy. He can.
Well, he's not going to be asked to get down the field. I think he's going to
He
turn
can
into
play.
an 11.5 yard per catch guy,
That's
12
fine.
yards per catch.
That's all right. And you know what? I don't know what you're catching for your car, but I know that GiveMeTheVin.com is the place to go to find out how much your car is worth, period. There's one place that you have to go, okay? You can go other places, and you should. You should find out. You should shop your deal. Shop your car out there. How much are you going to get for it? And John Clay Wolf says, just, all right, come here, and we'll find out. Find out, okay? But don't sell your car without going to one place for sure. Even if you're going to sell it to the dealers, you're just going to trade it in. That's fine. GiveMeTheVin.com is going to offer you more for that vehicle, and you can do it all through the dealership. This is happening every single day. John Clay Wolf will come. He's going to take a look at the car. He's going to, verify that what you said. If it's clean, it's nice, it's perfect, it's mint, whatever you call it. He's going to verify that. And he's going to hand you a check. Going to hand you a check right there on the spot, because that's what John Clay Wolf does every single day. You're going to get more for your car, and if you can't beat CarMax, he's going to send you $100. But he beats CarMax every time. So go to GiveMeTheVin.com. Make sure if you're selling your car, GiveMeTheVin.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, guys, let's talk about the playoffs. I'm talking about basketball playoffs. Well, that's happening. Basketball playoffs. Stop getting me off my track here. Basketball playoffs is what we're talking about. I'm talking about watching the game. Did you have higher or lower on Jalen Brunson's points? I hope you had higher yesterday because it is an easy W. I hope you also had higher on points, rebounds, and assists for Joel Embiid, because if you pick those two in your Pick'em challenge, then you won 3-1 on that one. You got 3-1 on whatever your original play. If you put $25 down, you won $75 just for winning those two. And you could have said, wait a minute, I should have done that. I'd loved both of those things to happen. Well, good. Play along with the playoffs with my friends over at Underdog Fantasy. I've been doing it for 3 years now, and it's awesome. It's so much fun. Yes, you have daily fantasy, you have season-long fantasy, but you got the Pick'em Challenge rolling every single day in soccer, in golf, in hockey, but in baseball, and especially basketball now with the playoffs. Watch the games and play along with your Pick'em Challenge. Win real money. You can win up to 100 times your original play. And the great thing about it is, with Underdog Fantasy, is it's real money, and it's completely legal here in the state of Texas. Use promo code Lance. They're going to double your first deposit up to $100, and you are on your way to having a lot of fun. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back. We're supposed to be live at the Insperity, unfortunately. Rain. InsperityInvitational.com. Go get your tickets, and because they are going to be playing this weekend. But that just stinks because we had the Houston Open where the men had perfect weather. We had the Chevron Championship where the women had perfect weather. And now the older. This is age discrimination.
You think the weather is out to get the olds?
Age discrimination, Del.
By the weather.
By the weather. Yeah. That's exactly what I
Why
thought.
would weather be any different from the rest of society?
Why would it? He's Jose Altuve too old. Jose Abreu too old. Okay, a man in his 30s, and we're talking about him being too old.
Too old or just too suck?
Well, we blaming the age on.
I'm not blaming the age. I'm blaming he's not good.
Yeah,
it's only a timing thing, though. Don't worry about it. He'll be down there for.
It is a timing thing.
And then he'll be a great September call-up.
It's not a slow bat. It's a timing thing.
So do you think he stays down there until September and Dana Brown will position it as, hey, we just got an MVP back?
Yeah.
In September.
Look at the back of his baseball card. What do you think is going to happen to Pat Beverly?
Oh, he'll get suspended for 10 games to start the year.
To start next year?
If you don't know what he did, at the end of the game as the Bucks were getting eliminated, he chucked the ball into the crowd and to the fans behind him, like fired it at him, and then asked for the ball back, and then did it again.
No, you think 10?
At least.
I think more than that. Pat Beverly this is a really bad decision on Pat Beverly's behalf. Pat Beverly is going to get suspended, I think, for a quarter of the year. I think this will be like a 20-game suspension for Pat Beverly.
You think so?
You can't mess with fans. And to do it twice, you cannot do that. They will not allow you to do something like. And Pat Beverly is a chronic problem.
Yeah,
I
think because Pat
if it was
Beverly
a different player, it maybe would be different. But Pat
reputation
Beverly
hurts him.
Yeah, it definitely hurts him.
Yeah, I could definitely see. And well, the question is where is Pat Beverly? We're getting towards the Pat
end
Beverly
of his career.
Changes teams every year.
Yeah, Pat Beverly is towards the end.
Who's going to sign him if he's going to?
He had no impact. He had no real impact on this team.
Does it start until he signs with a team?
Yeah. It
doesn't start till he signs with a team.
No.
Or maybe they'll let him sit.
Why would you let him? No, it starts. It's got to be paychecks he doesn't cash. No, I don't think. I think they start it when he signs with the team.
Yeah, I don't. I think they'll let him. He's not going to be able to, even if he sits. He's not signed with a team. If he goes 20 games in, they'll let him play after that. I don't think, because what team is going to sign him and then just go, okay, just sit here. I don't know. I don't know what team would possibly. do
the
that.
second throw was a really hard throw too.
Yeah.
The first one he whipped it two-hand. Like a two-hand chest pass into the crowd and hit somebody right in the side of the head. Looked like a woman in the side of the head.
And
then he throws it back to him, and he immediately goes with the overhand pass and smacks somebody else.
No, he didn't smack anybody. The kid caught it.
The second one?
Yeah, the second one. The kid caught it.
No, he didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, he.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, he caught
hit
it.
him in the hands.
Yeah, he hit him right in the hands. I mean, he did.
It was hard.
He chucked it hard. There's no question. But I mean, it was just really, really stupid. Charles Barkley had some comment, and Charles is one, and Charles
has done stuff.
No, Charles knows.
In
He
the
said,
crowd,
I've done a lot of stupid stuff.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of stupid stuff, but Pat, that was stupid. All right, you can't be doing that. You can't be interacting with friends. Charles Barkley, well, he spit on the little girl when he was. Remember when he was?
Yeah,
playing?
he didn't mean to. He spit into the crowd.
Yeah,
he spit into the crowd and he hit a little girl.
Yeah.
How long was he? You used to not get suspended for anything back then.
No.
Like
no.
Olajuwon punched. What's his name in the face? Didn't even get kicked out of the game. They had fist fights in games and guys wouldn't get kicked out.
You get kicked out. Here's Chuck talking about the Pat Beverly situation.
Oh, he gone. He gonna get suspended.
Yeah,
Man, he hit that lady in the head.
That'll be next.
Obviously, he was trying to hit that guy. It don't matter who he was trying to hit.
Yeah.
You can't hit no lady. Help her.
Yeah.
And then
You can't throw a ball at a fan.
I understand that, but you're like, listen, I've done stupid stuff, and and I got criticized. That's just wrong. He gonna get suspended for that, and that's gonna be a good one too, because he didn't do it once, he did it twice.
Yeah, no doubt. Don't expect that from a 35-year-old, 12-year veteran.
I don't expect that from an 18-year-old. That's just stupid.
We're coming.
You know what? This might be the end of Pat, if you want to know the truth.
It could be.
And but that's just so dumb. I mean, he's hurting his reputation because he's a guy that ESPN really liked. I mean, he's been, how many times was he on? And he ain't afraid to say stuff on ESPN.
He'll be. This
podcast.
wasn't Malice in the Palace.
Huh?
He'll be fine. He'll probably be on ESPN. I mean, what did he do ultimately?
Well, he followed.
He didn't send somebody to the hospital. He didn't do Malice in the Palace. It was something the NBA is going to be pissed about. ESPN's not going to.
And he followed it up after the game with more disrespect. He was asked. He was in the scrum.
I was busy watching my elite Houston Astros win, so I don't know what he said.
You came in very positive about him. If you listen to the first segment,
7-2.
What's the pod? 8-2. You don't even remember
You don't even
the score.
know you thought Eric Getty gave up 3 runs.
7-2 when
you
I was
called
there.
him Jake Spaghetti.
It was 7-2 while I was there.
So what did Bev say?
So after the game, people are asking about things, even beyond the ball being thrown into the stands, just about the season now that's over for the Bucks. And he was asked, and he responded this way to a reporter.
You subscribe to my pod?
Do I subscribe to you? I do not.
So you can't interview me then. No disrespect.
Well, Jamal is here.
You subscribe? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Again, there were a couple.
He does this to everyone. If
subscribe
a
to him?
reporter does not subscribe to his podcast or ask that question, I guess she was maybe new there. I think she turns out to be a producer for ESPN. A lot of ESPN people have come to her defense. He does that to anyone who doesn't subscribe. If you don't subscribe, he won't answer your question.
He's just clown. Like Pat Beverly, that's just clown stuff right there.
Well, but he ought to be nice to the ESPN
Do
people.
you subscribe to my podcast?
Do you listen to my show?
That question was asked quite a bit around here years ago.
That was years ago.
And the answer usually was,
nope.
Well, no, that's not what we said. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. 758 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Almost live at the Insperity Invitational. John, Lance, and Dell here with you. Hopefully they'll be able to play because it's ugly out there again today. And the Woodlands is under a warning. We just got the weather warning from the guy a little while ago. So the Woodlands is still under attack. And just
under attack.
Yeah, and discrimination. It's under that too.
The Woodlands is under siege.
Yeah, it was with weather yesterday.
It's under attack. Did students run into a campus library or something at the high school?
Did you see the ones that cut up the garbage cans?
Yes,
and were
I saw them
as
cut
a shield.
These cosplay. Do you see how many of these are You see how many are non-students too? Like a lot of them are. By the way, they've already been identified as Antifa. They thought this is where we got one now, and they cut up. I got to tell you, it was actually pretty ingenious. They cut up. It's like LARPing. They cut up the trash cans, as you said, into perfect shield squares. Like the cuts were very clean, and they put little handles on, and they ran, and they were cosplaying. They were doing a LARP thing and then the police just knocked this kid down, and the other kid went, "Hey, I thought we were just gonna be able to run through them. You let go of my friend. Like you just ran into a police officer."
You think that's funny, but that has infiltrated our team. Hunter Brown's a LARPer.
No, not in real life.
No, he likes being. He pretends to be Justin Verlander.
Oh yeah, he's a role playing Justin Verlander. Hey, hold on real quick. Put Abigail on the microphone just for a second.
We don't have time. On the other side.
On the other side.
Has she jumped into any? Has she been
on the other
on
side,
any fights?
right here on ESPN?
Has she fought the police or been arrested lately?
Okay, let's take a break.
She's
right
on,
here on
Del?
ESPN. Let's talk about Chastang Ford. That's what we're talking about. Chastang Ford is where you get your Ford on. Okay, F-150. They still got all of these on the lot. I don't know if they got any 2023s left. We're already in May. I can't imagine, but they might if they do. This is, I mean, you want to talk about taking advantage of them. They've got the 2024s out there right now ready for you on the lot. They're ready. Now, you want to customize one for yourself? Perfect. Get it exactly as you want it. But if you want to get something that's already got the packages, but get the package that suits you best. Get the monthly payment that suits you best, not the one that suits the dealership best, not the add-ons that the dealership wants, not the markups. Get the rebates that Ford has available, because a lot of these dealerships will just hold them back. I'm telling you, you're going to find that your car buying experience is just so much better at Chastang Ford. And oh, by the way, go get your oil change on Saturdays. You get a great discount. So if you need an oil change, this is a great time to get on over there. Saturdays, you get a $20 off discount. You're looking for the best way to get into that Ford car or truck, or its service, or everything about them. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford. We were just talking a little basketball. How about the Pacers move on, and so do the Knicks? Is Philadelphia at a point where we were with James Harden? I mean, it's even worse. Now, he did play, as opposed to James, he played well last night.
Who? Well, you said
Embiid.
with James Harden, you mean Embiid.
Embiid. Yeah. Embiid had 39 last night.
It's hard to say. I wanted to. That's an easy narrative to go to, and I was prepared to go to it, but he played well.
He played well
in an elimination.
No,
game.
he played
Came back
well,
from meniscus.
But they haven't.
Yeah, they're going to be frustrated.
He's never made an Eastern Conference final.
It's true, and he's had some talent. But really, Maxey played like garbage for the first 3 quarters.
Yeah.
So it can't be on Joel Embiid. He got off to a quick start, scored 9 of their first.
Tobias
of
Harris played
their first
29
12
minutes and had
points.
0 points.
He's pulling in Alex Bregman. Tobias Harris, his deal is up. He's looking for another deal, and he has been a non-factor.
He ain't getting it.
He'll get a deal. He's just not going to get what he wants.
Right.
Also, Joel Embiid, you can't get after him. He's got the knee. He's got the Bell's palsy. But the fourth quarters have been alarming. He has not played well in fourth quarters.
And Buddy Hield, who
finally showed up.
Nick Nurse said was unplayable. He had 17 in the first half. It's like 6 and 9 from 3.
He's a shooter, and that's his really only benefit to the teams because he doesn't really defend well. So if he's not shooting, and you're going to take him out of the game if he's getting cooked on the other side. So he would miss a couple shots, or the one shot he took early be bad defensively, and Nick Nurse would pull him. But he made his shot. Here we go again. But he made his shots last night, so he stayed in the game, and he was big, particularly with Maxey struggling for the first 3 quarters.
Can we just swear right now because we're on?
I don't think they want us to do that.
For those of you who don't know, we're
Give it a shot.
I mean,
Swear.
We're in an emergency
I'll do it right
alarm
now.
system, whatever. it's
Butthole.
called. You just said butthole.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you, like 12 years old? I mean, honestly.
That's a swear.
Yeah, if you're in the Sandlot,
I could see
in that
Snack
movie
saying that.
Stupid butthole. Ooh, dump it.
I'm just gonna play things that are on the board that I don't normally play.
Yeah. What are you gonna? Yeah. Okay. What are you gonna play right now?
That's Lance and his Thundersticks when he was a big Rocket fan.
Oh man,
I hope that you choke on a piece of concrete and literally go to hell.
If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
You bitch. Bitch!
I don't like you at all. The only reason I'm here is they pay me. Okay. If they stop paying me, I would never show up.
Look at my African American over here. LSU fan came stuck his flag in my booty. Oh, I give a rat's ass about Twitter.
I was sticking it in my mouth, but I was doing it wrong.
Was it
Fair
good?
enough.
What is that?
That's a guy being pulled off a United plane.
Oh, yeah. Dragged down the aisle.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard this?
Can you feel the tension? I can. I can feel it down in my plums.
Heard of that?
It was a promo.
Have you ever heard the one where the guy, it's a British guy, and he's being arrested?
Wait, are we done
Get
with
your
this?
hands
No, we're not,
off
actually.
of me.
He's still talking.
No, they're not still talking.
Yes, he is. That's why I keep playing stuff.
He's still. Oh.
Do you believe that?
Do you believe that?
I just signed your death warrant.
What did the guy say?
Have you ever seen the one? I'll get in trouble, but have you ever seen the one where the British guys, this is manifest destiny, and he sounds. Have you ever seen that one
No.
where it's like from the 70s, and this British guy
We're back.
We're back?
Or
He's
not,
put-
I guess not. He's still. This guy's still going.
What
It's
the
still
hell?
going.
Is
Okay,
the
now we're
Woodland
back.
still
Now
under
we're
siege?
back?
Now we're back. Yes.
Oh my God!
Is the Woodland still under siege?
We know- well, they're being
Woodlands
attacked.
is under siege.
Okay, so we're
Okay.
assuming that you couldn't hear anything we were saying because if you're on the radio now, streaming you
Right.
did.
So Abigail is at University of Houston.
Clear Lake.
Same thing. It's University of Houston Clear Lake.
We call it the lake.
No, you don't.
UHCL. Is that what we call it?
UHCL,
Abigail?
yes.
Is that what we call it? So were you at any time protesting anything this week?
Did you run into buildings? Did you barricade yourself?
Did you
barricade
cut out-
yourself into a gym?
I was not even there. I tried not to be on campus at all times.
Smart.
You try not to be on campus?
Yeah, because I was doing remote and everything, so I worked 2 jobs, and or just online classes, you know.
Do you wanna just hang out on?
Do you think it's more important to work than to protest? What's wrong with
What are we protesting though?
What doesn't matter? We just want to protest.
Okay, just anything.
It's time to protest. That's right.
Daylight savings would be a good one. Like
That would be
why
good.
do we keep?
Yeah, that'd
why
be good.
can't we
Gain
get
an
it?
hour or lose an hour.
Right. You
Yeah.
know what? That would be
I actually
sweet.
like daylight
If you started
savings.
a protest for daylight savings,
John would join.
You would be.
Would
you would
dress
go
up as the
viral.
moon
You would
and
join?
then you dress up as the sun.
Yeah.
Son.
And a piggy bank. You could be the piggy bank savings.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Wow, that's simple there. Just say,
What
what's
would
the
Dell
piggy
dress up
bank
as,
for? Why is Lance wearing a pig
Daylight
costume?
savings.
I'm a piggy bank. Get it? Get it? Piggy bank. Stop laughing, Abigail. That's rude.
So you're not even. I mean, no social conscience.
No, but I do see protests on campus whenever I go.
Oh, you do?
You do?
Yeah.
Usually, just
They're holding.
Oh, now it's like New Year's Eve. Oh, everybody goes out and get drunk on New Year's Eve. I ain't doing that. Okay, I ain't. I'm gonna be special and do it when nobody else is.
I was trying to think if we were, because this is kind of a college thing. You know, you get all riled up, and I'm not saying people don't have, they're not doing it for the right. I do know there's a lot of them who are, it's just fads. Like, that's why it spread from campus to campus. I was trying to think what it was when I was in school. And I just think Gen X didn't care enough to, we cared, but we weren't going to go do stuff.
No.
The boomers did.
No, before I got to college, there was a lot of Vietnam stuff.
Yeah,
there was a lot.
That's what I'm saying. The boomers were.
That was. I'm a boomer, and that was before me.
No, boomer stretches all the way into my parents are boomers. Boomers goes. It's the baby boom. It's after World War II. So yeah, it's around World War II. So my parents are baby boomers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, boomers are late 70s.
So yeah, we didn't. My age, we didn't care about anything. Just get me a party as soon as we can.
Yeah,
that's what we cared about.
Yeah,
make sure we don't run.
If you want to know what my generation, John Hughes captured my generation pretty well. I was younger than the people in the Breakfast Club, but it's kind of that. Yeah. It's kind of like, we've got a little bit of a rebellious streak. We do like counterculture stuff, but we're not going to really, We're not going to really.
That was my era too.
We're not really going to go after
and a lot
it.
of hippies. And
we're not going to go after it.
Yeah.
My dad had a really bad experience, or he didn't have a bad experience, but he got really turned off to the reaction to Vietnam. Because he had to go fight there. They come back and it's like, wow, I risked my life and people are getting
people
spit
were
on.
A-holes then. Oh no! People were a-holes then. No question.
Not now though. People aren't a-holes now.
Well, we're better towards the military than we've ever been.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah. But
and
a lot of the people who are being arrested on campuses aren't even students. Have you seen the numbers?
Oh yeah,
over 50, right at 50% at Columbia weren't even, or at NYU. There's 60% of the people at NYU weren't even students there. In the middle of, it's just see a scrap. Like, hey, I got to get my licks in here. Let's go.
Well, and people are backing them and paying them to do it. That's the thing about it. It's
sometimes you just do it for free.
And Abigail won't even join in. That's
because she works two jobs.
Oh, you think your own money's more important, Abigail?
But also, I graduate next week, so I just want to get out of there.
Yeah, smart. Play it smart.
I don't want to be. Yeah,
play it smart.
And did you see the one?
What do you protest?
Did you see the one who organized South Florida? She's supposed to graduate next week. They said, no, you're not. No, you're not. So yeah,
I just dabbed on her. Mm-hmm. Do you know I dabbed on I dabbed in TV. I dabbed on TV. What is this? That sounds.
What is that?
Is that what happened?
Maybe so. What is that? You literally nailed
Rambo.
it. What movie is that?
From Rambo, when he tells him it's over, Johnny.
Oh,
it's over.
It's over.
Oh,
he's coming back from the war, getting protested.
Oh wow,
it's over, Johnny.
It's over.
It's over.
Was that Stallone talking? He sounded coherent.
Well, it's 1982.
Well, that still was. He was still.
Did you? Yeah. Did you think? Could you tell that was Stallone?
No,
I couldn't either.
I think the Rocky thing was a put on.
He seems dumb in real life. He seems pretty dumb.
I don't know. I don't watch his reality show. Abigail probably does. But
he's got a reality show?
Yeah.
That show, Tulsa King, was supposed to be really good.
It was okay.
Was it?
All right.
Did you watch it?
It was all right. Yeah, I watched it.
I've been told to watch Fallout, and my man Eric said watch Fallout, and
she'll watch Mayor of Kingstown.
I need to watch that.
Mayor of Kingstown's good.
I need to watch it. I never watched it.
Yeah, Mayor of Kingstown's good.
The other one on HBO, Mayor.
And Mayor of East Side.
Mayor on Eastwood or whatever.
Yeah. I watched that too.
That's good.
If you like white bummer stuff, you should watch that.
Well, there was a time I was doing a lot of white bummer stuff. There was that. There was Manchester by the Sea. That's very white bummer stuff.
Oh.
Remember that one?
Where the baby died?
Yeah.
That's
white
that's
bummer
terrible.
stuff.
No, I can't watch that. 8:15 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It was kind of, I was in a pattern there.
Remember
the fighter where they were yelling at it was based on the boxer's life. Mark Wahlberg, I think, was in it, and you had the Boston, the family from Boston yelling and screaming at him all the time. What was that one?
It was.
Remember that movie?
No, it was what's his name's brother that was in it. Not Mark. Was Wahlberg in it? It was the guy who's always sad. The brother, the younger brother.
Casey Affleck?
Casey Affleck.
That was Manchester by the Sea, right?
Yeah. I'm talking about the one where he's a boxer.
Oh, yeah. With the sisters. Yeah.
You're a loser. They're all yelling at him.
Yeah.
What
That's
was
a
that
true
one?
story.
No, it is.
Yeah. Time to talk right now about, you know what else is a true story? You can join the club
The
at Texas
Fighter,
Star
it's called,
Grill Shop. Texas Star Grill Shop. What's hot? I'll tell you what's hot. Rust-resistant griddle from Weber. Okay, now there's a lot of griddles out there, and your stuff is going to be outside, and guess what's going to happen with the other ones? They're going to rust, and then you got rust on you. Then you can't use it anymore because you got rust on your food. No. How about rust-resistant? Turn your backyard into a party with the ultimate smash burgers or cook breakfast using 3 different hot zones and bacon on one side, eggs on the other, pancakes. I'm telling you, I want a griddle too. I want one. I got the DCS. I got the grill. I got the gas grill from Texas Star Grill Shop. I want this griddle. They've got all kinds of different selections, but the Weber is the best one because it's rust resistant. Free delivery. Sizzling Spring Sale is going to end May 12th. You got to do it now. You go to 975grills.com, sign up, be part, and if you're part of the club, you get better deals at 975grills.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, Keon Coleman is becoming a star, y'all, right before our eyes.
I think mostly it's because he's country.
Yeah.
And he's not full of, like, he's transparent. He seems like a real dude, right? He seems like a real dude. He's like, Macy's, what you mean? That's my favorite. That gets you every time where the guy goes, guess why I got this coat? You guess. You ain't going to be right, but guess. He goes, what did he say? He said something stupid. He's like, Michigan? Or he's like, Macy's, what you mean? And then he said, $778 off the rack. And get you a nice, what did he say, trench coat for $100. He goes, you got to shop 2 shop
yeah.
2 seasons ahead.
2 seasons ahead.
Yeah, smart.
That's right.
It's smart.
Well,
and he's got the down-home, folksy South Louisiana thing that people around the nation don't know. Like, you know, he comes off as very likable. He is likable.
He is. So there's a video of him.
He's slow,
with
likable.
the Bills staff. They're sitting at a table, an
it's
L-shaped
everybody.
table, and he comes in and sits down, and they ask him a couple of questions. And here is Keon Coleman with the Bills staff.
What's up, Keon?
Nice to meet you.
Pretty good?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you learn ball from? Like, who'd you learn from?
Man, I think just my time at Michigan State, just becoming a film junkie and asking questions. So the more I ask the questions, then I'll turn on the film, and then it'll start to make sense. So I'll start trying to learn what the linemen do so I can buy myself even more time on certain routes so I'm not getting into a window too fast or too slow, watching film with my quarterback so I can understand where he would want me to be. You know, areas he struggled to throw in, we can avoid that, but I can still get there for you. So just trying to be as quarterback friendly as I can be and make sure we're on the same page.
Okay. What do you do outside of football?
I chill at the house, golf, bowl a little bit.
You golf?
I ain't no golf. I'm Tiger. Wish he could. I'm not Tiger Woods. Now. I wish I could putt and do all that. Them boys out there shooting 5 under. I ain't doing all that. I'm like, take me 5 to hit just to put it in. But I'm gonna go have fun. Like, you know, it's controlled chaos. You know, you frustrated, but you can't get mad. Pull a muscle in your back trying to hit the ball. So it forces me to stay calm and just swing. Just have some fun.
That's Tiger wish he could instead of Tiger would. Tiger wish he could.
Yeah.
He's refreshing, I'll tell you that. He ain't just, oh yeah, well I'm going to work hard every day and I just want to thank my parents for he ain't that. He is going to give you a good soundbite. That's cool. Keon Coleman is going to be, I hope he plays well because I want him to be around for a while because we're going to get a lot of gold out of him. There's no question about that. He's just real. That's all he is. We got a featured restaurant highlighting every week. It's Highway Cantina this week in Edo, a great Tex-Mex destination before and after ball games, certainly for Cinco de Mayo. Thanks to Highway Cantina, our featured restaurant this week. And this weekend, Insperity Invitational is featured in the city. We got the best champion tour players here. Hopefully they're going to be able to play. I mean, we got how many weather alerts have we gotten already? So it's bad. It's bad out there. Hopefully it gets better and we can play, but we need golf every weekend here. We need a whatever pro tour every week here. That's what we need. And we've got them, and the other guys got great weather. And the Champions Tour, the older guys, are getting ripped off by the weather, okay? Getting screwed with discrimination. Weather discrimination is happening here. So that kind of sucks. Your Astros won last night, 8-2. Lance was there, didn't know any of the scores or what happened, but he did have a bad pizza. We know that.
No, I was there to watch the game, but I was talking with friends I hadn't seen for a while, so I was doing that too. I was thinking Eric Getty gave up 3, but he just gave up 2. Because it was almost, I was thinking of the quality start because he almost got to the quality start.
5 2/3.
He was pretty good. You know, they barreled him up 1 inning, pretty good. But other than that, for the most part, he was doing well with the swing and miss stuff. You know, his strikeout per 9 is over 12. It's weird to see a player with the numbers he has. He's got a strikeout to 9 that's over 12 per 9. But his whip is really high. His ERA came down in the 8s yesterday. But, you know, for his whip to be like at 2 and for his strikeout per 9 to be 12.9, that's a lot of swing and miss. And granted, he's had a limited amount of starts, but he's got strikeout stuff. He does a good job of changing speeds. Has to just get a little better with ball placement. I think that's the main thing. But I think he's got a real chance to overtake Hunter Brown in terms of usage. Hunter's just so bad right now. He did get 3 now I say that, but Hunter Brown just got 13 out of 14 in a row. He got 13 out of 14 out after a terrible first inning.
I'm putting that more on Joe Espada. He should have gotten the kid out of the game, feeling good about himself, could carry over to the next game. He would feel much better. But you shouldn't. First of all, yeah, he was running pretty good. So you bring him out for the 6th inning. But once he gives up the triple, get him out of there. Then he gives up the homer. Then he gets an out, and then he gives up, and then he walks on. I mean, you got it. Joe, have a better feel for it. Even Dusty would have never left him out that long. The triple would have been it for Dusty. I'm sorry, I'm done.
The coin has spoken.
So, but now, in all fairness to Joe Espada, Dusty didn't have Sean Dubin waiting all the time. Nothing. No disrespect to Sean Dubin, but
no, it doesn't sound like any.
No. You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
I really would like to see an outing where Sean Dubin didn't give up runs. That'd be great. Okay, I think that'd be great.
Well, he should be pitching for Sugarland.
Yeah, you're right.
That's the issue.
That is the issue. And once
it ain't his fault.
Listen, once the rotation comes back,
he didn't ask to come in.
Once you get it, because it looks like Urquidy is making his way back. Javier's going to do a stint where he's going to throw a couple of outings. So eventually they're all going to come back. Now that trickles down into the bullpen where you're going to be able to, maybe Hunter Brown goes to, maybe JP France comes back, goes to the bullpen. Maybe Eric Getty moves into the bullpen. Whatever the case may be, absolutely, there's going to be a trickle-down effect when you get your starters back. And hopefully it'll be a good trickle-down effect. And instead of the Sean Dubins, no disrespect to Sean Dubin.
Well, I mean, it feels a little disrespectful. He's the one catching all of the slander coming from you right now.
Well, no, I mean, the beard thing he's got
what's
going on.
What's with the beard?
What's wrong?
What's wrong? What?
I don't know. I don't
I'm
need
not
that.
picking at Sean Dubin. He didn't ask to be in this spot. I think he likes being here.
Well, yeah, he wants to be. He wants to
it's
be
like
on the
third
major.
quarterback. I want to be here. I don't want
to have to get out there.
I don't want to have to
he wants to hold the clipboard, is what you're saying?
I would, if I were him. I'd want to be that guy in the bullpen that you only go to in long relief, and long relief when we're down big.
Yeah,
I want to basically be a catcher who pitches, but a pitcher.
In fairness, he started with a runner on second last game. The game before, he pitched it well.
Well, he got out of
that.
He got out of that one game with just one run scored, which is like a miracle. Bases loaded, no outs, and he gets out with one run.
Yeah.
I consider that a win for Sean Dubin. We miss Nerys a little bit here.
Dubin's like, hey, talk about Bregman.
Hey, what
Keep
about
talking
get back
about
on
Bregman.
Breggy?
Hey, that guy in the commercials.
What about Jordan?
Jake? What about Jake?
Hey, Jordan's not
McCormick
great either.
hasn't done anything this year.
Jordan,
He's
Breggy.
I know.
But hey, he better get back because Dr. Loperfito's not doing all that. I mean, he's not doing good. He's 2 for 9. He's not doing great yet, but we'll see.
If he gets one base hit in his next at bat, he's
But John Singleton is making it so Dr. Loperfito can't even get on first base. So
he's a left fielder right now. He's not bad either.
No, he's not
got
bad.
an arm like I don't think
he made a great play.
He can play first base, but I think the Astros are preparing him to be the first baseman.
Well, here's the deal: if Jake keeps hitting and Dubon keeps hitting, then there ain't room for any of them.
I mean, is Jake hitting really?
Yes,
he's like in the low 200s.
No, he's not.
Jake Myers?
Jake. You know Jake Myers, that guy.
Yeah, go take a look.
Yeah,
unless it went up 40 points yesterday from when I was there when he's hitting 211.
When you're eating that undercooked pizza.
Yeah,
he's at 226.
I ain't hitting.
Well, what's his OPS? It's
765.
Yeah, 765. He's
that's
fifth
right.
on the team.
That's all right.
That's more about the rest of the team.
No, but still.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's fifth on the team.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it is amazing how our 17 numbers.
Tallest little person, but it's still.
Listen, he was
one of the tallest.
It used to be that like 700 was a disgusting OPS for the Astros.
No.
Now it's not that bad. I'll take 800 is pretty
would
rare.
Would you rather
now.
have Jake Myers at the plate right now in a game situation or Jordan?
Jordan.
Really?
I'm staying with
because
history.
Jordan has not done crap lately.
This is easily the most.
What about Bregman?
Del, can you mark when he just asked that question? The most disrespectful thing he said in at least 4 years is, "Would you rather have
this guy?"
Jake?
No.
I've been a lot
you mean
more
Astros related or other stuff?
I've been a lot more
that's true. This probably it may not hit
right
top
now.
10.
Jake has got a better chance of hitting.
John would rather have Jake Myers up than Jordan.
Right now, he's got a better chance of getting a hit. Jordan looks lost at the plate, dude.
I'll take lost Jordan versus
Captain Pop Out is
Jake.
Also
Captain Pop Out.
That's what he is.
That's what he is.
It's what he is. Pop Tart.
Wow.
Yeah. That's what? Am I saying? Am I lying? Am I
no,
lying?
you lying, you dying, and he's not dying.
Game situation.
If John's lying, John's dying, and I see him fully alive right now.
We can only hope, right?
No, John's fully alive right now.
Is Bregman Cuban? Because we've got Jordan Abreu.
No.
Bregman?
It's not just
Are
No,
we sure?
Dubon?
Cubans. We're
Wait,
putting
no,
this
no,
on
no.
Cuba?
Dubon's not Cuban.
Wait a minute. You're putting the Astros' woes on Cuba?
No, I'm just saying all the Cuban players not so great.
Dubon is Cuban.
No, he's not.
No.
Isn't Dubon Cuban?
How about you learn your team?
Yeah.
Wait, who are the Cubans?
No,
oh,
he's
no,
the
it was
only one.
Yuli.
He's the only one that's ever come from what country? Is he
Honduras.
from? Honduras.
That's right.
Yeah.
But he and Jordan have their thing, but it's not a Cuban thing. So it's, yeah, that's right. It was Yuli. The Cubans were Yuli, Jordan, and who was the other Cuban?
Is Abreu a Cuban?
Yes, Jose Abreu.
Jose Abreu, but before Abreu, there was another Cuban.
Isn't there a pitcher? No?
I thought we had a pitcher that was Cuban. Probably.
Oh, that's disrespectful. Dell's like, oh, no one knows.
I didn't say, that's what you said. I said, I don't know.
831 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 live from almost at the Insperity Invitational, where you can still get your tickets and get on out there and watch the guys play this weekend. InsperityInvitational.com. Hey, how about this? I've talked about this before, that Free Reign Coffee, they love first responders, the military. How about this? They're going to honor the military right now before Mother's Day. They are honoring the Military Spouse Appreciation Month. May is Military Spouse Appreciation Month. At Free Reign Coffee, we recognize that spouses and parents of active duty members make a significant sacrifice with their loved ones are deployed. That's why this Mother's Day, we're giving active military members a chance to send a free bag of coffee to their spouses and mothers. How about that? A free bag of coffee. Okay. Free, nice job. Free. Who else is doing anything like that? A free bag of coffee just because you're the spouse of someone in the military, because they recognize the sacrifice that you make. That's the kind of company the Free Reign Coffee is. I love that about them. You know what? And you know what? It's the first time that I got on a conference call with them, they were talking about this kind of stuff, and they love the first responders. They love nurses. They love teachers. They love all of that stuff. That's America, okay? This is San Angelo, Texas we're talking about, which is right in the heart of America now. If you're looking for the best way to get up and get after it every morning with a wonderful taste of Free Reign Coffee, pick which one you like. I like Texas Pecan, but you pick which is best for you at 975coffee.com, 975coffee.com. Put in promo code ESPN20 for 20% off.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So the weather has put the kibosh on a morning start for the Insperity, and it's actually got, they get more today over there, for those of you that signed up for our occasional invitational, that's at risk right now for Tuesday because they got bombarded yesterday. So Woodlands and Porter, they got hit pretty hard. And so we'll see whether or not we're going to be able to play. We'll keep you updated on that whole thing. So we just stay tuned. Everybody is really excited. We're going to be playing at Highland Pines. Going to be up there. Dell can't wait to get up there. You're going to be gone next week, so you're not going to be there, Lance. And I know you found out, you guys are going up to Porter and you wanted to go, but now you're not going to be able to. I think they have great Frisbee golf courses up there too. So I don't know.
If you want, I can check it on UDisc.
Yeah, see what's going on up in Porter for.
Oh wait, I'm not going to be able to because I don't care right now.
You're not going to be able to because you just don't care right now.
No. So we've got Astros win. They're now 11-20. It's going to take a stretch now to get back in business. It's a nice win. Spencer Arrighetti for the most part, did a good job. He had that one inning dust up, and then he had to be taken out because it started getting a little bumpy again, but they got out of it. And the Astros, with a little help, honestly, they had plenty of left on base for more than half the game until they exploded in what was that, the 6th or the 7th? I think it was, the 7th. I mean, the Astros were in some trouble before then. They couldn't get men home. And Alex Bregman was the number one culprit again with double pop-outs.
That's the first win that they've had trailing after 6 innings.
No way.
Yeah.
For the whole year?
Yeah.
Double pop-outs by Bregman, one with the bases loaded, one with first and third. They were having a hard time pushing runs home, and then they got the wild pitch that helped push one home. They had a fly out that should have been an error. I mean, it was a triple for Pena that should have been an error. The center fielder dropped it. Then he knocked another ball away when he tried to make a sliding catch, missed it. Then he hit it with his glove, and Jake Myers got a triple out of it. You had some real wild pitch / pass ball that turned into a run. You had Jeremy Pena hit with the pitch again, second time this series, with the bases loaded, that forced a run in. And the Guardians were their own worst enemies in some regards, but you did have Altuve with 3 hits again this year. He's done it again. He continues to hit. You had Yainer Diaz come through with a base knock in a critical situation. John Singleton had a home run, which was nice. Kind of blew the door. Kind of took over the game once you had the home run by Jonathan Singleton. It wasn't a long home run, but it was a home run. It was a home run nonetheless.
It was
and the bullpen did their job.
It was a high one.
Seth Martinez did his job, and they ended up doing their job. Seth's numbers are pretty good. They're better than you would think. He's got a sub-1 whip, and he's ERAs in the 2s. Like he had a rough start, but has actually really settled down after that. So it was a good win for the Astros. You beat a good team, and you're going to beat them for the series, which is nice. So the Houston Astros they just have to make it up. You think about this, John. If you win 60% of your – Chris brought this up. You said, if you win 50% of your road games and 60% of your home games, you're going to you got a good chance to make the playoffs, more than likely. 60% of your home games is going to be 48 games. So if you go 48 and 34 at home, which is 48 and 81. So it'd be 48 and 33. You're going to be in good shape, and then
that's 15 games over 500. Yeah,
you're for sure going to win.
This team's going to win 15 games.
No. But 48 wins at home, and then 41 wins. You're talking 89 wins.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, that's not a ton.
But this team is not. It
that's
sucks
not
at home.
I'm making
it's actually probably going to be the opposite.
I'm making a point. This is why we have to stop acting like, well, it's still early or whatever. Think about this: if you win just 40% of your games at home, you have to win 60% on the road to finish 500,
Right.
to finish 81-81. Who's winning 60% on the road? That's extremely hard.
Yeah,
and if
so
you
was
do
last
it,
year.
that's like the only time that they were the best on the road in
Yeah.
baseball, right?
Yeah.
That's an outlier. That's not something you can rely on. You've got to get to a minimum of 50% at home.
Well,
a minimum, and even then, that's not going to cut it. more
Well, and
likely.
they've already been swept in Chicago. They were swept. What happened? Did they lose 2 out of 3 in Washington? Or did they win 2 out of 3? Whatever. They're not the same road team as they were last year. They're just not the same team. Period.
Well, no, yeah,
right. So I mean, So already on the road, they were 2-2 in Texas. They got swept in Kansas City. They lost 2 out of 3 in Washington. Got swept by the Cubs. Yeah, they're not winning 60% this year on the road. So there's a reason that they're 11-20 right now. There's a reason. Because they've sucked at home and they sucked on the road. They're equally suck, okay? They've equally sucked for everybody. Chandler Rome wrote a piece, and he's really crushing them. He's really crushing them today in the Athletic. But get some guys back healthy and then come up with a clutch hit once in a while. That would be great.
Well, you're 6 down in the standings in the division. You won 4 of your last 5, right?
Sure would be nice to beat Seattle this weekend.
Well, you really need to, because you can't afford to get down. I mean, you need to. It's a 3-game set, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to have to take 2 out of 3. You need to take 2 out of 3. You right now you just need to win series. Just try to stack some winning series together. You got 2 in a row now, if we're going to count Mexico City, a 2-game series. So you got those 2. And you really need to win that Seattle series. That's going to be important. You don't want to get behind. God forbid you get swept and you end up 9 back. You cannot really afford to do that. You're 5-10. You're 6-10 at home, 5-10 on the road. I think the goal is to get to 500 at home, get to 500 on the road. That's a short goal you get to. Try to get to 500 on both of those, and you'll be, once you get to 500 baseball, it's a new game for the Astros, especially if they perform well against the Mariners. The Mariners are 3 games over 500. The Mariners, if you win 2 out of 3, you pick up a game on the Mariners, that's fine. But you just want to make sure you stay within striking distance. They're the pace horse, and you just have to be ready to close.
They got to start winning series.
You just have to close like you did previously. But you can't have a closing kick until you get in position. You're not in position. You're right. You got to win series.
Yeah, you got to win series.
Position. And you got to win at home. You got to win at home.
Yeah, they don't.
But you have 2 in a row.
They're not about that life.
Yeah, they're about that.
They're not about that winning at home life.
Do you know that Tony, our guy, Concept Mayhem, broke down Alex Bregman's numbers pre and post marriage?
I saw that, and I don't want to.
They're just numbers, John. It's just
I'm
data.
not getting
Don't
into
be
a
afraid
man's
of data.
personal life.
I know.
Okay?
He just made an observation. He just thought it was different. He just thought it was weird.
Yeah. Yesterday.
You're better after your marriage.
I am after my second marriage. Absolutely.
That's his first.
This is his first. We all know about that. So here's the deal. I'm not talking about another man's marriage. That's.
I'm not either. He looked at numbers.
The numbers are not good. There's no question. They're not good post marriage. Air team was at my house yesterday. As a matter of fact, they were checking. They do an evaluation, which other guys do. Other guys don't. They just let's get in and out of there. Let's put in whatever you want to do. Put in a 1-speed or 2-speed or multiple speeds, whatever the case may be. Let's get in, get out, and do. They have been to my house a couple of times now, looking at the units that I have and assessing what my best. Not only is there's air quality that you need to deal with in your home, especially here in the city of Houston. If your allergies are bad, they can help you tremendously there. Air Team is going to do the stuff, the simple stuff, the little stuff that the other air conditioning companies are just not going to do. They got a 4.6 star Google rating. Over 140,000 AC systems installed. Let me tell you that again. Over 140,000 AC systems installed. They've been doing this for over 35 years. They speak English, Spanish, Russian, Farsi. You know what? They're going to get it done at your house and do the best job they possibly can. Forrest was at the house with Steve yesterday measuring the height and everything, and they're going to tell me the tonnage that I need, and we're going to get that job done. 24-hour emergency service as well. You need air conditioning help. And by the way, have them come out and look at your air conditioners to make sure that they're running well before all this heat gets here this summer. 713-956-8326, 713-956-8326, or go to Airteam Ltd, airteamltd.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Live at the Insperity Invitational, almost live from there, because, well, we didn't go out there because of the rain.
Now we can't talk about the rain anymore. Lance, well, he did. He just did something Lance would normally do. He stole something from me.
Tatiani to him.
He stole something from me.
What?
Someone kindly brought me drinks, energy drinks, because I get up early for the show.
So do I.
And I do get up early. That's not
So
a
do
lie.
I. We all
and then
get
you
up early,
opened up the packaging and took one of my drinks.
The packaging's already open because you got one in there.
Well, I haven't drank it yet, but you stole it from me.
Somebody brought something up for the station. It's there on the.
It's not for you. It's for me.
It's there on the station
You drink
table.
coffee anyway. Why do you need an energy drink?
Because I need energy.
No, you don't. You have your coffee. So you just stole that from me.
But this is vegan.
I had free reign. I don't need it.
Yeah, you don't need
this
it.
This says vegan, gluten-free, and also something else.
That's not the point. The ingredients.
It's got B12 and B4.
The ingredients aren't
This
the
is what
point.
I was hoping for.
That's
John, I just told
B12
John the other
today?
day I needed B12 today.
Yeah, you did tell me a little earlier.
The ingredients aren't the point. The point is you stole it.
It's kind of true. But
borrowed.
it's not really stealing if it's from you. If it's
What do you
somebody
mean?
brought it up.
You mean I don't have any? I don't own anything?
No, you don't own that. Did you buy it?
It was given to me.
Did you buy it?
It was given
Does
to
it
me.
have your name on it?
Yeah.
So when Wendy buys you something, it's no longer yours.
Does Wendy put it on the table for everyone to take?
It's not for everyone to take.
Yeah. Does Wendy just put John's clothes there?
It's not for
And just
everyone
say,
to take.
well, here it is, John.
This is your problem. You see something and then you take it when it doesn't belong to you.
It's on a community sharing
In fact,
table.
you already knew
It's
it
on the
belonged to
sharing
me.
table.
You knew it belonged to me, and that's why you took it.
Did you think that all that food from Highway belonged to you? No, it's to share.
I was told I could have some, so I didn't take. I took some. But if someone tells you it belongs to them, you're still going to take it?
Yeah, but you said it. And you say things like that.
No, I don't. I don't just say stuff belongs to me when it doesn't. Stop lying. Admit what you are, a thief and a scoundrel.
Well,
thief and a scoundrel.
Well,
are we in the 30s?
I don't know that's inaccurate.
Are we in the 1930s?
I could call you other things, but this is
Sir, admit to yourself and before this congregation that you are a thief and a scoundrel.
I mean, if it wasn't the FCC, I would call you other things, but I can't do that.
Daniel
I
Day-Lewis
admit
would
that
say,
I am a thief and a scoundrel.
You're both.
Scoundrel.
You're both. And a
I've
liar.
abandoned my boy Dell. I've abandoned my boy, bastard in a basket.
Don't
I've
call me
abandoned
that.
Dell at the Home Depot.
Don't call me that. I wasn't abandoned. I never made that trip. You're a liar, a thief, and a scoundrel.
I abandoned him at the airport.
It wasn't. Once again, that wasn't me. That was my brother.
I wish it would have been you, because then I wouldn't have to listen to you complain about getting a
And you
shared
also wouldn't
drink.
have the drinks if it was me.
Plus, this is cherry twist. Like, that's a great flavor, and I might actually, do endorsements for them. This is
I don't
actually,
think I've ever seen an iller fitting hat than what you have on right now.
No,
It
It
is.
does-
It's like
it
a
does fit
choo-choo.
ill.
It looks like you're
Yeah.
an engineer.
I'm trying to get that guy's job.
McSmoky Pants?
Mr. Smoky Pants, who all he does is wave his arms in the air and puts his
Dale
hand
don't
to
know
his
about
ear.
that. He don't go to the games.
I've seen him before.
We all know that
they
guy.
do put him on TV.
Yeah, I've been
What's
to games.
his real name? I've called him Smoky Pants for over a decade. It's the
More.
guy who drives the pumpkin.
Since they opened
more
it.
since they opened it.
Yeah.
Well,
Remember,
but he's not been the same guy up
No,
there.
but he's a different Mr. Smoky Pants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just the guy who drives the pumpkin train or whatever.
Right.
Well, he just sits up there and tells you to make noise. We've had arguments about how much he makes for the last 3 years. Friends of mine, I thought it was about maybe $300 a game.
No chance.
Because he's there for about 4. Yeah, and then I was told,
His name is Bobby Dynamite?
I don't think
What's his name?
Bobby Dynamite?
No.
No, we're not calling
I'm looking
him
at his official Twitter account.
We're not calling him Bobby
He's
Dynamite.
Bobby Dynamite.
That's a nickname for a cool person. You don't get that. Bobby Dynamite.
Bobby Dynamite. Mr. Smoky
I might
Pants
call him
is
Hot
way...
Dog King or something, or Glizzy. But the Gliz.
No, I'm looking at his
that a bad
profile.
thing to call
Don't
people?
call him the Gliz.
Okay.
No.
What else?
Because
No, he's not. We're not calling him Bobby.
isn't that a
Dynamite.
hot dog?
This is
Yeah.
it's a Glizzy. Bobby Dynamite. That's his name.
No,
That's not his name.
We're not calling
His
him
name
that.
is Mr. Smoky
That's like a
Pants.
cool nickname. He's not cool.
He's got a
Mr.
cool nickname.
Underalls or something.
Yeah, he
Overalls.
wears overalls. He's not Bobby
Under-
Dynamite.
Well-
Bobby Dynamite sounds like a Harlem rapper.
The man has over 20,000 followers, and his name is Bobby
he has
Dynamite.
20,000 followers,
What?
Yes.
For what? What is it? That's all he does.
He also tweets and drives a train.
and he gets people hyped up. Do you think he has
is
another?
a hype train.
He's a hype train. But do you think he has another job?
Oh, yeah.
But he has to. What time do you think he has to be at the park? I think he gets there at 6:15, has a dinner that he's provided, and then gets up in his train.
They don't provide him dinner.
100% he
He's
gets
got to
to
pay
eat.
for it. No, in the
He's
There's
gotta
no
pay
chance
for
he has
it.
to pay for his
Yeah,
own
yeah,
dinner.
yeah.
He's an employee of the company.
Yeah, they pay
The
for it.
employees don't
They
pay for their own.
dinner. Yeah.
Media
They
does.
media does, but the employees, they write it down and probably at half price. They're not going to feed them every night. No chance.
Why not?
No.
Restaurants do.
No, you're not feeding
You
them
get
every night.
family meals. Why would you not feed your employees?
Well, who feeds their employees every night? Nobody.
Well, but Jim
I watch The
Crane
Bear.
has.
They
Come
feed
on,
'em.
that's different.
No.
Like not all of them, not the orbit
you
girls,
get 'em
not
at
the
a
girls
discount?
who throw.
Even if you work at a restaurant, you get a $5 meal. If you work at Tamara's or something,
sometimes you get free food at restaurants.
Well,
sometimes.
yeah, sometimes, but no, for the most part, it's
Hold on a
you're
second.
going to eat a dinner.
Well,
it's
I can tell you
$5.
this: if this guy's getting paid less than if this guy, and these are only guesses,
He
like-
gets $100 a game.
there's just no way he gets $100 a game. That's it.
That's it.
$100
What do you want?
a game.
He gets
He's there for like 4
he
hours.
gets
Some
to
games go
he
long.
sits on a train and he goes like this. That's it.
Yeah, but it's $25 an hour. You think he gets with no? He has to pay for his own food.
Why would you pay him more than minimum wage?
He's because he gets
Who
people.
takes
hyped.
that job for minimum wage?
What do you mean? He
Drives
gets to go
it-
to every
Honestly.
game.
So what?
Honestly.
Baseball's not that great.
Now,
He
John does
thinks
have a
so.
point. John does have a point. You could find people to do his
Oh,
job
are
for
you
minimum
kidding?
wage.
Uncle Freddie
Free-
would do that every night.
100%.
100%.
Well, we're not going to
100%.
take what Uncle
And
Freddie
he'd be better.
does.
Uncle Freddie be better.
Doing what? Driving
Yeah,
a train?
Uncle Freddie would be better.
Doing what?
Uncle
Waving
Freddie
his
would
arm?
give
Freddie
people-
would be-
Uncle
he'd be-
Freddie would do some kind of dance.
No,
Yeah,
but
he would do a
the
dance.
Astros are-
He would twerk.
See, you guys think the Astros are looking for that?
Uncle Freddie would twerk.
Yeah, they would like some.
The Astros.
Oh, Uncle Freddie 100% would get people hyped.
You think if the Astros told him to do something else, he wouldn't do it? They want him to do
He
that
can't.
arm waving
He's got
thing.
no moves. He's got no
that guy
moves.
has no move.
He has
Bobby
zero
Dynamite.
moves.
He's got nothing.
his
He's
name is-
got arms
That's all
up
he's
and
got.
he's
That's all
got
he
the
brings
ears.
to the
No. His name is Bobby Dynamite. He's got moose.
He's
No,
got-
he doesn't. And our guy Uncle
Wait a
Freddie
minute.
once put on a chicken suit and went out to 6'10".
The Astros aren't looking for that.
And Westheimer in a chicken suit. He just did it himself.
He would do the John Travolta
You're
Saturday Night
mistaken.
Live dance.
You
up
guys
there.
think the Astros
Freddie
are
would bring the
looking for a
floss
guy?
back. Freddie would bring the
People
floss
would,
back.
yeah.
The Astros aren't looking for a guy to draw attention to himself.
Yeah,
they're
just
not?
a couple arm waves.
They're
That's
not?
it.
Yes, go,
Get everyone
go.
hyped.
No.
People, but then they're doing it wrong. If they don't want somebody to bring attention to themselves,
The game is
that
what's
position
important.
deserves to be paid more, and it deserves, honestly, more energy. I hate to try to run Bobby Dynamite out of a job, but if he's not getting a meal out of this, then he's getting suckered.
Yeah.
If he gets paid $100 a game, but it is true that you
eat
could
before
find
you get
somebody who
there.
would do it for free because they get free tickets to the game.
Yeah, they get to watch every game.
Yeah, I think my
I mean, it's not
sister-in-law
the
might do it
greatest
for free.
angle up on top of the track.
My sister-in-law loves the Astros. She might be up there going to
There's
games.
1,000 people.
Yeah.
10,000 people that would do it for
So
free.
you think $100?
Yeah, but do they look good in
See,
overalls?
I do know I'm way. I thought it was $300, and that's off. That's too much. I don't know why I thought it'd be $24,000 a year to be a hype man.
No.
Like Flavor Flav made more than that.
He ain't making no $25,000, $24,000. There's no chance. No chance.
150.
No, not even that. Here's what we're doing. We're going to talk to Nick tomorrow. Is it tomorrow? Tomorrow. He's one of my peeps. So he's the
And you
tracking
can't pronounce his last name, but he's one of your peeps?
He's got an O at the end.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow or tomorrow, whatever.
How? Isn't today Friday?
Yes.
It's not tomorrow. We're talking to Nick tomorrow.
What's the matter with him?
I thought he was
He's
saying
so-
tomorrow.
He's Stu Nuts. That's what's wrong with
Stu
him.
Nuts.
We're talking to Nick tomorrow.
He's Stu Nuts. That's what's
Well,
wrong
we're
with him.
not on the radio tomorrow.
We're going to get
Bag of doorknobs in
We're
his
going to
head.
give you the winners for the Kentucky Derby next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, Lance is going to talk a little jewelry.
I'm talking about Zadok Jewelers. Mother's Day comes up next Sunday. This is a great opportunity for you to show your mom, show your wife, your baby mama. I don't care who it is, that special woman in your life who has raised you or raising your children, how much you love them. And the best way to do that is go to Zadok Jewelers, where they are going to have memorable gifts. These are gifts that are going to stick with her for a lifetime. And we're talking about necklaces, tennis bracelets. They have very special features and designs. They have the very biggest designers as well, so you can get the most exclusive designs and the ones that are hottest right now. But whether it's a necklace, a diamond pendant, or you're getting something that you just want to stand out, they've got it for you at Zadok. They've got 28,000 square feet of store, and it's a 2-story store, and everything that you could possibly want to find is in there. And it's high quality, terrific craftsmanship, and a sales staff that is there to educate you and help you along the way. I promise you, you'll walk in, you'll be intimidated early on, and that goes away almost immediately once you meet the staff. It's Zadok Jewelers, ZADOK.com, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, over 4 decades off of Post Oak, and they are here for you at Zadok Jewelers.
Hey, time to talk about HR&P. Time to talk about your business. Listen, if you're looking for the best way to save some money, if you're looking for the best way to get your payroll to your people, and it doesn't matter what it is, we've got all different ways. We got salaried people here. We got hourly people here. We got commissions here. We got all kinds of different ways to pay the people. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. HR&P has the technology. It doesn't matter how many branches you have in your business. It doesn't matter how many employees you have in your business. It doesn't matter how many states you're in. They're going to do it. They're going to do it perfectly. And other states have, state income tax. They'll deal with that. There's all kinds of. Listen, they're great. They're local though. They're here, so you get to talk to them. You will meet them. You will interact with them. They'll be. I'm telling you, they're on top of everything here. We see them all the time. It's just a great business and local. Okay, so not a huge national conglomeration that is just trying to make as much as they possibly can off of you. They're going to do a great job for you every time. HR&P, we love them. You'll love them too. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. All right, welcome back. We wish we were out at the Insperity Invitational, but you can get out there this weekend, InsperityInvitational.com. You can also get out to Sam Houston Race Park. As a matter of fact, I was thinking about that. I'm going to have all the kids in, and we're going to go out to the racetrack that weekend and enjoy a wonderful night of gambling at Sam Houston Race Park. And joining us right now is the voice out there. It's Nick Tamero, who's joining us here, one of my people, joining us here, and one of Reagan Swinbank's people. He said, hey, talk to Derby. I said, we're going to with Nick. He said, oh, that's my man.
Reagan had a big win last night. Yesterday.
Did?
Yeah. His horse won yesterday.
No kidding.
Yeah, his horse, Reagan told a friend of ours, and a friend of ours did
Good
well.
for you, Reagan. Nice
job. Did well, yeah.
Yeah, he's got some nice horses. Nick Tamero is joining us here. Huh, Nick? You know Reagan well. Nick there? I don't hear him. I don't hear any Nick.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, here I am. Sorry about that. Reagan, Reagan's a great guy. That was quite a scene at Churchill Downs. Reagan's new silks debuted. His A&M maroon, and the jockey put a cowboy hat on as they came into the winner's circle. So Reagan is ubiquitous, obviously, known all around town without question. So it's great to see Houston guys doing a little big work at Churchill Downs.
And listen, he's been representing Reagan. Has had a horse at the Derby before, and now we've got a couple of Texans, San Antonio businessman and Texas A&M, which Reagan is a Texas A&M guy. Texas A&M Board of Regent John Bellinger. He's got Just Steel, and we've also got Houston businessman Jerry Karoom. He's got Track Phantom. What kind of odds? What kind of chances do these two horses have?
Yeah, so both are long shots, but obviously the Derby's a race that often goes to a bit of an underdog. We've seen some big prices win over the years. Track Phantom was a horse that was really well regarded coming into 2024, and as the distances got longer, he struggled a little bit more. He's a horse with a lot of early speed. He's also trained by Texan and the all-time winningest trainer, not only at Sam Houston Race Park and Lone Star Park within Texas, but also in the game itself. Steve Asmussen, who's a Hall of Famer, he trains Track Phantom, so he's obviously got a lot of good human connections on his side. Just Steel is trained by Dwayne Lucas, who was probably the most famous trainer in the game for quite some time until Bob Baffert came along. But Lucas is a 4-time winner of the Kentucky Derby. So, yeah, definitely some good human connections in play. And ironically, Steve Asmussen's son, Keith, is riding Just Steel, and he's in his third year as a full-time professional jockey. So there's a lot of human story to go along with the equine part of it.
So, all right. So tell us about how do you like it? You like favorites this year? Tell us? Give us some insight into this race.
Yeah, the Derby's just too interesting a race to go with the favorites. I think you're obligated to try and find somebody that's going to be a decent price. I like Just the Touch, who has only run 3 times prior. He broke his maiden, which is a racing parlance for winning your first race. or winning for the first time, I should say. He did it in his debut at Fairgrounds over in New Orleans, and then was immediately thrown to the wolves and put in some graded stakes races that were preps for the Kentucky Derby, the first of which was the Gotham up at Aqueduct in March. It was run over a very sloppy track. He finished a good second. He came back and finished a good second in the Bluegrass, and he ran very close to the pace that day. The pace was extremely fast. He ended up staying on really well to finish second. So he comes in as a horse that looks like he's still got a lot of upside. He has a lot of early speed. He can be close. So that's who I picked. He's the 8 in the 20-horse field. The favorite is the 17 Fierceness, who won the Florida Derby this year, in addition to winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile last year, which made him the champion 2-year-old. That horse is generally the future book favorite for the Kentucky Derby. So Fierceness, despite having a bad start to 2024 when he lost the Holy Bull, bounced right back and won the Florida Derby, and certainly is coming into the Kentucky Derby looking awfully formidable.
Nick Tamaro from Sam Houston Race Park with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The race will go off at 5:57. Tell us about the day at Sam Houston Race Park and what happens.
Yeah, guys, it's really unbelievable. For a sport that has sagged in popularity over the years, the Derby has really increased in popularity. We've been sold out in terms of reserved seating at Sam Houston for quite some time, but still plenty of opportunities to come in and grab a spot amongst the myriad free spots that we have around the track. We're going to open the gates at 8, both today and tomorrow. They opened at 8 today. The first race from Churchill Downs is at 9:30 each day. Tomorrow, the first will be again at 9:30. Our first will be at 10:45. And we're going to run 12 live races that are spaced out time-wise to be basically right between races at Churchill Downs, so that you can take in the simulcast action and bet on our live quarter horse races. We have a hat contest that we're going to have registration open for between 1 and 3. The winner will be awarded around 5 o'clock, and you ought to see some of the stuff that ends up on these people's heads by the end of the day. It's not always by design. I kid, though. The hats are, of course, but we'll award the winner about 5 p.m. in the winner's circle. They'll get $500 for doing so. There's a couple of second and third place prizes as well. And it's just a great day. It's a great day to come out, drink mint juleps, and celebrate as much as you can from Houston.
So this is quarter horse season now, and in between the races at Churchill Downs, you're going to get it's today and tomorrow as well. Same thing.
Yeah, tonight we're going to run at 6:30. So we're going to run our usual night card tonight. Tomorrow we're going to run during the day to accommodate the Kentucky Derby card. So we run during the day on the Triple Crown days. So tomorrow we run at 10:45, and then we'll run at 1 p.m. on both Preakness and Belmont days, which will be May 18th and June 8th.
So you'll do the same thing for all 3 legs.
Exactly. We'll have the simulcast from the Preakness is run at Pimlico, and the Belmont this year is actually being run at Saratoga Racecourse in upstate New York. So we'll do, they start early those days. We're going to start at 1 on those particular days, and hopefully everybody has a good enough time tomorrow and leaves with a little cash. They'll make plans to come right on back.
How's the track? Sloppy? Give me a winner and give me a mutter.
The track at Churchill right now is sloppy. Yeah, they took a lot of rain overnight, and they're expecting things to dry out a little bit more later in the day. I'm guessing our track, if we were to run on it right now, would be something like pea soup. But we'll have some quarter horses that certainly can skip over it. They run pretty fast, so we'll have one, I think, that could definitely get the job done. If you're betting Sam Houston, 12th race tomorrow, I like the 9 Sister Eagle. Luis Vivanco is the jockey. He's up to about 17 wins at the meet already. We've only run 6 days, so he's won a lot of races so far. This filly's a second-time starter who I think can win the last race, and hopefully you can take that money and parlay it right into the Derby, which will be about an hour after that 12th race.
How long does this season last?
We're going to run until June 15th. So we have 25 quarter horse dates. Tonight is night number 7, so we're going to run from here on out Thursday, Friday, and Saturday evenings, with the exception, of course, of those Triple Crown days. So still plenty of time to get out. It's a fun place that's cheap, all things considered, in terms of live entertainment, and we'd love to have everybody out. Families are certainly welcome, and it's a great time. The quarter horses are fast, and you stand trackside, you get a real appreciation for what horsepower looks like.
Yeah, you get all that pea soup all over you too if you stand right there. That'll be great.
We'll let you stand close enough for sure.
No. So it is going to be sloppy out there, right? I mean, especially if we get more rain this afternoon here before you guys go off tonight. There's no question.
Yeah, if we get a little bit more, it will. Our track is heavily composed of Brazos River sand, so it dries really fast. But I would, hopefully if we get finally, if this rain stops, we'll get dried out hopefully by the evening time, and tomorrow we should be okay. It looks like it's supposed to be a much drier day, and the temperatures, they feel like they're creeping up a little bit too.
Just a $5 admission today and tomorrow Wear pink tonight in honor of Oaks Lily and in support of breast and ovarian cancer. Lily Oaks drink specials as well. Advanced wagering available on the entire Churchill Downs card. So you got that tomorrow. Gates will open at 8 a.m. And you'll have the betting from Churchill Downs and from Sam Houston Race Park. And that's good because I've been to the Derby before. It's a lot of time in between races, especially before the last race, Nick. So you got something. You'll have a race at Sam Houston in between those races at Churchill Downs.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got our cards spaced out perfectly so that we're pretty much right between. They end up spacing their races out so much towards the end of the day. I think there's a couple times where we run 2 races in between their races, but yeah, it does make the day go by quite a bit faster, and a mint julep or 2 certainly doesn't hurt.
Yep, and there'll be mint julep drink specials as well. The Derby hat contest, $500 for first place, so get a goofy hat and get on out there to Sam Houston Race Park this weekend. That's good stuff. We appreciate it. Congratulations to Reagan winning a big race. Nice. That's good stuff. We appreciate it, Nick. Thanks for joining us here, and I'll see you out there in a couple of weeks.
That sounds great. Definitely let me know. You guys are local radio legends. I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, see that, though? That's exactly right. And you see, Nick knows.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Tamaro right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Good stuff. Get on out there to Sam Houston Race Park. That's fun.
Local radio legends.
You know
How about local radio legends?
You know the thing about legends?
No, but
What, Del?
You're legendary because now currently you're washed.
See, there he is.
So
is Derrick Henry washed?
There's no better place to watch
Maybe.
it. There's no better place to watch.
It's fun. I've been there for a Kentucky Derby
because you got the Derby betting and you got the off track.
Yeah,
you got off track and you got the live betting. So that's good stuff. That's good stuff. You know what else is good stuff? Daspit Law Firm.
John Daspit is good stuff. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm fight for injured people. I remember hearing a story. It's terrible about a family who was the mother and father were killed in an accident, and was the kids. You know, the person who was in charge of who was taking care of the kids then had to reach out and in this story it talked about they got with a personal injury lawyer. It was not John Daspit. And unfortunately, they just did a terrible job. They left the family and the kids with so many needs, as both the parents were gone, the breadwinners were gone. And listen, if you ever experience a terrible injury due to someone else's negligence, John Daspit's the person to call. Loss of life. John has dealt with that many times, and with people who were, the breadwinners. And you have to account for that. The insurance needs to account for that, because we're talking about not only different hospital bills and things like that, but what is the family going to do moving forward? And that needs to be accounted for due to someone else's negligence. John Daspit fights hard in loss of life cases, in severe injury cases, and really any injury cases. He's going to make sure that your bills are paid, your pain and suffering is taken care of, and all of the additional concerns that may surround what has happened in that injury are definitely accounted for, and you're compensated for that. John Daspit's going to fight hard for you. There's 10 locations around the state of Texas, so no matter who you know in what area of Texas, John has you covered, and he's even extended into other states as well, so he may have you covered in those states. It's a name you can trust. He's extremely successful, and one phone call makes it all happen. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
Hey, time to talk about Bull Shirts. Time to talk about advertising your company or your business or your softball team, your bowling team, whatever team it is. How about trophies for your team, your little league team? What you need trophies for them. You need T-shirts. Do you want the coaching staff to have T-shirts with your team name on it or polos with the logo? Do you want hats? Do you want protective gear? There's one place to go. It's Bull Shirts. Bull Shirts has been around for over 40 years in the city of Houston. I know these guys. Love these guys. They're great. They've been doing this forever. They printed playoff and championship gear for the Astros and the Rockets. Guaranteed top-notch quality and service every single time. Screen printing, embroidery, promotional items, pop-up tents, golf accessories, coolers, lunch bags, backpack. It doesn't matter. If you got to put anything on, they've got it all. You can buy it there, or you can bring it in, and they'll do it for you, whatever the case may be. They've been there, done this. They've been doing it forever. They know the game, and when you do it this well and for this long, you're going to get a better price on it. Bull Shirts is a one-stop shop. Visit their website, bull-shirts.com, bull-shirts.com. Tell them that we sent you.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 33rd team put out its grades for the draft. Not everybody fared great. The Falcons are just catching it. I hope this works out. Now, I don't hope for an injury, but you're right. If Kirk Cousins gets injured, guess what? They got a pretty damn good backup. Pretty skippy.
Well,
and Kirk Cousins has gotten hurt before.
We think. We've had lots of first-round quarterbacks who weren't good backups. Zach Wilson wasn't a good backup.
But everybody seems to have gotten a B or a B minus or D for them. I mean, maybe they were right and maybe everybody else is wrong. How about that?
Well, yeah, we can't. You're giving grades to a test that hasn't been taken.
Right.
It's the dumbest thing. I hate grades. I mean, because your grade is based on what you think of a draft and not what guys have actually done, what they've accomplished. You could have an opinion and say what you like or don't like about a draft, but I hate putting grades on stuff.
Yeah.
I'm glad I don't have to do it anymore.
Right. What did you think of the Panthers? Leggett and then I like Jonathan Brooks.
Yeah,
I think
like
Jonathan
that pick.
Brooks is going to be.
I like that pick, even if Jonathan Brooks is not 100% this year. Like he's supposed to be healthy, but mentally, it may take him a little while with the coming back from ACL. I really like that pick. You're going to have to help Bryce Young. You needed to get a wide receiver. I think they need to get a little. I personally think they needed a tackle, and I'm not sure if they got a tackle, but I think you need to get better at running back with your running game. Chuba Hubbard's okay, but having two running backs here helps, and having a big ball winner in Xavier Leggett, that helps. So, yeah, I actually like what the Panthers did. I'm trying to remember the entire draft, but I remember being generally pleased with what Carolina did.
Yeah. No, I think Jonathan Brooks is going to be a really, really good
I like Jonathan Brooks a lot.
Yeah.
I know a lot of coaches did too. There's some who don't see the same amount of juice and all that stuff. But I think he's plenty fast getting through the line. He's really slippery in his hips, so he can, he's got the ability to really wiggle, go left and right at odd angles. He can make you miss. He can finish with a little bit of authority, and he can catch a ball in the backfield.
Speaking of running backs, apparently, Nick has always got his players' backs, but he says that Dameon Pierce has got a great attitude, and Dameon Pierce is going to make a contribution this year.
Dameon always has a great attitude. He's a really positive person.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that, but they're going to have to.
Well, do you think they can do anything that would help him? Maybe he just wasn't ready for this.
You can run gap scheme. I mean, that's what they ran before. You can run plays like that. That's not a problem. It's just he seemed hesitant last year. In general, he seemed hesitant.
There was nowhere to run.
Yeah, but there was for Devin Singletary.
Yeah. Yeah, well.
Now I'll say Kenyon Green is a pretty decent run blocker, and he played most of the previous year when he played well, when Dameon Pierce played well. I don't think they were very good. Titus Howard along the interior is not a great run blocker. Laramie Tunsil's really more of a pass protector than run blocker. You had a rookie in the middle there with Jarrett Patterson for half the year, a new free agent on the right side, and then you had George Fant take over on the right side whenever, what's his name, Titus Howard went down. So things weren't ideal for the running game.
No.
I'm hoping that he comes back and does better this year, but they drafted a running back out of Louisville who's a zone scheme back. They've got Ogunbowale, who's more of a special teams guy. Damian Pierce, hopefully they hit reset and they're not too biased and they give him a legitimate chance to be the number 2 back, hopefully. Because I liked it. He's a short yardage hammer. I like Damian Pierce.
If he's not, you can't get anything. I mean,
no.
But do you grab a 7th rounder for him? I mean, or 6th rounder? Maybe you get a 6th rounder?
I don't think you're more 7th. You have no leeway. Coming off a bad season. He's got 2 years in the books. He's got 2 years left. He
looked great the year before, though. Maybe he just needs a change of scenery with a new blocking scheme.
Yeah, but what'd you do for me lately? I mean, the Texans have no.
Well, you saved tread off the tire.
Yeah, but the Texans have no. He didn't have any in college either, so the Texans have no leverage. They'd have to take a 7th for him. I mean, maybe you get a 7th that turns into a 6th.
I'll tell you what. If I'm a team. That dude is going to be a short yardage guy.
Yeah, I think there's value.
He runs hard.
He just needs to play with more decisiveness. It was missing last year. It was harder to find the holes. Devin Singletary is more of a shifty guy with vision. I think the vision's pretty average with Damian Pierce. So if your vision is average, then sometimes you're less and you're not comfortable. You're going to be less decisive, and he's not fast enough. He didn't have enough burst to be indecisive. He's got to be decisive because he's kind of a slow runner relative to most short area explosion guys. So I think he's still got a chance, but I was kind of surprised they didn't use him in short yardage. I thought around the goal line that he would get carries, and they didn't even use him for carries around the goal line.
Well, once he destroyed Tank's year, then
that's not his fault. He was running hard between tackle.
No, I know, but I think that maybe he was punished after that.
He wasn't punished.
Well, it's Bobby Slowick should have been punished. Yeah.
No,
yes,
not
yes,
our Bobby Slowick.
Yes.
Stop. Tank shouldn't have gone in there.
Okay. I think Jawar Jordan's going to make a contribution this year.
Maybe. They drafted him, and it wouldn't be the first time that a zone scheme team drafted a running back in the 6th, 7th, undrafted free agents. Look at your boy Arian Foster. Well, Isaiah Pacheco, 7th round. Arian Foster, undrafted. Like it happens all the time. Jerick McKinnon back in the day with Alandis Gary. It happens all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. You might be right on that. And he is. I was going through my notes. I didn't love him. I had him as an undrafted free agent, a 7th round undrafted free agent, but he's a plant and go running back.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's zone
And
scheme.
Boy, when he gets into the secondary, holy crap. Wasn't nobody catching him.
Yeah, he's fast.
Wasn't nobody
well,
catching
he ran into 4.5s, but man, he's fast on tape.
Well, we thought by the way, 33rd team gave the Texans a B for their draft. Well, we think, you know what? Lassiter is definitely going to contribute, but is anybody else? You might see some catches out of Stover. You might see Kalen Bullock on the field. Jimmy Ward has been so hit or miss, and they switch out defensive backs anyway. I wouldn't be surprised at all, as long as he's smart enough to catch on to D'Amico's defense right away. That's a ball-hawking guy. That's the kind of guy you like. You're going to see Jamal Hill on special teams at the very least.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Every special team.
For sure. He runs a 4.41, so he can get down there fast, and he's very physical as a hitter. I think he's got tremendous potential as a linebacker. I think he's got I don't want to say Christian Harris potential, but he's only played linebacker 1 year. He was a safety. And so now you got a really fast guy who's physical, and he just has to learn angles, and he has to gain more confidence and experience and instincts around the line of scrimmage recognition. But I thought Jamal Hill, as soon as I saw him on tape, I'm like, holy crap, this guy could get a lot better if a team's willing to take a chance on him. And enough teams started bringing him in for top 30 visits that I realized, okay, he's getting drafted. And the Texans realized that too. They got him in a 6th.
Jamal Hill?
Yeah. That's good value for him. I thought he'd go 6-7. Those guys get drafted. Anybody who is a special teams guy, who's a linebacker and runs fast, they typically won't go any later than the 6th. And now, with kick coverage being more important than it has been maybe, in probably a decade, those special teams guys took on even more importance.
Good thing or a bad thing if Blake Fisher plays? I think it's a bad thing. I want to see Titus Howard for that money that you spent. Titus Howard's got the experience.
It's a really bad thing if Titus Howard's playing guard.
Well, he's not playing guard. He says in his bio, right? Instagram bio.
Okay, he said that.
Right tackle only.
He said that, but did Nick say that? Nick didn't say that.
It's D'Amico who's putting him on the field.
Well, D'Amico will play you where he wants to play you.
That's right.
That's why they drafted Blake Fisher. If we got a problem,
we
can solve it.
Right tackle only.
I'm glad what he said, but if we got a problem, we can solve it. We can solve it with this depth chart.
And you know what's the problem? Him playing guard.
We got a problem? Yeah,
no,
that's a problem.
That's a problem.
We got a problem? Because if we got a problem, now, truth be told, I'd rather him at right tackle than guard.
Yes.
I don't want him at guard.
No.
I've already seen it. He doesn't. He can't. He's not a run blocker.
I would like to see Blake Fisher not play this year, if you want to know the truth.
Fair, because if he does, someone's hurt.
Yep.
More than likely.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And he's a rookie. And guess what? He's going to make mistakes.
In a perfect world, Kenyon Green comes back focused, in shape, and ready to play, and looks better. And Juice Scruggs is your center, and you're pushing people around along the interior. In a perfect world. I just have so little confidence right now in Kenyon Green. The things I'd heard is he wasn't staying in shape. Now, this is last year, but he let himself go a little bit when he wasn't playing. There's questions about determination and how competitive he is, which these are things I did not even see any of these issues at Texas A&M. This is why this is so disappointing. I had a good grade on him. I was very excited about the Texans drafting Kenyon Green. And I think somewhere along the line, his confidence got really hurt. Same thing we saw with who was there before him, John, who came from Oklahoma State? Max, not Schmeling.
Oh, yeah, not Schmeling. Yeah, Max, what was his name?
Not Sullivan.
No. He was a big dude. It starts with an S. I forget. But go. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Max Sharping. So Max Sharping started off really well at left guard, and then his confidence got taken by the Baltimore Ravens, if I remember correctly, and he was never the same. And Kenyon Green that first year, his pass protection was terrible. He really, really struggled, and sometimes he got pushed back. And at that size, getting pushed back, you are not on your feet correctly, and you are not playing with good technique. So, in a perfect world, Kenyon Green makes it. But I'm just telling you, I think you have to operate with the understanding that Kenyon Green probably isn't going to become the player that you wanted him to. And then if he does, you're extremely happy. But I think you almost have to go into this expecting to be disappointed with him, set the bar low, and then be excited when he reaches that bar. I think that's how you operate. But for Kenyon Green, it's going to be about getting the body composition where it needs to be, and it's going to be about regaining his confidence and technique. These are all things that, this is all going to be how much work you're putting in. How important is it to you? That's what it's going to be.
That's it. Yep. All right. 713-780-37. We got one segment to go this week before we hit news of the weird coming your way next right here, or in two segments right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Jason makes a good point. Maybe we can get Ice Spice to drive the train. Well, what if Ice Spice was up there doing her act?
Will she do it for $100 a game?
Yeah, maybe.
No, she won't.
You don't know.
She'll do it for $100,000 a game.
100,000. We want Ice Spice for $100,000 a game.
Am I wrong, Dale?
He's not wrong. She's not.
She gets paid. She gets paid.
She's not going up there.
She might go do now.
You're not wrong.
Celebrities,
she'll do it for $100,000.
Yeah,
we ain't paying her that.
No, we're not even paying Kyle Tucker. So how are we going to pay Ice Spice?
No.
But if she would you like to see celebrities up on the train?
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I'd like that.
I think the fans would love that.
JJ? Oh, he'd go bananas.
If J-Lo got off there and was dancing up there?
Yeah. Well, we could make our own if we wanted to.
Right.
And it's going to, okay, Dua Lipa.
Dua Lipa would be awesome.
Yeah.
The way she was dancing in one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
What was it?
With her movie.
What was it? I can't remember. I didn't see it, but I remember she was in something.
Yeah, she was in, what was that?
Because you told me you're going to be back on Dua Lipa once you see this.
Argyle. Okay. It was one of the worst movies I've ever seen. ever.
It's on Apple TV right now if people
Is
want to
it-
see how
watch
bad
it.
it is.
Okay, there's a ringing endorsement for everybody.
Let me
No,
see
you're
what-
going to go. Me and my wife were looking at each other like,
Ooh, Rotten Tomatoes has
what are we doing
72%.
here?
Rotten Tomatoes gave it a somewhat
72%,
positive
but
score.
then Internet Movie Database had it 5.7 out of 10. The fans didn't like it as much.
5.7. That's high, bro.
I heard Dua Lipa was good, though.
Dua Lipa was great, but she was done right away. That scene, that was it.
I can just Google that.
I mean,
Big deal anyway.
We needed a lot more Dua Lipa in that movie. I think. Trust me.
We'll get her up on the train.
That's it. If she's up on the train, yeah. Let's talk about what you got to do. I know what you got to do. By May 15th, you're going to have to protest your taxes. Have you started about? Have you looked at it yet? Have you seen what the government wants you to pay in taxes? What they think your house is worth? I mean, they're ripping you off, bro. They are ripping you off. And this is not even. I've got to fight it. I'm doing it. I'm protesting. I can't. There's no possible way that I could pay. My house has increased that much in value in 1 year. But the government's going to do what they can get away with. A lot of people don't even look at it. Okay, that's what it's. And they don't even challenge. Well, that's dumb. You have got to protest this thing, guys. If you don't protest it this year, so much more than it's really worth, then they're going to do it again next year. And you're paying like an exorbitant amount on taxes that you should not be paying. Do not let the government jack you around and take your money out of your pocket. Go right now, ownwell.com. It's no stress, no investment. It's upfront, no costs, save or free guaranteed. If you don't save, you don't pay. They're experts. They got the best cutting-edge technology, hundreds of thousands of happy customers. 86% of Ownwell's customers save on the property taxes. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
What have we missed today? Kirby Smart. Pay that man his money.
Speak on it.
I mean, I was worried about Kirby's money, but now I'm better.
Now you feel better?
Yeah, I feel better about it.
How about the fact that the NCAA may be in line to have to pay $2.7 billion in damages potentially to students who are not allowed to work, athletes who are not allowed to work, and during their time there, a $2.7 billion would come not from member institutions; it would come from the NCAA, and they would have to pay it over. Now, it has not been decided. That's what's at stake, but they would have to pay it over 10 years. So, we'll see how that one, $270 million over 10 years. We'll see how that works out. Does the NCAA do they just have a big vault of money somewhere where they keep billions in it, or how does that work?
I don't know how if they've got $2.7 billion.
Well, it has to be over 10 years, so they don't have it laying around.
Yeah, no. Even still,
that's a tremendous amount of money.
$270 million a year.
Yeah,
I don't care. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. And if they got that laying around, then these kids have been getting screwed.
Should athletes be paid, unionized and paid male athletes and female athletes if it means that certain sports just go out of business? Like rowing, tennis, golf scholarships. Now they can still play, they just don't get any kind of scholarships. So golf, no scholarships. Tennis, no scholarships. Like if financially some universities have to close up shop, is that just how it works?
It has happened before.
It's really wrong though, because it shouldn't be determined by football and head coaches' salaries.
Stanford cut the sports. They just said we're just cutting them. We're just going to cut the sports. We're not we're going to keep it going and just no scholarships. We're just cutting them, and that kills the kids. It kills.
That's what I hate about this whole thing is that the greed is so outlandish across the board from all individuals that you can't. There isn't a happy medium where you keep things alive, and so there is eventually going to be a killing of some sports for sure.
Right.
I mean, the ones that are not revenue producing, like I said, golf is going to get hit, and the idea will be, well, these kids come from money. We're not giving them scholarships.
Right.
We're not giving them partial scholarships, or you'll have to start getting scholarships from your hometown, things like that, like a lot of people do now. I would imagine swimming gets hit. Fencing, probably the fencers are in a lot of trouble. Rowers.
Yep. Oh, no.
Track and field doesn't. Track and field's not full of all scholarship athletes. By the way,
we had an intern here who was a fencer at Stanford. Camille, she was an intern here. Now she's working for the Spurs in their marketing department.
Who?
Camille Dawson. She was an intern
know
here.
Her?
Meet the team, Lance.
You don't know Camille Dawson, liar.
She's the daughter of Carla, who does the show with David Gow. But
okay.
She was an intern here, and the athletes at Stanford sued Stanford because they were cutting the sports, and I think they won, or at least Stanford relented and kept those sports alive. But she was in the middle of that particular thing where we can't really fund this anymore. It's not, so it's got to go. And the athletes pushed back, and eventually Stanford's like, okay, we're not.
That was during
COVID,
we're
though, right?
Just not going to give you anything.
But wasn't that during COVID?
It was around COVID era.
Yeah, it was. All right. All the fifth-year options have been handed out or declined. Any surprises? Is Najee Harris not getting his fifth-year option a surprise?
No.
I think it's a little.
It just shows it was a bad draft pick.
Yeah. Jalen
Warren is just as effective.
He wasn't awful though last year.
He wasn't awful, but he's not. He was a first-round running back, and you learned a lesson with him. What impact did he actually? Jalen Warren was
except
good.
A late first-round running back is the way to go.
If you give them the fifth-year option and then you keep them,
and then you get rid of them after that.
Yeah, but
you get 5 years of a good running back.
You didn't go 5 years.
Well, no,
you let him walk. Jalen Warren was as good as him.
Yeah, that's the thing is they've got his replacement.
Yeah,
which is
and guess where he got drafted?
Yeah.
That's the point.
That's the point.
Pittsburgh is a perfect
except you're only going to get him for 4 years.
But Pittsburgh, that's how long you had Najee Harris, and how much did he cost you versus Jalen Warren?
Yeah,
that's the point. Like the whole point that Pittsburgh is a great example of why so many analytics guys have said, and they do this because it's historically a fact. You draft a running back in the first, then you're going to get them for 4 years, possibly 5 years. You'll pay a lot more on the fifth year instead of getting another position that you need. And then after that, you're going to be on a bad second contract with that guy if you end up keeping him. And instead, just Jalen Warren really was successful at whatever he was, Utah, I think he was at, and then he went to and everyone doubted him there, and then he succeeded. Then they doubted him at Oklahoma State. He succeeded there. He was undrafted, going to college, out of college. He succeeded in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
That's just an example of, man, you can go find running backs. I hate to say it. Running backs ain't never. The days of running backs getting paid are over. It's dead. You are never getting top dollar.
Yep. Zach Wilson and Trey Lance, not surprisingly. Justin Fields, 4 quarterbacks. Mac Jones as well.
Can't pay these guys in the $20 million range.
Their fifth. All of those.
It's over $20 million.
Trevor Lawrence was the only one in that class of the first rounders that got the fifth-year option. Kadarius Toney, no. Rashad Bateman, no. Peyton Turner from the Cougs, he did not get his fifth-year option.
Yeah, Bateman got a small extension from the Ravens, so they avoided an issue.
He wasn't eligible. Yeah, he agreed to an extension, right. But that's it. Most of the other guys did. Zaven Collins didn't. Alex Leatherwood didn't get his fifth-year option.
Stunk. Yeah. He's one of the guys that Mayock got put on blast for.
Yeah.
And he overdrafted him. He was never a first-round player. Zaven Collins not getting it. It's not disappointing. What's disappointing is that leading up to the draft process, people said he was out having fun, that he wasn't as serious as he should have been. That guy was good at Tulsa. Big, could run, defensive player of the year in the conference. Zaven Collins I thought was going to be a good player, and then I started hearing he was at training, and they were saying the other players at the training facility were like, this guy does not put in the work.
Really? No.
And when you have that low football character, it kind of – and remember right off the bat he had a DWI there, and Steve Keim did in Arizona. And I'm like, oh, my God, look what's happening in Arizona.
All right, our final call of the week is going to be Chris. He's got some info line information for us. What's up, Chris?
Info line question, yeah.
A question, yeah.
Hey, guys. Now that the preeminent draft expert gets a break, I have a barbecue question.
Yeah, go ahead.
You expert. So I've only got to smoke a brisket tomorrow, and higher heat, I still get the same result, and I wanted your opinion. Can I move the heat up to 325 or 350 and then wrap it? And I'll hang up the list.
Yes, you can. It's called. You can go fast, hot and fast. It's one way. That's what Kobos does. Raul does hot and fast. And then you got slow and low, which is the smoking. So
that's
if you want
15 hours.
Yeah, well, it depends on how long you go with it.
Depends on how many pounds it is.
Yeah, 10, 12 hours, you wrap it, more time, and then you put it in.
Is it better to wrap it, Del, or not wrap it?
Do you wrap that rascal? Some people call brisket a rascal. Yeah, some people
I like to wrap up this segment.
Would you?
Yeah, let's get to. I don't want to talk about brisket.
Seriously, Chris, ask Kobos or go in and ask our guys at Texas Star Grill Shop. I don't know where you are. Go find a Texas Star Grill Shop. Go in and ask them. They'll tell you.
Yeah, they will. Can we talk about the lack of professionalism that it took a call about brisket for him to finally put on headphones? When was the last time you put on headphones?
I don't need headphones.
No, because you
kind of do.
You turn them up and then turn them down and then forget to turn them up again.
A little mini radio that
you keep them off your ear. You turn them up to hear things, and you turn them down, then forget to turn them back up. And then when someone tries to speak, you don't hear me because you don't have your headphones off, up or off.
Well, which is less professional, that or stealing your drink?
I didn't steal anything from him. This is on the share table.
Which is less professional.
Then bring it into your office.
Well, I don't have an office. I sit in here for 3 hours. It's not an office.
Whatever, your little thing that you got.
It's a control room. A control room. Okay.
Where the Mapes is going to take you, your teammate?
Yeah, then I go in there. I take your spot. It's not unprofessional.
You carry it around.
This has 200 milligrams of caffeine.
Well, that's the whole point. It's an energy drink. Welcome to life. That's what they're there for. It's not unprofessional what he did. It's just theft.
Right. Well, it's criminal.
It's criminal. Yes.
This isn't criminal. This is just she brought it in for everyone to try.
No, she didn't.
She brought it in for everyone to try.
No, she didn't.
Yeah, she kind of did.
No.
Okay.
She didn't. That's the point. Just because you say kinda, it doesn't mean that's what happened.
A little bit.
She kind of didn't.
Man, this has 100% of B, like. Well, no, I don't.
Sorry, I still can't deal with him in that hat and the way it fits on his head.
With this hat?
Look how it fits on your head.
It goes kind of high.
It is a choo-choo. It's a conductor.
It is a conductor hat.
But not now.
Even worse.
Put some overalls on.
Not now.
Put those overalls on and get up there and wave your arms.
Get up there and twerk.
All right, News of the Wear coming your way next. right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking about Kent Jones right now. Kent Jones, mortgage nerd. They can't. Now, see, that's not as good as he wants his catchphrase to be dream rate, the ultimate mortgage hookup. That's boring, though. That's really kind of boring, Kent. Here's the deal. I'm not saying he's boring, but I'm going to tell you this. He's going to talk to you a lot about mortgages because it's what he loves. He's been doing it for over 29 years. He doesn't have the overhead. He doesn't have the office. He works out of his home, and he's working his ass off for you. It's what he does. He works it to get you. And listen, you can literally save thousands of dollars. You can literally save thousands of dollars at signing and over the life of the mortgage. Why would you not shop this? You got to shop your loan, okay? Most people, 75%, are doing it wrong, okay? You got to go with a broker. They're going to help you out. They're going to work it more. And how about a broker that is just going to concentrate on you, not some big, giant conglomerate that puts its name on bowl games and you're just a number. That's not the case. You're going to get to know Kent. Kent's going to work it hard. He's going to find as many ways to save you money as he possibly can. Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae, VA, LTV, he's got them all, okay? So don't worry about that. You're looking for a mortgage. You want to get a quote on a mortgage? You can do that as well. 713-520-5626, 713-520-5626, or 713-520-LOAN, LOAN, or you can go to 975loans.com.
Hey, guys, let's talk about Underdog Fantasy, chance for you to play along with the games you're watching. Whether it's baseball, whether it's playoff basketball, they've got you covered. Man, watch these basketball series. Start getting a feel for how the games are played. Really study the defense, the offense. Once you get a feel for them, I think it makes it way easier to win your pick'em challenges. And pick'em challenge, you got to pick between 2 and 5 players, and then you pick higher or lower on the statistics. Now, the sucker play is to always go higher. You got to know when to go higher, but lower a lot of times is where the value is. And they've got, when you click on a player, you can go see what they've done over the last 3 games, so you kind of get a feel for it. They have scorchers that are multipliers that you can play, which can really boost your winnings up to, 40 times a win, even as high as 100 times your original play. So if you, obviously if you made a $20 play, you're going 100 times. I mean, that's a $2,000 winner. So just check it out for yourself. You can find those scorchers, and they also have the Flex, which is really an insurance that allows you to pick 3 out of 4 and still win. Go to Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance. They're going to double your initial deposit up to $100, and then from there, we're in business, man. We're playing. We're watching the games. We're playing the games with Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
All right. Let's see what you guys think about this. An 18-year-old Chinese girl became so obsessed with her boyfriend, she tracked his every move and called him 100 times per day. 100 times per day. And she was eventually diagnosed with a condition called love brain. Do you think it's love brain? Or do you think she's nuts?
That's stalker
I'd
stuff.
go with nuts.
Yeah.
Love brain, it sounds like something the defense attorney came up with.
Right, yeah.
We have diagnosed her. Who diagnosed her? Our doctor.
Yeah.
He said she's got love brain. Oh, okay.
So
I'm gonna use that on my wife. Why do you keep harassing me? I just got love brain.
Love brain.
I love certain things. It's a disease.
It is a disease.
It's a condition.
Boeing is having a rough week.
A rough week or rough 2024?
Well, yeah, actually. They've already had one whistleblower die, right? But under mysterious circumstances. A second has also died.
Is it a rough week, or are they just efficient in what they're trying to do?
We know nothing about the poison.
Boeing also says it's going to lock out its firefighters. As it struggles to restore culture of safety, Boeing says it's going to lock out its frontline safety workers at 12:01 Saturday, May 4th. Having a big time over there at Boeing. You know, what with all the planes falling apart and stuff. Man, you know what? I don't want to fly right
that
now?
was rude.
Yeah. I mean,
for you to say that?
It's kind of true.
Yeah.
It's a little bit
It's
true.
been a bad year for Boeing.
Drew Barrymore says...
I saw this story.
She accidentally left her sex list at Danny DeVito's house. For some reason, she made out a list of men.
She's keeping it on paper. Apparently, there are people who keep it on in a note in the notes section.
Yeah,
just
I don't
keep
know.
it, I guess.
Or yeah,
and then people get. So she said she was old school and was writing it on paper, and she left this list.
She put it on the back of a script.
Yeah, she left this list at
Danny DeVito's house. He was producing the movie, and she left it there. Where's your who's first on your sex list? Del? You're gonna.
I'm not gonna say.
Do you want to get?
You know, I could, but it's just gonna cause problems.
What do you mean first?
I thought about it for a second.
Person or or ranked first?
No, first person.
However
Del.
you want to do it.
Yours
How
isn't,
do you put your
yours
sex
isn't
list?
Laura Bingenheimer because you only held hands.
So all we did was make out.
Yeah.
So wait a minute.
The good old
do
days.
you put your list together as rated number one?
Well, it's a mental list.
Or in chronological.
Well, I don't write it down anywhere. It's mentally. And
Let me say, is the first lady's name Carol or Barb?
No. It depends. Am I going for nostalgia? Then you go Babs.
I'm trying to think of the oldest names.
Myrtle.
Mildred. Myrtle. Who was?
Myrtle could put it on you. No, it depends if you're all about nostalgia or a good time.
One, yeah.
Depends.
Well, if you're just trying to remember.
Del leaning into Granny.
Could you put together a list in chronological order?
Del leaning into his into the Gilf narrative is one of the most unexpected things that I've ever encountered in radio.
Well,
he leans hard into it.
I would say if I'm going by a great time, I'd have to go with June.
June?
Yeah, but
57 currently.
And then 2, I would go with Olive. And 3, she didn't want to use her first name, so I just called her by her last name.
Gertie?
Hold on.
She wasn't married because I'm not into breaking up marriages. I called her Miss Gertie, I think is what I can't remember her. I can't really remember
your
her.
List in order of how good they were is a lot easier
Yes,
than
it is.
chronological.
That's definitely true.
Yeah.
I'm doing how good they were.
Chronological's easy.
And Myrtle's at the top.
Number one.
You're first.
Number
I know
one's
you're first,
easy.
but then
Yeah.
keep going. Don't get easy. Like some of them, I remember their names?
Fellas, if you want to take any advice.
Yes, John. I can remember names.
Fellas, if you want to take any advice from me, when you meet a woman named Myrtle, no. It's going to be a great time.
Myrtle. Where would you meet her?
I don't know.
Sometimes those older
At a
ladies
Barnes
can
and
get a little
Noble?
frisky at Astros games. They're starting to dance. They dance on camera, and you see, like, do you think, all right, she probably likes to party after a World Series, which I don't get the feeling we're going to see this year.
Right.
Up to this point, but, it is what it is.
You don't know? Why you're already giving up on a World Series
No,
this year?
I'm not
On May
feeling.
2nd?
It doesn't feel like a World Series year.
seems
It's
like
not
it to
May
me
2nd.
after last
It's not
night.
May 2nd. It's May 4th.
Tomorrow. Oh, it's May 3rd today. May 4th. May the 4th be with you.
Oh, yeah, it's 3rd.
Is Saturday. It's
3rd
tomorrow.
today.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Alex Bregman should start hitting any day now.
How are you guys celebrating Star Wars Day?
Astros
by
is going to
ignoring
dress
it?
up and go to the Astros game.
By ignoring it?
Yeah.
I'm going
to dress up as.
Are you going to be a Wookiee?
A Wookiee. Is
You
that
gonna be a
what
Wookiee?
Wookiee. I hate Star Wars. It's so
too.
stupid. It ain't.
Yeah,
nearly
but
as good
there
as
you
Lord of
are
the
with your
Rings.
Lord of the Rings
Those
nerd.
nerds.
Yeah.
Star Wars nerds.
I don't like any of y'all.
No. The Lord of the Rings is a true story.
Now, I like Game of Thrones, but that doesn't make me a nerd because I didn't read the books. As long as you only see the shows and you don't read the books, you're not a nerd.
Dell's
You
a
two
nerd.
nerds. Dell has read books on Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
He's nerded out with all that stuff.
Yeah.
Super nerd. And you are too, Gandalf.
And Klein is too. Mark Klein is joining us right now to talk about Mother's Day. And you got to take care of her, Mark. You got to take care of Mom this Mother's Day.
I think we're a week away. Oh, my goodness gracious. Hey, John, we opened a new store, too. We have 2 locations, one at Woodway in Augusta, and we also have one here at Echo Lane and I-10. So 2 locations now to serve, and it's going to be great. We have thousands and thousands of pieces in stock. My inventory is huge, whether you want a diamond pendant, diamond earrings, diamond bracelet, anything in jewelry. And things start at like $200 on up, so you don't have to spend a lot of money to take care of her for Mother's Day. So you can give us a call at 832-316-1388, 832-316-1388. Also, look, you guys that are out there and think, I don't have anything to do for Mother's Day, you come over, you get a diamond pendant. I'm also going to give you a golf for 2 at Wildcat. So you get golf for you, and you get to take care of her with some diamonds. So you're going to have a great Mother's Day weekend. Give us a call, 832-316-1388. You can come by both locations or check out kleinsjewelry.com.
How about that? A win-win. She gets her diamonds, and Lab Diamonds do those because it's a fraction of the cost. And you get Wildcat Golf. What? It's all at kleinsjewelry.com.
Time for me to talk about my friends over at, and John's friends over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They do the best work on time. They do it at a fair price, and they get it done for you to make sure that it doesn't develop into something worse. If you need a repiping job, they are the only company you want to call. I'm telling you right now, from a pricing standpoint, from a workplace standpoint, to make sure that they keep the workplace clean, to transparency of what is going on and what they need to do. If you have a home that's over 40 years old and you've never had it repiped, you will need to. It's 100% going to eventually, the cast iron is going to eventually erode, and you're going to have a leak beneath your home. And the faster you get it looked at and replaced, the less damage it will do. I let mine go for way too long, and now there's a big chasm underneath the house that I'm going to have filled in. So make sure that you are working with a company like Aqueduct Plumbing Company, who is not only fair, but they are excellent. And their quality standards are above and beyond. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Welcome into the show. Sean and I here with you on a day after the Astros take a series from a good baseball team. I started this week talking about how I did not care that they took 2 from the Rockies in a foreign country. It meant nothing to me. This series means something. You beat the Guardians. You take 2 out of 3. Probably should have swept them. Or, you know what, maybe you averaged out to – he came out even because Caratini hit a 2-run home run to win a game. Unexpected home run. A home run that wouldn't have been a home run in almost every other Major League ballpark. So maybe 2 out of 3 is the right result, but you do get it. You get a good performance from Spencer Arrighetti. We'll hear from Joe Espada and his thoughts on his young pitcher as he continues to improve outing to outing. You've got good John Singleton, and this leads me to this question. Because Sean proposed that Jose Abreu was a bit of a mush. Him being around had bad vibes. Now that he's gone, at least the vibes for the first baseman that might have been looking over his shoulder or wondering how many at-bats he would get are great. John Singleton's had a really good, 3 good games. I mean, and we have to go with small sample size when it comes to saying good in John Singleton because it certainly hasn't been an extended run. But there's an article on the official Astros site written by McTaggart, who covers the team on a daily basis, discussing where John Singleton is right now, hitting .275, OPS at almost 800, and most of that is thanks to what has happened over the last couple of days. He's been good over the last couple games, and he's hit big homers. He's driven in runs, and it almost makes you forget that Alex Bregman can't do anything with runners in scoring position. Another bad night for him when runs were needed. A couple pop-outs with runners in scoring position. He was not great. Singleton, the exact opposite, and certainly we don't have many expectations or much expectations for John Singleton. We just, hey, don't embarrass yourself out there. We'd appreciate it if you come up with a hit every now and again, and he's done that. And then you look at Alex Bregman, and it's like, maybe we won't miss you as much as we thought we would. This version of you we're not going to miss. Maybe in 2 months or maybe later this month, we're going to regret not giving you a deal. But the one we see right now, can we trade you? What's your value? That's what he's playing like. And it always devolves into this when you have a really good player who's contributed for a long time, and at the end of their run, potentially, when they're not playing poorly, or when they are playing poorly, everyone's like, get rid of them. Who cares? Beat it. We talked about yesterday how it was 30 games in, and we've already forgotten how good this team was over the better part of a decade. We've already turned on them. The grace that they were given was, we said 30 games. It wasn't even 30 games. People had turned on them before. It was that sweep in Chicago, I think, was the last straw for a lot of people. Getting swept by the Cubs had to have been the end, or at least the very last loss in that 5-game winning streak, I think turned a lot of people off. Never mind that they've won 4 out of 5 since. And I think last night, nothing but positives outside of the Bregman stuff. You get an easy win. Your young pitcher outperforms expectations. He wasn't able to get a win, but the offense came through in the 7th inning. We'll hear from a spot about that as well. He talked about how it reminded him, or at least he said, that is the team you should come to expect. That's the team they have been. That's the team that we should believe they still are. And putting up that crooked number against a good baseball team, that was very Astros-like. It might have come in some aspects from less than expected sources, particularly when we talk about what Singleton did last night. But, hey, we'll take it. 2 out of 3. And we move on. You got the Seattle Mariners coming into town, the division-leading Seattle Mariners, at a sterling 17-14 because the AL West, I don't know if they're taking notes from the Astros, but all of them are deciding, do we want to be a good baseball team? Not really. Not interested in that early on, but the Mariners do come to town. So, Sean, do we enter this series thinking, now that we got through the Brown and Arrighetti parts of the rotation, we got a real chance to get 3 good performances coming up over the weekend. Do we think a run is in them? Let's say they win another series, which means they'd only gain a game on the leaders. But now you're 5 out. But you've won 6 out of 8. Does the heartbeat begin to beep, beep? Does it start to beat a little faster? Does the heart rate pick up? Do we go, okay, that's a third series win in a row, 2 over, and the Mariners aren't good, but they're better than the Astros.
Leading the division.
They're leading the division. Let's lay it there. They're leading the division. Do we now start to think, all right, they're not dead. They're not up and running, but there's a heartbeat and we can start to believe.
I think so. I think that's the right kind of level to be at should that happen. It's not fully Houston Astros baseball is back, baby, but it's okay. That this team this team has gotten up off the mat. That's what that would be.
And the Cubs series felt like they were dead. After that series, it felt like they were dead.
They're reaching for the ropes. They couldn't get up. They option Jose Abreu, and now all of a sudden they're getting back on their feet.
Yeah, option to Jose Abreu is like in Rocky IV when Rocky threw in the towel too late on Apollo was out. He threw that towel in too late. It felt like, now you're making the decision. Thanks. After we're already dead. But yeah, I know it took a grim turn. I understand, people. We've been talking about Rocky a lot this week.
I don't know why.
I don't know. Me either. I don't know.
I haven't watched it.
I haven't watched a Rocky movie in a long time. I saw half of the second Creed movie. I haven't seen Creed 3 yet.
You haven't seen Creed 3? Creed 3 is good.
Okay. Last time we're going to hear from Jonathan Majors probably. In a
but
long,
what
long
a way
while.
to go out!
Oh, yeah, in a starring role. He probably will come back. He'll start acting with Mel Gibson. That's probably where he's at right now as far as status. So there is a place for him, but as being in a major motion picture,
much like the Astros, it's going to be a long road back.
Yes, he's going to have to be on his best behavior and prove to everyone he's not.
He's 10 games under 500 right now.
Yeah, he's lucky. He's lucky. It's Hollywood's like the AOS where they like to forgive people. It's very forgiving depending on the certain things you do. Just wait a little while, chill out in the cut. Don't embarrass yourself anymore, and then you wake up and all of a sudden, the Jonathan Majors comeback is upon us. Much like we hope the Astros comeback is upon us. I'm sure they don't appreciate that comparison.
No, they probably don't.
Nah, there's no.
Maybe back in the Roberto Osuna days, they would be like, you know what?
He's not.
He's spitting.
Yeah.
Brandon Taubman. Taubman's on the ESPN 97.5.
Taubman would be the one who goes, he's spitting. I don't know if any other person in that organization is saying he's spitting. Like, it's just not part of their lexicon. Speaking of spitting, there is another Kendrick Lamar diss of Drake. That's out there for people. We talked about that earlier. People were waiting for K-Dot to drop a song. Now that's 2 in a matter of a week. So
and he dropped it while you were driving into work.
I know. Yeah, I didn't see it until we were wrapping up John and Lance, and I saw and there's a lot of double entendre. 616 is Father's Day. It's 6. I think it's called 616 in LA. And if you know the Drake history, there's some questions about whether he's a good dad or not. So there's a lot of double entendre. There's the OJ. There's an OJ tie into 616 as well, the date. So Kendrick in his bag. And the Astros, at least last night, particularly John Singleton in his. We'll hear from Joe Espada when we come back on Spencer Arrighetti, who pitched and survived it and pitched well enough for the Astros to eventually find a way to turn it on and win. And like I said before, Espada did talk about that 7th inning and what it means and what this team can be when they got it going. So we'll get to that as well. Other things to get to. We will wrap up the 2 first-round series from last night. It was a Patrick Beverly. He had a moment, not a good one, but he had a couple moments in probably a matter of like an hour because it was late in the game when one incident occurred, and then there was another one in the media scrum after the game where, look, you don't get fined particularly for disrespecting ESPN producers who happen to be at the game, but what he did to the fans in Indiana is going to catch him a lengthy suspension. And the NBA doesn't even have to worry about, it might affect the playoff series. The Buck season is over, so he's probably going to catch a lengthy one. And the one problem with it is because if it's longer than the Bridges suspension, then that conversation has to come up again. So maybe that's a baseline for the NBA. We can't suspend a guy for fan interaction if it's any longer than what Miles Bridges got for his for his alleged crimes. I don't know how the NBA does that, but I don't think you can hit him for more than what you hit Bridges for. But I think Patrick Beverley's going to get a long suspension. We'll talk about that throughout as we keep going on the show. But plenty of stuff to get to. First segment, not going to say in the book, Sean. First segment done. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Sure, and he's getting better every outing. That was huge.
we needed a good start from him and take us deep in the game, and he did. And Taylor Scott, first Major League win, that's huge also. Seth Martinez always finds a way. He's efficient, throws strikes. He allows us to save our pen, getting ready for series against Seattle.
Joe spotted last night. The first guy he was discussing was Spencer Arrighetti, who went 5 2/3, 6 strikeouts, three walks, 94 pitches. Had a good night. Tried to get through 6 and get himself a quality start. Just couldn't get there. So Taylor Scott came in and pitched an inning and a third as the Astros bullpen did their job until the Astros offense took over and made it a runaway. They won that game 8-2. Big 7th inning. They score 5 runs. John Singleton hit a homer in the 6th to give them the lead, and then the offense took off in the 7th. And it was a comfortable win, which is nice. We had a couple of extra inning games. One went the Astros' way, one didn't. The one that didn't was in embarrassing fashion, the way that game ended. But they bounced back. So they take 2 out of 3 from the Guardians, and they move on to the division-leading Mariners with a real shot of gaining some ground. Like, if they sweep them, then we're talking about a team that all of a sudden, of course, Texas is playing and Oakland is playing. So if Texas has a good weekend, they could jump in the first place. But if you wind up sweeping a series and then after how bad you've been being within like 4 games, and yes, I know it's early, but you have to play really good baseball to make up for what you've done so far. And I think the guys pointed out this morning that they how many times would they have to win 2 out of 3 just to get back to 500? So a sweep here against Seattle would help the cause. And because our show is one where no one can be who they say they are, I'm going to say this is Keith, but put it in quotes, and we'll just see. This Keith wants to talk about the Astros. What's up?
Hey, good morning, Dale.
It's not Keith. Go ahead.
Hey, I just want to say, thanks to the Astros for taking 2 out of 3. And what do you think about Tara Reid doing stuff on the internet? Also, hashtag the people for Rahizi. Thank you.
Well, we're back to the MO. Blonde woman out of the limelight for a while. Thanks, Ryan. Or I don't even know. I can't. Maybe it's someone pretending to be Ryan, pretending to be Keith. I have no idea at this point. The awful Southern accent.
That'd be levels.
Yeah, it's Inception level type stuff we're doing right now. So I have no idea who that was or why they chose Keith. But Tara Reid, you're probably at 4.5%. She was in those Sharknado movies, right? I don't think they're very lucrative, but there's so many of them that it could keep her afloat depending on her lifestyle. And, I'm sure Tara Reid wants to start a podcast. People listen to that, too. There are always avenues other than getting online and getting naked, particularly for a woman who has a name. I'm going to give you, might be my highest ever percentage, 4% for the Tara Reid drop. Still, as you might imagine, very unlikely. Telling you, man, you better, whoever that is, you better start to find influencers you like. That's the quickest route from influencer, TikToker to, oh, look, I've got a spicy account you can click on in my link tree. That is the mode. If you are a person who has to see someone who has any level of fame take their clothes off, start following the influencers. That's your best bet if you so choose. Or go to Mr. Skin. I don't know. One of the two. I don't know. Those are the only things I can think of to satiate your, I don't know if I call it a fetish, but your kink, I guess.
I mean, yeah. I guess it's. I don't know what
you would call it. An interest. One of your likes one of your likes as opposed to a dislike. Put that in your dating bio. One of my likes. Hoping for women from the early aughts to take their clothes off on OnlyFans. I'm sure that'll attract plenty of women.
That'll go well.
Yeah, I'm sure plenty of women would be interested in you if you did that.
Hey, me too.
Yeah. Hey, look, I didn't know I could find someone who would have that I could have in common with. Look at that. Yeah. But yeah, the Astros take 2 out of 3. You don't have to, by the way, you don't have to use the Astros as a cover. You can just say, I want to talk OnlyFans. It doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me. I don't care. You don't have to pretend like you care about the Astros and what they did last night.
Did he not ask an Astros question somewhere?
No, he goes, credit the Astros with whatever accent he was using for taking 2 out of 3, and then he got to the Tara Reid stuff.
Okay.
Let me ask you something that has nothing to do with the Astros or OnlyFans.
Okay.
We've had the Bradley Beal night where he caught the slander for being terrible. We'll play some sound from Patrick Beverly when we come back. We're about against the break right now, so I don't want to get into that. But does Tobias Harris reach a level where we should even entertain all the slander he gets? I know he was scoreless. He's getting paid a lot of money, but he's Tobias Harris. Like, I have come to expect Tobias Harris not to show up, and just because some dumb team gave him a lot of money years ago, he's a role player. He's not being paid like one, but Tobias Harris has been a role player for years in all of these Sixers incarnations, whether they've been James Harden with Maxey and Embiid or Ben Simmons with Embiid and Maxey, or just Ben Simmons and Embiid. He's a role player. So if a role player is going to put up no points, it's embarrassing for Tobias Harris considering what he thinks of himself as. But I'm not surprised by this. Why is Kendrick Perk? Well, you got to fill time, content. I get it, but talking about Tobias Harris being sent to Chick-fil-A and he came back with napkins and forks or whatever he said as his joke when his teammates sent him there. It's Tobias Harris. Who cares? It's like Corey Brewer for me at this point. If Corey Brewer does it, he doesn't put up any points. Okay, fine.
The thing is, Corey Brewer wasn't making.
I know the money is why people are attacking Tobias Harris.
Because he got paid that money with the thought that he was going to be.
But we've seen that he's not that guy.
No, but that.
Pal?
That doesn't make him better. That he's basically Jose Abreu with a 5-year
He's
contract.
let us.
Where it's like, if Jose Abreu actually had to play out his contract, yes, people would stop being mad at Jose Abreu because they would be like, well, that's what Jose Abreu
Tobias
is.
Harris has shown us. Tobias Harris has shown us this is who he is.
Also, this actually isn't who he is. This is
substantial. It's a level of suck that he hasn't reached ever.
He averaged like 18 points per game this year.
But in the postseason,
he averaged like 10, and then in a do or die game at home, he gave you a 0 with like 3 shots.
No one should be surprised by this performance by Tobias Harris. It's awful. I'm not going to pretend like it's not awful, but it shouldn't take up the airspace of, well, I can't believe Tobias Harris did that. Of course you should believe it. It's Tobias Harris.
I don't know if it's a you can't believe it. It's more of a, man, this guy again. He's like lower level James Harden.
Yes,
where James Harden is at least like theoretically one of your 2 best players on a team, basically every year of his career, except for this one, I guess. He was supposed to be the 3rd, but now in the playoffs, he's still the 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what Tobias Harris is, where he's like, theoretically, he should be the 2nd or 3rd banana on the Sixers.
Like he should be. Well, he makes more money than Maxey. That'll change. That's just a matter of when Maxey came into the league. He's being paid to be their 3rd best player. He's looked at to be their 3rd best player. In fact, last year, he was their 4th best player with Harden on the roster. But the money he's being given suggests he should be maybe a Robin to someone's Batman, I guess. When we all know he's more like...
The only thing he's Robin
is the Sixers. Not anymore. They're done with him.
Yeah.
They don't have to pay him any more money. The last check has cashed, and he ain't robbing them anymore.
Yep.
But if
check is in the mail, and see you later, buddy.
Yeah, we don't appreciate what you've done for us. We're just glad we don't have to pay you anymore.
I can't believe Elton Brand chose Tobias Harris over Jimmy Butler.
Now the talk, because Jimmy Butler, who we discussed off there about a potential extension, he wants an extension, and now the discussion is the Sixers are monitoring that situation. So 5 years later, when he's as close to wash as he's ever been, now the Sixers might want to bring him back, according to Brian Windhorst. I think you missed the boat.
We can save this full conversation for July, when this trade would potentially happen.
Sure. Yeah.
How many playoff games do you think both Embiid and Jimmy will be playing in without a knee brace on?
Ooh.
Like without like an injury, like without them playing through an injury. Because Joel Embiid, to his credit,
he
played
did play
every game this series when we said the
4
over-under
was the
was
over-under.
4.
Yeah, it's true.
But Jimmy Butler, another guy who either will miss games in the playoffs or at the very least will be gutting through injuries. during the playoffs. Same thing with Embiid. I think if they team up, like they would just both be limping throughout the entire playoffs, and Maxey would be like, "What
am I doing? What are we doing
what am I
here?"
supposed to do?
Yeah, the fact that those two will be fluctuating between questionable, probable, and doubtful throughout a playoff run will be infuriating to anyone who roots for the Sixers. You never know which one's going to be available. Oh, knee soreness for Jimmy, migraine plus palsy for Embiid. Hopefully that is not a thing that hampers him throughout the rest of his career. I don't know how palsy goes away, but that just throw it on top of all the other things Sixers fans had to worry about beyond Knicks fans taking over their arena, which happened again last night as the Knicks win that series. And the other thing about the conversation is, how has Jalen Brunson changed the Knicks? Which, yeah, he is surprised at the level of consistency and greatness he's brought to the Knicks. But I don't regret to point this out, but I feel like I should. They're in the same spot they were in last year. They advanced to the second round of the playoffs last year. He did it last year. I know he was even greater this year against the Sixers, and you might hold the Sixers in higher esteem than you would that Cavs team because of Embiid and how Maxey played. But the Knicks have reached the same round they did last year and got eliminated. Now, playing the Cavs, the Cavs, no, they weren't a one seed. Playing the Pacers may be a different challenge than playing the Heat led by playoff Jimmy. But let him get to the conference finals before I start to talk about what he's done to change the Knicks.
Is he the best Knick since Walt Frazier? Because that's what they were asking on First Take.
I don't know. Look.
Smallest little person.
I don't know. I don't know how great Walt Frazier was. I know he was great. I just never watched him play. Oh, who are we comparing him to? Ewing
and Melo.
Melo. Well, congratulations for winning that one. Latrell was a great complimentary player, but
like Tobias Harris.
No, Latrell will come here and choke you, and rightfully so. You compare him to Tobias Harris as far as playoff performances. Is Brunson the best Knick since Walt Frazier? Sure.
Allen Houston.
Once again, a good complimentary player, but never a lead dog like what Jalen Brunson's doing. He's been great.
Raymond Felton.
Now we're just getting into short, somewhat stubby dudes you want to compare him to. Because Brunson doesn't exactly fit the profile of an elite NBA star, but it doesn't matter. We see what he is, and at least against the Sixers, he was dominant, and probably will do that to the Pacers too because they're not serious about defense. And the Pacers take out the Bucks last night, and that'll lead us to what we'll play coming back. And we'll talk about a guy who spent some time here, but he's at the end of his career. And if this is the way he's going to go out, he's going out sad. Not sadder than Tobias Harris because that's not possible. But what Patrick Beverley was involved in last night was sad. And he went from a guy who people may thought was overrated defensively, but at least he tried hard. Now he's just a guy who may, depending on how the NBA looks at it, he may be a guy who doesn't get a contract this offseason. We'll see. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. So the Bucks lose to the Pacers without Giannis. Dame Lillard came back. So I guess Doc was right on him being very, very close. We talked about that early in the week. It was fine. But Dame talked about the injuries and how they changed the course of their season. So if the Bucks are going to run it back, they're going to lean on hopefully the health of Giannis and Dame to push them beyond the first round. That's 2 first-round exits in a row for them. And, of course, we know Doc Rivers will make all the necessary changes to get them ready to go for a deep playoff run because that's something he's proven to be capable of in the last, well, at this point, decade. We have to go back to 2008. Or maybe, let's give him 2010 when those Celtics teams were in the finals since the last time Doc was shepherding a really good team to a title. Or at least a title contention. He's been to a conference final with the Celtics in 2012, I think. And really since he's left the Celtics, it's been major disappointments. And that continued. Doc all year was like, hey, this team this is a tough job. I don't know why they even hired me.
I wouldn't wish this on anybody.
Yeah. He told everyone how tough it was, and then he loses Giannis, and then the Pacers team takes him out. But at the end of that game, Patrick Beverley's being subbed out. If you missed it last night, they're getting blown out late. They stuck with the Pacers for a while, and then late in the third and into the fourth quarter, they pulled away, and the Pacers, it was a runaway at that point. So it's the end of the game, and I don't know what interactions Patrick Beverley was having with the fans, but he didn't like it. So he chucks the ball at a fan and hits a woman in the head, and then he asks for the ball back in. If I'm a fan at that point, I'm not giving you the ball back. If I just saw you fire the ball and connect with someone's head, I'm not giving this guy the ball back. I don't know what Patrick Beverley said to convince, I'm sorry, that's the one time I'm going to do it. No, you don't give him the ball back. You give that ball to someone else.
Yeah, where's Chris Middleton?
Yeah. Well, he was crying on the bench. He wasn't looking to interact with anyone.
I know Brooke Lopez won't throw a ball at me.
Yeah, I'm not a mascot. He'll fight a mascot. He won't fight me. Or is it Robin? One of the Lopez brothers.
It's the other one.
Yeah, Robin likes to fight mascots in a joking fashion. I'm not giving the ball back to a guy who just fired it at another fan. So the fan dumbly or mistakenly gives the ball back to Patrick Beverley, and he fires another shot at a fan. And that wasn't his only issue after the game. Patrick Beverley has a podcast. I think we've played sound on this podcast here, or his podcast here, or on the John and Lance Show. He says some things that are inflammatory. You always want to hear inflammatory things, so we play some of it. Well, apparently the entry to interviewing him for a media member is you have to listen to his podcast. Here's an interaction after the game with an ESPN producer who was on site, and it didn't go well for the producer, and it didn't go well for Patrick Beverley in the court of public opinion.
You subscribe to my pod?
Do I subscribe to you? I do not.
So you can't interview me then. No disrespect.
Well, Jamal is here.
You subscribe? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Again, there were a couple times within a bucket or two. In previous games, y'all have been able to kind of get over that hump, or maybe.
What an interview!
Was it anything they did in particular, or was it just one of those where the bucket didn't go down, there wasn't the stop, they made one? What kind of prevented that you all from being able to get over, kind of like you have in the past?
You move that mic, please, or just get out the circle, please, for me, please, ma'am.
Oof.
If you're not subscribed to my pod, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oof. Yeah, man. There's nothing in that plays well. Apparently, he does this to anyone who doesn't subscribe. So it wasn't an issue with a woman per se. It's just what he does to anyone who doesn't subscribe. But that's a bad look. It's coupled with what he did during the game at the end of it.
Also going 3 for 11 during the game.
Wow.
I know he's Patrick Beverley.
That's expected, to be fair. I mean, I can't crush him for that. I much like the Tobias Harris thing. Oh, Patrick Beverley went 3 for 11. The one thing I would say, don't let him take 11 shots.
Well,
Doc,
there's a lot of injuries.
Doc, don't let him take 11 shots. Give those shots to Andre Jackson, who I know can't shoot, but give to him instead of Patrick Beverley. Bobby Portis almost got thrown out of another game. Let him take a couple more.
My guy, A.J. Green. Not
Somebody.
that A.J. Green.
A different A.J. Green. But maybe the other A.J. Green would have been better in the game. Who knows? Who knows? But Patrick Beverley had a rough hour or so And, of course, because after cooling down, and you got to save your reputation, he has already commented on his actions and says he has to be better. Oh, you think not firing a basketball into a crowd a couple times is a better approach when you're getting blown out in a basketball game? You think you should lean that way? Okay. Thanks.
Oh. There's a better way to handle this?
Yes.
News to me.
And I have to be better, is what he says. I guess he may have tweeted that. I'm not sure where he put it.
Do you subscribe to his podcast? Because he might have said it on his podcast.
No.
Wait, you don't subscribe to his podcast? I'm not sure if we can talk about it if you don't subscribe.
I'm not going to bend to Patrick Beverley's will just because he got upset after a game and he needs people to subscribe to his podcast. I get you got to push the pod, but not that way. He said not fair at all. Exchange between a fan and our ball club last night. We warned and asked for help all night. Not fair. So he is saying the Pacer fans were on him and I guess the rest of the team, and he didn't like it. I don't know if they were as polite, at least those fans were as polite as something I heard from that game where there was a fan yelling at Damian Lillard about his tattoos. Was it like, you have unnecessary tattoos, or what was he saying?
I'll
find it, but it was the same guy. I would say he went after Dame Lillard, but he didn't go after him. It was like you could hear it on the mic.
Yeah.
And it was like something about his tattoos.
Lillard, your tattoos are only decent.
Yeah, that was a level of taunting that was going on from the Pacer fans last night. At least that fan, your tattoos are only decent. So whatever was happening behind
Bobby Portis, your eyes are slightly too big for your head.
those are the two clips I heard, and I was like, that's somewhat polite. It wouldn't cause me to fire a basketball at someone because he had questions about my tattoos.
What if that person said, Patrick Beverley, I'm not subscribed to your podcast? Then does she deserve it?
Then just don't talk to him. Just like you don't talk to the media. Why does a fan deserve a ball to the face?
Because she doesn't subscribe to his podcast.
I know it's a very sensitive topic.
For him.
Considering every show here has a podcast, we all want you to listen and subscribe, I guess, if you want. But we'll have to continue to talk. We're not going to not talk to you.
No, you can't call in and ask which celebrity Dell thinks will be on OnlyFans next, unless you subscribe to the podcast.
Nah, that's one of my favorite calls. I'm not telling him not to do that. I enjoy that call because I wait for the different name every time.
It's like a miniature game.
Yeah, I love that call because I get into my percentage bag and maybe I question the guy or Ryan or whoever decides to pretend to be Ryan. Yeah,
you get to go on IMDb.
Yeah, look up their recent work, and maybe there's a lack of work that might lead me to up the percentage. I like that game, so I'm not going to put that on people. But yeah, we're going to throw basketballs at people. What do we think, Sean? Are we thinking
foul?
It's a flagrant foul, at least.
Yeah,
throwing a basketball at someone's head.
Fair or foul? Not foul. Out of bounds.
Are we thinking 20 games, 25? I think the Miles Bridges line is what I think they can't surpass because if Miles Bridges caught, what was it, 20, 25 games for his alleged incidents? Well, they're incidents, but he's been convicted of a couple things, but not some others, or at least been charged.
Or pled guilty or something.
Pled guilty, something along those lines, where the legal system or the justice system has taken account of what he's done. Can it go beyond the Miles Bridges thing if you're the NBA when it's something like this? Or are they going to open themselves up to, wait a minute, yes, don't throw a basketball, but you allowed the guy who was involved in domestic violence to come back in less time?
Yeah, I think it'll be like 10 games.
I think we'll get to double digits, but I think 10 games is probably...
5 to 10. I could even see it just being like a 5 game. Because like...
So 2.5 per throw? 2.5 games per throw?
I
think he should get 5 for
5 for each
throw.
At
least 5 for each throw.
Yeah, because I know that they get pretty the NBA gets pretty skittish around player interactions with the fan, ever since the Malice at the Palace. So I honestly, it probably should be, if it was like another, if it was like a football game and a guy was just like, I guess menacingly throwing a football into at a fan in an NFL game, they probably get like one game, maybe,
Yeah.
maybe a fine for the football.
Yeah.
But I think in the NBA, yeah, probably like 10. Because like baseball, it's a little different because the ball is so much harder. You could actually like really hurt someone with it.
So Miles Bridges got a 30-game suspension, but it was more like time served for 20 of them because in the year he wasn't offered a contract, he was out for the whole year.
Yeah,
but
he,
it
like,
wasn't an official suspension. It was like, okay, no one's going to give this guy
he
anything.
basically got suspended.
Yeah. So the NBA suspended him for 10 games this year, or 30 overall, but he only had to serve 10 this year because they kind of gave him time served from the year before, or he didn't have a contract. He signed a qualifying offer with the Hornets, got his 10-game suspension out of the way, and then he'd play the rest of the year as long as he was available. So I think 10 is probably the number, probably around there. And then the question will be, will anyone want to sign Patrick Beverley in the offseason for him to actually begin serving that suspension once the season begins?
Will the suspension carry over to like Italy or
I don't think
China?
the NBA. I don't think the NBA can extradite their suspensions, or Italy bring the suspension from the NBA and go, look, Patrick, they gave you 10. We have
to honor it.
We're gonna honor those 10 because we have a working relationship. I don't think the EuroLeague has that type of relationship with the NBA.
Okay.
No, Patrick,
Diplomatic immunity. That's what he has to do.
It's the opposite of that. He's not immune if he goes to a different country. The extradition rules say, you come over here, we're still going to punish you. I don't think it happens. I think he probably does sign an NBA contract, but late in the offseason after like the first couple waves of free agency.
Yeah, you know what? I don't think he's going to get tampered with.
No,
I'll say that.
Nah, I don't think he has to worry about that.
Yeah, it'll be another team he started on the Sixers, then he got traded to the Bucks.
It'll be some team who thinks he's a potential defensive stopper.
Backup point guard.
Yeah, where all we got to do is go back to what Russell Westbrook said. He'd be tricking y'all. You don't play defense anymore. And Halliburton and that Pacers backcourt kind of had their way with Patrick Beverley. And the Bucks weren't a great defensive team on the perimeter. You can't be when Malik Beasley and Dame Lillard and then an old Patrick Beverley are on the roster. So that series is over. We got Cavs Magic tonight. We got Clippers Mavericks tonight as well. So the two home teams are in different spots. The Mavericks can close out their series. The Magic have to win to extend their series and go back to Cleveland. So those games will be on ESPN tonight. If you decide you want to watch the Astros and compelling NBA basketball, I can't promise they're going to be compelling. It'll just be NBA basketball, and we'll see how those games play out. Because the Magic Cavs games have not been interesting. I think Game 5 was fine, but games 1 through 4 have gone to the home team and not been competitive, and we never know what we're going to get out of Dallas and the Clippers.
Yeah, game 5 for the Cavs Magic series, that was like this is
close for once.
It's a close game, but it's also
It wasn't played well.
It's yes, and it's also two teams that there's just not a lot of like juice for either of these teams. You know, it's like the Cavs, who we all think is going to trade their best player, basically no matter what happens in the series.
Yeah.
And then the Magic, where it's like, Paolo, Franz.
The other
Suggs.
Wagner, Suggs, and Cole Anthony.
Yeah, it's like just a bunch of guys. You're like, these guys are young and somewhat interesting.
Yeah, but they still play for the Orlando Magic.
And the first 4 games were basically like not televised, so you haven't been following along with this series.
They're on NBA TV.
And then on weekends they're the first game Saturday.
Of the weekend, and those decisions were justified by the actual games. Yeah. Like the NBA was like, yeah, we were right about this.
You're welcome,
America. Yeah, appreciate us. Hey, we put the Magic and Cavs out of view. You should thank us for that. And but now Friday night they'll have the first game of the doubleheader. We'll see how it plays out. We'll see if the Magic can get that to a game 7. Ladas, I see you. We are way late, so we'll come back and get his call and then try to get back on the clock. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. As I said, quick one here. Trying to get back on the clock. Just going to wrap up hour one with La Raza. On the other side, we're going to hear from Nick Caserio. He talked to Pat McAfee about Stephon Diggs, and also his favorite player, Kate Stover. I'm not going to get to the Kate Stover sound, but somehow, some way, Kate Stover's been the star of the Texans offseason, at least since the signing of Danielle Hunter. Ever since. I think I've heard more from Caserio in terms of rave reviews for Kate Stover than anyone else, but he did talk about Stephon Diggs. We'll hear that when we come back. But first, let's hear from La Raza. What's up, man?
Johnny Granati, Blanche, Eso, Galacito, para tres, bang, bang, not again.
So even Julian's in. All right, Julian, you can't call back until next Friday. Not because of the bad impression, but because of Bang Bang Niner Gang. Sorry.
Wow.
Sorry. I warned him about that particular phrase. It's dumb. I hate it. No one does it, but no one thinks that's a great phrase. It's stupid. He earned himself a ban.
Patrick Beverly of this show?
Not even. He's the Tobias Harris of this show.
Oh.
For a week. Because he's putting up zeros for a week. That's what he is. What Julian just did was Tobias Harris last night. And it earned him a ban.
0 for 2?
Yeah. Yes. The impression and the slogan. Sorry. I mean, pretend to be Ryan if you want. Or La Raza or Keith, but don't bring the Niner stuff here. It's not a Niner show. Never had it. Do we have breaking news?
Yes. Speaking of the Niners, their former offensive coordinator just got a new wide receiver. Mike McDaniel and the Miami Dolphins have signed Odell Beckham Jr. Your thoughts? 1 year, $3 million.
It's an incentive-laden deal. The Dolphins had very little cap space because they designated Xavier Howard, who's still out there, for a post-June cut. So their money was going to come in at that point where they could have given Odell, I guess, more money than he got here. So I think they had 3.7. He's getting a very incentive-laden deal. The Dolphins didn't come up from their original offer, according to reports, but they did increase the incentives at least. So if he reaches them, he can make a little over $8 million a year for 1 year. And this is probably where Odell Beckham is for the rest of his career. He's on that Jadeveon Clowney tract where all you do is sign these 1 year deals after the bulk of free agency is completed. You find a spot with a contender, a place you want to play, and according to reports as well, Mike McDaniel, the head coach, you heard Sean mention the name, was very instrumental in getting this done. Talked to Odell throughout, made him feel wanted. And you know, Sean, we all want to feel wanted. So Odell Beckham is in Miami. DJ Chark is an LA Charger. So some veteran wide receivers are off the board. We know the Texans made a big trade for a veteran wide receiver. We're going to hear on the other side from Nick Caserio about that wide receiver and some of the, let's just say some of the rumors surrounding Stephon Diggs and his alleged lack of character. Caserio pushes back on that on the Pat McAfee show. We'll hear that coming back 1 hour in. We've got Michael Carroll coming up at 11:30. He dropped some news on Twitter or X. He's going to be at a special event, and his podcast will be there as well. So we'll talk to Michael about that and other things in the world of pop culture and nerd culture, as I'm free to finally watch some other things because for whatever reason I got stuck in this wormhole of watching this French language crime drama. Had to read a lot of subtitles and watch a lot of French people smoke cigarettes and then murder people. I'm done with that. So there'll be other things for me to watch. Hopefully Michael has something good for me to watch, or in some cases not watch. We'll be back. Welcome back to the show. Into hour two, we'll hear more from Joe Espada on the Astros win last night. But first, I wanted to get to this. Nick Caserio doing the rounds. Very popular man to talk to. His team's going to be good, at least expected to be good. Certainly, anything that happened last year and the free agency period that happened this offseason would suggest the Texans are going to be right in the mix, if not just for a division title, but also possibly for a potential AFC title. That's to be determined, but they're one of the teams people are going to be high on, and rightfully so. So he's on the Pat McAfee show, and he's being asked by Pat and his crew about a lot of things. But the thing that came up, and it'll continue to come up because this is going to follow Stephon Diggs around until we hear glowing reviews about his time with the team, is the attitude of Diggs and what he is in the locker room. Well, this is Caserio addressing that question once again, this time from Pat McAfee.
Yeah, sure. Every decision that you make, you have to be thoughtful about it and, try to get as much information as possible. And we have a lot of respect for Steph and what he's done over the course of his career. I was asked about this, a few weeks back. And we're not going to judge a player or any individual based on, what may have happened in the past. What we're going to focus on is when the player is here, how does he assimilate to our program? How is he with the rest of the group in the locker room? So Steph's been a really good player for a number of years. He's been very consistent. He's very durable. He's instinctive. He has really good hands. He has position flexibility. And when you look at over the last few years how we've kind of constructed the team, it's kind of a balance of veteran, established players who have come from some winning programs, and then supplement that with some good young players that hopefully get an understanding of what it takes to win in this league by looking at the people next to them in the room. And I would say Steph kind of fits into that category along with some of the other folks that we've added during the offseason.
That's pretty much been the company line from the Texans, and particularly Caserio. We're not going to judge anything we've heard from before. He's with us. Maybe our standard is different, and we expect him and his talents to help this team. And that's the right approach. We know the Texans have kind of placated Stephon Diggs by giving him more upfront money, and the assumption, we don't know. I don't think Stephon Diggs has talked about wanting to get to free agency again, as opposed to playing out the deal he signed with the Bills and having that come over here. But the assumption is giving him that, I think it was about $3.5 million more than he would have gotten this year, and making it a one-year deal is something he wants. Does it mean he'll be around longer than this year? That's certainly in question, considering how they changed the deal. There was a chance Stephon Diggs, happy or unhappy, could have been here for several years. Now we're only guaranteed the one, and maybe the Texans are just fine. Texans are just fine with that. I don't know if you signed Stephon Diggs for a year and call an all-in move. You didn't have to give him up much in draft compensation. You got even a couple low-round picks back. So it's a hey, we're going to try this out and see if it works. And if it works and the partnership is great, maybe we give him a longer-term deal, or maybe he finds a bigger deal elsewhere. I talked about it with Sean. I just forget if I actually mentioned it on the air about Odell Beckham and where he is right now as far as the deals he's going to sign going forward. He's going to be a guy who takes deals at the end of free agency period after the bulk of the deals are done with and money's drying up. He's in a position in his career where these are the deals he's going to get, incentive-laden deals, and he's going to have to prove that he can be a capable guy, and he goes to a spot where he's a number 3. We all know what he was at one point, but injuries and age have sapped speed and the productivity away from him. And Stephon Diggs, I imagine, wanted to avoid a scenario where he's with the Texans for a couple of years, and then when he wants to get back into free agency, people are looking at him like, yeah, but how much juice do you have left? You're now the third guy potentially behind Tank and Nico. Why will we give you a major deal? I think Stephon Diggs is happy to prove he's still a number 1 and then go out and go get all the money. And he won't be one of those guys who's next in line because of his age, because a deal for Jamar Chase is expected at some point. Waddle, where T. Higgins lands and how much money he gets will affect the market. So you have a lot of productive big-name wide receivers who at some point in the near future are going to get a lot of money from someplace. And then you have your own guy here, Nico. If the Texans want him around long-term, he's going to get a big deal too. So if I'm Stephon Diggs, I would do this too. It's a prudent decision to get out in the market early so you go find a place, if it's not here, where someone's willing to pay you a lot of money. Now you just got to prove in 2024 that you're worth it. And if he does that, I don't think the Texans can complain if he's a great receiver, but he decides that what they're willing to pay him is not enough, and he goes someplace else.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we talked about before the season with the Astros and Alex Bregman, where you hope he plays so well that re-signing him is not a realistic option, where you would hope that Stephon Diggs puts up such big numbers that's like, and he will get super paid somewhere else because this is you're just trying to maximize the 1 year because you would rather pay Nico Collins than Stephon Diggs, not because of any like off the field or locker room issues, but just because one of them is 25, the other one's 30.
And when did we start calling him Steph? Is that a Casario Texans thing? I've never heard him called Steph Diggs before. Did the Bills call him Steph?
That might be it. It could go either way. It could either be his real friends call him Steph, or it could be Nick Casario not knowing that it's like, nah, actually just call me Stephon.
I've never heard it before until he got here. Maybe Josh Allen did an interview at one point and he called him Steph, and that's a thing that happens. But I haven't heard it on any broadcast before. Like, we hear Steph Curry, even though we know what his full name is. We don't hear Steph Diggs on any broadcast.
Yeah, it could be
the people close to Stephon Diggs call him Steph.
Yes, and good save not to call him Steph.
I'm not calling him. I'm not close to him.
Yeah,
Can't do
exactly.
it. Nick Casario.
That's why
spent
Al Michaels doesn't call him Steph.
Yeah, but Nick Casario, who spent what? Maybe 2 hours combined with him. We're calling him Steph.
Shook
his hand. Welcome to the city, and appreciate you being here. Yeah, I don't know, but Steph Diggs, according to Nick Casario, is a guy that they're not prejudging. Let him get into the building. We welcome him into the building, and we expect him to do great things, which is the correct approach. What Stephon Diggs, he's infuriated by. He goes to Steven Nelson route. Steven Nelson hated that vest. And Stephon Diggs like, man, that dude calls me Steph. That ain't my name. No one calls me that. Pay me.
That clown freak calling me Steph instead of paying me.
Yeah. Oh, we're friends, right? Then pay me my money. Friends look out for friends. You're talking to me like I'm a friend. You pay me like a friend would pay me. And then Nick Casario will say, business and friends don't mix. It's always bad business to mix that with your friends. So, Stephon Diggs in town, one of three really good wide receivers that are they're going to do numbers. Whether it'll be good enough to elevate this Texans team to real contender status, we'll see. But it's going to be a good offense this year as long as health is good, and also as long as the interior of that offensive line holds up. There are questions there, but if the health and the talent shows up, I don't think we're going to have to worry about that Texans offense. The schedule will dictate the wins because it's stronger than certainly it was last year, but they'll have at least the offense to compete with the rest of that schedule going forward. Nick Casario said some other things we might get to a little bit later. He does talk about the division and what the other teams have done, and also what his team has done. But we'll get to that possibly when we come back. We'll also hear from Michael Carroll, as I mentioned, 11:30. He joins us, host of Comicast, to kind of get you set up for the weekend. If you're kind of done with the whole sports experience, you've watched enough basketball and baseball for the week, and you want to watch something else, maybe The Fall Guy is something you're interested in, the Ryan Gosling and Emily Blunt movie. Michael watched it. He went to a screening, so he'll have a spoiler-free review of that, and he'll either recommend it or not. From his initial tweet about it, I think it's something he's going to tell you to watch, but I'll let him do that for you. We are going to get out of here on time. I've done a poor job of that. I see a call up there. We'll get to that call if they hold through the break when we come back. And I
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We're excited about where the team is. You know, we feel we put ourselves in a position to hopefully be competitive and build on some of the things that we did last year. We also understand that every year is its own entity. Every year is going to be different. And I would say when you look around the AFC South, you know, we're just trying to keep pace with the competition. I think when you look at, you know, what the Colts have done this offseason.
Thank you.
A lot of respect for Chris and Shane, the team they put together. The Titans have done a good job. They made some changes there, brought in Coach Callahan. You know, they've drafted some good players. They signed some good players in free agency. And then Jacksonville, I would say they're, you know, kind of kept together what they had, especially offensively, added a few key players. So the league changes every year. And so our job is just try to do the best we can, put the best team together, and give ourselves an opportunity to compete. The margins are very small in this league. I mean, I think we were in 9 or 10 one-score games. So nothing is guaranteed other than an opportunity. So we're just trying to put together as good a team as possible with the right people, have the right mindset, and give ourselves a chance on Sundays.
That is the unspoken thing about what happened last year, how many close games they were involved in. They weren't exactly a dominant football team. They had a dominant wild card round win. But as far as the regular season, the Texans were a team who were living on a knife's edge. Now, things could have gone – we saw the things go poorly in Atlanta and in Carolina, and then we saw where it looked like things were turning in the wrong direction against Cincinnati. They found a way to win that one. Tampa, where CJ was amazing. So – good teams, sure. And you hope the added additions kind of push them away from these back-and-forth battles with average to below-average football teams, and then where they can actually start getting into real fights with the best teams in football. So that out of all the things Nick Caserio said, that point, I think, was the most important. Hey, the league is one where a play here or play there can change the trajectory of your season, and the Texans certainly dealt with that last year. The hope is you're in a lot of games where CJ's sitting midway through the fourth quarter, which means either you're getting blown out or you're blowing them out. Let's hope for the second option. You're blowing teams out, which would speak to how good you are as a football team. We got a call from Southern Ryan, so I imagine an accent's coming. But what's up, Southern Ryan?
Hello, sir. How you doing, Mr. Dale? How you doing?
All right, hold on. That's not just Southern. That's like Civil War era Southern. Hello, sir. I'm not going to allow Civil War era Southern. You can be Southern, but no sir. You can't say sir the rest of the call.
I do apologize for that, Mr. Dale.
No Mr. Dell either. Be country. Not
Do you believe that Mr. Canelo
Go on.
Do you believe Mr. Canelo was using Rosetta Stone to better his English? And also, I was going to say that, do you trust the process now that Joel Embiid he's wasted now? He ain't got nothing no more. And also, I got an OnlyFans question. What do you think about Trish Stratus, Free Right Easy?
Would we use the word problematic for that call, Sean? Is that the word that would best define that call? Problematic? You leave the door open, and this is what you get sometimes. Look, I can't blame anyone but myself. We talked about it during the break. Sometimes the door has to be shut, and I left it wide open for something like that to happen. Mr. Dell, nah, that ain't Southern. That's it is, but like back in the heritage, not hate era, which in some places probably still exists. But I'm going to say no to Trish Stratus, although she has posed for Playboy. I believe that has happened. But I don't know if that's her bag anymore. And the rest of it I can't really talk about because of what the accent involved in that call entailed. The Joel Embiid stuff, I've never trusted the process. It's always a dumb phrase. And oddly enough, you build a team around not winning, and then your best player never knows how to win. Funny how that happens. You embedded in him never winning basketball games and then not mattering, and then when it matters, when you have to start winning games, he doesn't know how to do it. The Sixers in his run have never beaten a good basketball team in the playoffs. Like, they'll not saying they haven't won a series, they've done that, but we know the history, never getting out of the second round, which is where you face good basketball teams. They generally have always been the favored team in the first round, and then when they see a good team, they lose. This time, because of injuries to Embiid, in the regular season. They fell to 7th. They saw a good basketball team and lost. I'm not going to crush Embiid for his performance. We know all the context involved, but it was always a weird way to go about it, entrusting your star to not win, have him feel what it's like to never win, and then expect him to be ready to win big games when you want it to start winning. Like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he kind of pushed back against the Thunder holding him out of games as they were trying to secure draft picks, and he got tired of it. And now I think they probably would have tried earlier if they had hit on a couple different picks. But once they're in a spot to take Chet, I think last year they would have gone all out to try to win. Of course, Chet wasn't available because he got hurt, and they made the plan. Once they were done sitting guys down and not trying, Shea among them. And then you see this year, once Chet was available and guys like Jalen Williams who were in their second year, they were on it. And now they're the 1 seed through to the second round. So the process stuff, they got what was coming to them. Your star doesn't perform when it matters most, and you probably had a lot to do with getting him to that point. I said I wouldn't talk about it, but then I love talking about basketball, so I got to it. But the other stuff, all right, man. You're gonna have to do a better accent next time. Just for my own morality,
Great.
I can't allow that.
Great, there's a next time.
I didn't ban him because he didn't do that Niner gang thing. That's the one thing that will get you banned, other than like cursing, because then it makes our jobs harder.
Yeah, but no ban.
No. You only get one of those. You get one call like that. And then after that, you can't double up. If you double up, it's a week. I can't allow it. There are just some things. Yeah, Art, he did forget to say that another one. Like, I won't even say it. It wasn't a slur, but you're right. He forgot to say one thing. But he hit all the other ones that I'm like, wait a minute. What are we doing here?
What kind of accent are we doing?
Yeah, Southern Ryan. That was a different level. I'm not Southern. I'm from the West Coast, so I get some of the back and forth between regions of the country and you making fun of different regions. But yeah, even Southerners are like, wait a minute, why are you like Foghorn Leghorn? That's not what we sound like. And by the way, this is Texas. There's a different twang to what people in Texas sound like.
Yeah, he was like Mississippi.
Yeah.
Like that was Leo's character in Django Unchained.
Yeah.
If Leo again was not a good actor.
Yes. If Leo didn't do the accent well. Yes. I mean, it was more like Samuel Jackson's character, to be honest with you. If we're being real. The Mr. Suh. That's all. That wasn't Leo. Leo wasn't calling anyone Suh. That was Sam Jackson's character. Can't allow it, whoever that was. I have my guesses. Looks like we're going to have one more call before we go to break. So we'll get to that. And now you know the guidelines if you want to not get banned. No Niner references the way Julian does them, and none of that you heard from the previous call. But if you want to call about basketball, you want to call about other things, we are more than willing to talk about that going forward. And Art, who likes to tweet the show, he says this, and this is something that a lot of people say, that the Knicks in the playoff is good. The Knicks in the playoffs are good for basketball. That MSG playoff crowd is great. I don't necessarily buy into that. I think as long as the basketball is good, I don't even think about the Knicks. But sure, there's an added spice to the fact that crowd travels. People care about the Knicks in that city. I get why people love that line of thinking. But if the Knicks weren't entertaining, they didn't have Jalen Brunson. As Sean mentioned, if it was Raymond Felton playing in the first round, it wouldn't be the same. The fact that they have a star player that is not the typical body type for a star player, and the way he plays, so much of his stuff is in the mid range. He plays the game uniquely when you compare him to other stars. I think that certainly adds to it. And the fact that the foil for this series was the Sixers helps too. If they were playing the Cavs again, I don't think the thought about the Knicks being great and what it means for basketball would mean anything until they played a better basketball team. Everything came together, and the series was entertaining. You had dramatic moments. You had comebacks. You had borderline or maybe not even borderline dirty play from one of the best players in the series. You had a lot of things going the NBA's way for that particular series. Put the Knicks up against the Magic. We'll see how great you think the NBA is when the Knicks are good. They got a good matchup, and the NBA benefited from it. Keith, if your name really is Keith, you want to talk about the NFL. What's up?
Hey, Dell.
This is
I
Keith.
love the show. Quick question, NFL related. Which recently signed LSU receiver, DJ Shark with the Chargers, OBJ with the Dolphins, or Jarvis Landry with the Jaguars will have the best 2024 season? Thank you, Dell.
Thank you, Chief, our patron saint of street free agents. Jarvis Landry will attend Jaguars minicamp or rookie committee camp. That's how low he's fallen. He didn't even get a deal. They've just invited him to rookie camp to see if he has anything left.
Sure, you can work out with us.
Yeah, hey, you want to run around in shorts? Come on in.
Yeah.
See how you look.
You can hang out with Brian Thomas.
Yeah, so he's not another LSU wide receiver. Maybe that's one of the reasons they did it. We'll see. I can't put Jarvis Landry in this discussion because I don't know if he's actually going to be on a team. As far as Chark and Beckham, Chark is in a spot where there's not a lot of juice on that wide receiver core or in that wide receiver core. Beckham may benefit simply because there is Waddle and Tyreek, and you also have Jonnu Smith, who's going to be used in the passing game. Mike McDaniel loves a tight end who can get stuff after the catch. I'm gonna go with Odell Beckham because of that system and the fact that there are going to be guys getting a lot of attention. He's going to have an opportunity to be a guy that may be a little better than where he was or what he was for your team. You're a Baltimore Ravens fan. You saw him, particularly later in the season. He was a guy who was okay. It wasn't great, but no one expects him to be great anymore. But I think in that system where they need another threat when one of those guys steps off the field, because they're smaller guys, they get banged up from series to series and maybe from game to game, depending on the length of the injury. So I'll take Beckham. Chark is, at this point, they're both just guys, but I think Chark's in a system where they're going to be running the ball a lot, and I just don't think Chark's going to be in a spot where he's going to be maximized. The Greg Roman system for wide receivers, not particularly great. Michael Crabtree was okay, but Michael Crabtree was in his prime. DJ Chark is a guy who's barely hanging on. So I'll stick with Beckham. Coming up next, we're going to talk to Michael Carroll. He was at a Fall Guy screening, The Fall Guy, a screening of that movie. So we'll hear from him. He'll let you know if it's worth the trip to the movie theater and what else you might want to watch coming up this weekend. We'll talk to him when we get back. Some guy is here. Michael Carroll joins us, one of the hosts of Comicast. He does that with Jong Lee. You can hear that here, usually from 9 to 10 on Fridays. Sometimes the schedule gets in the way where something else is on, like last week.
Some like draft of some kind was on last week.
We had a draft show on, and it affected the programming, but no draft show on this week. So is Comicast back at its normal time?
It is back after Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Tonight.
And Hall of Fame, I believe, is a live show. That's
It
what
is
I was
live.
told.
Booker's
Yeah.
in Vegas. Brad will be in studio. But yes, it is a live edition of Hall of Fame. And a not live edition, but it Comicast will be on right after.
Yes. I mean, the voice you hear is live.
That's
currently.
true. I'm live right now.
And if you want to hear him in recorded fashion, you can tune in a little bit later tonight. Also, you can hear it in its normal places, whether it be on Spotify or Apple. It is a podcast. You can find it there, but obviously we run it in a radio format here on Friday night. So you can hear Comicast in multiple places. And this week they're talking about episode 7 of X-Men, the Shogun season finale, and what are the best shows of the year. And also some big news for Comicast. They've done this before, but they're going to be on the floor of Comic Palooza.
Yeah.
It's part of the partnership with Comic Palooza, their podcast partnership. Which day are you guys going to be there?
We're going to be there Sunday, May 26th at 3 p.m. Podcasting live from the Podcast Pavilion stage, which is on the show floor at George R. Brown for Comic Palooza. We're talking X-Men. We're talking Fantastic Four. There's a thing with Jong where it's his wedding anniversary that day.
Okay.
He has made reservations beforehand, and there are reservations he can't really get out of. So
are you doing a solo podcast?
I am pivoting to special guests.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
I'm locking down those special guests. I'll have them hopefully by next week.
So yeah, you're going to be able to hear Michael Carroll in quite a few places. But the thing he did this week that you should be most interested in, you've seen all the previews, you've seen Emily Blunt and Ryan Gosling everywhere to get you excited about their movie, The Fall Guy. Michael got to see it early, and he gave a bit of a review, non-spoilery review on Twitter. But now we get not spoilery, but more in-depth interview, or at least preview of it, or review, excuse me, a preview for you guys, review for him about The Fall Guy. Here, what were your impressions? What did you expect, and did they exceed your expectations?
So they did exceed my expectations, and I will say that, at these press screenings, you get this little piece of paper that you fill out, and you fill out your outlet name and all that. And I think the first thing in terms of comments that I wrote was just pure fun.
Okay.
Like at the sole thing, and I think the most consistent thing that I've seen from other reviewers of this film is just fun. It is a fun movie. It is goofy, but in a fun way. Ryan Gosling and Emily Blunt, I mean, they're standout actors, obviously, but they really elevate what they have here. Ryan Gosling's comedic timing is superb. Like it's funny. Like, just if you haven't seen, whether it's the Barbie movie or a movie that I really like, The Nice Guys, like his comedic timing is on point, and it's really on point in this one. And he takes the script and elevates it, I think, with his performance, as well as Emily Blunt, as well as Winston Duke with what he has to work with. It's a fun movie that has great stunt sequences because it is a love letter to the stunt actors and stunt community, stunt actors and actresses. The stunts in this are big, are bold, and for a movie that, like, honestly, it is an action movie, but it also has in the heart of it like a romantic comedy aspect. It's still a big budget film that I think is well worth seeing on the big screen. I think in nowadays, like, romantic comedies have been kind of something that you more watch on streaming platforms and stuff. This one is definitely a must-watch on the big screen because of those sequences.
Yeah, and you got the guy who was Kick-Ass and Kraven the Hunter, and Pietro Maximoff. So if there's your comic book tie-in as well. And Winston Duke, you mentioned him. He's in the Black Panther series as well. So you'll see some recognizable faces if you're in this part of the nerd culture or just pop culture. Some of those names you got. Was there Hannah Waddingham?
Waddingham.
She is from Ted Lasso. So you're going to see a lot of faces you recognize beyond the two major stars.
Stephanie Shu's also in it. It's a well done, well crafted movie. It's funny. It has very, very many like laugh out loud moments. My like biggest nitpick of the movie was, well, two things. The plot maybe it's a little convoluted. But honestly, the ride is so much fun that I didn't worry about it. Like, don't think about the plot too much because it's fun. The other nitpick I had, and again, it's a minor one because it's something that just always stands out to me, is ADR when they replace dialogue after the fact. Sometimes it doesn't match the people's movements or the way they're talking or something like that. There's a couple of sequences where it just kind of like took me out of the moment briefly, but that's something more that I just noticed on my end. But outside of that, it's a fun, goofy movie. Aaron Taylor Johnson plays the jerk star that Ryan Gosling's character does the stunt work for. And Aaron Taylor Johnson playing just a straight up jerk is hilarious. Ryan Gosling as the lovable stunt worker is great. It's loosely based. I had no idea. It was based off a show from the 80s with Lee Majors.
Lee Majors in the movie.
Zero idea about that. But you don't have to worry about like there being ties to that. Like if you watch that show back in the day, you'll get some Easter eggs here and there, but like don't worry about it. Like it has very little to do with that film. I saw somebody commenting like, "Oh, who asked for this?" Nobody asked for it, but it's just like almost like a springboard for it.
Why do you hate fun, sir?
Yeah, exactly. Why do you hate fun?
It's a fun action movie.
Literally one of the most fun movies you're going to have, fun times you're going to have at the theaters.
Who asked for this? Who asked for Godzilla to be ridden by King Kong?
Nobody.
They gave it to us.
But they gave it to us.
Sean says he did ask for it. He put in a request after the last movie.
I get it. I would ask for that too.
And you know what? Succeeded.
He got what he wanted.
Asked and answered.
They were like, you know what? That's a great idea. Let's get that done.
What do we think of that?
Yeah. Well, Sean, well known as an idea man, and
that's true.
So go to Sean Mates if you want good ideas. So that's a clear yes as far as something to watch, and that'll take you to the theaters. If you are maybe you got kids at home, maybe you don't want to take them to see The Fall Guy, and you just want to watch something from the comfort of your home, or not watch something because you don't want to watch something terrible. Where do we land, Michael? Do you have something for the people to watch or not watch from the comfort of their home?
So, like you said, The Fall Guy is the top pick for the weekend, and just if you go out to the theaters. Streaming-wise, there's a few things that I am curious about. I missed it on Tuesday because I was at the Fall Guy screening, but The Veil with Elizabeth Moss.
I've watched the first 2 episodes.
I want to watch that this weekend because I didn't get a chance to watch it this week. But that's out on, I guess, technically Disney Plus and Hulu or however you want to.
FX, however you can find it. It's in multiple places. I did watch it. I enjoyed it. Elizabeth Moss, we know she has a connection with Hulu from Handmaid's Tale.
Handmaid's Tale,
She is a British spy working under a French agent. They apparently have a past relationship that hasn't really delved deep into it yet, but I assume that'll be part of the story going forward. Her deal is she's trying to determine if a woman she is helping is a major leader in a terrorist front or simply a background player who just is trying to get home. So that is what she's trying to discern. There's an American, I think there's an American agent. You'll recognize his face. I'm forgetting his name at the time. He's now involved. He's portrayed as the typical American doofus, really arrogant, but strictly clearly American. So he has some thoughts on the process. So she's, like I said, she's playing an English woman. They'll get into the differences between how the agencies operate. I'm only into episode 2, but I'm enjoying it. And really, it appears to be about this relationship between the potential terrorist and Elizabeth Moss and what she can discern as they travel and try to avoid certain death.
Cool. Yeah, see, that's why I'm curious about it. Also, Elizabeth Moss, I think I've heard nothing but great things about her performance, so I definitely want to check it out this weekend. I haven't watched this show, but I know a lot of people like it, but it's also on a FX, Hulu, and everything. Welcome to Wrexham Season 3 premieres this weekend, so if folks want to check that out. Hacks Season 3 premieres on Max this weekend, so if folks want to check that out as well. There's also Turtles All the Way Down on Max, which is a new film with Isabel Merced, who was in the terrible Madam Web movie.
Yes,
but
she was.
This seems like...
Is that based off the John Green book? Is that
yes, it is.
The
it is based
young
off the book.
the YA writer?
Yes,
John Green,
yeah. So you have that. There is I've seen the trailer for this, and it's not like grabbing me. So I'm not recommending it or saying don't. But Unfrosted, the Seinfeld directed movie with Melissa McCarthy and Jim Gaffigan and others.
Seinfeld giving me stuff about Pop-Tarts. You better beat it, man. I'm with you. I don't know. I've seen like his smiling face holding a Pop-Tart in my algorithm, and I'm like, you don't got me.
You don't got me. What does it got me though? It is, of course, May the 4th this weekend. So of course there's a lot of Star Wars content.
Certainly.
Tales of the Empire, which is like a season 2 of Tales of the Jedi. And it's focusing on Barriss Offee and Morgan Elsbeth, which Morgan Elsbeth people would know from The Mandalorian, her character. It's out 6 parts. It's like an anthology type show, but it's focused on their coming up because Barriss Offee, a lot of folks may not know that character unless they watched the Clone Wars back in the day, is a character that betrays Ahsoka in that show. And so seeing her, how she becomes what she becomes with this show this weekend, and same thing with Morgan Elsbeth, those are interesting stories that I'm excited to dive into because I watched Tales of the Jedi season 1 when it came out back in 2022, and it was really good. It was a fun animated show, interesting character dynamics for that one. So I'm curious about this one as well.
Yeah, there's a live action Morgan Elsbeth and Ahsoka. She was I forgot what type of.
She was the Night Sister.
Night Sister, yes, which was featured prominently in one of the Jedi. Was it Survivor? There's a video game where the Night Sisters were prominently featured. Yes. They haven't been very much featured in live action stuff until Morgan Elsbeth showed up.
Not until she showed up in Ahsoka, and then she does appear, I should say, Ahsoka and season 2 of Mandalorian. So there's bits of her in live action that folks can check out beforehand.
Yeah, we got Eric wants to talk about Deadpool and Wolverine. That trailer came out a couple weeks ago. What's up, Eric?
Hey guys, do you think in the trailer Deadpool kind of seemed more serious? Do you think that would affect the film in a bad way? Also, have you heard anything good about the series The Penguin? And one more thing, do you think James Gunn is going to take Superman in a better direction? I'll hang up to listen.
Let's start with Deadpool and whether his seriousness will affect the movie. I'm hoping for more seriousness, not necessarily from Deadpool, because if we go by the trailer, he's still going to make all the jokes.
No, it's 100%. Still a joke.
But I would like a more grim version. Maybe not depressing, but there should be I feel like a more serious way we go about telling these stories, because stakes I think are important. It doesn't have to be life and death, but not everything should be a joke. And I read something from Chris Hemsworth earlier this week. He discussed how he missed the mark from Love and Thunder. He said he got too deep into the improv and the jokes, and he kind of missed the mark for that movie. So I think we all, at least a lot of us, felt that way. Taika Waititi, take a step back, please. That's my personal opinion. I don't know about Michael, but I would like something a little bit more. All right, comic books, sure.
Yeah.
We got people who make jokes, but also people love the comic books for the stories and what they mean as far as the overarching future of a particular character or story. So I'm hoping we get back to that point. And obviously, Deadpool can make all the jokes he wants.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to not have those jokes because it is a Deadpool movie, but I do think there are going to be some serious moments. How much that is, who's to say?
Yeah.
You do have serious moments when he's dealing with the loss of Vanessa and everything, and different like emotional beats when he goes back to meet her in different sequences and stuff. It's going to be a balance because I know Wolverine will have some of those probably more serious moments too, with what they're saying about this Wolverine that we're seeing in the trailer, who's apparently failed his universe in some way. So there's going to be some dark moments, I guess, and more serious moments, but I don't think it'll hurt it. I think it would only enhance it.
He also mentioned James Gunn, and now that he's taking over DC's, I guess, attempt to have any impact as far as movies and their characters. I've never been a giant Superman fan. That's not been my guy. If I'm talking about major characters, I've always been more of a Batman person as far as characters to pay attention to. We know we're going to have a Supergirl in the movie. That's been cast. House of the Dragons coming back in June. The young Rhaenyra is going to play Millie Alcock. She'll be playing the Supergirl character, so that'll be a face to recognize. I don't know. I think James Gunn does superhero stuff well. I've always been entertained by what he does. What do you think it'll be?
Jong and I have talked about this on Comic Cast a lot. We're more in the camp of we think it's in the right hands, because the thing with James Gunn that I think Zack Snyder lost focus on is James Gunn focuses on character first and foremost. I think Zack Snyder's more worried about the mythos and how it looks and things like that, and story is second nature. Story and character are first and foremost in James Gunn's mind, and I have full trust in what he's going to do. And where Zack Snyder looks at a comic and says, how can I break it? James Gunn looks at a comic and says, how can I recreate and enhance for live action? Like pay homage, but at the same time tell my own story with it. Yeah. So I have full faith in James Gunn and what he's going to do with Superman. And then really quickly on his question about the Penguin series, I've heard really good things.
I'm excited about that. I like Colin Farrell's portrayal in the Batman.
Yes.
And I'm interested to see that under. I always like the alternate story. And I'm sure we'll get references and maybe a scene from particular Cape superhero at some point. But if it's just simply focused on the Penguin and his come up and what he's trying to accomplish, I'm all in on the alternate side of those stories.
The trailer sold me. I mean, I was already sold because I loved his character in the Batman, but like a full series with him just because, he's like having a ball with that role. Like you could tell he's having a ball with that role. So to see him in a 6-8 episode series, I'm all about it. I think it's going to be one of the better shows of this year.
That is Michael Carroll, co-host of Comic Cast. You can hear that not every Friday, but we generally try to make sure it happens on Fridays at 9 here on ESPN 97.5. But
minus when NFL drafts happen.
Yes, and those only happen once a year. So for the most part, Michael Carroll, you'll hear him on Friday nights with John Lee.
Are we covering the NBA draft?
Feels unlikely.
Okay, then we're good. Yeah.
I'm not Joe George, but it feels unlikely as far as potential attention placed on that. And by the way, that's not a Friday thing, so you wouldn't have to worry about it.
There you go.
Anyway.
I'm even better.
You wouldn't have to worry about that particular thing impinging on your show.
Take that, Joe.
But you can also, there it is. Another shot at Joe. We feel like we do that every week. And why not? But you can also hear Comic Cast if you miss it on Friday nights on Spotify, on Apple, where you find your podcast. Comic Cast will be waiting for you. In fact, it's waiting for you right now. We got one more segment to go. We'll wrap it up here. I will be done for the week. Sean's still got a couple hours to go, but that's just how life works. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Yeah, hitting the ball, middle of the field, just getting better pitches to hit. We are known for a team that we're patient and we get pitches to hit and we drive the ball. That's who we are. That's how we've been. That's our identity as an offensive group. When we get away from that, we find ourselves doing stuff that we're not. So that inning right there show our patience and we hit some balls hard and that was great.
That's Joe Espada after last night's game, talking about that big seventh inning that gave the Astros some breathing room. They go on to win last night against the Guardians 8-2, win 2 out of 3 in that series, scored 10 runs in game 1, only 2 in game 2, but another 8 in game 3. So maybe the bats are really alive, and we know they put up runs against the Rockies in Mexico City, which it's kind of it's Mexico City, the altitude. What can we take from that? But the fact that they took 2 out of 3 and scored a lot of runs in 2 out of 3 games here in town, a place where we know they don't play well, and we know they don't particularly score runs at the level that we think they should, was a nice step. Of course, the hole is a big one, but you got a chance to make it a little smaller because they see the Seattle Mariners, the division leader, this weekend. Did want to talk about this before we go. If you don't know, well, you should, and you should make a trip out there. Highway Cantina is our featured restaurant of the week. They have great Tex-Mex. Sean and I are witnesses to that. We certainly can tell you that statement is true. We had great Tex-Mex here when they came earlier in the week, and you can go there after ball games, and certainly for Cinco de Mayo this weekend. It's in Edo. Check them out, Highway Cantina, our featured restaurant of the week. And Paul Gallant is up next. Joe George won't be here. I don't know where Joe is. Don't ask me. But I know Paul will be here and Sean will be here to get you through Gallant and George. And also the Killer Bees will follow them.
I also don't know where Joe is.
He's just not here. He didn't tell anyone. He's just not here.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of what you can do if you're the assistant PD.
Yeah. He didn't clear it with me or anything.
I don't think he needs to.
No one does.
No one does. Like, we're in that spot where no one has to tell us anything. They can just do stuff.
Need to know basis.
Yeah. I might, you can tell Joe you won't be here, and then he'll tell me, but you don't even have to tell me. You don't have to come directly to me and tell me. We're not in positions where people have to tell us anything. We just are expected to show up when we're supposed to, and that's kind of fine. I don't want any added responsibilities.
No.
Don't put stuff on my plate.
No. Seeing some of the responsibilities that Joe has.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm good.
Yeah, I got to schedule this guy, this person, and then make sure they're where they're supposed to be. Nah, not into that. George does a wonderful job, but he's not here today, so you can listen to Paul and Sean on Gallant and George. Or in this case, Gallant and Mapes. What if that was a change in the title when Joe came back? We actually did do something without Joe's consent. It's now Gallant and Mapes. Not the case.
Let's get Michael Carroll back in
Yeah,
here.
he can get that job done quickly. We're done. Okay, I'm done. Sean's not. He'll get you through 12-3, and then the Killer Bees follow that. I'll talk to you on Monday.
one high. He hits one deep. At the track is Brennan, and this ball's gone! He's done it! John Singleton, second home run of the series, gives the Astros a lead here in the bottom half of the sixth inning. It's 3-2. A towering shot that just cleared the wall and right.
How about that? First base, not a problem anymore. Jose Abreu went yard for the second time in 3 games in your beloved Houston Astros.
John Singleton did.
Well, did I say Jose Abreu? Well, hey, listen, we're not used to doing the show by ourselves. John Singleton is not Jose Abreu. Thank the Lord. And the Astros, Sean Mapes, have won 4 out of 5 after the reset in Mexico City. Look, last night, must-win game. All games must-win games for an 11-20 team, but this was their most important series victory of the year. I know what you're thinking. Paul, that seems a little hyperbolistic. I'm actually being serious here. You just took 2 or 3 at home, a place you can't hit, against the team with the most record in the American League. Even better, over that stretch, yeah, there was that dud sandwich in the middle, but you got some really good bread in this series on either side with lots of runs scored, which you can't do apparently at Minute Maid Park. But you had 10 runs on Tuesday. You had 8 runs last night. I'm feeling pretty excited, Sean Mapes. You should be too. They're turning things around, baby.
This is the get off the mat kind of series that this Astros team needed. The kind of series that we'd been waiting for, especially during the easier parts of their schedule. But they decided, let's do it during the hard part of the schedule. let's have the best team in the AL. Although I don't know if they're still the best team in the AL, but let's have, when they're coming in, the best team in the AL. And that's when we'll figure everything out.
Hey, it just matters when you beat them. When you beat them, were they the best team in the American League? That's all that matters. So you put
It's not
that,
our fault they're worse now.
Exactly. And look, I mean, technically they're still a team with the best record in the American League. At 20-11, they're tied with the Baltimore Orioles. The Yankees are 20-13. This is a big series, a big confidence boost, and they should be happy about it. And you should be happy about it. It's Cinco de Mayo weekend, and guess who's coming to town? It's the Seattle Mariners in first place. You're 6 games behind them, but a little sweeperooski over the weekend, then you'll be 3 games back. And you'd still be 6 games under 500, which is low-key embarrassing, but baby steps. And you got some giant steps last night from John Singleton. I mean, very tiny shoes to fill with Jose Abreu, but you heard the 2-run homer that he hit in the 6th there to give the Astros the lead. You had a hustle play on a passed ball to give the Astros their first run. Right after he hit that 2-run homer, he made 3 pretty good defensive plays playing first, and he drove home another run with the sac fly in the 7th inning. It's a 3-game sample size we're talking about with John Singleton, but over that 3-game sample size, he's looked pretty good with no Jose Abreu standing in his way. And now the prince who was promised, the man who signed a contract with the Houston Astros all those years ago before even playing with them and then smoking a lot of weed, he has come back, and over his last 3 games, he is 4 for 9. He's got 2 homers. He's got 6 runs batted in, and he is so much better than Jose Abreu. You got to be feeling good. I don't know if it's going to last. I want it to last. I'm skeptical it'll last. But I'm very happy, once again, for John Singleton, because remember last year? He had the 2 home runs? That was it. It was just 1 game. This time, it's 2 games? With the question mark is the middle game? I mean, he did have a hit in this middle game. So.
Well, he spread him out this time.
Right.
It's 2 home runs to win 2 games instead of 2 home runs to win 1 game, because this team needs all the wins they can get. I think he bought himself, I don't know, 2 weeks of just being the first baseman of the Houston Astros. regardless of production.
I think you're right, Sean.
I was thinking, I'm ready to ride with him because I know. What'd you say? 5 for 9? Probably not going to be 5
4 for 9.
4 for 9. Still over 400.
4 hits. That's as many as Jose Abreu had. Okay? That's as many as Jose Abreu had. I feel like maybe not 2 weeks, Sean, because I am curious about the alternative options. Victor Caratini's playing well. Can you play him at first base a little bit more to give him some more at-bats? I am curious about Mauricio Dubon there. He's also hitting well. I am curious about Joey Loperfido there, though it seems like the Joey the Rope's going to stay in the outfield. But I really like what we've gotten out of Singleton. I hope that it lasts. It's definitely something to be happy about because, it was the 2-home-run game, and it was the walk that he drew before Jose Altuve hit that critical Game 5 home run against the Texas Rangers. And the Astros did have a 3-2 series lead in the ALCS at one point.
If Singleton can just hit the occasional timely home run and draw some walks, that is already so much better than what the Astros was trotting out there early this season at first base. So the standard is low. I will say that.
Very low.
It's very low. That's probably why 2 good games, 3 good games. I'll give them the 3rd good game. 3 good games. It's like, boom, I'm in. Stop the count. I've seen enough. For at least for now, I'm okay rolling with Singleton. Like you said, with some off days probably, and just to work in Caratini because you kind of want them to be taking reps there, especially Dubon, who basically has never played there before. Loperfido, who I don't think has played there very much in the minors. So, just to see what they got there, maybe more defensively. But as far as what the first base spot is giving you in the lineup, which was nothing. Before Jose Abreu got optioned, there's no way you can be anything other than ecstatic from what you got from Singleton.
100%. Now, a lot of other good last night. I thought Spencer Arrighetti had a very nice performance. I think he's been getting better. He had 6 strikeouts. He had 3 1-2-3 innings. There was a stretch where he struck out 4 Guardians in a row. And, you got some other contributions in the lineup. You saw Jeremy Pena doing what Jeremy Pena's been doing of late. We'll talk about him in just a second. You saw Jose Altuve get 3 hits. And you saw a lot of atrocious defense from the Guardians who made that nickname ironic last night. That was some of the worst defense I think I've ever seen. You had the 2 triples that were ruled triples. They weren't called errors where the Guardians center fielders just butchered 2 plays that led to easy stand-up triples for Pena and for Jake Myers. There was a passed ball for a run. There was the foul ball that the 2 Naylor brothers couldn't decide on, which helped the Astros out. Several near disasters in the outfield, a hit by pitch with the bases loaded. So the Astros got a little bit of luck last night, which certainly helped. They need all the help that they can get right now. And there's another guy that needs a lot of help. Joe and I yesterday discussed who the next scapegoat will be for the Houston Astros now that Jose Abreu is gone. And I think that right now, Alex Bregman is firmly in the crosshairs. Last night was about as frustrating as it gets to watch this once great third baseman who gets off to slow starts routinely do something that has become now a expectation for Lance Zierlein, like Laramie Tunsil false starts and Corey Brewer 3-point attempts that clank off the front iron and go all the way to half court. Alex Bregman pops the ball up a lot. And to pop it up, not just once, but twice with runners in scoring position. Even worse, twice with runners on third. Even worse, twice with runners on third with 1 out. You got to wonder when things are going to start to click for the guy. He's batting .200. For context's sake, only Jose Abreu has a lower OPS than Alex Bregman. Yordan Alvarez is doing his best to catch up, but he's still got a ways to go. This is even worse. Bregman's batting average this year is .200. Martin Maldonado's batting average last season was .191. Alex Bregman's slugging percentage this year is .275. Martin Maldonado's slugging percentage last year, 348. Alex Bregman's OPS this year is 548. Martin Maldonado's OPS last year, 606. When you're in the same conversation as Martin Maldonado and you don't have some innate way of talking to pitchers to make them all do better, what are you doing for me? I'm not saying bench him. I don't know who you'd put at third base given the Astros' depth issues at this moment in time. But I think we should all be in agreement on this. It's time for Joe Espada or Dana Brown or whoever makes the decisions about how the Astros put their lineup together. It's time to move Alex Bregman out of the 2-hole. He can't be there right now. Can he return there? Sure. I'm not giving up on Bregman on the year. I'm a big Bregman fan. I feel like the people that have got the knives out for him because he's in the middle of the contract year are being a little bit disrespectful, right? I mean, you got to be thankful for some of the things that he's done. I don't want this to come off as I'm angry with Alex Bregman, but I am disappointed. And if you're disappointed, there's got to be some repercussions, right? Is it really such a slight to move a guy who's hitting 200 out of the 2-hole? And you tried it with Yordan Alvarez. It didn't work with him in the 2-hole. Okay, well, why not do something that actually has worked in the recent past? Remember when Jeremy Pena was in the 2-hole back in 2022? And Dusty Baker was the one pushing for that? For all the people that hate him, that was a Dusty idea. And then he goes on a tear to finish the year. He's on a tear right now. This is an easy solution, in my opinion. And we'll see what happens with the lineup tonight. But look, this weekend is not going to be easy for the Astros. You can laugh at the Mariners' offense. It has been sporadic. But their starting pitching is really, really good. Every single one of their starters has at least 3 quality starts. It is insane, the numbers that they are putting together. I took a look, and here are some of them. They have the best walks, hits per innings pitched in the majors. They have the second best ERA. They have a 1.58 ERA since April 10th. They've allowed 40 runs since April 10th, which is 23 fewer than any other team. And every single starter, including the 3 you will see this weekend, have 3 quality starts plus. These are good pitchers. We've known that about Seattle. Their lineup, not so good. They can pitch, though. Are you going to leave Alex Bregman in the 2-hole for this weekend? If you do, you got to give me a legitimate reason for doing it. You have to. And that's the challenge on today's show with Joe out, taking care of the Joe Jr. You've got to tell me a legitimate reason that Alex Bregman should stay in the 2 spot. I can't think of one. I really can't, other than respect. Not wanting to embarrass him, Sean. It's one of those things where I understand why it's a part of baseball. There's a lot of ego involved. But, I mean, you're not taking away his badge and his gun. You're just moving him to a different unit. You're not even putting him on the desk.
Yeah, we're just saying like 5th.
Right.
6th, maybe.
Yeah.
Like it's also something where he didn't start the year batting second. This was a move that was made to get Yordan hitting 3rd again. And so this was obviously, this was not the plan. I mean, honestly, nothing has really been the plan.
No, really.
But this especially wasn't the plan to have him bat second. It was something that they went to when they're still 10 games under 500. And
because it wasn't working the way that they wanted it to with Yordan.
And to speak to the respect, some of the respect was putting Bregman in the 2-hole when he wasn't, by the numbers at that point, he still wasn't deserving to be in the 2-hole. He didn't get moved up in the lineup because of how well he was hitting. It was out of, we know what kind of hitter Alex Bregman has been. Right. But that is not the kind of hitter that he is right now. And going back to what you said, last night's win and every game was a must-win game. If we're going to keep going with these are all must-win games, which they kind of are, you can't be putting the guy who's hitting 200 batting second. Like, you just can't. You can't be doing that. Now, they did score, 21 runs over the last 3 games with him there. It wasn't because of him, though. It wasn't because you're not telling me that they score less if, like you said, Pena's batting second, who I think would be the logical option to put up there. He's another guy who has hit there before. but there's just no reason that Bregman should be
None.
that high in the lineup.
None.
I don't even think it's disrespectful
It's
to put him
not.
fifth.
It's not. Honestly, I bet Bregman would tell you right now, and I think the last time that he was asked about the contract year, he got a little snippy and he dropped a couple of cusses. And that's about as much emotional range as he's going to show with a microphone in his face. I think even he'd tell you, yeah, I'd be open to it. But this goes back to the new manager and Joe Espada. Is he comfortable making that decision? I mean, he wasn't comfortable. He even told us giving multiple innings to Josh Hader. So these are things that Espada is going to have to do. I think this is a big weekend against the Seattle Mariners. Every single series is a big series, must-win series, until they are back above 500, in my opinion. You don't need to sweep them, but you do need to take 2 or 3. You do need to take baby steps back towards 500 the rest of the way. You are pretty far out of the AL West. I know that it's just 6 games. It's still pretty far, guys. It's still pretty far. It's not like there's no team with a winning record. The Mariners and Rangers have a winning record this time around. The A's are ahead of you. Hey, you finally are technically ahead of the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, so you got that going for you. But you got to continue on this path, and I think one of the ways to continue on this path is to move Alex Bregman in the order. It is Gallant George, no Joe today, on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You got Sean Mapes behind the glass, 713-780-3776 to call in or text in. Some thoughts on Alex Bregman on the text, on the Twitch, and on YouTube. We will react to them. And we're going to bring back an old Paul Gallant Show classic to get us ready for this weekend against my ex-Lover baseball team. Don't go anywhere.
Mariners watch. They had a few things go their way today. We did not. It'll probably flip when we go to Seattle. I do know how hard it is to win on the road, and it'll be very hard for them to win in Seattle. 2024.
3-2 pitch. In the air, deep left center field, hit well. Rodriguez on the run, and it is gone! Oh, Jeremy Pena sends one to the seats, and the Astros lead 1-0 in the 18th inning.
May 3rd, 2024. The Astros are eating themselves. It's barely May, and they're basically 10 games under 500. Their starters keep pooping their pants. We can't relate. They optioned Jose Abreu to Florida, a Nazi state in our United States of America. Noted cheater Alex Bregman can't hit without a little trash can banging in the background. Meanwhile, yeah, we're in first place. And this is our World Series. Did you see what we just did? No, I'm not talking about the protests that blocked the highway in support of Palestine. We just took 2 of 3 from the Braves. Best whip in the majors, second best ERA. Julio Rodriguez is hitting .349 over his last 15 games. We're Houston's reckoning. We're vengeance. And when we take down your dirty, cheating Houston Astros this weekend, we're gonna raise a banner. Yeah, that's right. Banner number 6. Because we have 5 banners. One of them's 2 of them actually are for wild card berths, and then 3 of them are for division titles. We should raise a banner for the most wins in baseball history in a season and stuff. Hey, that's not besides the point. We're coming for you, Houston. You best be ready.
They're cocky. I have seen the timeline, and while they are still complaining, Mariners fans, about the lack of offense, the lack of money invested, the pitching is really, really good. This is going to be a very tough series for the Astros this weekend. It is really funny that they have raised banners for wild card berths. They do, I think, have a raised banner for the most wins ever in 2001. But, I mean, they are legitimately the least successful franchise of all time. I don't know what I saw in them. I don't. You know? That relationship that I was in with them, I mean, they were hot at the time, but was that Stockholm Syndrome? You know? I was up in Seattle. Wasn't allowed to go outside. Lived in the Chop. Or the Chaz, whatever they rebranded it as, you know? Can't go out there unless you're in support of whatever they're in support of. And I felt like, okay, well, if I don't want to get executed in the streets by some of the pro-Palestine people, you know what I got to do? I got to embrace the Mariners, you know? I did what I did.
It was either embrace the Mariners or embrace the Seahawks with Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
When Russell Wilson was starting to when we all started to be like, actually, all the Legion of Boom guys are kind of right about Russell Wilson.
Yeah. The best part about being up there was I actually was on board with the Seahawks, but Seahawks fans are so exclusive that they didn't think I could possibly comprehend how football works. And because they were that way, and then I decided to flex like, well, I'm a Patriots fan. Do you guys know what winning is? Because you guys, you know, throw passes on the 1-yard line with Marshawn Lynch. They didn't like that. So that lost me a lot of fans. But Mariners fans do like me for whatever reason. Whatever. Back to Alex Bregman. Couple of responses, because we're asking this question. What is a legitimate reason to keep Alex Bregman batting second going forward? I can't think of one. Couple of comments on the text line. 713-780-3776. I understand that players need to make money and have business prospects for life after baseball, but I'm tired of Bregman's salsa company. Oh, the Bregarita? For $300 at center field? Come on. His horses. He has horses. I didn't know that. Interesting. Kentucky Derby weekend. Fading those horses based off of his average right now.
Slow starters, too.
Slow starters, I bet. Yeah. I don't know if they're strong finishers. We'll see. And whatever stuff he's shilling on the gram. There's also this. This is sort of like with Baker Mayfield when Baker Mayfield started struggling. There's a new HEB commercial. I'm not going to lie. It makes me chuckle even though I have no idea what's being said because the entire thing is en Espanol. It's, I think, a play on telenovelas, which are Spanish-speaking soap operas. They're completely ridiculous, I will say. Like, you can watch those, and you'll probably have a pretty good time given the talented actresses on that show. But HEB did their own commercial, and Alex Bregman is heavily featured in it. Here is that commercial. I'm sorry for some people who are probably tired of it already.
Tienen fama, éxito, belleza, pero lo cambiarían todo por tener el derecho de comer.
Jeremías, alguien se ha acabado mi Creamy Creations. Esto es imperdonable.
Pero qué catástrofe, Alejandro David. Tenemos que averiguar quién fue.
It's Jeremy Pena.
¡Ay, Dios mío!
Lance McCullers.
¡Lindos días de ACB! Fue el gemelo malvado de órbita.
Okay, so we'll pause for a moment here. So the first person you heard speak was Alex Bregman. The second, Jeremy Pena. That effort in that commercial alone is reflective of his current play compared to Alex Bregman. Pena stole the scene in that commercial. Lance McCullers up next. Also, very good job. I know a lot of people are like, we don't want to see Lance McCullers anymore, and I totally understand that.
If we're sick of Alex Bregman in commercials.
Who are you more sick of in that commercial, Lance McCullers or Alex Bregman?
Yeah.
Do you want to
drink Maven coffee? By the way, coffee and cocktails.
Is that Lance's coffee?
I think they just opened up a brick and mortar.
Oh no. Well, hey, let's replay the Alex Bregman portion of this. Here's Alex Bregman in this HEB commercial.
Jeremías, alguien se ha acabado mi creamy creations. Esto es imperdonable.
Pero qué catástrofe, Alejandro David.
See, that Pena's so much better. Pena's so much better.
I will say, it's a little bit of a road game for Alex Bregman. In speaking in his second language. Yeah.
Or would it be a home game, given that Minute Maid Park is where the Astros can't hit?
Yeah. That is true. But yes, he is very much, and I was once this person, very much you get called on in high school Spanish class type of Spanish, where by the book it sounds right, but there's you can tell that he's not able to remember what to say and then also say them well. Whereas Pena's like, no, I can do both. Like I can remember my lines and also act.
I mean, if I'm Alex Bregman, I probably want these to stop airing. Much like, as Junior Bronco says, going to have to shelve this like the HEB Osweiler commercials. Yeah, those were rough. He's got the cowboy hat on and a lasso.
Maybe they're going for it's so bad it's good with Bregman, but I don't know. I'm trying to help him out. All right?
I am
He's
too.
hitting 200.
He's not doing well. We would like him to go further back in the lineup. That's all we're asking for. I think it's going to jumpstart him. He's always a slow starter, but okay, Jose Abreu's gone. He's doing very poorly. Yordan Alvarez, by the way, not much better. It has been bad of late. He was just as bad last night in those same situations. Third and the fifth, you got a runner at third with one out, and you get nothing out of both Bregman and Yordan? Come on, guys. Come on. They won 8-2. The Guardians gave them a lot last night. You take advantage of what you get. You need a little bit of luck. They've had bad luck this year. But come on, guys. These two have got to wake up. And if Bregman's not waking up in that two-hole, it's time to move him somewhere else.
Yeah, and I think part of the reasons Yordan's not catching it is even his struggles. It's like his struggles are way better. Yeah. And he still has the early part of the season where he was kind of carrying a large part of the offense. But as of lately, yeah, those two guys hitting second and third, it's kind of playing with one hand tied behind your back, especially this last series.
It's not Jose Abreu where it's two, but it is definitely one with the eye patch that Orbeto is wearing in that HEB commercial. More texts about Alex Bregman. How much money do you think Bregman's lost with such a horrible start? I don't think any of this matters right now.
He can still get it back.
Right. This is not catastrophic like Abreu. And I do think that it is promising that he hit a home run earlier in this series. But the problem is the pop-ups are happening a lot. I thought it was really funny, Lance Zierlein putting that tweet out there last night. Things that you just expect to see in a game. Some other ones that I saw in response, Jadeveon Clowney being offsides was one I offered. Antonio Smith, the Ninja Assassin, being offsides. Alex Bregman pop-ups. Laramie Tunsil false starts. Corey Brewer rim-crushing three-point attempts. I'm trying to think of other ones. Dylan Brooks kicking someone in the nuts. Or punching someone in the nuts.
Just like
he's more of a puncher. Draymond's the kicker.
Yeah, rocket scuffles.
Rocket scuffles. That's a good one.
Ime Udoka saying that the team came out soft after a loss.
Calling someone a bitch.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of like past pass. I mean, there's an easy James Harden elimination game, But
James Harden game 5, which we saw in game 5 for the Clippers.
The old classics.
2 days ago. It's crazy. He was so good in the series up to game 5. We'll talk about that later in the show. And yeah, game 5, James. Holy crap, man. I don't know what it is. Last year in the playoffs, he had a couple of good games against the Celtics. And then, uh-oh.
I think it was literally 1 and 4, which was the 2 good games that he had this year too.
Yep.
It's crazy how much you can say or watch to him. It's like weirdly peaks and valleys, but you've kind of seen it all before.
Truly.
With him. I'm trying to think of other Rockets.
Someone texted in pop-up is Bregman's new nickname. That's not nice.
Oh, come on.
Someone's saying Bregman gets the Willie Mae Hayes treatment, 20 push-ups every time he pops up.
I wouldn't be against that.
I think he would like that, honestly. You know, I think he's competitive. HEB commercials with all Texans players starting again in the fall because of the Astros. I don't know if that's really the same thing here. I was trying to stick with the thing that we were talking about a moment ago.
I think what they're saying is that the Astros are playing themselves off of the HEB commercials, which with the star power that the Texans have, I mean, they can do a Stroud, Tank, Stephon Diggs one like pretty easily.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. And
then you still got Will Anderson, Laramie, Nico.
You got lots of guys with personality.
There's a lot of guys they could throw in there.
But I would like it if C.J. Stroud said no until he wins a championship. Go the Arch Manning route. You know, I'm just going to keep my name out of these trivial side things until I get that ring.
I'm gonna earn this HEB Creamy Creations ad.
Not gonna lie, if he does that though, I legitimately will praise the hell out of him for it, even though it's the stupidest thing ever. Like, go get your money. Really, all these guys should go and get their money. But if he pulls some sort of hardo thing off like that, I will genuflect to him the next time I see him in the locker room.
It would be nice. That is a high standard to hold him to. I don't think he'll meet it. I expect him to be in every Verizon commercial or every Jersey Mike's or whatever. I expect him to be one of the guys that is in a lot of commercials next year.
100%. Yeah, we didn't really see him in any, I don't think, right? I don't think there was an HEB Stroud commercial this past season.
No.
From the 409, I don't care if he's lost money. I want him off the team. Come on, that's extreme. I'm not allowing that.
He still has time before the knives fully come out. I feel like we saw a similar thing with Correa when his contract was coming up, where you can kind of see the fan base like preemptively, and I think some of it's natural of like you're preemptively being like, I don't care that he leaves, and he's still on the team for a year. I think Correa got some of that, and I think that's not helping Bregman. Also, it's not helping Bregman popping up in every big situation and hitting 200. Not helping.
Right. Not helping at all. A couple more comments before we move on to our next segment. This is why we don't let radio hosts run teams. When it's bad, y'all jump on the bandwagon for the listeners. Pick a team, support when they up and when they go down. No. Shut up. Shut up. No. This is a bandwagon sports town, and we're going to be reflective of the city that we live in. If the team's doing poorly, no one wants to hear about them. They want them to be yelled at. When the team's doing well, they want us to kiss their ass. This is how it goes. I will ride up. I will ride down. I will do what everyone wants me to do. This idea that you're supposed to have their back. They're 7 times ALCS championship appearers, and they're 11 and 20. They're 9 games under 500. You want us to be supportive then? Shut up.
Yeah, like, oh, wow, we're more critical when they play like ass.
Yes.
Wow, crazy.
They're very good. That's why we are doing that. It's like yelling at your smart son who started smoking weed all of a sudden, and his grades have gone down a little bit. And it might not be the weed, but it's something.
Yeah, I mean, what you're asking for is just be Skip Bayless. Which is like pick a side and stick to it no matter what the counter evidence shows you. Like whatever the ups and downs you have, when you're ragging on LeBron all year and then he comes back from a 3-1 deficit, you go, not that impressive. Like that's what you're asking us to do.
Right, pretty much.
You're asking us to be cartoon characters.
And I am a cartoon character.
A different kind of cartoon character.
Right, exactly. Like if you understand me, then you understand the show. Not everybody does, though. One texter also said, like, I can see why Paul's shtick didn't work in Seattle. Yes. Yes. Weirdly, this city that thinks it's so smart does not grasp sarcasm. You would be surprised. But you guys, you get me. And I love you. I'm doing the Jeremy Pena heart hands emoji right now. We'll keep this going.
Kalen Clark, hard hand.
Taylor Swift, hard hands. We'll keep this going. Things that you expect to see routinely in Houston sporting events like Alex Bregman pop-ups, Laramie Tunsil, false starts. We got a couple of good ones. And it's time to start tampering for the Houston Rockets, including maybe with somebody like Dylan Brooks that nobody's going to want this offseason. We'll talk about it next.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
In the last segment, we talked about things that we expect to routinely see at Houston sporting events, like Alex Bregman pop-ups. And I guess Alex Bregman pop-ups with runners in scoring position, or Alex Bregman pop-ups with runners at third base, or Alex Bregman pop-ups with runners at third base with just one out. But Lance Zierlein offered Laramie Tunsil false starts. We sure do see a lot of those. When Corey Brewer was with the Rockets, a front iron three that would bounce all the way back outside the three-point line. Jadeveon Clowney offsides. Antonio Smith offsides. Here's a couple of good ones. Bill O'Brien cussing out NRG attendees. That's from Zach. How about Bill O'Brien just cussing out anybody? I think that I actually was canned because, well, reporting the facts as I was instructed to by the flagship who were phasing me off the air for some reason I will never be able to understand. I reported that Bill O'Brien jokingly swore at Whitney Merciless for messing up practice because he was playing so well on the defensive side of the ball. I thought it was a funny moment. People that worked for the Texans yelled at my boss, who yelled at me. I thought it was so ridiculous. I just relayed something that happens all the time. The head of PR for the Texans used to get shrieked at by Bill O'Brien, who would yell at his own friend from college off the air. That's one of those relationships that I had where I would talk with Bill O'Brien via text after one of the moments where he basically tried to embarrass me in the middle of a press conference. And we were on pretty good terms for a little bit. But once I kind of learned that, just like with Daryl Morey, there's a lot of people that are in the sports world that are going to use a relationship with a media person probably for their own gain. I became a little bit more skeptical, and then I started hearing all these stories behind the scenes. And, I mean, well, Bill O'Brien's always been nice to me. I heard a lot of things I didn't like, you know? Bill O'Brien swore at everybody. He loved cussing him out. Another Texans one. This is from Honey Glazed Branham. Matt Shaw pick sixes. Yeah, there was a stretch of those.
2013, yeah.
2013 was rough.
It was especially bad when you knew going into it the stat. I think it was the 49ers game, I want to say.
Sunday Night Football. They showed the graphic
was
on the
like
broadcast.
the first time I was like coming into the game being like, he will definitely throw a pick six.
And Al Michaels, I remember on the call, was like, it's happening again.
like it was Hank Aaron breaking the Babe Ruth record where he's like, I can't believe it.
I remember the play-by-play for multiple of those pick sixes because the other one was, this is what started the little Seahawks 2-year run. The pick six that shot through to Richard Sherman. The Texans were up 20-13 with a couple of minutes left. And he throws a pick six to Richard Sherman, who takes it to the house and goes to overtime.
By the
Chris
way,
Myers,
terrible pick six. It was crazy.
It was really
Richard
bad.
Sherman was the only person on that side of the field.
Yes, he was. And Chris Myers on the call for Fox Sports says, he's got followers and not just on Twitter.
Nice. That's a good 2013.
I mean, for a pick six to tie a game, that's what you chose? All right. He's trying to get hip. Twitter was new at the time.
It
you
was.
know?
How do you do, fellow kid?
You're right,
Chris
Sean.
Myers was doing.
That was his moment on that front. So if you got any more like that along those lines, keep them coming. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on twitch.tv/ESPN975 or on Twitter at Gallant. Says Randy Bullock missing easy field goals from the 281. Altuve base running blunders from the 713. From the 281, Texans fans showing up late to games. That's all Houston sports
I was going to say Rockets fans,
Right.
Astros fans.
If they even show up. I'm talking to you, Dynamo, in the playoffs last year. They didn't show up. I was at a playoff game. I'm like, wait, is anyone going to come here? They won the game. It was a fun game. And I remember I watched it with Josh Beard and Michael Connor, and, I mean, no one was there. No one was there. We were like, oh, well, they might have had some more free seats for us, huh? Maybe a few more.
Could have all brought plus ones.
The seats were great. I will say that.
I believe you.
Very appreciative of that. I'm very appreciative of that. Chandler Parsons being Chandler Parsons from the 281.
That's not fair. You're just Chandler Parsons. That's a loaded term.
Can I tell a Chandler Parsons story? At this point, who cares?
Yeah, I think you can.
I think we got a statute of limitations here. So I'm on a Tuesday at Lumen Lounge. It's a little club over on Kirby. I'm a kid. This is when I didn't have a show on a day-to-day basis. So I'd go out random nights of the week with some of the radio people who actually had money. They'd pay for all my drinks. So I go to the bathroom at Lumen Lounge, and all of a sudden I see a couple of people quickly moving out of the bathroom. I don't know if they were in a stall, but wouldn't be surprised. Chandler Parsons, Samuel Dallenberg. moments after they leave, a bunch of cops came in to this bathroom. And I just left. And this was back in my goody two-shoes days where, I mean, I would have bolted and run if I saw that. And I still would because I'm a good boy. But that was an interesting night. That was an interesting night. There you go.
Interesting.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I did not know where that story was going to go once it went into the bathroom.
From the 281, Houston teams overpaying washed-up players. Hopefully that's not Stephon Diggs, but Jose Abreu's the latest.
I think that's kind of in every city has their washed-up veterans that they can go to. Like there's not a city that has sports that they're like, nope, we just never sign them.
That's true. More, Yao breaking any bone in his foot. T-Mac lying on the ground with back spasms. James Harden taking a sweet time to get up after a hard foul. Less than 2 runs when Justin Verlander starts from the 2-2-8.
Oh, Justin Verlander solo home runs. Like giving up solo home runs.
Yeah, that's true, too. It does always seem to happen when there's nobody on base. Biggio chasing sliders away.
I knew Biggio and Bagwell were going to catch some.
Chris Paul pulling a hammy or a quad in Game 6. I don't know about that, but hamstrings as a whole from another texter from the 281. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Someone is alleging that Parsons did things. No, he just was leaving the bathroom and the cops came in. It was bad timing, I think. Right? Maybe I should tell the other Houston athlete story that I have at some point later in the show.
Is it from that era?
A little bit later.
Okay, I think I know this story.
Yeah, I've told you this story.
Okay.
That's for sure. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Just kidding. It's the Gallant and George radio program without Joe George, who's taking care of his kid. That is just a reflex. I'm sorry, Joe. I'm sorry. Up next, it's time to tamper. It's time to tamper with a couple of guys who are available to tamper with. You just got to keep it on the DL for your Houston Rockets. And I still want this guy back. I don't care how much of an a-hole he is. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at Pendleton Whiskey. Guys, what I'm doing once I'm done with my radio show today is this. I'm going to get a cocktail glass, a big old spherical rock. I'm going to plop it in there. And then I'm going to pour some amber Pendleton whiskey goodness. The stuff is fantastic. I've been telling you about it for a long time. Whether you're mixing it with a drink, you could make a rodeo Rita, right? Cinco de Mayo weekend or something like that. Maybe you're going to make yourself a rodeo mule. It's like a Moscow mule, but with a little Pendleton whiskey. Pendleton blends well with cocktails or just neat, the way that I like it. Pendleton whiskey is so good because it's barrel-aged in American oak. It is made with the finest northern grains, and it is cut with glacier water from Oregon's Mount Hood. Doesn't that sound refreshing today? Pendleton whiskey is awesome. You can get it at any liquor store nearby you or on Drizzly. It's Pendleton whiskey. It's true Western tradition. Get some for the weekend today.
You're back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Just me, Paul, today. Conversation we've been having over the course of the show after the Astros 8-2 win over the Guardians last night. They've won 4 of 5 since their great reset in Mexico City, and they're going to take on the Seattle Mariners in first place in the AL West starting this weekend. But even with the recent success, Alex Bregman's been struggling at the plate. Lots of pop-ups in key situations, so we've been discussing things that we expect to see at Houston sporting events, like an Alex Bregman pop-up in a key situation of late. Some more Junior Broncos on the Twitch. Back of the baseball card references from Jeff Bagwell. Another, speaking of Bagwell, Biggio and Bagwell failing during the playoffs.
I knew that one was coming.
Yeah. Definitely coming at some point.
I didn't want to say it, but I knew it was coming.
Do you have any more to offer to the table, Sean, at this moment in time?
No.
Here is one last one, and I think this is actually a pretty good thing to get it on the air. Paulie G whispering instead of talking into the mic so everyone misses anything he says. My volume while talking does fluctuate a little bit too much. I do it for dramatic effect, but perhaps I'm being a tad too theatrical. What do you think, Sean?
Yeah, there's some times where it's like a little too quiet. And
then a slow
build up.
Back into something like this!
Yeah, it's just the...
I know.
I
gotta be
slow
better.
it down, but just raise the volume a little bit.
I gotta be
also,
better.
the Houston Texans in hiring black coaches.
That's true. Who hires more black coaches?
Nobody.
Who fires more black coaches?
3 years? Nobody.
They do fire a lot of them.
Oh.
But hey.
That's how you hire a lot of them.
I mean, Romeo Crennel.
Boom.
David Culley.
Boom.
Lovie Smith.
Boom.
D'Amico Ryans.
Boom.
I thought the Texans were racist. Also, they had a GM who was black too. Just saying. I'm not even shilling for them anymore. I don't even work at the flagship. These are just facts, folks. And speaking of facts, it's time to present a list of facts to Giannis Antetokounmpo. His Milwaukee Bucks were eliminated from the playoffs last night. I have told people this before, especially after Giannis worked out in the offseason with Hakeem Olajuwon. We need to convince Giannis, who loves food and who seems to be someone who needs a bonk from time to time. I'm not saying he's stepping out on his lady or anything like that, his wife. I am just saying he seems to be remarkably horny. You got to let him know that, one, Houston has the best food in the country, and two, that Houston has, allegedly, because I don't go to these, I really don't go to these, the best strip clubs in the country. We got to let him know. So, I'm not really 100% sure what to do from the strip club perspective, although I do know that the men's club has like a $10 buffet. It's a pretty good breakfast buffet for $10. At least when I last went. That was like 10 years ago. I'm sure with inflation, it's like $500. But there's a pretty good breakfast buffet there. So you got that.
I know what I'm doing at 3.
Hell yeah, dude. And Giannis Antetokounmpo. That's what you could be doing at 3.
Giannis, you're invited.
You get some food. You know, sometimes the significant other likes to go to the strip club, which is interesting. I have a couple of friends. Their wives like doing that. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting.
It's just interesting?
It's interesting, yes. And also interesting, Houston's food array. I think that you got to get him some barbecue from Pinkerton's. You get him some Mexican food from the Highway Cantina. I'm sure that there is a Chinese food restaurant that jumps above and beyond everything. There's one that I went to that's over in Bel Air or by Bel Air not that long ago. I forget the name of it. It was a really good duck. It was so good. I love duck. But just give him a sampling platter of all the finest food that Houston has to offer. And in no time, there's a chance that he will demand a trade specifically to Houston. Because that's what you need to do. He's under contract. You need him to go James Harden. You need him to go and force his way out of town in a way where there's only one place he can go. Because that way helps the Houston Rockets as far as what they'd actually have to give up to get him. Matching contracts, probably hard, but forget all the ways that it can happen. You just need him to want to come here as opposed to anywhere else. He's already worked out with Hakeem Olajuwon in the offseason before. This is something that can happen. There was also a part of me that would like another former Houston Rocket to return. Even though I think he has been canceled after last night. I'm talking about 35-year-old Rockets legend, Patrick Beverley. I don't know how many people watched the Pacers officially eliminate the Milwaukee Bucks last night, but there was a moment where cameras caught Patrick Beverley sniping a fan with a basketball, not throwing it that hard, but he threw it into the stands. It hit someone. I don't know what prompted it. And then after the ball was thrown back to him, Beverley then catches it and throws it as hard as he can back in that same direction. So Beverley got 2 shots in. Imagine if an assassin did this, and like an assassin shoots at somebody, misses, drops the gun to leave, someone tosses him the gun back, he takes the gun again, and he shoots somebody else, and he probably misses the target again. I don't know. This is like all the Serbians who were trying to kill the Archduke Ferdinand back before the start of World War I. Thanks, Franz Ferdinand. Anyway, to bring it back to present day, this happens, and you sort of wonder, like, what the hell's going to happen? It's something when Charles Barkley, who has had his own issues in the past, but okay, a more mature man now, is basically saying that even an 18-year-old wouldn't do what Beverley did there.
And he fires it back.
Oh, he gone. He gonna get suspended.
Yeah, yeah.
Man, he hit that lady in the head.
That'll be next to.
Obviously, he was trying to hit that guy. It don't matter who he was trying to hit.
Yeah.
You can't hit no lady ever.
Yeah.
And then
well, you can't throw a ball at a fan in
I understand that, but you're like, listen, I've done stupid stuff, and and I got criticized. That's just wrong. He gonna get suspended for that, and that's gonna be a good one too, because he didn't do it once; he did it twice.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm very curious as to what happens. It was interesting to hear Ernie Johnson preface this by saying, we don't know the circumstances. Well, he threw a basketball twice at fans.
Yeah, this is a little different.
Right.
It's a little different than like, well, we need to hear both sides.
But it's, Sean, part of the player empowerment era in the NBA where you have all of these players that are complaining about fan behavior, and some of it's as pathetic as it's Russell Westbrook being mad that someone's calling him Westbrick on the court. But it does feel like the league and the broadcasters tend to side with the players almost 90% of the time. This is maybe the one exception, and it's because Beverley did it twice.
Yeah.
If it happens once, I wonder how they would have handled it. But since it was twice, you can't defend Beverley possibly.
I think it's also a difference between like complaining about the fans and like, you know, calling the ref over and pointing at them, or doing what Beverley did because of the, I guess, the legacy of the Malice at the Palace, where any like actual like confrontation that gets physical, where it's like, no, you're actually throwing something at a fan, or you're actually like getting in the face or pushing a fan, then it's like, whoa, like we cannot have one of these again. We did. So I do think I mean, he'll probably get suspended for it. I can't imagine it'll be like that lengthy. Probably like 5-10 games, which, you know, if you're signing Patrick Beverley, it's like, we can live without 10 games of Patrick Beverley.
If Draymond's barely getting suspended for what, like the 40th time that he's kicked someone in the balls or done something dirty.
I think the punch to Yusuf Nurkic got him 15.
Yeah,
So
Beverly's getting max 10 for this.
Yeah, it's like 5 to 10. But mostly because it's like, well, you can't do that to the customers.
Right.
Like that's what it is. That it's not a worse act than what Draymond has in his on his resume. It's just you can't do that to the fans.
Beverly tweeted about it afterwards. Not fair at all. Exchange between a fan and our ball club all night. We warned and asked for help all night. Not fair. No one believes him.
Yeah, come on, dude.
No one believes him. And yet I still kind of want him back with the Rockets. We got another Beverly clip that we'll play later in the show. It is Gallant and George. I am Paul Gallant. No Joe George today. It's a hard name to say now that I've noticed. Joe George.
I guess you can say like no Gallant George, no George.
Joe.
Or just George? No George, because now it's just, you know, it's Gallant George, but
just for today.
George isn't here.
Correct. Up next, we'll go back to talking about the Houston Astros. There are lots of things to be positive about going into this weekend series with the Seattle Mariners, but some of the national writers are putting some things out there that I think are going to annoy you. Do you agree with any of what they're saying? I'll share those thoughts with you next. Don't go anywhere. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. No George, just Gallant. Hour number 2 on a Friday. Got to get down on Friday. Your Houston Astros took down the Cleveland Guardians 8-2 last night. They take 2 or 3 from a team tied for the most wins in the American League. And this weekend, another tough test. The Seattle Mariners, first place in the American League West. And all of that Mariners starting pitching. They got some very good starters. Just take a look at the numbers. It is pretty insane, and you hope that the Astros offense is going to be able to keep things going. The best walks, hits per innings pitched in the majors, second best ERA, a 1.58 ERA since April 10th, where they've allowed just 40 runs, which is 23 fewer than any other team, and all 5 of their starters have at least 3 quality starts. The starter tonight for Seattle is George Kirby. It's Ronel Blanco, the Astros ace, getting the call. And then on Saturday, a game that's going to be on Fox, it's Framber Valdez against Logan Gilbert, who's been very good. Then Sunday's the one that you're hoping is not going to be the rubber game. You kind of want to win on Friday and Saturday because Hunter Brown is on the hill on Sunday. You're hoping that what Hunter Brown did from the 2nd through 5th inning is possible again, unlike the 1st and unlike the 6th. Baby steps, I guess.
Save your runs for Sunday. That's what I'll say.
I agree with
Score
that.
as few runs as possible the first 2 games of the series.
That's
and
true.
You'll need them on Sunday.
You got to be careful after the 10 runs, right? I mean, you scored 10 runs on Tuesday and you scored 2 runs on Wednesday. It's stupid. It makes no sense, but for whatever reason, the Astros
But it kind of makes sense.
They cannot follow up a 10-run game with any runs at all. Okay. I I think that there's a lot to be positive about with the Astros. I'm not going to go full minister of positivity here because things are good. We don't need to talk you up, right? Since they reset things in Mexico City after we killed them with a funeral and after we reset the season for them. This is technically their first reset, but it's really the second reset of the season, and we're barely a month plus into it. But hey, whatever. 4 wins in 5 games, 2 of 3 against the team tied for the American League lead in wins. Did you see this? See how well the Astros have been smacking that baseball? Oh yeah, give it a nice smack. Oh yeah. Their exit velocity, 4th in the American League. They're leaving red marks on that ball.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Now, can we get some exit wins?
Yeah. Exit runs.
Can we exit these games with all this exit velocity?
Right.
Turn those into wins?
Exactly. Listen, smacking the baseball. Oh, Daddy. Smacking the baseball. Sean didn't like that.
I don't like
smacking the baseball. Well, that's what the baseball says when you thwack it. Oh, that is not
John Singleton
enough.
was doing that to that baseball.
Dude, John Singleton's doing all sorts of things. I saw this tweet. This is courtesy of Will Kunkel, Fox 26. Dana Brown on first base. We have to kind of piece it together a little bit until Abreu gets back. So if someone can step up and show me he can get to 800 plus OPS, I'll be happy. Singleton, his last 3 games, 4 for 9 with a 444 average, which is 14th in baseball. 2 home runs, the second most in baseball. It's 3 game sample size. That's kind of funny.
3 games. Okay,
3 game sample size. It's true. 4 runs, the most in the majors. That's true. People forget about that hustle run that he had, running home from third base when on the pass ball. 6 runs batted in, second in Major League Baseball. And his OPS is insane. This is ridiculous. 16-11. Somehow that's only 8th in baseball, but I guess it's a 3-game sample size. So, there's probably going to be one player that's maybe close to 2,000 or something like that. But he has been really good since Abreu was optioned. Will it last? Doubtful, but I'm loving it.
Can we get another weekend or another 3-game series of it? I'll take that.
Please do. Please, for the love of God, do. We have an interesting text before we talk about some things that are being said by Astros doubters,
The haters?
The haters out there.
Not Josh Hader, the other haters.
Nice.
I just realized that. I'm going to have fun with that for the rest of the season.
You should, definitely.
Write that one down.
Write
Hater,
it down
hater.
and just say it whenever Joe brings it up. And I'll laugh really hard at it.
Like, uncomfortably long.
Uncomfortable. And he'll be like, what's happening? And we're like, oh, you wouldn't get it.
Mm-mm.
You wouldn't
Levels.
get it.
Levels.
We're Joaquin Phoenix and the Joker. Someone texted this in before we get to all those haters and the liberal baseball media out there. And honestly, it hurt my heart. From the 281. Paul's definitely the guy to tell black people they need to quit complaining about racism. Hey, I would tell that to everybody that they need to quit complaining about racism. You know why? Because race, it's just a construct. You know what we all are? Humans. That's right. All of us. We're humans. We look different. We sound different. We come in all different sizes and all different shapes. But at the end of the day, you know what we are? HUMAN.
What matters most? I'm tapping my chest. The left side. It's the heart.
Hell yeah, dude. Also, I don't see color, so I wouldn't know.
Also, we've been praising John Singleton. Where'd this come from?
Exactly. Come on.
I guess Beverly? But
Probably.
Beverly didn't say.
Because we talked about the player empowerment era. We talked about the player empowerment.
It's not
era.
about racism.
It's about player empowerment. Because
Yeah.
they're very powerful.
Hey,
now.
Luka's very empowered.
He is. That's
Jokic
true.
is empowered.
So if we're going to talk about the people, those naysayers who are daring to question the Houston Astros, did you see what The Athletic put out there? They suggest that there's a slim chance of them being sellers at the trade deadline, Sean. Oh, boy. I'm having a tough time talking to people today.
It's a Friday. It's a holiday show.
It is a holiday show. Cinco de Mayo, baby, but I haven't had any drinks yet. So honestly,
Can we get Highway Cantina back?
Yeah.
Sellers at the deadline.
This is what The Athletic wrote. The Athletic's Jason Stark noted and is what we learned in the first month column, only one team has started a season 7 or 19 and worse and made it to the postseason. The 1914 Miracle Boston Braves. The good news for the Astros is they're now 11-20, and the expanded postseason is more forgiving for clubs than it was back in the day when the Braves played in Boston. That's pretty interesting. Everyone within the sport believes the Astros will somehow recover. Maybe not enough to continue their streak of 7 straight trips to the ALCS. That, sir, that is something we're going to write down.
Yeah.
That is something we're going to put on the bulletin board material. If you believe the Astros are going to recover but don't believe they're going to make it to the ALCS, I'm sorry, those are not consistent with one another.
Yeah. If you think they're going to make the playoffs, they have to play so well for the rest of the season that they're going to be a pretty good baseball team come October.
And guess who's been through this so many times that if they make it, I mean, they're going to have great odds. There's a part of me that hopes
they still have great odds.
That if the Astros make it as a wild card team, though, Sean, the odds get longer and that we can make a little bit more money when they inevitably get back to the ALCS. But this article continues. Maybe not enough to get back to the ALCS, but at least enough to get within striking distance of a wild card. They say since owner Jim Crane said the window will never close, they're not going to concede, but the one day that could be the problem, as Keith Law ranks the Astros farm system 27th. If Crane went all Steve Cohen, like last year, he could set the trade deadline on fire with guys like Justin Verlander, Alex Bregman, and Ryan Presley, along with Kyle Tucker and Framber Valdez. Here's the thing. No one's getting traded until they're out of it. No one. And I don't think they're out of it, even though they're 6 games back and they're 9 games under 500. They're not out of it. Anyone who thinks that they're out of it, you know, we did kill them, obviously. It wasn't feeling great that moment in time. But guess what? We are bandwagoners, right? We are media. We are a media representation of you. This is a city that rides high and it rides low. And when low things are happening, generally you don't even want to talk about sports, right? So I feel like at this moment in time, we're all firmly back on that bandwagon. We just need Alex Bregman to, hit the baseball. That would be neato. Splendid, right? He's hitting 200. Move him out of the 2-hole, okay? You don't have to bench him. Move him out of the 2-hole. That's all we're asking for, Dana Brown. That's all we're asking for, Joe Espada.
And then in 2 months, trade his ass. No.
Stop putting it in the 2, okay? You don't want to do that.
Stop putting what in the 2?
He's not asking if we can put Alex Bregman in the 2-hole. He's not. What, Sean? I'm talking about baseball.
It's immature.
Get your mind out of the gutter. No, you're immature for thinking about that.
Well,
okay?
I said mature, so that's how mature I am.
People think I intentionally do this stuff. I don't. I'm not that smart. Okay. He is batting in the 2-hole. That's where he is batting.
We can't have the 2-hole be this stinky, is what you're saying.
Joe Espada and Dana Brown are not asking for permission for us to put him there. They should have to ask us for permission, and they're not. It's not cool. Some more haters of the Astros. Reason for optimism. Once this pitching staff is healthy and pitching at full strength, the Astros should get back in the pennant race. Will. No matter how difficult that looks right now. Pessimism. The Astros are 11-20 and in a tie for last place. Only a handful of teams in baseball history has a team dug a hole that big and still made the playoffs. Well, yeah, these are the Houston Astros, bub. So why don't you back off? I did it again. Gallant George. No Joe. Just Paul. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Are we okay? I heard it EAS. Have we flooded, seeing as everywhere seems to be flooded here in the greater Houston area?
I think that was for Montgomery County.
Oh, okay.
So north of town.
Well, shout out to our people in Montgomery County. We hope that everybody is being safe. If you are driving on the road, we hope that we are providing you with some sort of entertainment, especially if you are stuck somewhere due to that flooding. Be safe, everybody out there. All right, up next. Is it possible that Rockets legend Patrick Beverley was doing everything that he did last night for the brand? I'll explain how he might have been next. Stick around. That version of the song is better than the original Round Ball Rock. That's from an old SNL skit before Tim Robinson became Tim Robinson, featuring Tim Robinson and Jason Sudeikis, in case you haven't seen it. I Think You Should Leave, Netflix. Outstanding show. Quick show, too. Really good sketch comedy. It's like 20 minutes. You're in, you're out. Boom. It's wonderful.
I literally watched it one time when I was doing an overnight shift here. I just watched the entire season.
The entire season?
Because I was here for 6 hours.
It's a very quick show,
Yeah.
but it's so fun. It's so stupid. It's kind of on brand with who I am as a human being. So, we talked about Patrick Beverley throwing basketballs a little bit earlier in the show. That wasn't the only headline that Patrick Beverley made, though, because after the Bucks were eliminated from the playoffs by the Indiana Pacers, Patrick Beverley was sitting at his locker being interviewed by the liberal media. And no matter how you feel about Patrick Beverley, this is an all-time, wow, didn't see that coming exchange.
You subscribe to my pod?
Do I subscribe to you? I do not.
So you can't interview me then. No
Okay,
disrespect.
Well, Jamal is here.
You subscribe? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Again, there were a couple times within a bucket or two. In previous games, y'all have been able to kind of get over that hump, or maybe. Was it anything they did in particular, or was it just one of those where the bucket didn't go down, there wasn't the stop, they made one? What kind of prevented that you all from being able to get over, kind of like you have in the past?
You'll move that mic, please, or just get out the circle, please, for me, please, ma'am. If you're not subscribed to my pod, I appreciate that. Thank you.
So Patrick Beverley, with a reporter in that moment right there, told her she can't interview him because she doesn't subscribe to his podcast. She did not move, left the microphone nearby. He told her to move the microphone out of his face, and then afterwards said, no, you need to, walk away, babe. Very demeaning. Definitely dickish. I just saw Vanessa tweet about it. Vanessa Richardson, my ex-co-host, sideline reporter for the Houston Rockets. She thinks it is pathetic and entitled behavior. I'm not going to lie. It's funny to watch from afar. If this happened to me, I'd like to think that I would love it because it would be show content for the next day. But I think that I'm in the extreme minority in thinking about how this is good for the show. But I think Patrick Beverley was doing this for his show.
Yes. I think this was I think his whole podcast persona, or no, it's not even his persona, but how upfront he is with this podcast. Every tweet he just links to his podcast. He's always hustling the podcast. This is where it's maybe a little bit of a misstep. I see what he was trying to do. Little bit of a misstep, I think.
But Sean, it's all about the brand. It's 2024. Everything you do is about the brand. Look, he was dickish there, no doubt about it. But Beverley is a marketing genius here because, all right, what are you going to listen to Patrick Beverley talk about on the next podcast? Oh, how he threw a basketball at a fan twice and how he was condescending to a woman member of the liberal media? There are some people that are going to like him for both of those things. There are some people that hate him, but they're going to listen to the podcast anyway. This is how you promote your show, baby. You do stupid stuff, and you have everybody talk about it.
Yeah.
So I see through it, but I respect Beverly's genius, even though I will agree with just about everybody talking about this moment right there. He was being a dick.
Yes. And great way to distract from 22-point loss. Just haven't mentioned that the Bucks have been eliminated. the Bucks have been eliminated. Patrick Beverley, I know it's not his game, but he was 3 for 11. He wasn't that good.
Speaking of eliminated, Darvin Ham
out.
He has been eliminated as head coach of Patrick Beverley's old team, the Los Angeles Lakers. Sean, you told us during the commercial break about some of the potential next hires for the Lakers.
Yes, in classic Shams Charania form, when a team gets eliminated, he has the here's why everyone hates everyone column ready 30 seconds after the buzzer sounds, like he did with the Suns and with the Lakers. And then in announcing that the Lakers have parted ways with Coach Darvin Ham, sources tell him, and Jovan Buha at the Athletic, an extensive search will commence soon with candidates such as Mike Budenholzer, Kenny Atkinson, J.J. Redick, and if he becomes available, Ty Lue. I just love throwing a coach who has a job, who's coaching tonight.
Technically tampering.
He's coaching tonight. They're like, he'll be a candidate if he becomes available.
Extensive in quotation marks, because they're going to ask LeBron what he wants. They take care of their stars. They're going to try to keep LeBron. They're going to draft LeBron's kid. And then they're probably going to hire, speaking of podcasts, LeBron James podcast co-host J.J. Redick to be head coach.
Either his podcast co-host or Ty Lue, I think, are the two options. And Ty Lue's a good coach, so that one would be I would understand.
How in danger is Ty Lue? I mean,
I think it would be more of a he leaves situation.
Yeah,
would you want to keep coaching the Clippers?
I mean, yeah, the Kawhi side of things.
Like, you just don't know if he's going to be playing or not.
I'll be honest.
Ever.
I have no idea if he's playing right now.
He's not.
That's what I thought. Because I was on the treadmill yesterday, and I'm looking up at the TV, and it was talking about James Harden and Paul George and Russell Westbrook struggling. And I'm like, oh, well, Kawhi must have played all right. No, he didn't play.
The two games that the Clippers have won have been, before last night, the two games that the Clippers had won were the games that Kawhi did not play. He didn't play in 1 or in Game 4, and they won both those. He also didn't play in Game 5, but they lost.
And you know, to stick with this as we kind of naturally transition away from the Lakers coaching gig and talking about the Clippers, James Harden, why does he struggle as playoff series go on? Because he was really good games 1 through 4 for the Clippers with that extenuating circumstance. And obviously, the Clippers have a lot of talented players, but he had 26 points a game. He was shooting 50% from outside. He had 2.3 steals and blocks a game and 7 assists a game. But you take a look at what happened in Game 5, and he's terrible. Absolutely terrible, and he's doing something that he does more than anybody. He had 7 points and 7 assists on 2 of 12 from the field. I saw Nick Wright tweet this out. No player has more playoff games with 10-plus shot attempts and 3 or fewer makes. Can you guess how many Harden has? 17 now. Only Jason Kidd and Clifford Robinson have more.
Not good.
No.
Not good.
Check that. My bad. He tied Clifford Robinson for the lead. I didn't read that correctly because the stats aren't 100% updated the night of Pro Basketball Reference.
Oh, yeah, because you have to add one more the night of. Yeah.
In Harden's last 5 Game 5s, he has 11.6 points a game. He is shooting 29.6% from the field and is 20.7% from outside. My theory has always been that when playoff basketball happens, Harden, who is able to coach through the regular season because the effort on a night-to-night basis is not the same that it is in the playoffs, all of a sudden gets more gassed in the playoffs. And as the series progresses, first one or second one, there will be a moment where he just runs out of steam completely. This has been happening since 2014 against the Portland Trail Blazers when Wesley Matthews started backing him down in, I think, Game 5 and Game 6, Harden was terrible. And they lost that series.
Yeah, there's two things that happen in the playoffs. There's the more concerted effort to make them work on defense, where it's like, no, just go after them. Like, we'll go out of our way. Because normally both teams are just kind of running their offense in the regular season. Like, you're not game planning specifically for a team most nights. In the playoffs, obviously, that completely changes. So, yeah, you go from, oh, okay, now we're just going to try to get Luka on him every single time if you're the Mavs in this series. And then on the other hand, what he does is not like, it's not a varied attack. So you do kind of get into a rhythm of what Harden wants to do on the basketball court or with the ball in his hand. So you can kind of, you know, again, you not only are you game planning for it, you also just get more comfortable with it where it's like, okay, no, I kind of know what he's going to try to do. And yeah, especially at this age, you can't do it every single night.
Right, exactly. So it's who he is. I kind of enjoy watching it, not going to lie. But it's weird that he still has the good moments and then the bad moments.
That's the craziest part is that, especially the last 2 years, that he can still have like classics.
Exactly.
Like, he can still pull out a classic and then classic in the other way, where it's an absolute stinker.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys. Gallant and George. No Joe. Just me today. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Someone suggested that I was looking things up in the middle of the segment. Yeah, that's what you do because you have notes in front of you. That's what you do, Home Slice. On the Twitch as well, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. Up next, we go around the NFL. There's a couple of stories that I wanted to touch on. Number one, the saddest player in the NFL. You can't tell me otherwise. This guy is absolutely miserable. And I think this is the best name in the NFL. All of that next. It is Gallant and George. First, let me tell you about my friends at the Highway Cantina. You've got fantastic margaritas for $9.75. A tall Texan margarita. You can also do the large Marge. It's essentially a scorpion bowl where you got a big old goblet. You get 4 straws. You and your best mates, you can drink a ton of margaritas together. It's a bonding experience unlike any others. And you know what, guys? That's not all that the Highway Cantina has to offer. Fantastic food, really. Top to bottom. There's ceviche. But, you know, you got your fajitas. You got everything that you expect out of Tex-Mex. Some of the best salsa verde I've ever had. You have wood-fired oysters there. I mean, this place is awesome. And it's one of these places where it's right in the middle of everything. So you can go before a big game, baseball game, basketball game, soccer game, or something like that. You can go after if you work downtown. Really easy place to drop into for lunch, for happy hour, to impress the boss, to take on a date. I love the Highway Cantina. The Highway Cantina. Tell them Paul Gallant sent you by. No Joe, just Paul. I think the only thing that'll make what you're about to hear sound more sad in this clip from a podcast featuring Max Crosby and Devontae Adams is if in the background we played the ASPCA Sarah McLachlan music. You're in the arms of the angel. Here is Devontae Adams, who sounds like he regrets having asked for a trade to the Raiders to play with his old college teammate Derek Carr.
Look, I'm like the poster child for you make a decision and you live with it, at the end of the day. So I'll never regret anything. I mean, I don't care if it came here and my career went to like, you got to make decisions and roll with them. If you one of them people that gets hung up on, in hindsight, this and that, then, I mean, you'll lose your mind playing this game. So yeah. I don't regret anything.
I don't know if I believe that. Sean, do you believe Devontae Adams when he says, I don't regret anything?
It is very much the, I'm the poster, the start is I'm the poster child for you have to, make a decision and live with it. No one ever says, I made a decision, now I have to live with it when they make a great decision. No one's like, thank God I took that job. Now I have to live with it. Saying you have to live with the decision you made, kind of, the language implies regret.
It does. It really does.
I made the decision to marry the love of my life, and now I have to live with it. It's like no one says that. Especially because they traded the love of his life, which for some reason was Derek Carr after 1 year. Because Derek Carr's not that good. But
Derek Carr is still on the New Orleans Saints.
Fact. And I think the nature of his contracts, they can't cut him until after next year.
Correct.
After 25.
Because in true Louisiana fashion, the Saints are in tons of debt.
I think this has to be where the Saints, and now we're kind of pivoting to the Saints. This is where they clean their books, right? To be like, listen, we just had to live with this. This is where we finally get our credit score back up, our NFL credit score back up. Let's let some people go because we're rebuilding no matter what, as long as we have that guy under center.
Yeah.
Right? Or do they just
I don't know
double down?
Yeah, you if you're stuck with him and you can't get rid of him and you don't have the ability to pay him. Yeah, but I don't know if the Saints can eat it. I think some franchises can eat it. Like this, the Broncos can eat the Russell Wilson contract. I don't think the Saints can. I think the Saints can get around paying it all right away, but I don't think they can get out of it entirely. Okay. If they get rid of him, I think they have to give it all to him right there. It is pretty interesting going back to Devontae Adams, as Junior Broncos brings up. Never thought I'd hear someone regret moving from Vegas to Green Bay.
Or from Green Bay to, yeah.
The other way around, right? Green Bay
has to make it a little bit easier. Right?
You would think.
That makes it easier.
But maybe Vegas gets old if you live there all the time. Maybe Vegas isn't a place to live.
But, at the very least, it has all the same stuff that, and people love living in Arizona. Or at least, athlete, Barkley still lives in Arizona.
Yeah, that's true.
It has, at the very least, it's Arizona plus. Because if he's into golf, it has nice golf courses.
That's true.
I don't know if he's into golf, but it has nice golf courses.
You better get into golf. Because otherwise you're going to be on the strip.
I know. Yeah, it's that's the one... That's the one hobby you can have in Vegas that doesn't have your coaches and front office be like, ugh.
You know what's amazing? Jamarcus Russell's career could have been worse than it was. Imagine if Jamarcus Russell was in Vegas. I think it could have been worse.
I get what you're saying. I don't think it could have been
I think it could have been actually worse. Shout out to him getting paid. Again, it's the American dream.
Yeah, that was back when just getting drafted got you paid.
What a life.
God, imagine that. Imagine if we still had that. Where Caleb Williams is just still unsigned negotiating his contract with the Bears. Oh.
What a life it would be. More stories around the NFL. Is Peyton Wilson, the newest Steelers linebacker, destined for jail? I ask that because there's this Hardo quote. I like to take people's heads off, and I like to fly around with the best of them. I don't know. That's the kind of language that could lead to some testy situations like we're seeing on some of these campuses across the country.
He's definitely he's definitely destined to get suspended based off the way he's talking.
Yeah.
I love taking people's heads off.
You're sounded like the student body president of Colombia, or excuse me, not the student body president, the protest occupation zone president. It's probably not a good sign. Probably going to get some fines in the NFL, but I bet the Steelers fans love that. That's just how I've played. Grew up in a very blue-collared area. Grew up wrestling. So that mentality's been instilled in me my whole life. When I see somebody with the ball in their hands, I want to hit them so bad and take their heads off. I would advise not taking their heads off.
Yeah, I would, aim for the midsection, I would say. But also, do you think the Steelers are looking at the Bengals? They're like, yeah, now we got our Vontez Perfect.
It's revenge.
Ain't no fun when the Rabbits got the gun.
We're going to give Jamar Chase the concussion that Antonio Brown had.
How do you like that, T. Higgins?
Next thing you know, he's going to be doing music videos talking about how he has a whole lot of money.
And pulling his stuff out in Dubai. And remember that?
Honestly, I don't remember half the Antonio Brown stories. There's so many. Like the times that he threw the ottoman off of the balcony and almost hit a 2-year-old. Or the time where he froze his feet in cryotherapy. Or the time that he tried to fight Mike Mayock.
Called him a cracker, too.
That's true, too. That's true. There's so many Antonio Brown stories. So to answer your question, Sean, no, I don't. I didn't even know there was a Dubai incident.
Really?
I mean,
he exposed himself in a pool in Dubai. That's basically the entire story.
Right,
that's the entire story.
I remember that. Good for Antonio Brown.
No, not good for him.
Well, good for him, but
I mean, he's got a whole lot of money, so that is good.
He's got a whole lot of things. Hey, Jim Bob Cooter is the Colts offensive coordinator. It's a great name, and he says that the Colts aren't going to restrict Anthony Richardson's extreme athletic talent. I just saw that on Pro Football Talk, and I was like, that name rules.
Yeah, thanks, Coach Cooter.
It's not just that his last name is Cooter and that, yes, Sean, you'd have to call him Coach Cooter. It's that his first name is Jim Bob.
Yeah, that's a strong name.
That's a man who gets those microwavable Hungry Man dishes and eats them 3 times a week. 3 times a day.
It was already a move for Jimbo Fisher to go as Jimbo. It's even more of a move to go as Jim Bob.
It is.
As like he's an offensive coordinator for an NFL team. He's been an offensive coordinator for NFL teams. To be a millionaire and still be like, nope, call me Jim Bob, please. He lives in such a nice house and he goes by Jim Bob.
Yeah, I like it. Just bring Jim Bob back.
And you have to say his entire name because just saying Jim Bob is weird. It's Jim Bob Cooter.
That's true.
You have to say the entire name.
All together. Because, yeah, it doesn't sound right if it's just Jim Bob.
No, like, Greg Olson or whoever's calling a Colts game is going to be like, yeah, we'll see what offensive coordinator Cooter has dialed up. Like, sometimes they go with just Slowick when talking about, no, I think with Jim Bob Cooter, you have to go like, yeah, let's see what Jim Bob Cooter has dialed up for this 3rd and 7. Like, that's what you have to do.
It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston.
Still?
It's just Paul and Sean today. No joke. We do have a call, 713-780-3776, as we wrap up the 10-minute drill. From Matt in League City, he's got a thought on James Harden. Matt, what you got?
Oh, my bad, guys. Wrong number. I was trying to reach the Josh Ennis show. Thank you.
Well, the Josh Ennis show no longer exists. Nice call, I guess. Josh won't come on this show for reasons that I truly can't understand. He waited on hold for 10 minutes to do that? That's all you got over 10 minutes?
Josh Ennis' show ended in was it 2020 or 2021?
I don't know. It ended a little bit ago. Josh is one of my best friends.
Yeah.
What were you going for there? I'm kind of befuddled.
There's so many other shows that you could have said that would hurt Paul's feelings.
Right. Was that what they were going for?
I don't know.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, okay. Oh, I thought this was the Josh Ennis show. Well, he's in St. Louis. He's been there for a while. I don't think he even had this time slot.
I think he did.
No, I think it was.
Or was he 10 to noon?
I think he was. I think he was 1-4. He was before the blitz.
Yeah, he was before
so
the blitz.
Technically, yes, actually. Okay, you know what? Sorry.
Fact check.
Sorry, person that's been living under a rock for a couple of years or possibly in a coma. I understand.
By the way, you don't have to wear your mask to go out anymore.
You don't.
Madden
You
League
don't have to go
Just
wear a mask.
Another update.
Okay, Paul Gallant Show without Joe George. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Look, I'm just going to keep doing it for the rest of the show. I'm just going to do it. Coming up next, hey, a question. Do the Texans have a problem on their hands at a position that we haven't talked about yet after the draft? We'll discuss next. It is Gallant and George, no Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
No morning for the Astros. They have won 4 of 5. Big weekend series against the first place Seattle Mariners at Minute Maid Park starting tonight. Ronel Blanco on the hill against, for Seattle, one of their very good young pitchers, George Kirby. Tomorrow it's Framber Valdez and Logan Gilbert. Sunday, Hunter Brown and Bryce Miller. We'll see if John Singleton's able to keep up his hot play. And we're hoping that Alex Bregman gets moved down in the lineup out of that 2-hole because he just ain't bringing anything. We're not saying bench him. There's no one you really can replace him with at third base. but we would like to see him moved out of the 2 spot because Jeremy Pena is playing well enough to, I think, actually take over in that spot. If it doesn't work, you could shuffle the lineups again. If we're in a world that's post-Dusty Baker, do not stay married to the same lineup on a nightly basis. There's no point in doing it. Jazz things up from time to time, right? No one wants the same thing every single night. You want to shake it up a little bit. So shake it up a little bit. We'll see what happens when the Astros actually release their lineups today. I know this weekend the Kentucky Derby is taking place. We could talk about that as the show progresses. Who's got the coolest horse name? I took a look at them.
Really?
Yeah. There's a couple of articles that were power ranking the names of horses in the Kentucky Derby. I took a look at some of them. I mean, there's one that's American AF.
Is that the name? American AF?
That would be a good name.
That's the thing with horse names. You could just kind of name them whatever.
It's called Catching Freedom.
That sounds like a U.S. like World War II baseball propaganda movie.
It does.
like it's Catching Freedom.
There's also everyone loves Track Phantom. I think it's lame.
I see what they're going for.
There's Mugatu, for those who watched Zoolander. It's a bit of a dated reference, but I like that one. Mystic Dan. I like a horse named Dan.
That's funny. That is funny. Why don't they just do that? Here's Dan the horse.
Has anyone ever named their dog Dan? That seems like no one has ever named their dog that. So those are the nicknames of the horses in the Kentucky Derby. I mean, I will say this about the Kentucky Derby. You go out to the bars to watch things outside of football season. This is something that the ladies actually enjoy watching, and they dress to the nines and wear ridiculous stuff. I was at 8th Row Flint last year. Not 8th Row Flint. What's the other place that's nearby? It's on White Oak. It's that whiskey lunch. Permission. I was at Permission. They had a party, and everyone was all dressed up. I totally forgot the Kentucky Derby was taking place. I got there, and I was like, oh, everyone's looking swanky here. Hell yeah, let's go. But I missed the Derby. I totally didn't even know it was happening. That's how little I care about it, you know. It's a horse race, whatever. Who cares?
Yeah.
But there's some cool horse names. Yeah. And speaking of horses, do the Houston Texans have a workhorse at running back this year? I like that. The slow clap. So I saw a couple of stories that involve running backs on Pro Football Talk, and it has me remembering that the Texans running back situation and interior offensive line are the two biggest questions for their offense this year. Not many questions, right? You feel pretty good about it on paper. But I do think it is something to keep in the back of your mind. The Texans passed on Saquon Barkley. They didn't want to go to a certain amount of money with him. The Giants also passed on him. The story that we saw today, the Giants did not even give Saquon Barkley an offer to return. Eagles gave him a big deal. He's in Philadelphia instead of Houston because of that. The Texans traded for Joe Mixon, but I mean, they got Joe Mixon for a 7th-round pick this year. Just a 7th. The Bengals didn't want him. And we know the Bengals are cheap. He was not making a ton of money. The Bengals were going to cut him. I suppose they feel like their running back situation with Zach Moss and the other guy who they had last year is fine. But Joe Mixon to the Bengals was a cast-up. There's a chance he's not Joe Mixon anymore. A very good chance, I would say. I don't know how big it is. I'm not saying it's like 50+% or something like that, but there's certainly a possibility that trading for Joe Mixon and giving him a contract extension will be a mistake. And when you think about what they did in the draft, not drafting a running back until the 6th round, Jawar Jordan out of Louisville, who was tough but small, and per a lot of draft reports, doesn't really do anything super special. You know, he's not super elusive. He's not super fast. He just has amazing vision. And maybe that's all the Texans are looking for in Bobby Slowick's offense. But this year they're going into it with Joe Mixon, Jawar Jordan, the 6th-round pick, and Dameon Pierce, who they are saying is going to be a big part of what they're doing this year. And I want to believe that. I have not given up on Dameon Pierce yet, but the Texans gave up on Dameon Pierce last year. And is it going to change so much for Dameon Pierce in one offseason to the point where it's actually going to work for him? Or if Joe Mixon gets hurt, what do they do? Like, is this enough? This is one of those positions where you actually do want to have multiple guys who are good. And I know everyone's obsessed about the wide receivers, and you were thinking to yourself, well, what happens if Tank Dell gets hurt or shot again? Or if they're down Nico Collins and they only have one of these wide receivers, what are they going to do? They got to get Stephon Diggs. Well, they got Stephon Diggs. I don't think they necessarily needed to get that extra wide receiver, but you really are in a spot where if you get an injury to your running back, you could find yourself having the same kind of ineffective running game that you had last year, and I thought that hurt the Texans multiple times last season.
Yeah, it's definitely a position that you don't need to invest a lot in. Like, no one was asking them to draft a running back in the second round. Actually, someone probably was, but no reasonable person was actually expecting them to draft a running back with one of their first 2 picks in the draft, or it with any sort of heavy investment after the Joe Mixon deal.
Right.
It's just, yeah, it looks a little light right now, and it is a position that you can maybe just kind of skirt by, maybe add someone right before training camp, or someone a training camp cut from another team. But it is something that you're really going to need Joe Mixon to be the workhorse for this team. It looks like, at the very least, you can get an improved Dameon Pierce, but even an improved Dameon Pierce from last year isn't someone that you're super excited to be your feature back if anything happens to Mixon.
Yeah.
And the other guy's a 6th-round rookie who, 6th-round rookies, as far as running backs go, hey, they can be good. It's a little bit different than, a 6th-round quarterback that you're absolutely not expecting to play, barely expecting to be on the team. 6th-round running back's a little bit different, but that would still be asking a lot from Jordan.
I agree. And especially when I look at the scouting report, I'm not going to watch the film because the film can always be misleading. There's going to be highlights of these guys all online, these guys coming out of the draft, and you're going to think that they're all awesome. And it's awesome that they all got drafted. It's awesome that they're all getting an opportunity in the NFL. But until we actually see them out there, we truly do not know. And it does seem like from all scouts, if I'm going to trust these scouts, and, I trust them with a grain of salt, especially these guys who are later round draft picks, it seems like the thing that he offers is vision. It's not size. It's not power. It's not speed. So we'll see how that works if he even gets any opportunities. I am excited for another opportunity for Dameon Pierce. I hope that it's not like Dameon Pierce getting 1 or 2 carries a game or no carries a game.
He was getting DMPs.
Pretty much at the end of the year. You're right. One last story as we talk football here before the final hour of Gallant and George on a Friday. There is a story about one of the top picks in this past draft. And it is as insufferable as the story about Mitchell Trubisky, who I believe drove to an interview with the Chicago Bears and did so in a 1997 Toyota Camry. And we're led to believe that Bears head coach Matt Nagy and Bears general manager Ryan Pace saw him in that 97 Toyota and thought to themselves, damn, this son of a biscuit in his brown, ugly-ass Toyota, he's a blue-collar guy. No glitz, no glamour. Not like that Patrick Mahomes guy. Son of a Major League Baseball player. Hashtag cake eater. Not like that Deshaun Watson guy. Byproduct of a God-fearing, overly Christian program. He's going to be too much of a Boy Scout for us. No, we want the guy with the 97 Toyota. You have a Camry? No, Corolla. So that was a really annoying story last year. We have one that is just as annoying this offseason. I don't know how many people saw Sean Payton kissing his own ass at a press conference.
That is the perfect way to put that press conference. It was a lot of patting himself on the back for drafting Bo Nix.
He must be doing a lot of yoga to be able to do what he did there. But he was right, saying, well, I tricked the Vikings to trade up for J.J. McCarthy because you know what I wanted all along? I wanted Bo Nix. And he wanted Bo Nix because of this. This is the stupidest thing that I think I've seen this year when it comes to draft coverage. Will I say, ever? No, because the Camry story is pretty dumb.
This might be worse than the Camry story.
Let me read the story.
Yeah, let's lay it out and then we can debate.
Bo Nix was reaching down to grab his bag as he and the Denver Broncos brain trust were wrapping up 3 hours of meeting time and getting set to head out to the field for his workout. "What's in your backpack?" Sean Payton asked. Nix reached inside and grabbed the roll of tape that he'd explained he'd need for his ankles if he was going to train. He also pulled out a spare pair of football cleats and a lacrosse ball that he said he'd use for rolling his back. And what wasn't in the bag was just as significant, mostly because it confirmed the reputation that preceded Nix was real. He was the son of an Auburn quarterback who followed his dad's legacy, struggled, and then built his own on the other side of the country. The 24-year-old had long cut the image of a gym rat, someone who couldn't get enough football. And in that moment, that morning, the Broncos became true believers. I'm lost. I am lost. Truly, I am lost.
The end is wild. I don't know what they're trying to do at the end. But the fact that the 3 things he had in his backpack were all football related, which, by the way,
you don't need a backpack for that.
Yeah, that. Also, one of the football related things was a lacrosse ball. It's a ball for a different sport that you could go, well, I use it to limber up.
Smart way to roll your back. I will agree with Bo Nix there.
But it's all football related.
But what in the actual F does what wasn't in the bag was just as significant? What?
Yeah, because he didn't have like a chapstick in there. Like he didn't have anything that wasn't football related.
How did it confirm the reputation that preceded Nix was real?
That he's all football. Because he has tape, a lacrosse ball, and I forgot what the other one. Oh, cleats in his backpack.
So it's because he had 3 things in his bag?
Again, one of them's a lacrosse ball, one of them's tape, and one is
you don't need a backpack.
Football.
Use a drawstring bag. When I play flag football, you know what I have in my drawstring bag? My gloves, my cleats, and a mouth guard.
It's all football related.
It's all football related.
That confirmed what we already knew about Paul
Does that
Gallant.
confirm I'm a god at football? I mean, this is the stupidest thing I've seen. And man, the Broncos spin that they're trying to put on the 6th quarterback drafted in this year's draft after the Russell Wilson experience backfired so spectacularly. Aren't you thankful that Sean Payton isn't the coach of the Houston Texans? Look, I wanted him. I'll admit it. I wanted Sean Payton. I am so thankful. So thankful that they moved in another direction. And this guy was dumping subtly on the Houston Texans ownership. And here he is, not confirming this story, but probably a part of this story where the Broncos saw that Bo Nix was wearing a backpack and there were 3 things in it. And they were like, yeah, this is our guy. Because he's all football. Just like Mitchell Trubisky was
humble.
Humble. And I suppose, you know what, to those people who do drive Toyotas, those things last forever. So, frugal. Economically conscious.
He could have had a 2014 and still have been frugal.
He had a 97 because he cares.
Honestly, though, that just speaks to the different era of college football that was 2017, that he didn't have an NIL deal, and so he just did not have a nice car. If he came along with NIL, it could still be a Toyota Camry, but it's probably a new one from whatever Chapel Hill Toyota Nissan dealership and Hyundai.
Hyundai, gosh.
Yeah, it's a 2024 Hyundai Elantra.
No,
that told us what we already knew about Mitchell Trubisky.
713-780-3776. What car is ugliest? Because you said Hyundai. I don't think there's any car that's uglier than a Hyundai. I think that they have the ugliest looking hoods, the ugliest looking front of the car. Like I think they look mid AF, as the kids say.
Whoa.
Is Bo Nix the Hyundai Elantra of the 2024
of definitely
NFL draft?
Of this draft class, yes.
Yeah, he really is. You know?
Okay.
Very used.
The quarterbacks as cars in this year's draft.
Yeah. Honestly, like that would have made more sense, the comparison. Like if Bo Nix had been driving a 97 Corolla, I'd be like, it's just like Bo. You know, it's worn down, beaten. It's been all over the place. All right. It is
a lot of miles on it.
A lot of mileage, that's for sure. A lot of pit stops. Gallant George, no Joe, just Paul. We're getting you hyped for Astros and Mariners starting tonight. There's a big change that needs to happen. And if you haven't seen enough data to prove that Alex Bregman needs to be moved out of the 2 spot, we'll give you more next. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around. Astros play the Mariners tonight. I'm very curious to see where Alex Bregman falls in the lineup in the last segment after telling a really remarkably insufferable story about the Broncos and when they fell in love with Bo Nix based off of a backpack and what was in it: cleats, tape, and a lacrosse ball for his back. All football. It harkened back to a time where the Chicago Bears fell in love with Mitchell Trubisky because he was driving a 1997 Toyota Camry. And it had me thinking about, okay, well, what quarterback is what kind of car in the NFL draft? What's our least favorite kind of car? We got some suggestions for that. But what kind of car would Alex Bregman be right now? I mean, he's a car that, let's be honest, is having some issues right now, but you expect these issues. It's like you have these issues annually with Bregman. He's a slow starter. You are expecting things to get better, but also this might be the last year where you have this car. You might be on the verge of giving it away. 1877 cars for kids. I'm kidding. You might be about to give this thing away. So what kind of car is Alex Bregman right now? I mean, he's definitely an expensive one, right? I mean, you paid a lot for that last contract that you gave to Alex Bregman. And, I mean, it's given you some great times, some great memories. Has it given you every single amount of bang for your buck? It's probably been since 2019 where you felt like this thing's the best, right? And that generally happens when you get a new car. You like it for a little bit of time, and then after a while, you get sick of it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. He's a nice car. But
Definitely a nice car.
An older, nice car, lots of miles. If there's a specific kind of car, and this is where the interactivity can really help out, is there a type of car that just like is notorious for like, yeah, you're gonna have some issues starting it. You're gonna turn the key, and it's not always gonna start the engine.
Maybe a first-gen Tesla, as suggested by BT Quad. I guess when you start it, they catch fire occasionally, which is not what you want. Bregman's not on fire in a good way.
No, that's Jose Abreu.
Some people are contributing on the Twitch. He is a POS Ford, says Shrimpo Data. Come on, that's not nice.
That's rude.
75 half falsehood says Breggy is a Ford Pinto right now. Oh boy, the Pintos are the ones that exploded, right? I think a Pinto's the car where like you touched it the wrong way, it blew up. Must have been really cheap. Great. I would hope. I would hope. Day One Donna says a Kia. Is he like those little hamsters that are in those commercials?
Oh, wow, yeah. I have not thought about those hamsters in a while.
Yeah, R.I.P.
Now it's all Jake from State Farm and Flo from Caressa. Give us back the hamsters.
I don't need the hamsters. I hate car commercials. The car commercials are generally the worst. They're always the most self-important. It's the Lexus event. It's Toyotathon.
Yeah.
Breggy is a 99 Mustang 5.0, says B. Hannon.
I like that.
It does sound good, but old.
Because and guess what? In 99, that was probably a sick-ass car.
It probably was.
In 2017, Bregman was a sick-ass third baseman.
Zach calls him a Crown Vic. BT Quad says a Land Rover, great when you buy, not so great later on. That sounds right.
Yeah.
Land Rovers are expensive, not great gas mileage. Yeah.
And after 7 years of having one, you're probably not. You know what? Let me sign a 10-year contract to keep driving this.
Right, exactly. Some other suggestions. This is just worst cars ever. PT Cruiser, more like PT Loser. That was on the Twitch.
Ouch.
A Volvo. Good. Yeah, Volvos are. There's a Volvo that's like a fancy looking Volvo at my condo complex that's parked next to me now. It's clearly a new Volvo of some sort, and I'm like, man,
they got something new.
Drop the bag. Drop the bag for a Volvo. Yeah, I didn't even know they still made Volvos anymore.
I didn't know they had like higher. I thought they basically had Camrys and Corollas, but Volvos. You know.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought too. Again, I don't know that much about cars. Someone suggested a Subaru. That assumes his sexuality, sir. I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay. Bregman is like your Nissan Sentra, total wreck. Hi-oh from the 346. That's someone who's been listening for a while.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Callback.
That's a good one. A 2008 Cadillac, Nissan Pathfinder. Ooh, Nissan Pathfinders are the ones that are having all the recalls, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Didn't the Cybertruck have a recall too?
It did.
He's not a Cybertruck.
He's not a Cybertruck.
Cybertruck, that's like John Singleton when he first got called up, where it's like, interesting idea, not ready for big time.
A Cybertruck is Deshaun Watson.
Oh.
I mean, it's controversial to get one because you're an Elon Musk guy, which means you might be, like MAGA or racist these days. Right. It's like that. Look, we need Alex Bregman to move out of the 2 spot. All jokes aside, he's been struggling. I think he is going to figure it out by the end of the year. But things are bad. We've highlighted before last night. 2 pop-outs with runners on third base and less than 2 outs. You had chances to drive in runs. You compare his numbers this year to Martin Maldonado's last year, and Maldonado actually has a higher slugging percentage and OPS than Bregman did last year. The averages aren't too far off. Maldi was batting 191. Bregman's hitting 200 flat. And while Bregman does start slow, this is an interesting tweet from Jeremy Branham, the Killer Bees, you'll hear later this afternoon. He always starts slow, but a career slash line of 248, 355, 381 in April, March is a far cry from where he's at now. 200, 270, 273. He's down 48 points in average, 85 points in on-base percentage, and 98 points in slugging. There is reason for concern. Yes. And with the way Jeremy Pena has been hitting, I think that he deserves an opportunity to move up to the 2 spot where he has been before and been successful before. That's the other part of this. Be one thing to say if you're just like throwing stuff at the wall because you're 11-20 and are 6 games out of first place in the American League West, and you do whatever you can to shake things up. But you actually have someone who's been in this spot before, and you would think that now that he's better as a hitter, nearly 2 years later, a year and a half later, that he'd be better in this spot. He's a good contact hitter, Pena. That's what he's been showing this year. So why not put him there? He runs out plays too. Like he's had a couple of infield singles recently. Like,
yeah, add some speed to the top of the lineup.
Yeah.
Now, even if he gets on first, like gets a single or walks, and hopefully Jordan kind of gets it together. But now you're a Jordan double away from him possibly scoring. So yeah, it's. If this was last year's Pena, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
No.
But this year, Pena has been one of the lone bright spots for as far as exceeding the expectations that you have for him with this. I mean, this Astros team, honestly. It's like him, the last week of John Singleton, the last 3 games of John Singleton, Ronel Blanco, Seth Martinez.
Yeah, again, it's not a
and
great start.
Tucker's been good. Tucker's been really
He's
good.
been awesome recently.
Yeah.
They're 4-1 the last 5 games. Okay, the last 5 games have been the start of the season. They started it late. They showed up late, fashionably late. Shrimp Botana says Bregman's riding Metro right now. That's an expensive Metro ride. You're basically riding a party bus, except for it's Metro. Houston's Metro isn't that bad, right? It's not like Seattle's Metro. Seattle's Metro is a trip. I used to take that from the airport because the airport Uber would be like $115. It's not even that far away, but just Ubers up in Seattle are ridiculously priced. They're overpriced everywhere. So I would take the light rail from a place that was like about, I don't know, like 7 blocks away, like drag my roller bag through downtown Seattle, trying to avoid eye contact with the homeless people on the sidewalks, some of whom still made eye contact with me anyway while dropping the kids off on the sidewalk. Oh my God, what a traumatic
That's a
memory
pro
it was.
move. That's a dominant move.
Seattle's Metro is a little more. You're gonna see more things. You know, you might see a stabbing. You might see a lot on that. Hopefully, Houston's Metro is better. I'm not gonna shame anyone who's on the Metro. I know it's probably not ideal though in a city that's this sprawled out to be riding that.
No one's there because they want to be there.
Yeah. Is Bregman the light rail or is he the actual Metro? The light rail is expensive.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to get to it. It only really does one thing. All Bregman does now is walk.
And pop out.
Yeah.
He does 2 things.
Oh, boy. Anyway, hey, guys. Look, sorry. These are negative vibes. The Astros have won 4 of 5. Big weekend series with the Seattle Mariners. And guess what? Remember how we were upset with Jeff Blum for calling Joey the Rope, Joey Loperfido, J-Lo? Turns out he was calling him something else. I'll tell you what that is next. It is Gallant and George. No George, just Gallant. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Just me, Paulie G today. Astros and Mariners. 3-game series begins tonight at Minute Maid Park. Stop at the Highway Cantina on your way into the stadium, guys. Do your Friday right. More mean comments directed Alex Bregman's way. You guys got to lighten up a little bit. I just want to move him out of the 2 spot. This guy is, I suppose to quote Goodfellas, he's almost a made guy, but not quite. Maybe that's The Departed. Now, you can't quite not hit him, but you don't hit him. That scene before, the scene where Leonardo DiCaprio's character just bashes some rando in the head with a cocktail glass full of cranberry juice. But here are some of the things that are being directed Alex Bregman's way. He is a Jaguar with 100,000 miles, especially the Cape Better trade in. All right, that actually is a good one. But after that, Alex Bregman is like marrying a trophy wife, and she gets caught in a fire and never looks the same. Whoa. Bregman was good in last year's playoffs. Relax.
Well, the fire was after that.
Stop. This is like suggesting the fire happened in 2020 or something like that.
Yeah.
Another text. Bregman used to be someone you could tolerate being arrogant while he was hitting. Now we're left with a Mendoza line D-back. What? He has not been a jerk going through this. He's frustrated. He was annoyed when asked about his contract year. I can understand him being annoyed when asked about that. I'm sure he wishes this is something that was resolved. And I'm sure that there is a bit of him inside that is pressing a little bit. I'm not saying like you all have to have his back and pat him on the back. He's making a ton of money. Never feel bad for a professional athlete that's making the kind of money that Alex Bregman is making. But don't be a jerk. Come on, settle down a little bit, okay?
Yeah, I mean, like, I think we've mentioned this earlier, how all the goodwill from 7 straight ALCSs is basically gone with the Astros, or was gone before the trip to Mexico, where it's like they used up all the goodwill that the city had with them in like 20 games.
It really did. Which is sad because they've been to 7 straight ALCS.
Yeah,
and
it's honestly like ridiculous. But I think it's also in a micro level the same thing with Alex Bregman, where I think like and with all, I mean, I mentioned before the same thing happened to Carlos Correa the last year or two that he was an Astro. He was kind of getting put, not by the organization but by the fans. It felt like he was getting like already kicked out before he could leave. It's like a you can't fire me, I quit kind of situation.
Which was also ridiculous because Correa was the guy who stood firmly in the pocket while the entire world was pointing the finger. He picked up the shield like Captain America and defended his teammates and specifically Jose Altuve from slander that now finally people are retracting.
And Alex Bregman's the other Captain America, the one that the government made after Steve Rogers, the guy who's I don't know, some other tall white guy. That's Bregman.
By the way, really funny here. And again, people just keep on pounding on Bregman here. I gotta give Shrimpo Dana some credit. He's on a roll right now on the Twitch. We were talking about the trophy wife caught in the fire. Bregman got a boob job, but they're lopsided now and point different directions.
No, come on.
He's not Cookie Monster boobies. He's not Cookie Monsters. By the way, those are alarming when you see them. Now, when I did Yacht Week Greece in 2016, I have a friend. She is a friend, okay? I haven't talked to her in a while. But she was very proud of her bolt-ons. And she felt that since we're on a boat, we're not out in public, that she was just going to air them out all the time. And I mean, it was like looking at Cookie Monster's eyes. You couldn't look away. And let's just say the pupils were all over the place. Like one's going northwest, the other's going southeast. It's a little dramatic. Just a little traumatic. But again, that would imply that Bregman has done something to himself since then. The fire, the boob jobs. And I just don't like this negative energy that you guys are directing. I'm not directing it. I'm, once again, as I always am, weirdly, the most negative and cynical person probably in sports radio in this city. I am always the one that is picking up the flag like those frat boys at North Carolina or Alabama with the student protests, and I'm charging forward into the vanguard with this Astros orange and blue flag, trying to get you all to turn around and stop running away. I'm Mel Gibson in The Patriot, and you guys got to stop wavering and being mean to your teammates, your family. It's ridiculous. It really is.
Do you think Alex Bregman adding 20 pounds of muscle is
You know what? I mean, I don't know if those things weigh 20 pounds. It would probably mess your back up. I could see why people with the au naturals get the reductions, though. Definitely.
Yeah, that was him. He tried to do something else, and then didn't work.
Listen,
now
we need
now
positive vibes.
Now his chest is cross-eyed.
This is not. I feel like we're bullying Bregman, and I'm doing it because I'm reading the comments. We are being very interactive today. I don't like what I'm doing. I don't like what I'm doing here. So let's transition. Joey Loperfido, newest member of the Houston Astros. He got a nickname right away from Jeff Blum that seems to have been co-signed by the Houston Astros. And I pushed back on this online. I believe that Joey, as does Joe George, as does Sean Mapes, we I think agreed that Joey the Rope is better than J-Lo, which is only a nickname that Jennifer Lopez should have. But Jeff Blum, when he called Joey Loperfido's whacking of that Guardian runner at second base, he said this.
How about J-Lo?
How about J-Lo? He claims online that he never called Joey Loperfido J-Lo.
How about J-Lo?
One more time. Give it to me.
How about J-Lo?
So, the more I hear it, the more I actually hear what I guess he was actually saying all of this time. J-Lope. But he got weirdly aggressive with people, not me, of course. We're friends. One time at the St. Arnold's showdown where you like had a mixed drinks and turn it into food. Like we were judges together. I like Jeff. We had a couple of nice conversations. He's a good dude. But Jeff was very, very violent, protesting that he never called Joey Loperfido J-Lo. In response to somebody who highlighted that it sounded like he said J-Lo, didn't pop that P, Fire Cintrone and Snitker, who I believe are the Astros hitting coaches, is this person's handle. Blummer responded to him saying, J-Lope, jackass. Then retweeted this saying, this nozzle, nice try. I said J-Lope. He's got to pop that P, though. Okay, I'm not trying to be Cardi B or Megan Thee Stallion here. You got to pop that P. He's not popping that P there. Now, I tried talking with Jeff Blum on Twitter, and he did respond. I said, listen, you got to give him something that's a little bit more Italian. And he said, yes, I do. But he's not willing to go all the way to Joey the Rope. We have compromised, and I will endorse J-Lope as long as we just get this on the air. Like, it's a frozen lope from J-Rope, or a frozen rope from J-Lope. I like that.
How about J-Lo?
First goes to show you the actual power of this show. Not a lot. Not a lot.
Very small.
We're not
Small
really.
amount.
We're taking the small victories, much like the Astros should be taking the small victories as they try to get back above 500. We're taking the small victories that we can when we're talking to media people who are bigger deals than us, but we have compromised, and we will endorse J-Lope. J-Lope. Wait, no, that sounds like poo. J-Lope.
J-Lope. J-Lope.
J-Lope.
J-Lope.
we will endorse that as long as he gives us frozen rope from J-Lo.
What a negotiation, Paul.
It was pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Most shows will double down. They'll make a shirt.
Our
make
negotiating
make
power,
a hashtag.
Right. Our negotiating power is like every single university that's trying to deal with those protesters.
Hey, he DM'd me. Oh.
Right. That's all we got. We're caving pretty quickly. You know, we're like Rutgers. We're caving. We're caving so quickly. UCLA, that's us, sadly. That's all we got. But we are fun, are we not? Positive vibes only going forward. Guys, heading into this weekend series, Astros and Mariners, you want to weigh in on Bregman's struggles, if there's an actual legitimate reason to keep Bregman in the two-hole, please do. We have to talk about the reason for the season, though. It's a big holiday this week, and I'm not talking about the Kentucky Derby. I'm talking about a holiday that is so celebrated, and it probably shouldn't be. You'll find out next. Stick around. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Gallant and George. Just Paul. No Joe today. We do have Sean Mapes back behind the glass. Someone texts in, it should be Joey Roperfido. I like that. That's pretty good as far as a Joey Loperfido nickname. We've also got some more people that are comparing Alex Bregman to inanimate objects. This time, not a car, a sneaker guy on the text line from the 409. Bregman's like buying a pair of Jordans, then getting a crease in them. Still wearable, but not as fancy. This sounds like somebody who might be a little bit like DJ Khaled with those Jordans.
Getting carried.
He never walks in them. Right. I mean, don't they get creases in them as soon as you walk them? I don't know. I don't know anything about sneaker culture.
It's like when your toes go above like you get them from like lifting your toes up or like standing on your toes and stuff.
Okay.
So you have to. It's something that I also just don't pay attention to because I can't get my shoes going more than like a week without getting some sort of stain on them. So now for doing creases, I'm out. I definitely cannot meet this standard. But yeah, I think it's something with like you get them around like the bottom of the laces.
Gotcha.
Where like the part of the toe, you know.
So as soon as you have the creases, do you have to throw the shoes out?
No. Like what he's saying, where it's still wearable. It's just not as fresh out the box.
Is 200 at the plate wearable? I mean, that's more than a crease. That's a stain. That's a wine stain.
Yeah, it's something. Is there something with the shoe where it's like there's something wrong, but you can still replace it. You can replace the laces or something.
So these are great questions for people. You know what? For all the money that I put into Hawaiian shirts, I put very little money into shoes. Like I basically I'm like I'm gonna ride these things out until the soles literally fall off. And they would provide my feet zero support.
Have you done the thing where you've bought the same pair of shoes, like the same exact like shoe again, where like something happens to the old one and you're like,
yes,
okay, no, I've also done the same thing. We're on the same page with the shoes where it's like, actually, I just like this one. They still sell these.
Yep,
just buy another one.
Mm-hmm. Someone suggested as a nickname for Alex Bregman, Breggy Bum. That's not nice.
Oh, come on.
There's so many negative vibes going.
He hit a home run this series.
He did hit a home run this series.
He hit a Breggy bomb.
The best team in the American League. He almost hit two Breggy bombs.
Almost.
Because that first one that he hit down the left field line, it was just foul. Keith asks on YouTube, why does Joey even need a nickname? It's not that he needs one, but you want to give somebody named Mario Joseph Loperfido a nickname, and you would prefer that it would be somewhat Italian, and instead, the Astros broadcast, Jeff Blum specifically, seemingly called him J-Lo. Turns out he was calling him J-Lope. Not that much better, but since Jeff Blum acknowledged me on Twitter, I'm willing to be okay with that.
Just rolling over.
Sean,
I've got so you get a couple scratches on the belly.
I've got low self-confidence right now. LinkedIn girl's not responding. She may have ghosted me, you know. The self-confidence is low. All I've got to look forward to is apparently Coachella next year.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Jeff Blum DMing you.
No. He didn't even DM me. He tweeted me. He didn't follow me back. But you know what? It's baby steps. It's baby steps between friends who clearly are on the same level in their careers.
You're both judges at St. Arnold's.
That's true. We were both celebrity judges last year at St. Arnold's. Now I didn't get to do it this year, but hey. Someone on the Twitch is talking about how there used to be a great debate on Astros Twitter about Tyler White's nickname. This is akin to that because Tyler White didn't really deserve a nickname. The Astros broadcast called him the Great White. Racist?
Yeah.
Josh Ennis wanted to call him Big Puddin'. I think Big Puddin' was better.
Big Puddin's so much better.
But Astros Twitter didn't want it.
I don't know why.
They didn't like Josh.
The poor messenger?
Yeah, I think it was that. Okay. I think it was that. I did talk about how, guys, we have to talk about the meaning of the holiday, the reason for the season. It is Cinco de Mayo on Sunday. Cinco de Mayo is a hilarious holiday because it literally became a thing because of beer. That's why it's a thing. Do you know why Cinco de Mayo is actually celebrated? It's a yearly celebration to celebrate the Battle of Puebla in 1862, led by General Ignacio Zaragoza, who died months after the battle from an illness. So here's what happened, how the whole battle happened. July 17th of 1861, the Mexican president, Benito Juarez, issued a moratorium and said, yeah, we're not going to do any foreign debt payments for 2 years. Europe got mad. France, Spain, the United Kingdom joined an alliance to send to Mexico to basically like strong-arm them into paying them. France, which at the time was ruled by Napoleon III, went a little bit further and said, you know what? We're going to take over Mexican land and install our own empire. They put this guy named Maximilian eventually on the throne. So in 1861, a well-armed French fleet attacked the city of Veracruz, and they took it over. But they started to march towards Mexico City. This is the French army. And the Mexicans stopped them at the Battle of Puebla, even though the Mexicans were poorly equipped and had less men. It was a huge morale boost for the Mexican army in 1862, at a time where beating the French was actually noteworthy, right? Like the 1800s, France had a lot of victories, you know? Like they lost against the Winter. And then they lost at Waterloo, too. But here's the thing. This is the embarrassing thing about the Battle of Puebla. Basically, a year later, France came back with 30,000 troops and took over Mexico. And they were in control for 3 years until, get this, Americans sold them guns because the Civil War was over. So it was a short-lived victory. Mexico declared it a day of celebration after the victory happened, and then France took them over. And this is not even a holiday that's celebrated in Mexico. It's really just celebrated in the United States. It became popular in the 1940s, and in the 80s, it became even more popular due to alcohol. So alcohol, guys, is the reason for the season this weekend. That is why you get to celebrate Cinco de Mayo.
Woo! Thank you, Corona, for giving us a holiday out of nowhere.
Pacifico.
Modelo.
Tecate.
Yes.
All sorts of tequilas.
Yeah.
Margaritas. Highway Cantina.
Yeah. All of them.
That's where you should celebrate.
Highway Cantina.
The Highway Cantina. That's where you should go. But anyway, guys, yeah, we give you history lessons on this show from time to time. And yes, that is the history of Cinco de Mayo.
I thought you were going to say, when you teased it as a holiday that maybe we shouldn't celebrate, I thought you were going to talk about May the 4th.
I'm not even acknowledging it.
Okay.
I'm out on Star Wars right now. I'm out on it.
I'll put them in timeout?
They're
like
in
the
timeout.
Astros?
There's been a lot of bad. Star Wars has a toxic fan base, but I consider me a part of it. Andor's the only good thing that they've done in years. And Rogue One was good. Everything else, it's been tough. It's been tough. Mandalorian
Season 1 was good.
And the episode where Bill Burr was in season 2.
Yeah, actually, the first 2 seasons were good.
For the most part. There's a couple episodes where you're like, what is going on? Again, it's a kid's show, though. You sort of have to accept that when you're an adult, like, yeah, guess what? A lot of these shows are not for you. But it's frustrating. Someone on the Twitch is hating on Corona. I'm sorry. Sean Mapes and I are part of a certain family.
Yeah.
And we don't like it when people say that.
This weekend,
our drink.
This weekend, as long as you're listening to this show, you can have any beer you want, as long as it's Corona. The words of Dom Toretto, Fast and Furious. The first
family.
Have any drink you want, as long as it's a Corona. That was just a commercial in the middle of that movie.
Really was.
That's like that is a commercial line.
Speaking of Star Wars, have you seen? I think it's Peruvian beer.
Yeah.
Where in the middle
Cerveza Cristal or whatever.
Cerveza Cristal. Those are some of the funniest advertisements I've ever seen. Honestly,
when he opens up the thing and it's just beer.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
American companies should do that.
Mm-hmm.
Where basically the story is, if you haven't seen it, that I think it was Peru, when they would show Star Wars, they wouldn't break on TV. They wouldn't break for commercials, like how
Respect.
TNT will still break to commercials. They don't do that there. Instead, they would the movie would just be sponsored by a beer company, and they would just interject like beer, basically beer commercials, but just organically, or I guess not organically, but seemingly organically into the movie. So like Obi-Wan Kenobi would open up something, and then they would just cut to it's the inside of a cooler with a bunch of ice and this Peruvian beer.
So good.
And that's the commercial for like the next 30 minutes.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Again, we should do that in America. We should take that.
We should do that. We should do that in radio. You know, I think it's a great concept. Just break it in the middle of nowhere, like just a commercial out of nowhere.
Just start talking about free reign coffee or Access Vascular or Underdog or Way More Side. That's the next commercial break, folks.
I love it. I love it. All right. Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul. We're not reading any more mean things directed towards Alex Bregman, but this is the worst thing that CJ Stroud has ever done. You'll find out on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Tucker Paulson Show. We all thought that C.J. Stroud, Houston Texans quarterback, was a battle red-blooded American, a patriot for the Texans way. Swarm! But it turns out he's openly selling secrets to the Chinese. He's spending time at youth football camps in China with Micah Parsons, conveniently ignoring China's actual concentration camps. America used to be the foremost power in the world. Now the only leg up on communist China that we have is American football. And C.J. Stroud is willing to betray that. What is happening? What is going on? I'll tell you what's going on. C.J. Stroud is more of a traitor to the United States than President Joe Biden. Damn. I got to say, that is surprising that, on a serious note, C.J. Stroud and Micah Parsons are in China, and I've been putting on youth clinics for American football in China. I didn't even know that they played it over there.
I imagine it's some sort of like global outreach thing, because that is what the NFL is trying to do now.
Can we stop?
No, they're trying to take over the world.
On a serious note, America first, C.J. Stroud and Micah Parsons should not be allowed to set foot on communist soil. For all we know, they'll get kidnapped, and we've seen C.J. Stroud breaking down film, okay? On a serious note, do we want Chinese football players learning state secrets? I don't want China to be good at football. I don't want China to get football, ever. They're communists. The CCCP in China is like one of the most evil groups in the world. And we're just letting these guys go over there? Because as soon as they give a couple of these over, they're going to have like a group of football savvy athletic-looking guys. They're going to, just like the Russians did, like just juice them full of steroids, and 20 to 30 years from now, when the Olympics actually feature football, China's going to kick our ass with their roided-up freaks.
I'm still waiting for them to catch up to basketball. They've had 20 years since Yao Ming. Well, they're worse off than when they started.
You know what? I don't want them to have any of this, Sean. None of it. None of it. I hate that we're exporting American football everywhere. It should stay in America.
I think it's more of a global domination thing that they're going for. They're trying to overtake soccer.
They can have soccer. They can have soccer. No one cares. But for here, I don't like this. I don't like that we're playing games in Brazil. I don't like that we're playing games in formerly Nazi Germany. I don't like it. I don't like that we're playing games in England. How many times have we had to pick up the tab for those bastards after getting independence from them? World War I, World War II. I mean, come on.
World War III.
Probably will.
Soon come.
Yeah. I mean, England's not stopping the Russians if that gets out of hand. Anyway, it's time for a little garbage time. Tom Brady is getting roasted Sunday at 7, live on Netflix. Should I watch? I'm debating it. I feel like I would actually get most of the jokes on a level that maybe only Tom Brady would get more than me, because I know so much about Tom Brady. It probably will be entertaining, but it is Cinco de Mayo. It is a alcohol holiday. It's the reason for the season. Do I want to stay in and watch Netflix? I am allowing myself to watch TV shows and movies on the weekends, just not during the week, along with not going on Instagram. Should I watch this, Sean? There's a drinking game on The Ringer that I could use while watching it, so I still could be partying. I just won't be out and about.
I don't know. I don't think it's a
watch live kind of deal.
Yeah.
Junior Broncos doesn't think it's watch live either.
No, I don't think it's watch live. Maybe the next morning if you want on the treadmill. Although you're not allowed to, so never mind.
That's true. On the treadmill, I could.
Okay, then yeah, maybe it's a treadmill watch, because I can't imagine it's going to be very good.
Yeah, I'm not that optimistic for it.
Yeah,
but I'm kind of optimistic for it. The Rock has been showing up routinely 7 to 8 hours late for movie shoots of the movie Red One. It has caused costs of $50 million, but we've learned that in order to cut some of this time down, 7 to 8 hours, still a lot of time
to cut it down.
He's been peeing into water bottles. There's nothing worse than having to pee in a water bottle when you got to really go and there's nowhere to go and you're driving. Well, and I'm always nervous. It's not gonna get into the top of the bottle and go everywhere. It's just such an awkward thing
They
to
need
do.
to make like wide mouth.
It's like a Gatorade bottle,
Yeah,
right?
they
Exactly.
they just need Gatorade. I need to always just have a Gatorade.
That's probably the way to go.
Solution.
But the problem is, like, the Gatorade color is sometimes similar to the lemon lime color, and sometimes similar to the pea color. You know.
Anyway, I like that he's again 7 hours late, but he's like, let me make up this like 2 minutes.
Yeah,
here.
not even. It's maybe 30, 45 seconds. That's crazy. An Australian resident has called 21,000 times about noise from overflying aircraft. Half of all the complaints in Australia. I'm doing the math here. 21,000 divided by 365. I mean, is that 300 calls a day? Hang on a sec. 21,000 divided by 365. That's 57 and a half calls a day.
That's so many.
That is so many. What does this person
Over
do?
2 an hour.
What does this person do? They should move. You could pack up all your things in one day of your 57 and a half calls. You could do this immediately. What are you doing?
Be the change you want to see in the world.
Oh, boy.
Are there even that many planes
in Perth? I
fly
guess
over your
so.
head?
Goodness gracious. All right, guys, that's going to wrap up today's Gallant and George radio program. Joe will be back on Monday, as will I, as will Sean. Have a wonderful Cinco de Mayo weekend. Stay safe on the roads out there. The Killer Bees are up next. So long, farewell, peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? He's Blank. I am Branham. It's a Friday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Brian engineering the boys at Sam Houston Race Park, live racing on Friday. Although I wonder if that's going to happen today with all the rain. I'm curious about that. But always a great spot to go bet the horses, especially this week. Kentucky Derby tomorrow. Good spot to hang out tomorrow. Sam Houston Race Park. If you're looking for something to do for the Derby, that is the place to go. Austin Rodriguez back at Gal producing today's show. Astros win a series. Blank, this is all you have to do. You know, it's still semi-early in the year. Yes, you put yourself in a hole, and the Astros putting themselves in a hole where only one other team in baseball history has been able to make the playoffs from the hole that they were put in. That was the Boston Braves in 1914, the Miracle Braves they called them.
That team was talented.
Yeah, you were the ball boy for them, right?
No, not a ball boy. I actually was like the team manager, but yeah, definitely it was easier to do because they didn't have many bats in the bat bag, but great team.
Yeah. Their ride to the postseason was great. Now more playoff teams now than there were then, obviously. But this is how you get back into the race. Like, there's still a lot of season in front of you. You're going to get healthier. There's reason for optimism, I think, because you're getting the starting rotation that you want. The bats are starting to come around a little. There's still some key names that we'll talk about that aren't doing what you expect them to do. But from a team perspective, just win series. And the Astros have won 2 series now. They swept Colorado in the 2-game miniseries in Mexico City. The Guardians, when they came in, the best team in the American League, you take 2 of 3 from them. This is how you slowly turn the season around.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's not the desperate times and desperate measures that Brian thought about in the Washington series needing a sweep. But it's what baseball's all about at this point in the year. If you win series, inevitably, you're going to get back into the playoff race. You're going to be a competitive team. You're going to have a chance to do what inevitably at the end of the year you have your sights on doing and the goals for your team. And this is a good sign to win 2 series in a row, to start to kind of turn the tide a little bit, to see some of the production. And like you said, you're getting pitching back, and that's so important because one of the big bugaboos of this team has been the lack of quality starting pitching due to injury. And now that they're getting better starts from their starters, they have a chance to be in competitive games like the last 2 games when they were trailing later in ball games, but it was a 1-1 game. They found a way to get back into it. 1-1, lost 1, but nonetheless were in them. Whereas when you get down 3 to 5 runs in the first inning and the table's set that way, that's a tough uphill climb for any team to overcome, and they were doing that quite frequently.
Yeah. What were your main takeaways from yesterday's victory for the Stros to take the series in the rubber game against the Guards?
It's always nice to see John Singleton have some pop in his bat, and maybe there is something to it. I don't know that with more consistency, getting more starts, that maybe he will be more of the 4A player we saw at Sugar Land, but nice to see a couple of bombs out of the first base spot. That's always a big benefit. Yiner's hitting the ball. Altuve's hitting the ball. You're getting production. So from the positive standpoint, and Spencer Arrighetti, we said 5 innings, 3 runs. He gives you more than 5 innings, only gives up 2 runs. You'll take that, especially from a guy that's still kind of getting settled in on the major league level. I think that was all you could have asked for from him, and you got some production in the offense.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you wanted to start with the pitching and the hitting. Where do you want to begin?
We can start with pitching.
I thought Arrighetti, that's the best that Arrighetti's looked. Like, Arrighetti looked like somebody that is capable of being a major league starter now. And we know that, his long-term prospects is that he'll be in the rotation, maybe middle, back into the rotation. No doubt about that. But the question more is, is he ready? Can he do it now? Does he need a little bit more seasoning, et cetera, et cetera? Yesterday, look, the Guards' offense is solid. Like, the Guards' offense is one of the better in the American League 30-something games into the season. And for Arrighetti to go out there, 2 runs, 4 hits, little trouble to command, not crazy, struck out 6. Like, yesterday was the first time where Arrighetti had a game, because he had glimpses in his previous starts, like, oh, this guy's got a shot. Yesterday was his first total body of work in a start where it's like, okay, yeah, this guy can be part of a Major League Baseball rotation now.
Especially, you're right, because especially with what we've talked about with Hunter Brown, we're watching these guys closely to see how the back end of that rotation is going to look when they do get healthier. And this was, a good start for him to kind of point it in the right direction and then see if he can keep it going, because he didn't blow up. He seemed to. I agree with you. The control was an issue for me, but the sweeper was keeping guys off balance. His fastball still plays at the big league level, and I thought that he managed situations fairly well. I was pleased with what he gave you, and I think that that's something that the Astros would take based on what they've had to deal with from some of their other starters.
Yeah, and then the bullpen, they just did their job. Taylor Scott came in, inherited a runner, got out of the inning, didn't allow a run, a scoreless frame in the seventh, actually picked up the victory. And then when the offense broke it open, Seth Martinez, this is what Seth Martinez is supposed to do. You have a lead, you finish the game. That way you don't have to use any of your key back-end bullpen guys. You didn't have to use Abreu, who was warming up, actually. Presley probably unavailable. They're wondering if Josh Hader was available, said he was stretching, kind of borderline whether or not he should have been available yesterday. And Seth Martinez does what he needs to do, give up maybe more hits than he would have liked. But that's what you want. Whenever you're up by 6 runs, hey, come close the game. That way we don't have to use our big arms. So the bullpen was good. 3 1/3 yesterday, scoreless baseball. You'll take that, especially when it's not from your big three.
No question, especially after the discussion you and I had yesterday about, just the last couple of spots in the bullpen and how those can still be important spots that you can't just throw away, that you need better contributions and better ability from the guys filling those roles. You got guys that at least got the ball over the plate, got outs, didn't get hurt, saved you from using key relievers that you're going to need in a series where you're playing the first-place team in the division in Seattle. And it's a lot better situation to be in going into the series no matter what else happens, knowing that, hey, my big three in the back of my bullpen are going to be somewhat rested. They're going to be ready to go for these 3 games that are going to be really important to them making up some ground early in the season if they can continue to win series and play good baseball.
Now, the offensive side of things, we'll save Singleton to the next segment because he's kind of critical to that. A couple of things on the offensive side that I wanted to get to. Jeremy Pena is playing out of his mind. If this is Jeremy Pena, okay, you got one of the top 5 shortstops in baseball. I don't think that he can sustain a 333 average. I think maybe he could flirt with a 300 average, and that would be borderline top 5-7 shortstop in all of baseball. He was great yesterday all around, 2 for 3, had that triple, got a little bit of help from the guard center fielder, made the Derek Jeter backhand. Remember the days when people were comparing him to Tim Bogar? He's no Tim Bogar. He's way better than Tim Bogar.
Well, that play in the hole was fantastic, and I think a lot of people, prisoners of the moment, love to look at every baseball game with a scope on whoever they can criticize. We've always been, you and I have both been on the alternate side of a lot of people that were critical of his defense, period, because he's got an above-average arm, he's rangy, he's strong, he's got a good glove. But the play he made last night reminds you of just how good he is defensively. And then the way he's hitting the baseball and the fact that he's not trying to pull everything. He's going the other way when necessary. He's getting multiple hits in games. That's exactly what you need out of your shortstop when you have the other bats in this lineup. And he has been, a very, very pleasant surprise just because he hasn't just been the old Jeremy Pena. He's been better.
Yeah, that obstruction call at second base didn't hurt him, but I thought that was a stupid call. I'm not going to like
it
this
at all.
Obstruction. Yeah, you had the argument with the Mets 2 days before, or might have been the day before, I don't remember, where the catcher did very similar thing that Pena did and was not called for obstruction, and then Pena, where the throw's kind of taking him in to the middle of the bag, gets called for the obstruction. I thought that was I'm not going to like that rule.
There were 2 calls that bothered me. The one was Arrighetti and whatever the timing was and wasn't, and trying to figure that out.
Yeah, that one they got right because you can't come set until the hitter looks at you, and the hitter has until the 8-second mark to look at you. Whenever the second time it was called, there were still 10 seconds on the pitch clock. Arrighetti put up the 4. I don't know where he got 4 from because there was 10 seconds left.
You could read his lips where he said, "I still had 4 seconds left," and yeah, it was clearly more than that, but. I was wondering if that was the call, but the next inning, and I want to say Blummer said it, but normally you get a warning for that.
Yeah, that happened twice in that at bat. That was
okay.
It happened twice.
I missed the first warning then because the next inning the Cleveland pitcher did it and they gave him the warning, and I'm like, well, where was that last inning? I must have missed the first.
Yeah, no, it happened
of the 2
twice.
warnings.
Yeah, it happened twice to Arrighetti.
On the Pena obstruction one, as the rule was explained previously. As long as there is a clear lane to get to the base, I thought he was fine. And the back of the base, from the middle to the back of the base, seemed to be clearly there for the runner, and he got his hand right there.
Well, it's a point of emphasis this year. It's a point of emphasis this year where the fielder is not supposed to be in front of the bag at all. At all.
I thought he was part of it as long as there was still no obstruction for the runner to get to the base, and that's what I was basing it on.
It's in front of the bag at all this year. That was the point of emphasis that was called all the time in spring training. I don't like the rule, but okay, that's the way the game's going to be governed. Got to deal with it. My contention on that play was that's where the throw took him. Like, what is he supposed to do? Not go catch the ball and let it go into center field? So that's the one that I didn't like, and I thought that it was very opposite of the way that it was governed in the Mets game like a day or two ago where the Mets coach lost his mind, manager lost his mind and got ejected from the game. Didn't hurt them, which is good because we would be more upset about it. Couple of interesting things, more of the negative side. Yainer with runners in scoring position, he did have that hit late. A little bit of a different player. Like, his approach completely changes. Like, he gets so overzealous and chases pitches in the dirt. It's kind of Jose Altuve-like, quite frankly.
No, it is. I was just going to say, Yainer and Altuve, as good as their average looks on paper, runners in scoring position seems to be a different story. You would expect that, especially in the case of Altuve, that's not going to happen all season long. But from the case of Yainer, yeah, you do have a little bit of concern. You do look at it, and you know, in a different way than you're looking at it with Bregman. But you look at it and go, with as good as he's hitting, that's kind of crazy that, you know, whether he tenses up or whatever the case, that he doesn't look like the same hitter. And you need him up in the top part of the lineup with the ducks on the pond that he's going to face all season long. But thankfully that he got the hit late. Maybe that'll give him some confidence. Maybe that'll change some things. But overall, I mean, I'm very pleased with what you've seen on the regular basis that Yainer's playing. So he's been one of your better hitters. You just hope that he changes it with the runners in scoring position.
Texter saying that I'm reiterating after yesterday, Bregman's swing is robotic, blah, 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 blah. Looks like a T-ball swing. He's been awful. Yesterday he continued his awfulness. Bregman in that game yesterday, he was up twice with runner at third, less than 2 outs. In the third inning, bases loaded, 1 out, pop up to first base to Naylor. Fifth inning, first and third, 1 out, pop up to first base to Naylor. This guy is killing the Houston Astros right now.
Yeah, I was convinced, you know, after our conversation earlier and then seeing what I saw last night, there's no doubt in my mind you need to move him down. And I want to move him down before the first pitch tonight. I want him down in the lineup. I don't care. I'm starting to get the Jeremy Branham. I don't care about feelings at this point with him. I just know he's been absolutely awful. And the fact that he's swinging early in counts, he's popping everything up, and he's doing it at the most inopportune times. This is a big series for them as early as it is in the season, and he's not hitting the baseball at all, let alone hitting it when you need him, and it's time to move him down. It's time to get him back out of the 2-hole. Maybe that lets him kind of calm down a little bit too and rest a little. He's pressing. He's putting the weight of the world on his shoulders. He looks terrible at the plate, and I don't need him in the 2-hole anymore.
The lineup is out, Blankers, and you got your wish. Alex Bregman has been moved down in the lineup. Do you want to guess without looking where he's been moved down in the lineup?
I haven't looked.
That's why I said, yeah, guess it.
Fifth.
No.
Lower?
No comment.
Okay. Seventh.
Nope.
Oh, boy. Fourth.
Yes.
Yeah.
So a guy struggling in the 2 spot. He's been awful with runners at third and less than 2 outs. RBI situations, he's been atrocious. He's been atrocious, period. Here's an idea. Let's bat him in the cleanup spot. What in the world is he thinking? Like, Kyle Tucker's been rolling in the cleanup spot. Kyle Tucker's been producing in the cleanup spot. And, okay, like, you want to bat Tucker second? Like, I'd probably keep him fourth. Like, you've been kind of winning here. You've won 2 series in a row. Yep. I would probably just keep Bregman in the 2-hole, quite frankly, than move him to the cleanup spot. But, okay, like, Tucker in the 2 spot, I'll concede that. I don't care too much about that. Whatever on that. The fact that Alex Bregman is batting in the cleanup spot is outrageous to me.
It's a joke. We just got done talking about whether it's with runnings, regardless of runners in scoring position or not. Yainer's putting bat to baseball. Yainer's not popping everything up. Yainer's hitting for a good average. Move Yainer up. Tuck, like you said, has been really, really hot lately. So keep riding that wave. You've got 4 or 5 hitters at the top of the lineup that you can ride with that can set the table and have the best odds of getting and best chances of getting guys in. Alex Bregman doesn't deserve to be anywhere in the top 4 in this lineup. And the fact that you know, again, I feel like you're just kind of concessioning. Well, he can't hit in the 2-hole, but we're not going to move him too far down. We'll move him to cleanup. That's absolute stupidity in my mind.
See, in my opinion, the 3 most important spots in the lineup are first, second, fourth, whatever order. Like, you can argue all of them. First, second, fourth, in my opinion, are all the top 3 most important spots in the lineup. and you can make your case for whatever one. The fact that you demote Bregman from second to fourth is doing nothing. You're saying instead of batting in this elite spot in the lineup, you're going to bat in this elite spot in the lineup, and then this elite spot in the lineup, which is the fourth spot, is more critical to hit with runners in scoring position with 2 outs. What are we doing here? That's not who Alex Bregman is. And I haven't been banging the table to move Alex Bregman down. Like, if you're winning baseball games and you're trying to get Bregman the protection of Yordan, like, I understand the logic there. But now you're like, okay, well, he's killing us in the 2 spot. We got to move him. Okay, you've made that decision. If once you make that decision, you got to really demote him. You can't just move him into the cleanup spot. That's absolute silliness for me from Joe Espada. That's ridiculous.
I know it's earlier in the season, but you can't pamper him at this point in because of the hole they dug for themselves. You just got to have a realistic conversation with him and go, look, you suck right now. You're not hitting the ball. You're not hitting close to what you've done in the past or anything to help the team. And you can candy coat the conversation, but you can just tell him, hey, for what we're trying to do right now and the series we got coming up and for the foreseeable future, we're going to move you down. We're going to move you down in the last 4 spots in the lineup, and We'll revisit this as necessary. We hope it gives you the chance to kind of relax, just get back to your old swing, and not press as much. But it's got to be done. And the more we had the conversation the other day and then watching it last night, the more adamant I became. This series, he's got to go down, but not to clean up. He's got to go lower than that.
Yeah, that's that's quite the move from Espada. You admit that you don't like him in the 2 spot, and you just move him back to the cleanup spot. Man, I do not, and I'm not big on lineups. I think that they're highly overrated. I will have the conversation. I think they're highly overrated. But demoting them from second to fourth is, quite frankly, silly. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Maybe this guy should be hitting fourth. There's a second benefactor for Jose Abreu being sit down to West Palm Beach. I think we can all guess who it is. 713-780-ESPN. Busy show. What are the Astros going to do in the rotation with Arrighetti, Brown? Do they have to do anything? We'll get into Patrick Beverly, the childlike behavior from Patrick Beverly, who said it at 4:30 in one of the biggest homer takes I've ever seen. 713-780-3776. The Killer Bees broadcasting live from Sam Houston Race Park. Go see the boys. They'll be there till 6. Live racing on Fridays. You can always bet off the monitors. Kentucky Derby tomorrow. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Blankers is at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we know how Houston heat and humidity can be overwhelming. We know it's even worse when your air conditioning and HVAC system goes on the fritz. The fact is it also can affect your entire house. It's your biggest investment. And when you need to make sure that your house is protected, you can become energy efficient. You don't put as much wear and tear on your air conditioning units. You do everything you need to do for your house. It starts with going to Allstate Siding and Windows. Allstate Siding and Windows, best in the business, and they're in Houston proper. They are Houstonians. They love Houston sports, and they love ESPN 97.5. And more so than that, they love coming to your house to tell you what they can do to help you protect your biggest investment, that being your house. The windows, phenomenal. The siding, fantastic. You don't have to do all the day-to-day maintenance. The siding upgrades the look and feel of your curb appeal of your house, but more so than anything else, it creates that hard outer shell that you need, whether it's hurricane season or the cold or the heat. It's all taken care of with Allstate Siding and Windows. And the windows, I speak from personal experience because I just had the windows put in a few months ago. What an unbelievable difference it makes in our house. The curb appeal and just the more modern look and feel of the house when you see the windows and what they do to complement the house, fantastic. On top of that, the energy bills are going down, and the look and the feel are fantastic, and the comfort level of knowing the house is protected no matter what we're dealing with temperature-wise or with hurricane season. Right now, 30% off all windows, $2,500 off complete siding jobs. All you've got to do to get that free estimate is call them. 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936. Check them out online at allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park.
We'll talk to Astro TV broadcaster Todd Callis, the voice of the Astros on the Shin, at 5 o'clock. Bregman gets demoted from the 2-hole to the 4-hole. We'll get to the second benefactor of Abreu being sent down in a moment. What is the equivalent, though, to Bregman getting demoted but batting fourth? What is the equivalent like in real life? Like, to me, it's we're going to fire one of our sales staff members, and then we're going to rehire him, and we're just going to move him to a different cubicle. Like, has the same exact responsibilities. Everything is the same, but you just fired him, you rehired him, and now he's going to be in the cubicle one door to the left. Like, what is the equivalent?
It literally, it's like, hey, we're going to move you from vice president to director, but you're still going to make the same salary, and your office is just going to change a few doors. But other than that, no worries.
Isn't this kind of exactly what happened to Jack Easterby at one point? I remember he got removed from maybe having like a team's or like a kind of a general manager say, but they gave him like a title promotion and made him like I can't remember the exact title he got, but he kind of failed upwards into a position where he wasn't necessarily running football ops, but he got a promotion and title.
I think he got more money too when that happened. Yeah,
it's like executive vice president, I think. Is
yeah,
what it
exactly.
was.
He
got a promotion and title.
What is the equivalent of Bregman getting demoted but then batting cleanup? 5895. That's like grounding your kid from video games but letting them watch TV. That's a pretty good one.
That is a good one.
That's a pretty good one. It's like, I'm not going to drink anymore unless it's gin or Ben. then it's very good. 9656 GM to president of football operations. That's what it was. Not executive VP. President of football operations. 8437 says it's not a demotion. Yeah, I mean, kind of. You're right. It's really not. Like I think that second and fourth are very similar in terms of their value to an offense. I think the 2-hole and the 4-hole are very, very similar. It's why he used Jordan in the second spot. Someone texted in, said I want Pena up at 2 and Bregman down to 5. That was Corey. Now, I don't hate this idea, the pushback, and I'm not necessarily disagreeing with it. I'm just pushing back for the sake of pushing back. Mm-hmm. I don't really want to mess with Pena too much. Like, Pena's been rolling in the 6th spot. Now he's been batting in the 5th spot. Like, he's been very productive. He's been producing a lot. I really don't want to mess with Jeremy Pena right now.
Well, and this was like the old Dusty philosophy where he didn't want to mess up too much, so he just whoever was sitting, he just put whoever was replacing them, no matter how bad or good of a hitter they were, they went to the same spot. But I really don't want to mess with Pena or Tucker, and I'd rather not take either one of those guys out of where they're currently hitting because they've been red hot. But at the same time, you know, if the option is Alex Bregman stays in the top 5, I'd rather not have that more so than moving one or two of those guys because he's just been god-awful. And that's got to change with a team that's chasing, not being chased. So I hate the fact that this is their kind of happy medium to getting him out of the 2-hole.
Yeah, I don't like the happy medium. I would have rather kept him in the 2-hole because now he's not really getting much protection, even though Pena's been better than Jordan, but Pena's not nearly as feared as Jordan is in the lineup. 713-780-ESPN, 5895 moved Diaz to second in the lineup. Problem halfway solved. I don't really hate that. Now, Diaz doesn't have like one of the, Diaz on base is fine, 322. It's 6th on the team. Now that includes Chaz, and Chaz isn't with the team, so it's probably 5th on the team. I actually don't dislike that because I think Yiner's actually a better table setter than he is a table clearer. He hits better when runners aren't on base than he does with runners on base. So I don't hate that idea. He's just not like your prototypical 2-hole hitter.
No, I agree with that. But, based on what we've seen numbers-wise and what we talked about in the first segment, his lack of production with runners in scoring position, maybe you try it. Maybe you just do a flip-flop that way. And, again, hopefully it's a flip-flop when he was hitting 6 so that you can move Bregman down an extra couple of spots. But even if you don't, at least you have a more capable hitter with a better average hitting in this 2-hole.
Yeah, and then your Bregman's outside of your top 4, top 5, Now you're actually moving them down. King of Twitch says that Pena has earned it. Look, the 5th spot in the lineup is very important. Like Jeremy Pena batting in the 5th spot is very, very important, and he's driving in runs there. So I don't mind him in the 5th spot. If a spot put a Pena in the 2 spot, Tucker in the 4 spot, and move Bregman down, I'd probably like that more. But I really don't want to mess with Pena, so I'm good there.
But Jeremy, wasn't he good? Wasn't it the old school of thought was he really wanted to be in the 2-hole previously, so that's where he flourished, and then of course until he didn't. But maybe from the just taking devil's advocate side of that to say, hey, he's loved and wanted to hit in the 2-hole before and had some success there. So if you move him there, maybe you don't lose whatever you've gained with him hitting lower in the lineup.
I think it's a good point. I'm still going to say I don't want to mess with him, and I like him in the middle of the lineup as opposed to let's all of a sudden move him to second, and now he's trying to set the table, and now maybe you change his mentality a little bit. The counterpoint I would have is that Alex Bregman's best spot in the lineup's been fourth. So, how much are we using past history to determine our batting lineups? Because you can say that about Pena, and yes, you would be right, but then on the other side, you can say that about Alex Bregman, that any spot that he's been in the lineup with over 100 at-bats, the best spot is fourth in terms of OPS, batting average, all that stuff. He's actually thrived in the cleanup spot in his career. But do you want him batting fourth? And some of this is just form, and are you performing well right now? Risk, thoughts on Breggy to 9, have him walk before Altuve. I'd rather him bat 9th than bat 4th. Risk.
Yeah, look, I think when you think about this, maybe he could do a Pena and do an Abreu and do a solid. Understand, at some point you have to look in the mirror, no matter what your contract situation is and what you're thinking about in terms of the future. The fact of the matter is, the here and now is you suck, and you're terrible at the plate, and you're killing your team. And at a certain point, no matter what the big goals, dreams, and aspirations are after this season, you got to do the right thing here until you can show signs of life that mean that you're going to actually become a guy worthy of hitting in the top 5 in your lineup.
Someone texting saying Dubon, put him in the everyday lineup and have him bat second. I don't like Dubon batting second. Dubon's high contact, low walk, low slug. I don't mind Dubon being an everyday player. Or almost an everyday player, but I would not bat Dubon in the 2 spot. He doesn't reach base, quite frankly, enough, and I think that your best players, it doesn't matter who you're determining, top 3, top 4. One of your top 3, top 4 hitters needs to be batting second. Dubon's not one of your top 3, top 4 hitters. Maybe in batting average, but he never walks. He walks very, very few times, and he doesn't slug much. I have no problem with Dubon playing almost every day. I have problem with Dubon batting in my top 2 spots in the batting order.
Yeah, I agree, because he is every at-bat is a tale of 2 different approaches. Until he gets 2 strikes, he is a free swinger. He's kind of wild, and then he kind of is able to kind of hone it in, dial it down, and not swing as big. And he's been effective to a certain degree. That doesn't mean he should be in the 2-hole in a lineup that has this many capable bats that could be someone better in that spot.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776, 8437. So for someone that argues the batting lineup doesn't mean much, you sure are doing a lot of arguing about the batting lineup, Branham. Well, it's topic of conversation. What do you want me to do, just go silent, be a mute about it? And I do have opinions on the batting lineup. I just think that they're overrated. But if we're trying to optimize things, then let's chat. 8693, love Tucker in the 2-hole, though. I don't hate the idea of Tucker in the 2 spot, but he's been crushing the baseball right now in a run-producing spot where I wouldn't have moved him. I would have kept Tucker in the 4 spot. Overall, general thought, Kyle Tucker batting second excites me, but the way it's going right now, you've won 4 of 5 games. Tucker's been red hot. I wouldn't have moved Tucker.
Me either, because of the fact that we just got done talking about the lack of production with runners in scoring position all year as a theme, but particularly with guys that are still hitting the baseball well, like Altuve and Yainer, and Jordan's on an 0-for streak. The fact is, the guy, aside from Singleton recently, Tucker's been your guy. When guys are in scoring position, ducks are on the pond, chances to drive in runs, he's been hitting bombs, extra base hits, getting on base, doing the things you need him to do. That's the big argument for not moving him, is the fact that of all the guys that have been less than with runners in scoring position, he's been a guy putting numbers on the board for you.
Yeah, it's that one's curious. The flip-flop is very curious to me. 8693, Bregman's also 1 versus 11 versus Kirby. Okay, BVP stats, how much are you factoring that into the movement? I don't know. If he's 1 for 11 against Kirby, I'm not batting him second or fifth or fourth if we're going to put that much weight in BVP. 5-8, go ahead. Yeah, I don't think
because here's the thing. We're looking at the big picture right now, right? Think about previous to this, just the last year or when this team has been successful. No matter who is pitching against them, the top 5 guys in that lineup pretty much did not move. They did not fluctuate based on a pitcher. Now suddenly you're going to move Bregman because of a pitcher, when the fact of the matter is you don't need to see who's on the mound and know he sucked.
Yeah, they might move it because of handedness of the pitcher in the past, lefty-righty, but not a ton. And the Astros, you're right. Well, I mean, it's still very early in Espada's career, but Espada in his first 31 games has not really shown that he's going to move the top guys of the batting order based on who the other pitcher is. It's usually based on like what he wants the batting order to look like for like a week or so. 5-8-9-5. Because remember, he hit Jordan second. He had Bregman batting third, Tucker batting fourth for a little while, and then he flipped it for a little while, let that have a run, of course, didn't like that. Then he flipped it for a little while to have Bregman batting second. So usually it's more, okay, I want my lineup to look like this for 5-7 games. 5-8-9-5, I like Dubon 9. He's flexible and is solid, gives you a little bit of pop at the end of the lineup. That's where I like Dubon. I think Dubon is really good 9-hole hitter. I wouldn't have him in my top 3 just because he doesn't get on base enough. 8-7-6-9, Bregman should be 7 through 9, 6th at best. Moving him to 4th is like taking your cousin to prom. Doesn't really count as a demotion. Okay, taking your cousin to prom doesn't count as a demotion? Like, I like the joke.
Depends
but then
on what state you're
in. SEC, it just means more.
That's right.
You guys are agreeing on everything. We actually agree more than people think. It's just we get pretty heated in the little things that we don't agree on.
That's true.
713-780-ESPN, which would be boring if we always 100% agreed. That's probably why he's saying that. 713-780-3776. Let's get to the second benefactor of Jose Abreu being sent down, John Singleton. Of course it's John Singleton. It's John Singleton showing you that he is a real-life boy. I mean, a real-life major leaguer. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park.
As he hits one high, He hits one deep. At the track is Brennan, and this ball's gone! He's done it! John Singleton, second home run of the series, gives the Astros a lead here in the bottom half of the sixth inning. It's 3-2. A towering shot that just cleared the wall and right.
Is John Singleton him? John Singleton's giving a run of play here. What do you mean easy now?
Him is like the big time. No.
He's not him,
He
you
could
don't think?
No, he could be part of we, but he ain't him.
Singleton? He's not him Singleton.
No.
Have you seen what he's done since Jose Abreu got DFA'd? He has homered twice in 3 games.
That's right. And he's
He
not
is
going to
him.
keep that up. He still is not him.
I don't know.
He's part of us.
The guard
he can be
series,
a we for the temporary for the time being until he fades again. But yeah, no, he's not him.
Him-ish.
Us-ish.
I'm being
Since
a little,
I was willing to
obviously
get rid of him,
tongue-in-cheek
he's
here.
us and we-ish.
I mean, I was close to there. I wanted to get rid of Abreu. But if Singleton was the casualty for Brandon Belt, it would have been like, okay, no big deal there. But since Jose Abreu's been DFA'd, Hamilton has been hitting .444 with an OPS of over 1,600. 2 home runs. Now, just 3 games. Now, here, it's not fair to look at just the 3 games when it comes to John Singleton, but he is acting like a real big leaguer. He gives you good at bats. Like, at least he sees some pitches, and he'll draw a walk. He won't swing it. Sometimes he will, but that's baseball. But he makes the pitcher work to get him out. We had this conversation 2 weeks ago. If you had to give 500 plate appearances to Jose Abreu or John Singleton, who is it? And for me, it was John Singleton because at least he's going to make the pitcher work. Jose Abreu wasn't making the pitcher work. Now, when you look at Singleton and what he's done for the full season, because you're right, it's not fair to look at 3 games when you're talking about John Singleton, but when you look at just 2024, John Singleton has had 59 plate appearances, which is a small sample, yes, but that's a substantial amount. He's had 51 at-bats. He's hitting .275 on the year, .356 on base, .431 slug. You do the math, .787 OPS, and then, of course, a couple of home runs, 6 RBIs. Most of that has been in the last 3 games. The homers have all been in the last 3 games. Is John Singleton a major league first baseman that can play every day on a playoff team?
No. I still don't think so. I
Okay,
think
why
that,
not?
Because I think that, again, it's a small sample size for right now. And the prerequisite, the main reason why no is on a playoff team, on a World Series capable team. He could be a major league hitter. He could be a guy off the bench. He actually could be a guy, to his defense, that, because he said, like, when he gets the consistency of knowing he's going to be in the lineup several days in a row, there are some hitters that to get the frequency of getting in games every day and having that kind of repetition, as opposed to BP and guys throwing to you on in different scenarios. I understand where you can get a better rhythm, but we've seen who John Singleton has been his entire career. To somehow suddenly think that because you sent Abreu to the minor league facility and he's getting this opportunity, he's suddenly going to be capable of being a first baseman on a playoff team, I can't go that far.
Okay. I don't know if it's fair to use Singleton's I don't think it's fair to use Singleton's entire Major League Baseball career because I think he's a much different player now than he was 4 years ago. Actually, like 10 years ago, because he was with the Astros in 14 and 15 when he was 22, 23 years old. I kind of dismissed those numbers because I think he was a much different player. And he's only been back in the bigs the last 2 years. And last year he had 105 plate appearances, hit 165, 530 OPS, not very good. And then we mentioned the stats just a moment ago. Do I think Singleton's going to produce the line that he has right now? No. Do I think that John Singleton can play first for a playoff team? Yes-ish. This is going to make a lot of people mad. The Astros won the World Series when they had Yuli Gurriel at first base, and he hit poorly. He hit really, really bad. Like Singleton, I would bet that Singleton in 2024 would have better offensive numbers than Yuli Gurriel did in his final year with the Stros. And in his final year with the Stros, the Astros won the World Series. So I do think you can get by with a John Singleton type at first base. Don't think he's the long-term answer. I think that he's capable of holding down first base for the most part this year. Maybe in a platoon setting a bit, although he hits lefties pretty good. Now, Singleton's numbers right now, like if you just took Singleton's numbers this moment, and what you were doing, you were being predictive a little bit, which you should be as a general manager. But if you took his numbers right now, his numbers definitely play. A 275 average and a 787 OPS absolutely plays. Now, you're questioning if that's sustainable, and I think it's a fair question, and nothing in his career at the big league level would suggest that it is. Maybe it's wishful thinking, maybe it's hoping, maybe it's praying. But I do think that John Singleton is capable of holding down the fort for at least a few months, potentially and maybe the entire season.
Okay. I'll play devil's advocate to that for the texter and for my own sanity because of the fact that when I look at him, I say, yes, I agree with you from the standpoint of I'll cancel out the early years, the weed years after the 10-year, $10 million deal years.
Did you call them the weed years?
Yeah. That he had issues and got wayward. He honed it back in. But last year he played for two different teams. Milwaukee didn't see enough in him when they brought him up that they didn't keep him. They got rid of him. They didn't think he was worthy of being on the roster, let alone being someone that was going to start or contribute to their team. Houston caught lightning in a bottle for one game where he had 2 home runs. Other than that, he didn't homer last year when he was with the Astros. But at least this year now, regardless, that's why I'm not willing to go too far down the road. Is he going to be the starting first baseman for the next series or week or two? Absolutely. If he keeps going like this and he's earning the time, more power to him and keep it going. I just don't think realistically, even just seeing what he's been this second go-round, is enough for me to believe on a playoff caliber team that I see him being a starting first baseman. If he hits he's going to regress a little bit, regardless of what else he does, I think. But if he continues to at least make contact and put bat to baseball, he could be a major league player on the roster, on the bench, and platoon, like you said. But I can't see him being a starting first baseman for a playoff team.
If Singleton was 787 OPS the rest of the year, can he be?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's the baseline. What is your baseline?
I mean, it's not quite as low Perfido when we were saying what we expected to see from him. If you expect he's going to hit 250, if John Singleton could hit 265, but the pop number, it's high.
Yeah, because he's an on-base guy. Like he sees a lot of pitches. He's gonna get on base, work walks and stuff like that. Like he's not going to be a high average guy.
Well, but we've seen him with a good eye from time to time when we did see positives last year at the end of the season.
Which isn't going to help his batting average.
So then let's go.
On base.
Let's go with the low Perfido type numbers. Let's go if he's capable of hitting 250-ish, if he's capable of continuing the power numbers that we haven't seen since the 2 home runs last year until this week, and he can give you some consistent pop. The play last night, the stretch last night was great. We got to see more of that because Abreu was so putrid and terrible when he was at first base this year. But you got to see, if you're not going to get the average, then you got to get the more boom than we've seen from him. But and stay consistent with putting bat on baseball.
Okay, bat on baseball is your bar.
No, I mean, I just don't want him flailing at pitches. I don't want him to look like he's overmatched like Abreu. But I got to see the pop numbers have to go up. I got to see the slugging has to go up because I got to see
2 homers in 3 days.
Right, that's 2 homers in 3 days over the course of the fact that he's been here all season, and last year all we saw was in 1 game. I need to see more from him. But like I said, and also because they don't have many options at this point. If he's going to be comfortable right now with this series coming up, and then with the fact that they have bigger fish to fry the rest of the month, Yankees and other teams on the schedule, he's your starting first baseman for the foreseeable future. Yes. 787
OPS is where he's at now. Like there's no doubt in my mind if he's a 787 OPS guy, he's an everyday first baseman for the Astros. You're absolutely right too that the bar is extremely low because the Astros don't really have great alternatives there. And we saw what Jose Abreu was doing. He was on pace to be the worst baseball player of all time, and that's not hyperbolic. Dubon, not really a first baseman. Low Perfido might be an option there, like every now and then for now, and then maybe takes over if Singleton were to be poor. I agree with you that 787 is not sustainable for Singleton, but my bar for him to just be the Astros everyday first baseman Like, I think if he's a 750 OPS guy, that's good enough to be an everyday first baseman on this team and for the Astros to win a lot of games. And in terms of like what's the plan for John Singleton, for me I want to see him play almost every day for 3 weeks, and let's readdress then. Like let's talk about it in 3 weeks after Singleton's been playing every day, because Singleton these last couple of years has been getting spotty at bats. He's been playing sporadically, and you know better than anybody as a former player that when you're playing sporadically, especially as an offensive player, it's tough to find a rhythm. You're not seeing live pitches every day. It's a repetition sport. So give me 3 weeks of John Singleton playing almost every single day, and let's have a conversation then.
Well, I agree with you, Jeremy, because here's the thing. We talk about position flexibility in football. We talk about it in baseball. The guys we're talking about that could play first base, not named John Singleton, are guys in which with position flexibility, it's a position that they're capable of playing. But it's not really their ideal position, whether it be Cabbage or Dubon or Loperfido. If you're looking at John Singleton, that's home to him. So he's going to be more comfortable there from a defensive perspective. And because of the mentality, I totally believe he is one of those guys that he needs the consistent reps. So I'm with you. For the next 2-3 weeks, he's your starting first baseman more times than not. Yeah, you can mix in a rest day here and there. But for the most part, I expect to see him start at first base. I'd love to see him keep the consistency that he started with these last couple games when he knew he was going to be that starter. And then you ride it out from there. You adjust accordingly based on if he falls off the planet again or if he continues to have success in some pop.
713-780-ESPN. Singleton looks like he's in much better shape this year, says 7107. This texter, 4071, I want Singleton on the bus. I wanted Singleton on the bus with Abreu to West Palm Beach. Glad they didn't. It's working at least for right now. 4518, first base is Singleton's to lose. If yesterday's game any indication of who he is with more at-bats, then he'll make the first base decision hard for the Astros. I mean, if he's playing like he does really this year, if he has a 787 OPS the rest of the year, I think it makes the decision easy. Like, John Singleton's your guy if he sustains this level of play.
Not just home runs, but those home runs were in key situations. I mean, the home run last night was huge. If he's doing those kind of things, then it's hard. It's a no-brainer. You keep him out there.
Pena was acknowledging Singleton as his tribal first baseman whenever he crossed the plate. 9198, Singleton plays a very lazy defensive first base. I don't see that. Like, I really don't.
This coming off Jose Abreu this year?
And Singleton made a great diving play yesterday. Yeah,
the diving play, he made the great diving play, and then he made the great scoop on the Pena jump throw.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Singleton kind of gives off the demeanor because he's kind of heavier and he has that resting face that sometimes it comes across as lazy. Like, I don't see that, though. I just don't think he's a great defensive first baseman. Had a couple of great defensive plays yesterday. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. All right. There's a former general manager, Jim Bowden. He took the words right out of my mouth when it comes about the optimism for the Houston Astros. 713-780-3776, Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I also have a ton of optimism from Third Rock. Third Rock Renewables, they are the very best. There aren't many things that we know of in our lives that are more annoying than potholes, right? We hit them, it takes our car out of balance, it doesn't feel good. We hate potholes. I know you've done everything if you have potholes. Maybe on your driveway, maybe you have some land, you have a little driveway, a throwdown lot, whatever the case may be. We've had to experience potholes. And I know that you've done everything to fix these potholes that you have authority over. So, sometimes in the city roads, we don't have authority over those. And I know that nothing works. Well, finally, there's something you can do to change that. It's mechanical concrete from Third Rock Renewables. It'll fix all these problems for good. Third Rock Renewables, patented technology, mechanical concrete, changing the game and fixing these annoying potholes for good. They're going to fix these ranch roads, these laydown yards, truck parking. You have a business, whatever the case may be, mechanical concrete is for you. And they're also going to cut your maintenance costs by 75% while lowering your carbon emissions. So you're going to save green while you are green. And if you mention ESPN 97.5, you save 20% off as well on top of the savings already. It's too good to be true, right? It's not. It is true. Fix your parking lot, your road, your laydown yard, wherever you have a pothole or you want to throw down some asphalt back in the day. Now it's going to be mechanical concrete with Third Rock Renewable. It's the only low-cost, industrial-strength, sustainable base which turns these end-of-life tires into an indestructible build product. Mechanical concrete is for you for a variety of different reasons. 713-305-0507. That's 713-305-0507. And fix all of these, the laydown yards, the potholes, truck parking, fix it for good. Visit Third Rock Renewable as well at thirdrockrenewables.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park.
Sam Houston Race Park, your spot for some live racing tonight. Some advanced wagering available on the entire Churchill Downs card tomorrow, too. Tomorrow, the Kentucky Derby. Today, wear pink in honor of the Oaks Lily and in support of breast cancer. Lily Oaks drink specials, live racing with the first post at 6:30 coming up tonight, 30 minutes after the boys are heading out. $5 admission, too, so that's fantastic. Drink specials there as well. And then tomorrow's the Houston Biggest Derby Party. Biggest Kentucky Derby party in the city, right there at Sam Houston Race Park. Only $5 general admission. The gates open as soon as 8 a.m. First post at Churchill Downs is at 10:30 a.m. Live simulcasting going on as well. Derby hat contest, $500 for the best Derby hat. And then you can't have the Kentucky Derby without mint juleps, right? They'll have mint julep drink specials tomorrow at Sam Houston Race Park. So get on out there tonight. Get on out there tomorrow for the Houston, the biggest Derby party in the city. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. So Jim Bowden, who covers Major League Baseball for The Athletic. He goes on MLB Network Radio all the time. He said something to MLB Network Radio that really took the words out of my mouth. Here's the former baseball general manager.
The only reason they're in the dweller is that they've had so many injuries to starters, and they haven't had enough starting pitching depth to be able to withstand it. But look, Verlander looks like Verlander. After 3 starts, he has a 2.08 ERA. Before Valdez got hurt, he had a 2.6 ERA after 3. And Christian Javier looked like the guy he was a couple of years ago. He had a 1.5 ERA after 4 starts before he got hurt. So all 3 of their starters have been dominating. Ronel Blanco has been a big story. He's 3-0 with a 1.6. So those are 4 starters that have been dominating with a combined ERA of 2. I mean, they've been really good. So why are they losing? Well, Hunter Brown is 0-4 with a 9.78 ERA. Spencer Arrighetti, not Spaghetti, but Arrighetti, is 0-3 with an 8.27. And J.P. France is 0-3 with a 7.46. So the unfortunate part for them, those guys have made 15 starts, and of the 15 starts, they've won none of them.
All right, so there was a couple things there from Jim Bowden. Before we get to the actual meat and the actual importance of what he had to say, grade the joke. Not spaghetti, Arrighetti. Grade the joke, 713-780-3776.
You couldn't see me.
Joe was slapping
fake
his leg.
slapping the table in the leg.
Oh,
doing
really?
a fake laugh. Like,
Joe was doubled
okay,
over in
Jimmy,
laughter.
slow down.
That's like an 07. 07 for me.
It's a 0.
0-0 for you?
It's
Yes.
Jose Abreu's batting average.
0.99. So that was the highest grade of them all. And actually, it wasn't. The other thing is, I've never heard somebody say dweller. Have you heard that?
Cellar dweller.
Yeah, I've heard that
Yeah,
before.
I've heard cellar dweller, but I've never heard dweller by itself. Maybe that's just me. Maybe it's
a little
me
more
not being
random. Yeah.
cool enough. Anyways, this is the optimism I have from the Astros as well. Like, you're getting your starting pitching back soon. And it's really all the way back when Javier comes back. And now you're looking at a top 4 of the rotation. We'll talk if the Astros go 6-man, who's the odd man out, blah, 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 blah. But you're going to have your top 4 in a rotation of either 5 or 6. That is Justin Verlander, Framber Valdez, Christian Javier, and Ronel Blanco. How does that not excite you? How are you not excited about that? And certainly you don't love where your record is at, but that's a rotation that's going to win a lot of baseball games.
No doubt. When you look at this is why I've never jumped off the bandwagon, because of the fact that we knew the 3 things that were ailing this team was starting pitching and runners in scoring position, and more so than anything else, injuries. And you know that you're getting healthier. And you know that you're going to, with getting healthier, your starting pitching is going to improve because of the guys that are going to take the spots from the guys that have been underachieving. So 2 of those 3 are already checked off. And there's too much talent, too many guys that are too good in this lineup, and you got Abreu out of it now to think that it was sustainable for them to be this bad offensively. And they're starting to show even signs of that. So the fact is that when we looked at the roster and you talked about this team, there's a reason why they were one of the top 5 teams favored to win the World Series or at least get there. It's because they were too damn good to be playing this bad for an entire first month of the season. And now that they're starting to get healthy and they're getting their starters back, that means their bullpen will improve as well. And now they just figure out the runners in scoring position, and you're in a great spot. And because in the division there's been a lot of underachieving where Texas has been underachieving, and Seattle is treading water enough to be the best team in the division, but at least you're not down double digits in the division to where they're within reach. All you got to do is keep doing what we've been saying about winning series and playing more consistent baseball, and you're right there.
Yeah, just take it one series at a time. Win every series that you play. 713-780-ESPN. Todd Callis, the voice of the Astros, on the Shin. He'll be joining us at 5 o'clock. 4:30, we have a Who Said It. But when we come back, Astros are going to have a decision to make here pretty soon. Christian Javier makes a rehab start this weekend. He'll be back in the rotation, according to General Manager Dana Brown, next week. What do you do with the rotation when Javier is back? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees broadcasting live from the Sam Houston Race Park. Boys are there. Wear pink in honor of the Oaks Lily in support of breast and ovarian cancer. Lily Oak drink specials tonight. Some live racing beginning with the first post at 6:30. Only $5 admission. Plus tomorrow, the biggest derby party in the city of Houston. Only $5. Gates open at 8 a.m. and the first post begins at 10:30. If you got a derby hat, well, they're giving away $500 for the best derby hat. And the mint julep drink specials. Tomorrow's the only day of the year where you're interested in a mint julep, right? Is that the only day in the year that a mint julep sounds refreshing? I think so.
Yes, and I saw them bring in the fresh mint earlier.
Oh, yeah, there's a ton of it.
Yeah, they are ready for the juleps.
I like a mint julep, but I only crave it once a year, and that
I'll take it a step further, Jeremy. That's the only day I think about a mint julep.
I'm not a mint julep guy.
That's the only day I even think about it.
I agree.
If somebody hands me a mint julep, though, I'll drink it.
Well, sure. I mean,
especially if it has a little bit of General Bit in it. There's no doubt about it.
Just overall, if I have other options, I'll take them.
Right.
Yes.
Nah, come on. You're being a little bit. You're sleeping on the mint julep, I think.
No, I'm not.
Slipping
you just
on
said
the
it was
mint
the
julep.
only day of the year you're going to have one.
It is, but it's fine whenever
How can
I
we
do.
sleep on it if it's a one day out of 365?
Put a little bit of that General Bit bourbon inside of a mint
Well,
julep.
that changes
Oh,
everything.
baby. Oh, baby.
I do want to enjoy my drink, not work through my drink.
It is the only.
Well played, sir.
It is the only day I think about a mint julep. There's no doubt about it. But if somebody hands me a mint julep, I'm like, okay, yeah, this sounds good. I'll have one of these. Give me two. If it's free, give me three. All right, what do you do with the Astros rotation when Javier comes back next week, according to General Manager Dana Brown, if all goes well at the rehab assignment this weekend?
Arrighetti's going to be the odd man out first. He's going to be out. You're going to adjust from there accordingly. Hunter Brown is still on the clock. He's got to prove that he is far better than what he's shown lately. Never to throw that freaking knuckle curve cement mixer that sits about belt high ever again. And it's literally an open competition for the future. I think that for now, Arrighetti, because of the lesser experience, and I do believe Hunter Brown has better stuff overall, is the guy that you're going to go to, but it's a very short term. It's a very short leash. If he continues to get beat up and just does not look like the Hunter Brown we're expecting, I'm not going to be too patient with him because you don't have a lead in the division and some leeway. You got to make decisions because this team has a little bit more urgency on wins now.
Yeah, I'm going to cheat a little bit and use what Espada said yesterday. They've talked about using a six-man rotation. They're entering a 29-game and 30-day stretch beginning next Tuesday at New York when they start a six-game road trip, three-game series against the Yankees. Their only day off once that little stretch begins is on May 23rd. So 29 games in 30 days. He said that they have talked about the idea of using a six-man rotation. I think the Astros go to a six-man rotation when Christian Javier comes back through this stretch. So I think that both of them stay in the rotation, kind of, outside. It's not really outside the box because Espada said it yesterday. And I think the guy they send down is Dubin. And they'll go one reliever down in the pen, but that's okay because you expect a little bit extra coverage whenever you go with a six-man rotation. So I think that they're both going to stay. Now, the question becomes, you kick the can down the road for a few weeks, either A, whenever the schedule lightens up and you have some few off days when you go back down to a five-man, or B, when Jose Urquidy takes one or both of their jobs. So you're kicking the can down the road with this decision, which might benefit – I don't know who it benefits. If you're going just last start, you probably give Arrighetti the edge. If you're going like who has the better stuff, you give Hunter Brown the edge. If you go total body of work, I'm not sure. Maybe it's a draw. But they're both going to have, I think, 2-3 times to start before a decision has to be made. So I believe they'll go six-man rotation. Dubin will be sent back down to Sugar Land, and you're an arm down in the bullpen.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I wasn't considering that as an option, but I think you're right. I think because of the fact that there's very little in terms of days off, and Verlander will probably push back on that because, he has his own agenda. But overall, the thing to me is I think Hunter Brown's the guy that benefits the most because I believe with those two guys, basically in a two-horse race, no pun intended, that they've got to be in a position that one guy has to step up. Right now, after Arrighetti's start last night, he looks like he's settling in. Hunter Brown looks unsettled for the fact that he's still got some things he's got to work in, hone in, and adjust to where I think, yeah, you buy some time and it's still an open competition. I think when Urquidy comes back, whoever pitches the better of those two guys, I think there's a pretty good chance that they're going to be either in the bullpen or they're going to be sent down.
And it might be all three guys, because I think Urquidy needs to be in the conversation in terms of, like, fighting for their spot. Because we haven't seen Urquidy at all. And Urquidy wasn't very good last year. Let's call a spade a spade. Urquidy was not good last year. Now, in the playoffs, he had some good outings for you. And
I was going to say, late in the season, that Arizona game, there were 2 games back-to-back, I think, that he pitched well in the final week or 2 of the season, including that big one in Arizona.
Sure, what are you valuing, though? Are you valuing 1 or 2
No.
appearances, or are you valuing the entire year?
Don't misconstrue what I'm saying, because the fact is I still don't think he's going to be completely stretched out either. So what he does in the minor league starts is going to say a ton about how you're going to use him regardless.
He has to show you stuff in those minor league starts. Like if he in those minor league starts he's just mowing everybody down and he looks like Cy or Urquidy at the AAA level, then okay, like he's going to get you a start at the big league level. And I know that you use these rehab assignments to work on things. Look no further than Justin Verlander in AAA and his rehab start. Like he didn't have the final line that you would love from Verlander. He had 2 rehab starts where it wasn't great. And it's like, oh no, Verlander's washed, and then all of a sudden he comes up and he's got like a sub-225 ERA in his first 2 starts and is bumping 97. But Jose Urquidy's not going to have the luxury of Verlander's luxury, because Verlander knows he's going to be pitching in the top half of the rotation, where I believe that Jose Urquidy's actually fighting for a starting job.
Yeah, you beat me to that. I was going to say he doesn't have the luxury of being Justin Verlander. Work on things, know that he's fine. As long as he says he's fine, you take his word for it. You just throw him out there for the Astros right away and go, yeah, no worries, he's JV. Urquidy is on a totally different planet right now in terms of the fact that he's got to feel like he's in a competition as well. He's got to show, regardless of staying healthy and all those things, he's got to show that he still has the same repertoire of pitches with control of them and the same effectiveness. And he's got to show that he can get hitters out consistently so that there is the confidence that if they make the move and go and give him the baseball every 5th or 6th day, that they're making the right move. He doesn't have Justin Verlander back a baseball card right now, and he doesn't have the luxury of being with a team that's in first place to be able to kind of get a little bit more leeway for him.
713-780-ESPN 1029. How much of the Hunter Brown problems are mental or bad pitch selection? The stuff is there.
I've been adamant about the fact that the slow curveball, whatever fingers and knuckles he's using, needs to be thrown right the hell out of his hand and never to be used again. I believe in his fastball. I believe in his cutter. I believe that he has enough in his pitch repertoire, even eliminating that he can be an effective Major League Baseball player. The mental, maybe there's some to where he's got to calm down if the situation doesn't go his way, a call doesn't go his way, he's getting squeezed a little bit, maybe. But for me, more it's just honing in on what pitches are working for you, what aren't, and getting rid of the ones that don't.
Yeah, I think that it's all part of the calculus. I think that bad pitch selection factors in. I think that, and I wouldn't say he has mental problems. I would say he gets a little bit, angry when things aren't going his way. I would say it's more bad pitch selection than like anger. A lot of times you can channel that anger into good things, but I think the one thing that the texter's missing out is command. Like I would say that the command is the biggest reason that it led to his struggles. You look at the runs that he's given up or some of the outings where he's not been very good. If you just go back to the Cleveland start, where I thought he was actually pretty good, but that first inning, you get in a 3-0 count to Naylor, and Naylor pokes one out of the ballpark, just barely, but poked it out, and you had to give him a meatball in a 3-0 count. You look at the big inning he had there in the 6th when he shouldn't have been in the game. Lack of command, he's putting himself behind it counts, getting these hitters into hitters counts, and whenever you have a Major League Baseball lineup, and you're facing most of them in a 2-1 count, 3-1 count, 3-0 count where they have a green light, you're going to get hit. Like, go look at these pitchers. Like, go look at the best pitchers. Go look at the best pitchers and look at their numbers whenever they're behind in the count. They get hit hard. It doesn't matter how good you are. So Hunter Brown has to be much better at getting ahead of hitters, and I think that if he does, now he's pitching in control. You get the hitter on his heels a little bit. I think that's what Hunter Brown needs to do in order for him to take the next step.
Yeah, control is spot on. I mean, we know that there's several pitchers that we've seen this year where, regardless of what kind of stuff they have, if you don't have control on the major league level, you're setting yourself up for the scenarios and the situations that you just painted the picture of. You're going to get crushed. You're going to get touched up. You're going to get more times than not. You're going to get an early trip to the showers because these guys are the best in the business at doing it, and you're in order to get them out, you have to be effective, and you've got to be able to not only keep them off balance, but you've got, even when you miss, you have to miss around the strike zone, and you can't miss belt high sitting right there down Main Street where major league hitters that are good baseball players are going to put the barrel to the baseball.
King of Twitch says Hunter needs another pitch. He's got 4. I think he has 5.
He has 5, which is why I said I like the way King of Twitch is thinking, because that means that he's eliminated that knuckle curve piece of junk anyway for the rest of the season anyway.
Yeah, I don't know.
I sound like Gilbert, for God's sake, anyway.
What was that supposed to mean?
Gilbert, that's his favorite thing to say. Anyways, John and Lance, anyways. And
You're going to get canceled. You better watch out. You're going to get canceled talking that way.
Everybody imitates the way Gilbert says anyways.
Can you do that in 2024? Can you imitate
I don't know. Maybe
Gilbert types in 2024?
Politic for it. Maybe you get your wish. I'll be eliminated.
I wouldn't politic for that.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying. Everybody imitates Gilbert.
Yeah, I wouldn't politic for you getting canceled. I'm trying to have your back so you don't get canceled. I don't want you to get canceled.
You're asking you want to vote to see if it was worthy of being canceled.
No, I'm asking, can you get canceled for that in 2024? Because I don't want you to do it. I want you to stick around. I want a 10-year run between you and I. If I were Adam Silver, I would suspend Patrick Beverley yesterday. How many games? And let's dive into what Patrick Beverley did, acting like a child. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees live from Sam Houston Race Park on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park.
All right, Patrick Beverley was acting like a child yesterday. Patrick Beverley, his team was down by, was it 20-30? With 2.5 minutes left to play, and he tosses the ball into the stands. a gentleman who I'm sure had nothing but nice things to say to the Bucks bench, just tossed it right back to him. Beverly catches it, fires it into the stands at another fan. He hit a woman on one of the tosses. There was a big guy with a jersey who didn't have sleeves on who was jacked. I felt like they should have let that guy go at Patrick Beverly. We should have seen that fight. I'm a little disappointed we didn't see that fight. He was acting like a child yesterday because he was being a crybaby that they were down by 20 with 2.5 minutes to play. And I hate saying crybaby because it's insulting to crybabies based on the antics of Patrick Beverly yesterday.
This was an absolute embarrassment for Patrick Beverly. Indirectly, it's an absolute embarrassment for the league, and they need to drop the hammer on him because all the way back to his days in Houston, this is who Patrick Beverly has always been. You think about the cheap shot in the back of Chris Paul walking to the bench for a timeout because he was mad about the way the game was going and they were about to lose. You think about the fact that whether you liked it at the time or you encouraged it at the time because you're a Rockets fan, he literally forced Russell Westbrook to have season-ending surgery because as Russell Westbrook was trying to call a timeout, he was a little too much extra. He's been extra his whole career on and off the floor. This took it just extremely too far, and this is where the league has to step in. You hit a woman in the side of the head with the first one, and you shouldn't have done it. Then the guy who you were aiming for, who ended up with the ball, as you said, threw the ball back to the bench, and then he fires a shot into that guy's chest. Like, that was enough right there for me to give him 20 games and say, we've seen enough of this crap from you before, and you've gotten away with more than you should have. But this is, how they say with Draymond, because it's a continuing theme, because this is a multiple-time offender, this is the time where you have to basically say, this is it, and you are getting the full hammer thrown at you.
If I was commissioner of the league, I would try to suspend him for an entire year. You can't have players throwing basketballs into the stands and firing them at people. You can't have your players doing that in the NBA. And it was reported that what the fans were saying was Cancun on 3. Yeah. You're that soft? They're just heckling you. They're heckling you. As a professional player, you have to deal with the heckles. And then you're firing a basketball into the stands. I would try to suspend them for the entire year. Players Association probably wouldn't let me do that. I would try to aim for 41. They probably wouldn't let me do that. I would do at least 20. And 20 is significant, because it takes you away from the minimum 65 game thing. Now, not that Patrick Beverly is going to be in the running for any awards at this stage of his career, but he would take that as man, that's a stiff punishment. But it was a bad look by Patrick Beverly.
So this goes back to when you talk about, and we've talked about points of emphasis. We talked about it in baseball. Every year the league does the same thing with points of emphasis in terms of referees and what they're going to really look for, cleaning up the game and calling. One thing ever since Charles Barkley did the spit thing into the stands that hit the little girl in the face years and years ago, that got really, really magnified in the past, I want to say 10 years, is anything to do with anything with the fans, and they will throw the book at you. That means you go back to when Westbrook hit the phone out of the fan's hand, or even though the fan, the water bottles being thrown at him or the popcorn dumped at them, you can't retaliate. The one thing when the guys throw the basketball against the standard, even if they don't hit a fan, because the fans are in line if the throw goes awry of being possibly injured, the penalty the league has said is going to be more severe. What he did last night, and he did it multiple times, don't tell me that you were, don't give me this, I didn't mean to do it. Don't give me all this after-the-fact apology BS. You did it twice within about a 30-second span of time. You hit one lady in the head. You drilled another guy in the chest. God forbid if a kid had walked in front of that or he had thrown aimlessly. That guy has already done too much, but the fact that he did what he did, let alone the postgame in the locker room, the media, but just what he did alone last night from the bench alone warrants as big a suspension as they could throw at him.
Yeah, Austin, cue up the Patrick Beverly talking to the reporters after the game. Now, what do you think he would have killed the kid with his basketball? With the way they fired it?
No, it doesn't matter. But because you talk about from the standpoint of Barkley spit and some of the spit got in a little girl's face years and years ago. Now, that's not going to, bodily harm. It's disgusting and everything like that. But the league was out in front of all of this to say, we're not going to give you even the opportunity to where the fans could be at any risk at all. because they pay their money. And granted, there have been people that you can do it. You can point it out to the officials. If they say too much, you can be ejected. But that's how you're supposed to handle anything with unruly fans. It's not, whoever could be in harm's way. You tried to inflict some kind of harm, throwing 2 basketballs at 2 fans regardless, and that's way too far.
Yeah, 20 games at minimum for me. And if it's less than that, I would be offended. 9075, why wasn't he thrown out of the game? That's a good question. I don't know. Maybe they just didn't see it.
I don't think the referee saw it.
7869, will those fans sue Beverly? I would. I'd sue Patrick Beverly.
I would, too.
Why
Hell
not?
yes, I would.
Yeah, give me a nice little 7-figure settlement. I don't know if it'll be that much. 15 games and an apology to the fans he threw the ball at and the reporter he was disrespectful to. So after the game, like the ball throwing is one thing. Like that to me is at least 20 game suspension. And I would not be offended if it was way more than that. And I like Patrick Beverly. I liked Patrick Beverly. Yesterday, though, he lost me. I'm out on Beverly. Like if it was a racist thing, like, okay, now we have a conversation. If they were saying something about, like, the family, okay, now we have a conversation. That they were saying Cancun on 3, and he fired the basketball at them, that's ridiculous. But anyways, after the game, he was, the media scrum, they were around him. And listen to what he said to one of the female reporters, Melinda Adams.
Here. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Before I finish. Yeah. You subscribe to my pod?
Do I subscribe to you? I do not.
So you can't interview me then. No
Okay,
disrespect.
Well, Jamal is here.
You subscribe? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Again, there were a couple times within a bucket or two. In previous games, y'all have been able to kind of get over that hump, or maybe. Was it anything they did in particular, or was it just one of those where the bucket didn't go down, there wasn't the stop, they made one? What kind of prevented that you all from being able to get over, kind of like you have in the past?
You move that mic, please, or just get out the circle, please, for me, please, ma'am. If you're not subscribed to my pod, I appreciate that. Thank you.
What a child, this Patrick Beverly.
It's a ridiculous look. It's a sexist look, for one thing, because I don't think that he went around the circle and the scrum around him and asked every guy if they had subscribed to his pod as well. Coming off of what just happened, and no matter what, whether you had some time to think about it, the game just ended, you were in the showers, you're now in your street clothes, you got to realize, if you have any thought process at all, I probably shouldn't have done what I did. I screwed up. But then you exacerbate everything by going into the post-game media session and embarrassing the female producer from ESPN that was covering it, embarrassing yourself again, disrespecting her, and then in a bigger picture, just disrespecting yourself to look like a complete clown show. Like, this is where, on top of what he did out on the court, the NBA, who is now investigating both incidents, is not going to need a whole lot of deep dive to figure out this dude he needs to be reprimanded. He needs to be dialed and reeled in. And I don't know how great the punishment can be, but it needs to be to the maximum extent.
I don't. His idea in the locker room, though, I don't know if I hate that idea. It's pretty good marketing. If you want to text or call into our show, you have to follow me on TikTok at Jeremy J. Branham from here going forward. Wheatstraw says that Patrick Beverly needs to take a page from the Killer Beast playbook on how to deal with a heckling fan. Just read his text on Friday, I guess. 5315, what if Pat Bev pulls a Myles Garrett and says it was a racist thing? Like Blanker said, full investigation. Let's find out. Let's get to the bottom of it. Let's figure out if there was that thing said, because you have a lot of people in the area, and then you have a lot of players and coaches that were in the area. So let's do the deep dive. Let's do the full investigation, and let's see what the truth is.
You're right. Just like, if you remember, there was a couple in Utah that was it was Westbrook, and the Westbrook made the allegation about what he was yelling racist things. Whether you believe that the fans are going to have another fan's back or not, between the players and all the people within the general vicinity, you're going to get a pretty good idea if it was said or not. And everybody last night was not saying anything about anything racist. And then Pat Bev, who didn't want to walk it back initially, tried to walk it back on social media a little later, that he's got to be better. No. You've had plenty of opportunities to be better. We've seen who you are in the past. You just took it to another level that's way too far now. There's no trying to wiggle your way out of this. Mm-hmm. You need to own it, and you need to serve whatever they give you. and you're lucky that they can't probably do as much as you probably deserve.
Yeah, they can't. You're right about that part, and it's a shame. Melinda Adams did tweet that Patrick Beverley called to apologize to her this morning, and the Bucs organization called. Okay, that's a good step one. Admit your mistakes. I'm cool with that. 4-0, but I'm not saying that I'm not condoning it. I'm not going to lower the suspension. Yeah, you made a mistake, accept the suspension, and then still apologize. 409 Josh Beverley should have to publicly pick between a length of suspension with a heavy fine or a sanctioned fight with the Pacers fan that was behind the bench in the 0-0 jersey. I want to see the fight. Now, if he could be suspended 0 game, I want to see the fight, but because that guy was going to go after him, rightfully so. If he's firing the ball at him, he didn't do anything. Yeah, go after the guy. That's a fight right there. Absolutely, it's a fight. 4071. What about the opposite? If a fan threw the ball at Patrick Beverley, it's a great point. They would ban the fan from life. He would never be allowed back into the NBA in any NBA arena.
Look, I happened to be in close proximity to when Vernon Maxwell went into the stands.
What were you doing there?
I'm not talking because I'm done with that gimmick. The fact of the matter is
Rockets gimmick. That you work for the Rockets gimmick?
The fan, what came out of that fan's mouth talking about Vernon's stillborn daughter crossed every line that you could ever imagine. And as a father and someone that is anywhere, everyone, the minute that everybody heard it, it was like your blood was boiling already. I know that the league now in a different era says you can't go up in the stands. I don't blame Vernon for anything he did after that point. That comment reached that point because I don't know what I would do. That's how far over the line he went. But even still, since then, the league has implemented rules. Not only with the media, you have to answer questions. You can do the whole Marshawn Lynch thing. I'm just here so I don't get fined. But you have to honor the media that have credentials and be in the conversation. But from the standpoint of fans, they are off limits. No matter what they say or do, your protocol is you get a team official, you get security, you get them tossed out or reprimanded, but you never lay hands on them or you don't instigate the confrontation.
Agreed. It's cool how you had that kind of access. All right, who said it? The Killer Bees look for win number 11 in a row against Tremac. And who said it? Brian's going to read to us things that were said by ESPN 97.5 personalities. Killer Bees, guess who said it? America's favorite game next with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. All right, it's time for Who Said It, everybody's favorite game, where Brian reads us quotes that were said by ESPN 97.5 personalities, and then the Killer Bees guess who said it. It's in the name. All right, we've been dominating as of late. What's the win streak up to?
I think 16 in a row.
It's pretty high. Best run we've ever been on.
It's uncharted territory.
Good deal. All right, let's get started. Quote number one, I should say.
All right, quote number one. I heard it was Joey Loperfido Day. Joey Loperfido Day? That just speaks to the desperation to potentially get excited about a part-time first baseman who can't keep from striking out on the minor league level. Joey Loperfido Day. I don't want to be a part of that holiday. That's a terrible holiday.
That's a long quote.
It's also negative, right? Like I read the negativity there. Like you picked up on that.
It sounds squeaky like Paul right off the top.
You think it's more Paul?
No, just the delivery with the kind of when you get into kind of some of the comments and the voices go up a little bit. That's Paulish.
I think it's either Paul or Dell. I think they would be. I don't see Joe being negative. I don't see the bench being negative about Loperfido on Loperfido Day. Can you read it one more time?
Sure. I heard it was Joey Loperfido Day. Joey Loperfido Day? That just speaks to the desperation to potentially get excited about a part-time first baseman who can't keep from striking out on the minor league level. Joey Loperfido Day. I don't want to be a part of that holiday. That's a terrible holiday.
You're right. It sounds like Dell. Of the two, the second time around, I can really see Dell saying it just like that.
Like his slower, sarcastic, like this is the holiday?
Yep.
I'm not going to be any part of that holiday. It's definitely one of those two. I lean Dell over Paul.
I'm good with it.
All right, let's do it. Dell Olaleye.
I heard
yes,
it was Joey Loperfido Day.
Nice.
Joey Loperfido Day, that just speaks to the desperation to potentially get excited about a part-time first baseman.
Funny thing is, I can't read BMAC to the point of he gave a thumbs up after we started playing the clip, and I didn't know if we were right or wrong. Because he celebrates when we're wrong, and then he gave us I guess that was the thumbs up that we were right.
I hadn't even thought about playing those mind games on you, but now I think I'm going to start.
Jeez.
Thank you for the idea. Are you ready for quote number two?
Yes.
Sure.
All right, quote number two. A little bit shorter, this one. All I know is if I had all online classes, I would have flunked out of college. That would have not been for me.
Paul and Joe. I believe because Paul tends to go to his Syracuse days when referencing lots of things in college. The problem is that of the two of them, it sounds like Joe would be the one that follows up that doozy after Paul mentioned Syracuse of saying if he didn't have to go to class, he'd have flunked out and no one would argue with him.
Yeah, my first inclination was Joe whenever I was hearing that. I don't think that Paul would think of himself as one who would fail all online classes. I think Paul's usually pretty confident in himself that he could get things done, and I agree with Paul. I don't think Paul would fail if he had all online classes. Joe, I can't say the same thing. So I do lean Joe here.
I think I'm good with that too, because I do believe that they were talking about college classes and stuff when I was in the car one day.
Okay.
And
yeah.
I would agree that Paulie believes in his own intelligence enough to believe that even if he had online classes, he would not flunk out.
Yeah, like his mental strength and his will to get things done. Because I was thinking Joe even before you said that you thought you heard it on that show. So let's do that if you're cool with it.
Yep, let's go,
All
Joe.
Right. Joe.
All I know is if I had
Yes.
all online classes, I would have flunked out of college.
Well played, by the way, Brian.
That
Didn't react
would
at all.
not
I
been
wasn't
for me.
sure again.
2-0. 2-0.
2-0. All right, you were in the spot last week.
Shut up.
Before you won,
I don't want to think about that right now.
In a row, 19,
hey, we're John Singleton. We're
19,
hot now.
19 in a
2
row,
bombs and
win
2
streak.
at-bats. Let's go.
All right,
You missed
quote
off
number
last
3
last week? I don't remember that.
Yeah, you started off 2-0 and missed 3 in a row.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, but despite that, still won 21 games in a row. All right, anyway, quote number 3. I hope they're right, just because everybody has been down on this pick. And I hope at some point Michael Penix shows that everybody in Fontenot can go, you see. I mean, I liken it to Duke lacrosse. It's probably a bad analogy.
Wow. Okay, say that again.
One more time. All right. I hope they're right, just because everybody has been down on this pick. And I hope at some point Michael Penix shows that everybody in Fontenot can go, you see. I mean, I liken it to Duke lacrosse. It's probably a bad analogy.
I feel like this is
So
Lance.
who knows that Fontenot's the GM of the Falcons? Who can reference Duke Lacrosse.
Lance. I think this is Lance. Because they're talking about, I mean, the draft. I mean, everybody's talking about the draft.
Right.
But you're also talking, this was also this week, and the draft happened Thursday. So you're talking about the first round after and through the weekend.
I was just going to say every quote's from this week. I never go back to a previous week.
Right. So they're talking about the NFL draft on at least Monday at the latest when it happened last Thursday. So they carry draft talk over through the weekend into this week and from an NFL perspective. I think it's the morning show. I would lean Lance over John.
Well, yeah, in that scenario, yes. I still, for some reason, could see Paul and Joe discussing this as well, and Paul saying that.
I don't know if they're talking first round NFL draft that happened on Thursday into this week. But I mean, I don't listen. You do.
Well, they both did. I mean, they did the draft show with others.
So more time to get their takes out. I think it becomes less likely that they would carry it over.
So you're thinking this is morning show?
I mean, my feel is Lance, yeah. But I would say, yeah, I would feel like morning show for sure.
Can I have it one more time, Brian?
Sure. I hope they're right. Just because everybody has been down on this pick. And I hope at some point Michael Penix shows that everybody, and Fontenot can go, you see. I mean, I liken it to Duke Lacrosse. It's probably a bad analogy.
Duke Lacrosse. I want to know where that analogy comes from.
You know the story, right?
About Duke Lacrosse?
Yeah.
Of course, but how is that a comparison?
No. I'm just saying. I thought you were saying it like you didn't know the
No, I'm saying where does Duke Lacrosse come in a comparison of Michael Penix being drafted number 8 to Atlanta when they have Kirk Cousins? I don't see the parallel with Duke Lacrosse.
That's a good point.
That's where I'm at. But that's why I think it's Lance, because sometimes his mind wanders. Paul, I think, would complete the thought. He would see it through. I think this is Lance.
You don't think it could be John? I can
Not
hear
really.
John saying it too. You know what? I'll be a good teammate. I'll roll with it.
I think this is Lance.
Okay, we'll go Lance.
I hope they're right.
Dang,
Because everybody has been down on this pick, and I hope at some point Michael Penix shows everybody. And
I wonder what the Duke Lacrosse thing was. That blows my mind.
Yeah, no, when I heard this clip, I had to make it a part of it just because what's not included in the clip is Lance having the reaction we did to John referencing Duke Lacrosse. He goes on and said, what does Duke Lacrosse have to do with this?
Did he try and explain it?
I didn't keep listening after that. I got what I needed. And yeah.
If I had to guess, I would say it's like a change of opinion. Like, because whenever that happens, it's like, oh, my gosh, Duke Lacrosse is the worst. And then,
that's right.
Years later, it's like, okay, Duke Lacrosse got screwed. So I bet you it's a change of opinion. I bet you that's where he's going there. All right, number 4.
Yeah, it was actually John was trying to make the point that everybody was against Duke Lacrosse, like as in everyone was against the Michael Penix pick. Anyway, all right, quote number 4. You guys are up 2-1.
So close.
Just a reminder, as someone who has flicked somebody off on the road only to have that person try and drive me off the road, when you're driving out there, take it from me. Be calm. It's not worth the honk. It's not worth the middle finger. It just isn't. I can't say if this was a personal message to Joel Blank, but
you can't. I was gonna say
I can't say it's not though.
I think this is Blankers.
Sure. My wife. I was gonna say it's either me or my wife sent that in about me. I think this is because Paul has anger issues.
Yeah.
I think this is Paul because and he's always talking about his driving in his car, and he's always talking about whether someone touched his car, they tried to wash it and they made it dirtier, or where it got vandalized at Minute Maid Park, and the insurance company screwed him, and then he gets testy about things.
Yeah, I can see that. I could see that. I don't really have a strong feel here.
One more time, Brian.
Just a reminder, as someone who has flicked somebody off on the road only to have that person try and drive me off the road, when you're driving out there, take it from me. Be calm. It's not worth the honk. It's not worth the middle finger. It just isn't.
I don't see Dell caring enough to flip anybody off.
Yeah. I think it's either Lance or
Joe
Paul.
saying this, but if I'm picking the strongest candidate, I think it's Paul.
Yeah, I would say Paul. I would think my 2 are Paul or Lance, but I do lean Paul, yeah.
You can't see Joe saying that? Because I could see Joe admitting that he gave someone the finger, and then I could also see Joe getting run off the road.
It's a little too long-winded for Joe. That's not an insult. That's not an insult.
Well,
it's just you know.
Joe just doesn't talk in complete sentences.
I wouldn't say that. I just don't think it's Joe. You say Paul? We're leaning Paul?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Paul Gallant.
Just a reminder,
yes,
as someone who has
gotta win.
somebody off on the
It's a
road,
dub.
only to have that
Hang it
person
on the left.
drive me off of the road.
Hang it on the left.
I was a little worried about that quote. Joel picked it up immediately. The anger issue.
Oh my
God.
God.
Yeah. In hindsight, I probably made that one a little easy. Joel picked that one up right
stop
away.
soft selling.
I'm just saying,
Let's do the last one.
All
for
right.
giggles.
Let's see if you can get to 4-1 for the week. All right. We can all see it coming.
1-0.
We can all see it coming, and yet no one can stop it because everyone is so greedy. Like, people don't have jobs now because AI is starting to, the robots, AI, automation is taking a bunch of jobs, and we just don't, and we just keep going. Let's keep it going. What else? Did you see the one with dogs? They put a flamethrower on a dog. What possibly could go wrong with a robot dog with a flamethrower that you can't stop?
Sounds like a Lance one to me. Kind of a run-on. He likes to talk about AI. He defined what AI was to everybody like we didn't already know what AI was. It sounds like a Lance one to me.
Where did they get the topic? News of the Weird?
Maybe. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that News of the
Look,
Weird
we
segment
won.
allows them to talk about anything, really.
Right,
So
right.
you can't take them off limits for anything.
Nope.
But
And
yeah,
we use John.
it sounds like Lance's just sitting structure there.
I would say one more time, but it was long.
Yeah, and we already
Yeah, we
won,
don't-
so
yeah, and we already
it doesn't really
won.
matter. Let's just go Lance.
Let's go Lance. That's fine.
We can all see it coming.
Yeah.
Yet no one can.
We
stop
were
it.
so
They're
close to
worried,
5-0. We were so close to 5-0.
Yeah, we were. We had the show nailed. I gave you that one last, and
we were like
it's neither there.
60-40 away
I was
from
like,
a
you sure it
perfect
wasn't
record.
Granado, but okay.
You guys picked up on it again right
Man.
away. As Jeremy said, that was total Lance sentence structure.
Yeah.
The way he kind of stops and starts thoughts right in the middle of a sentence, that was
And
total
a
Lance.
little
Yeah.
rambly,
Right. That was total Lance sentence structure.
That was
Good
well done
job,
by
boys.
us, Blankers. Good
4-1.
job.
4-1. Good job.
Virtual high five on that one.
Yes, I'm very pleased with that.
Astros take on the Mariners tonight. First of a 3-game series, first place, Seattle Mariners. I want Minute Maid Park to have a reputation, dog. Start of the series. Is this guy a player on the Mariners or is he a player on the Seattle Seahawks? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park.
All right. Every time the Astros open up a series against a new team, play a game, is he a Mariner or is he a blank? Today, it's Blanker's assignment, and he's going to go with, is he a Mariner or is he a Seattle Seahawk? Blankers, take it away.
I am, except my computer is reloading and where I have this information. I wasn't sure, by the way, which one I was going to go with. If I was going to go history of Seattle Supersonics.
Oh, that would have been good.
Yeah, that might have been good.
Would have been good.
But I wasn't sure if
They'll
some
play
of those names
They'll
would-
play Seattle again.
Yeah, you could do
Oh,
that.
that's
or,
right. That's right.
You could do Mariner or Seattle Kraken. That one would, well, maybe a Russian name would actually kind of give it away. Never mind. That might be too easy.
Okay.
Oh, the hockey team?
Yeah, that might be too easy.
Or is it the
every hockey
Sounders
player
for-
a Rusher or a Russian?
a Rusher. I don't know. It just if there was like a Scandinavian sounding name or a Russian sounding name, it'd probably give it away. Not many of those guys in Major League Baseball.
What's their soccer team is the Sounders?
Yeah, Sounders. Yeah.
I could have done that, and I'm not doing us any favors right now. With my computer is very slow here. So
what are you using, a Dell?
No, Dell's in the morning.
Grade the joke, 713-780-3776.
Actually, you know what? 7.1. That wasn't bad.
Thank you.
I'll go 4.2. If he would have said hello from the other side, that would have been like an 8.3.
Okay, here we go. All right, I'm getting there.
Wait, jokes about Adele are fresher than about Dell Olaleye?
I mean,
yeah.
One of them has millions and millions of Instagram followers. One has dozens.
Yeah, I guess.
Is your computer loaded now? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm trying to
Are
reload.
you using America Online or what?
No, remember we're on remote, so we're at the mercy of the internet of Sam. Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out.
I'm
and
trying
get
to
it
figure out the
reload.
computer. The files are in the computer.
No, it's not
Blankers.
my computer.
They're
tough guy.
in the computer.
Thank you. All right, I got it now. All right, first one. A.J. Barner.
A.J. Barner?
Jeremy, you going first or am I going first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
I've
A.J.
never heard of
Barner.
A.J. Barner.
I haven't either.
I feel like there's more football players I haven't heard of than baseball players because there's more of them, and they're like non-skill position players. So I'm going to go football for A.J. Barner.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning that way too. I'm going to go football player as well.
You guys are both correct. A.J. Barner is a tight end for the Seahawks.
I had never heard of him.
Yeah, I've never heard of Barner either. I draft a lot of tight ends.
I just feel like there's more age. This is a really random take, but I feel like there's more AJs in football than there are baseball.
Really?
AJ
Yeah,
Hinch?
I know there was an AJ Burnett, obviously
Yeah.
the pitcher.
One of my buddies
AJ
is
Hinch.
he got a cup of coffee in the Bigs, and his first name is AJ. So I would disagree
Maybe I'm wrong.
with this.
That was just a gut feel.
All right,
Okay.
number 2.
All right,
Next one, Cody Bolton.
So I'm first. I again have not heard of this person whatsoever. I think I'm gonna go game theory here and maybe guess that you're alternating. I don't really know, but I'm gonna say baseball player.
What are you trying to say about his IQ? That he would do that?
I'm just saying that's natural game theory to alternate and not go too many.
Where's
in a row.
my feng shui, Dusty?
I'm going to
I
go.
haven't heard of the player though.
I don't feel like I've heard of him either. Sounds like a baseball player to me, though. I'll go baseball player.
You guys are 2 for 2.
Boom.
Cody Bolton is a pitcher for the Mariners.
Well,
So
Jeremy's 2 for 2. I'm
he's-
1 for 2. Yeah.
No,
'cause
Oh, you said football player? I thought you said baseball player.
Oh, you're right. I did say baseball player.
Jeez,
Gee,
don't let me
yeah,
help
I
you,
know.
but I'll help you.
Okay, all right.
You
Thank-
get docked
thank
the
you
point
the
for
assistance.
ignorance.
I don't disagree with
maybe
that.
docked half a point. Let's dock half a point.
So did you go football, baseball, football, baseball, football?
No.
Okay.
Well, we'll find out.
All right.
Next one, Taylor Saucedo.
Oh, that's a baseball player. There's not many Saucedos playing football. That's a baseball player.
I don't know what you're trying to say there, Jeremy, but I will agree with you. Baseball player.
Yeah, it's a baseball player.
3 to 2.5. Bradham's in the lead.
Okay. Cody White.
Oh, I actually know this one. I think football player.
I'll play defense here, and his confidence at the very beginning. So I'm going to say football player too.
You're correct. Wide receiver for the Seahawks.
I never heard of him. Where did he go to school?
I don't know. I just remember seeing that name when I'm looking at team depth charts.
Okay. You do that a lot?
Occasionally for, like seeing how many targets a guy might get, see who his competition is.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Final one. I only did 5, and you guys are rolling through these. Drake Thomas.
Drake Thomas. The Drake. Everybody loves the Drake. I'm going to go football player for Drake Thomas.
The only chance I have is for Jeremy to be wrong or for me to be right. So if Jeremy's going football player, I will go baseball player.
Drake Thomas is an inside linebacker.
Oh, damn.
For the Sea Chickens.
For the Sea Chickens?
Yeah.
Never heard that line.
Oh, up in the Pacific Northwest, when you're not a Seahawks fan, that's a name.
There is an excitement here at Sam Houston Race Park for a race. Where is it? Santa.
Well, there's two going on simultaneously.
Yeah, Santa Anita Park.
One's in Santa Anita. One's on grass. One's in pea soup.
Yeah,
and
one's in mud.
And everybody's screaming at both TVs.
Well, you know,
lots of action going on.
You know why that horse run? That horse won, right?
It's a mutter.
His mutter was a mutter.
His mutter was a mutter.
His mutter was a mutter.
Grade the joke.
No, that's Seinfeld.
It was the great Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld, so it's going to be pretty good.
It doesn't.
Grade the jokes of Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld.
No, not the jokes, just the one you guys chose to use.
That's their joke. We're quoting their joke.
It's a quote. It's quoting Seinfeld.
Yeah.
I thought there was Kramer in that scene. Kramer was betting on the horses.
Yeah, he was betting on the ponies, and he was even doing whenever the race was running. Remember, he was doing like the little animation of a jockey.
Yes,
when he was like jumping up and down.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, he was patting himself like he was shoeing on the horse. Yes,
Seinfeld was on Eisen yesterday, and they were talking about the scene where Kramer hit the golf ball into the hole of the dolphin.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Is it a Titleist?"
Right.
He said they didn't write it. They didn't write that into the script until like 12 hours before filming it, and they gave Costanza the line like 30 minutes before he like filmed it in front of a live audience. Pretty crazy to think about. The boys are sweating the ponies because they're at Sam Houston Race Park ahead of tomorrow's 150th running of the Kentucky Derby. Advanced wagering available tonight on the entire Churchill Downs card. Wear pink tonight in honor of the Oaks Lily and in support of breast and ovarian cancer Lily Oak Drink specials tonight. Live racing, first post at 6:30 p.m., and it only costs $5 to get in. And then tomorrow, the biggest Derby party in the city of Houston, $5 general admission. The gates open as early as 8 a.m. First race post at 10:30 a.m. The Kentucky Derby simulcast. The first Churchill Downs race at 9:30. Derby race scheduled for 5:57. So a busy day at Sam Houston Race Park tomorrow. If you wear a Derby hat, you can enter to win their Derby hat contest, $500 to first place. And, of course, they'll have mint julep drink specials, which you can't beat that on a Kentucky Derby Saturday. You ever dabble on the ponies?
No, I actually haven't. I actually have dabbled a little bit on the greyhounds, but not the ponies.
Yeah, I like to bet a little bit, but I don't really have like I'm definitely a noob. I don't have a great understanding of the ponies. I've read Fred's book. That has helped me quite a bit. And then I used to have a guy who would DM me like randomly these horse plays, and he started off hot, then he got really cold and he disappeared.
Oh, okay. So you got a little gun shy there?
I'm not going to say I'm the guy who made him disappear, but yeah, he started giving me – he went cold. He was giving me a bunch of losers, and he stopped DMing me these plays.
Do we need a wellness check for this guy?
I've never met him. I've never met the guy. Apparently he lived in Vegas.
Need a wellness check.
Yeah, he would send me these plays, and he started hot. I was like, okay, all right, this guy knows what he's doing. And then he went ice cold, and I was like, okay, well, this is over. All right. Coming up next, the voice of the Houston Astros on the Shin. Todd Callis joins the program. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HRMP guest line. Joining us now, the voice of the Astros, Todd Callis. Conversation presented by Texas Star Grill Shop and Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. Start shopping for your new vehicle at LanceZCars.com. Todd, when we talked last week, hey, maybe we'll come back next Friday, talk about a couple series victories. Well, that's what we got. A series sweep against the Rockies in Mexico City. Take 2 of 3 against the Guards, who had the best record in the American League. Show's coming around, starting to play a little bit better baseball.
Yeah, it was good to see. They really needed it. 7-19 is not where they wanted to be after 26 games. And so nice little 4 wins out of the last 5 games and now a big series with Seattle. So this will be a good test to see where things actually are.
Todd, I'm curious, in all your years in baseball, have you ever seen the scenario that played out with Jose Abreu? I know when we've had you on previously, we've talked about, him maybe going on the IL or, trying to them doing things a little differently for a while to try and get him going, get him right. I know, speaking just from myself, but we talked about it on the show, very surprising the way it all went down and what actually was the decision that played out, but also credit to Jose Abreu for making a decision that a lot of players wouldn't have made.
Yeah, he had to approve. He had to give his vote of approval on that decision because as a veteran, he could have easily said, no, I don't want to go down there. But he did what he felt was best for the team and also for him at this point. His family does live in South Florida, so that helps the situation a little bit, is that he'll be basically at home working out in West Palm Beach. It's not unprecedented. We've seen guys go down before, maybe not guys as decorated over their careers as Jose Abreu, but even last year when Alek Manoah was struggling with the Blue Jays, they sent him to single A in the Florida State League to get some reps and get some innings and get back into the rotation. It happens every once in a while, but it is very rare. It's basically a reset for a player of Jose Abreu's caliber. They just felt like the timing was off. He wasn't improving at the major league level. It was going to be hard for him to see improvement at the big league level, and they wanted him to just get that swing right before they thought about bringing him back. So, yeah, it is unusual. It's not unprecedented, but good on Jose to say, you know what, I need to lead the team for a little while and get right and see what can happen.
And reading all the quotes on it, too, TK, kind of to Blinker's point, it seemed like everybody else in the clubhouse very complimentary of the selflessness of Jose Abreu making that move.
Yeah, I'm not sure if every single player in that clubhouse would have been able to do the same thing. I mean, you'd have to ask them individually, but that's a big ask. I mean, you're going down, you're working out in the heat of Florida as May turns into mid-May and then towards June. It's not going to be comfortable for him. Would he rather be at the big league level, taking charters to all the major league cities and staying in the best hotels? Absolutely. But for what he's going through now, he felt like that was best for him, and good for him to allow that to happen.
TK, we're seeing starting pitchers come back. We know that that Javier now is close. We know that Urquidy is right after him, and then how that affects the rotation. We were talking about it earlier in the show today. Hunter Brown hasn't been his best. You got a decent performance out of Arrighetti. Is it going to be where these two guys now for the next couple of starts are going to be compare and contrast and looked at and trying to figure out who stays and potentially who goes? Or do they look at expanding the rotation to 6?
I think both, actually. I think they are both in competition with each other for now, and I think at some point they're going to go to 6. So they have the off day to play with Monday before they start the series with the Yankees. But then after that, they'll play 29 games in 30 days. So somewhere during that stretch, you're going to get Christian Javier back, and then you could still have Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti in the rotation as part of a 6-man if you want. If you decide to go to 5 there and go to 6 later on, then it is a competition between those two. But then you also mentioned Urquidy. At some point during those 29 games in 30 days, Urquidy will be back as well. So if Javier comes back, Urquidy comes back, and the other 3 all stay healthy, Ronel Blanco, Framber Valdez, Justin Verlander, then you're talking about another competition between Brown and Arrighetti, even if they go to a 6-man rotation. So it feels that way. They named Hunter the starter today for Sunday. That hadn't been done prior to today. Arrighetti has started kind of irregularly twice now in the last 17 days. So they've been pushing him back and sending him back and forth to the minor leagues. So we'll see how it plays out. But whenever you start to see guys come back like a Christian Javier and a Jose Urquidy, and you have competition for Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti either as the 5 or the 6, then that's a good thing.
Also starting to see the back end. Todd Callis joining us on the HRP guest line. Todd, you're starting to see the bullpen, too, start to pitch a lot better. The big three especially. Abreu's been good. A little shaky in his last outing, but got out of it, didn't allow a run. And the last time we saw Josh Hader, he went out for a second inning. When you saw him come out for the second, did it catch you off guard?
Absolutely. We haven't seen that in 4 years, and he hasn't finished two innings in almost 5 years. So, yeah, it was obviously one of those situations where they're coming off a stretch where Josh didn't pitch in over a week before he pitched in that game Saturday in Mexico City. So he was well rested. Joe Espada didn't like doing it. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't do it again all year, or maybe not until late September in a huge game possibly. But those were desperate times for Joe Espada. He really wanted to win that first game against Cleveland. He felt like his best opportunity to win in extra innings was to have Josh Hader with that strikeout ability in the 10th inning. And it worked out for the first 2 outs, and then David Fry got a double against him, and then the Caratini heroic saved the day. But I don't think you're going to see that very often. Good for Josh Hader to say, you know what, this hasn't really been part of my plan the last few years, but I'm willing to do what the Astros need in the first year of a 5-year deal now that I'm locked in for a while. So it was surprising to see him come out there for a second inning, but I don't think you'll see that again for a while.
TK, interesting, a little bit of a lineup shakeup in the batting order again tonight, and this time it's Bregman going to the cleanup spot from the 2-hole. I'm wondering, is that as far down as you think that he will go, or they're willing to go with him as he tries to get right and find that stroke? Because of the fact that there's so many variables, because of what he's been here and what he means to this team, and we know he's capable, and the fact that his contract is coming up, we've had fans calling in every day and people commenting wanting to put him lower in the lineup. I'm just not so sure that they're willing to do that. Is that as low as he'll go in the 4 spot?
Joe Espada was asked that today in his media session, and he basically said for now that's as low as he's willing to go. Now, if Brady's numbers are where they are now at the end of the month or towards the end of the month in a couple of weeks, then Joe Espada's going to have a tough decision on his hands, because you really can't just continue to have Alex Bregman in the top 4 spots in the lineup, no matter what his track record is. If he's 50 games in or closing in on 50 games in without seeing improvement for what we see in the first 30 games of the season. It just hasn't been Bregman, but he's always been a slow starter. You show patience with him. You assume at some point in May he's going to figure it out. It just hasn't shown up lately. I know it's frustrating for Astros fans to watch. And the other thing is, I mean, right now Jeremy Pena is hitting ahead of Yainer Diaz. So Joe obviously likes Pena's production a little bit better than Yainer. Jeremy, to me, doesn't feel like a true number 4 type hitter, but maybe Yainer does a little bit more if he is hitting the ball well. But there's not like that one guy you could point at and say, my gosh, how is he hitting 5 or 6 instead of Bregman? He should be in the 4 spot. I think it'll be interesting to see if Yainer or Pena had to hit 4 one day, what that would look like. I'm not sure if that's a comfortable spot for them or not. But for now, you're going to see Alex there. I'd give it at least 2 or 3 more weeks. But, yes, if this continues on through the month of May, then Joe might be forced to make something happen.
I was a little surprised by the timing of switching Tucker and Bregman around, because you're winning games. If Spada's mentioning he's not going to drop Bregman down lower than 4, I was surprised that he flip-flopped the 2 of them after they've won 4 of the last 5 games. What do you think led to the timing of making that change?
Bregman had a couple spots yesterday with runner on third less than 2, and the barrel just got underneath the baseball a couple times, but he popped it up. And he's obviously trying to find it. He's searching right now. So I think Joe is looking at the quality of at-bats lately. Kyle Tucker's had the best quality of at-bats of anybody in that lineup for the last, I want to say, 2 weeks now, even over Altuve. So just like his theory early in the year of getting Yordan Alvarez more at-bats by hitting him in the 2 spot, he's going to go with the hot hand now and Kyle Tucker in that 2 spot. I know what you're saying. You've won 4 out of 5. Don't mess with success. But yeah, Joe's looking at it like, hey, we can still get better even while we're winning. And he's been rotating those 2, 3, 4 guys all year long. Or Yordan was there earlier. Tucker was 3. Tucker moved to 4. Now Tucker's in the 2 spot. I kind of like the way this one looks. We'll see what happens. Yordan needs to get going, too. I mean, everyone's talking about Alex, but Yordan's in a bit of a slump as well. I think he's over 16 or so. So those 3-4 guys have to do something against the Seattle staff. Not the easiest thing in the world.
I guess in a roundabout way, TK, he's saying that he values the 2-hole more than the 4 spot.
Oh, yeah. He looks at the 2-hole as the guy that he wants to get the most at bats. And I think we talked on one of the first shows of the year about the 4th tee and bat theory. Basically, every spot in the lineup gets 14 more plate appearances than the spot behind him if you stay there the entire year. So the leadoff hitter gets 14 more plate appearances than the 2 guy, all the way down to the 9-hitter. And the 9-hitter gets whatever that number is, 9 times 14 fewer at bats than the 1-hitter, 136 or so, 126 fewer at bats than the 1-hitter. So yeah, the theory is you want your best hitter to get the most plate appearances. So yes, while you want your cleanup guy to be the cleanup guy, it's not looked at as in the days of old where that's always your best run producer. They want to get the hottest hitter and the guy who's going to do the most damage, the most at bats. That's why you see Altuve and Tucker in the 1-2 spots tonight.
TK, with the Abreu move, with the fact that once the move was made, the thought was there's going to be a platoon still at first base. It's going to be Singleton with Loperfido, and we saw Dubon play there late in the game the other night, where it was a bit surprising because Cabbage has played there in the past. Now it looks like because of the power surge of John Singleton and the fact that he said, "Hey, look, I know when I know that I'm going to be in the lineup multiple days, he feels more comfortable." Is this now where he is going to get the majority of the reps at first base?
It looks that way for now. It could be temporary. It could be, a week or two. We'll have to see. I mean, John's earned more playing time. You can't take him out of the lineup based on what he did in that last series. He basically helped win the game last night with that 2-run home run. I know the Astros piled on with 5 more in the 7th, and that Singleton home run in the 6th was a game changer. And then he helped, with that 3-run home run in the game on Tuesday to part of their 10-9 victory. So, yeah, you're not going to expect John Singleton to have 2 home runs and drive in 6 runs every series, or else he'd be the MVP of the league. But if he could keep contributing in that first base spot, whether he hits 6 or 7 or wherever Joe puts him, that he's going to stay in the lineup. So this is kind of, he's at the point of his career, guys, where he needs to make something happen. And had he had a really bad series against the Guardians, I don't think you would have seen him in there tonight. And maybe he would be just used as a pinch hitter a couple of times in the series. But Joe is going to ride with him now that he's hot. And John said when he talked to Julia last night, getting back in that lineup 3 days in a row certainly helped. So now he'll be in the lineup for a 4th day in a row. And I think he's got a little bit of a leash now to see what he can do. And then I don't think you're still going to see Loperfido get some starts over there at some point. You're still going to see Mauricio Dubon against a tough lefty get a start over there at a certain point. But for now, John Singleton facing these Mariners is going to face 3 righties, so he'll be in there, you would assume. If not all 3, definitely 2 of the 3.
Todd, it was weird to me the other night. I think it was Game 1 at Cleveland, the first extra inning game, where a few substitutions. Actually, I think it was Game 2, where you had Loperfido, Cabbage, and Dubon all in the game, and it was Loperfido in center, Cabbage in left, and Dubon at first. I would figure out of the 3 of those guys that Dubon would have been the last of those 3 that you saw at first base.
Yeah, that's a good question. And that was kind of like a mid-game a change there. So I'm not sure why it ended up the way it did. Obviously, he likes Loperfido in center. I think they're slowly wanting to work him into that comfort zone at first base. Cabbage has played there before at the big league level, so he would have been fine over there. But Joe just decided to go with Cabbage in left field and Dubon at first. But I think they want to take their time before they put Loperfido over there, make sure he's 100% comfortable with everything else going around at the big league level before he has to deal with a position that's demanding at first base.
Todd, we all have to know because it's all over social media. Are you working on the nickname for Joey Loperfido? Are you against the J-Lo nickname that everybody's pushing for? Where are we on all of this?
So I don't even know what's going on. So people are pushing for J-Lo? Or
Blummer's getting defensive because they accused him of saying J-Lo, and he said, I said J-Lope. And people are constantly thinking about that, and is there a home run call already for him? The Loperfido fever is sweeping Houston.
Yeah, the funny thing is, and other than my, using the number whenever a guy gets one on the train tracks, I don't always. I did a few for Jordan, Air Jordan, direct flights, blah blah blah. But I usually don't do specific calls for specific players, like you hear John Sterling all those years with the Yankees.
Right.
But Blummer usually does his tags that are more player specific. So for me, I don't even think twice about it. I don't think I'm going to use a nickname on a call for Loperfito's first home run, but that's something that you may be better off asking Blummer because he might have a tagline ready for when and if Joey gets that first one.
Good on
After
you.
After social media, I'm not asking Blummer that question because he got a little defensive last night.
Yeah, I didn't even know he was going back and forth on that one. But yeah, I don't think we're gonna go with J-Lo for sure, but I don't know what we're going with.
Yeah, appreciate the time, TK, as always. Hope you call a few more winners before we talk again next week.
Keep them going. Yep.
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you. Have a good weekend.
Todd Callis, the voice of the Astros on the Shin, joining us on the HRMP guest line. Our conversation presented by Texas Star Grill Shop, Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. Start shopping for your new vehicle at LanceZCars.com. Boys, broadcasting live from a Sam Houston Race Park. When we return, what's your reason for optimism and pessimism for the Stros? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, before we go to the break, Doc Linville is the best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure. He does a ton of stuff. He does plastic surgery, spot treatments, Botox, something that you might be thinking about for Mother's Day. You might want to get your significant other. But the bottom line is he can help you, too, because he is the best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure. If you don't know what it is, but you got pattern baldness, thinning, bald spots, you're losing your hairline, you don't think there's anything you can do about it, you don't want to do the sprays and the creams and the foams that just gimmickly mask the issue, then you go to check out the NeoGraft. And right now, because you listen to us, you can get all the information on the NeoGraft procedure for free from Doc Linville just by going to 975hair.com. You don't have to put any money down, no signing on the dotted line, no commitment to make. Just you ask questions, you get answers, and they explain the procedure. You see if it's right for you. It was right for me. I did it. I couldn't be happier with it. I got my hairline back. You can do the exact same thing and get the same kind of results. Because as Doc explained it to me, genetically, you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go elsewhere. He takes some of that and repurposes it where you need it most. Maybe it's like thinking about in your yard, repurposing and replanting sod. That's exactly what he can do for you. And he can do it, and in basically 6 to 9 months, you see the results. It's a phenomenal process. It's painless, and it works. Check him out today. Go to 975hair.com. Save the $150. Meet with Doc and his staff, and see if you're the next in line to reap the benefits of the NeoGraft procedure. Tell him I sent you by. He's the best in the business, and he's right here in Houston.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park.
Killer Bees indeed broadcasting from Sam Houston Race Park. There are your spots and live Friday night racing First post coming up at 6:30, so still an hour to get over to Sam Houston Race Park. Also, just $5 admission. That's outstanding. That's awesome. Lily Oak drink specials. Wear your pink in honor of the Oaks Lily in support of breast and ovarian cancer. You can also place your wagers for the entire Churchill Downs card tomorrow, including the 150th running of the Kentucky Derby. If you're looking for a place in town to watch the Kentucky Derby, I'll look no further than the Sam Houston Race Park. It is the biggest Derby party in the city. Gates open at 8 a.m. They have a $500 grand prize for the best Derby hat, and, of course, mint juleps on a Kentucky Derby Saturday. Blankers, 713-780-ESPN. What's your reason for optimism and pessimism for the Astros? What do you put more importance in, the second spot in the lineup or the fourth spot?
I think based on what you heard TK say,
I want whatever you think.
No, I know, but I think that you and I have had a lot of conversations since the time we started doing this show about just that very topic. And I've come around a little bit more to where, old school baseball is always the cleanup hitter's the most important spot because he comes up with the most runners on base and you have more opportunities. But you want your best hitters to get the most at-bats you possibly can. And you see whether it's one or two. You see where Schwarber hits, and you see where Aaron Judge has hit, and you see where Bryce Harper's, guys like that. I would like to see my two best hitters in the top two spots in the lineup. I would love to see Altuve and Yordan be 1-2. Now, obviously, Yordan is struggling of late, but he's one of your two best hitters overall. I think it's hard to argue for what he's put on the board since he's been a major leaguer. I would prefer to see Altuve and Yordan in the 1-2 spot and then roll from there, but that's just kind of where I've come around to based on us talking about it for the last however long.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I teeter on traditional versus the new school. I think that the cleanup spot and the 2 spot are a tie. I think that the 3 most important spots in the lineup are 1, 2, and 4. I also agree with the Jeremy Booth logic that each individual, these aren't computers, these aren't bots, they're not AI, that different hitters strive in different spots in the lineup. I love the idea of Jose Altuve batting in the middle of the order because he hits tons of home runs, and it feels like you're wasting those home runs because there's nobody on base. But Jose Altuve doesn't hit well with runners in scoring position, so you have him at the top of the lineup. I think Yordan feels more comfortable in the 3-4 spot. I think Yainer Diaz doesn't really hit very good with runners in scoring position. He hits fine whenever the bases are empty. So I do believe in the feng shui from a Dusty Baker, a traditional manager. They are human beings. They do get comfortable in certain spots of the lineup. But it's I don't like the lineup. I don't like Bregman hitting 4th. You've been winning baseball games. Right. You've been scoring runs, too. These 2 games that you've won at home, you scored 8 runs yesterday. You scored 10 runs in Game 1. Yes, it was Mexico City, but you put up a lot of runs in Mexico City. So, things are going good. You won 4 of 5 games, and now you're if you want to move Bregman, fine. But I also agree with the logic of not moving him because the team is rolling. The team is winning. I think that the 1st, 2nd, and 4th spots are the most important spots in the lineup, that there is no chance that I'm placing Alex Bregman in one of those spots. I think 2nd and 4th are tied. I think Joe Espada absolutely thinks the 2nd spot's more important because he started Yordan Alvarez there. Now he's trying to get Bregman out of there when he's reeling. He's using Kyle Tucker, who's hot, in that spot. So Joe Espada is definitely telling us the 2 spot is more important than the 4th spot. I don't necessarily agree. I think it's a tie. Yeah, it's nitpicky, I guess. But my big contention is you're rolling, you're playing well. Why make a change now? Secondly, why in the world would you have Alex Bregman in one of the most 3 important spots in your lineup?
Yeah, we both agree. I don't want Bregman anywhere in there. But the thing I was going to ask you, because we know baseball players more than most are creature of habit, and that's why a lot of changes, there's a lot of apprehension to making any change at all. But I'm almost of the school of thought now with new modern age baseball too, that if you've got guys that are hot and you just know, hey, we've talked about, that you have a pool of guys that are in your top 4, that are going to be in your top 4 no matter what. Under normal circumstances. If Bregman's out and someone else is in, so be it. But if you get a guy like Tucker that's hot, you can slide him up to the 2. If Yordan's cooling off a little bit, you can slide him down to the 4. And that those slots become interchangeable, especially 2, 3, 4.
But again, you're diminishing the value of 4. You're saying that you want the cold guy in the 4 spot because it's not as important as the 2 spot. So that defends what you're saying. And I'm not saying that you're wrong, but it diminishes if you think the 2nd and 4th spots are equal. Now you're saying, well, let's just put the guy that's cold there. I think that the 4th spot has a very real chance of being the most important spot in the lineup.
It can, and I don't know if you want to throw the 5 spot into this, but the bigger point being, The bigger point being, though, is that if you do want to capitalize on the analytics and you do believe that the more bats, the better for a guy that's hot, and there's no disputing the fact that Jordan right now is cold and he's got an 0 for slump going, and yes, he's barreling up some baseballs, but you need to get him going, that you could see where the logic says put Tucker in the 2 and slide Jordan to the 4, and then if Jordan starts heating up, you can adjust accordingly. But and obviously Bregman stays out of that mix. If you want to slide someone else in, then you can consider that as well, I guess. But I'm just saying, with more modern-day baseball, you do see some teams, and a lot of it's because guys they're not as adamant about their routine and, the whole creatures of habit thing to where you can see it in that top 4, guys could change slots.
Well, the second spot is going to get more plate appearances, but the 4th spot's usually going to have more critical plate appearances because you're getting the guys on base for him. If he's coming up in the first inning, that there's somebody that's on base or somebody who has scored. So that's where I'm at there. Like, that's why I think 2nd and 4th are equal. That's why I don't care if you're on bat 2nd or 4th. Alex Bregman shouldn't hit in either one of them, but if he's batting 2nd and you're winning games and you're scoring lots of runs, then okay, like I can understand keeping him there. TK pointed to the fact that he came up yesterday with runner at 3rd, less than 2 outs, didn't get the job done. That's baseball. Like when you're reeling, baseball is going to find you. Like you're going to be in spots like that, and usually the cleanup spot has more RBI situations than the 2 spot. So give Bregman a break. You're not giving him a break when he's batting in the 4 spot. You're probably increasing the leverage of his opportunities, actually. And then the whole Jordan thing, like Jordan actually, this year, small sample, yes, he hasn't been himself. Jordan hit 277 with an 827 OPS in 24 games at 2nd. Batting 30, he's hitting 138 with a 501 OPS. So, is he more comfortable batting 3rd? Is he better in the 3 spot? So, these are the little nuances of the lineup and stuff that I find interesting. But what I found the most interesting is that Joe Espada, on 2 separate occasions now, Jordan batting 2nd to start the year, Kyle Tucker now batting 2nd when he's hot and Alex Bregman is reeling. That's the 2nd time that Joe Espada has told us that batting 2nd it matters more than batting 4th. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't agree with that. I think it's equal.
I'm curious, too, would you think that Jordan would have apprehension or that Jordan would negatively react if he was moved?
Why would he? He's already been moved. He was moved to 2, and now he's been moved to 3.
But on the flip side, don't you think that whether he shows it or not, that it bothers Bregman?
Where Jordan's hitting?
No, where he's hitting, if he's moved down.
I don't think it bothers him between 2nd and 4th, no. Because I think that it's equally important.
Yeah, I can see that. If it goes if we get to the point where Bregman goes lower than 4th, I still think Jordan could deal with it, and I also don't expect him to continue to slump. But I think that if Bregman goes down past the 4 spot, I think it will affect him.
Yeah, I think it's after that. Yeah. No, I don't. I think that he's fine if he's in terms of an ego point of view. I agree with you that anywhere in the top 4 is fine by Bregman. I do think that he would find it insulting if he was outside of the top 4. I agree with that. Yes. 3830. You explain batting order slot importance. It's only a 3-hour show.
TK just tried.
If you're batting first versus you're batting 9th, you're going to bat more often when you're batting first than 9th. First versus 4th. First is going to get more at bats than 4th. 4th's at bats are usually going to be more important than first at bats. So obviously you want your best hitters at the top of the lineup. You're trying to get your best hitters to the biggest leverage at bats. That's why cleanup's so important, because usually there's guys on base. If he bats in the first inning, there's a guy on base. If he doesn't bat in the first inning, he's leading off the 2nd. But yes, more traditional analytics would say that, top of the order, the better. First and 2nd, the better. I think the 3 spot's overrated because it bats more often with 2 outs, nobody on, than any other spot in the lineup. I don't like Jordan there. So that's kind of the gist of it. 2180, big fan of our worst hitter with absolutely 0 pop at 4. Dude hasn't hit more than 1 home run since Vietnam. It's a little bit of a stretch, but mostly. 3417, what's that?
Wow.
Yeah. 3338, if he wants to be in the top 4, start hitting like it. That's another good point. But it's just weird to me that Espada on 2 separate occasions says that he values the 2nd spot more than the 4th spot. And that's not logic that I agree with. I think that they're equal. And quite frankly, I'd rather have Jordan batting cleanup.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's the more modern-day approach to the lineup to say that managers that – I don't want to say it's just completely analytically driven, but I think the more modern-day approach is that the two spots are more important than the 4. I was always brought up through the game.
Well, yeah, that's not necessarily true. Analytics don't say that. The analytics don't say the 2nd spot's more important than the 4th.
just in terms of the more at-bats.
They say that they get more at-bats and they want their best hitters to get more at-bats, but you also have other analytic people that say that their best hitter should bat fourth because it has the highest leverage at-bats. So, it's just because, analytics doesn't say second's more important than fourth.
But I was raised in baseball my whole life. Cleanup was the most important position in the batting order because of the run batted in potential and because of the scenarios that you paint. The two-hole was almost like another guy that could get on base. The two-hole was a guy that didn't have the value then that it obviously has now.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. All right, let's get your reason for optimism and pessimism for the Astros and also this massive homer take that I saw earlier today. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a weekend upon us. The weather has been awful. A lot of the golf courses are underwater. You want to still play golf. You don't know if you could do that. You can if you go to X Golf and Katy. X Golf and Katy is absolutely phenomenal, and it is the best spot that I can recommend for golf simulators because it is just like hitting your golf ball on the course if you were out there playing outside. But you're inside, in the air conditioning, with all kinds of great TVs in the best sports bar environment you could think of. Tons of TVs, great food, great beverages, and 8 unbelievable X-Golf golf simulators where the putting and the chipping are realistic, just like every other shot. And every shot is trackable, from the distance to the spin to the direction. It's all things that you can do to help hone your game in, including using your own golf balls if you want on the simulator. Put them into the machine. When you're done, take them out. That means you get the exact kind of feel as when you're hitting your golf ball on the course itself. You can play at night. You can get a simulator when it's raining and you miss your tee time. It's fantastic, but the only X-Golf simulators in the Houston area are at X Golf Katy. I encourage you to get on the internet, go check it out, make a reservation for a bay, because once you do, if you're a golf fan, you go there once, you're going to go there a whole lot more. They got leagues, 2-man scrambles, they got individual play, they got tons of opportunities for you to win prizes and mingle with some great people with like-minded golf love and sports bar love. Check them out today. Go to X Golf Katy right now.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park.
Indeed, Sam Houston Race Park, the place to be tomorrow. Always the place to be. Live racing tonight. First post at 6:30. $5 admission. $5 admission tomorrow, too, for the biggest Derby party in the city. The 150th running of the Kentucky Derby. Derby hat contest, $500 for first place. Mint julep drink specials. You want a spot to watch the Kentucky Derby, have some fun, head out to the Sam Houston Race Park. All right, Blankers, what's your reason for optimism and pessimism when it comes to the Houston Astros?
Well, I think the first reason for any kind of optimism is the fact that the pitching's going to get better. And no matter where you want to point the finger, we know the starting pitching hasn't been great when the guys that aren't the big names in your rotation have pitched. We know that the bullpen, though, there were some surprises. Overall, you'd like to see it get better at the last couple spots in the bullpen so you have more flexibility. But because of the injuries and the fact that guys are now coming back from injury and you're going to get your 1, 2, 3 back at the start of your rotation with how great Blanco's been, there's a ton of optimism that once you have those 4 guys in the first 4 slots in your rotation, any team gets better. But with a team that has the potential of this roster, I think the Astros get significantly better and become the team that everybody thought they were going to be at the start of the year.
Yeah, my optimism is pretty much the same. You're getting healthier. You see the light at the end of the tunnel in terms of what can be a very good starting rotation. The big 4 at the top with Javi, Fromber, Verlander, and El Blanco has been a find. And then, just depending on who's the hot hand for the 5th spot as you wait for Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers to come back in the summer. The bullpen in the middle has been better than I think anybody could have anticipated, thanks to Seth Martinez and thanks to Taylor with an E. Scott. They've been pretty good for you. Like, they can be in a big league bullpen. And the big 3, you just expect them to be better, and they have shown signs of being better. Hader with a 2-inning outing the other day picking up the win. Presley's been much better after a shaky start. Abreu's been much better after a shaky start, getting the swing and the miss back. So I actually feel like pretty good about the pitching staff going forward when you get at full strength. And the offense is scoring runs lately despite some of your key cogs not being very good. Alex Bregman's been atrocious. He's been abysmal. Yordan Alvarez, I'm not going to say he's been disappointing, but he's in a bit of a slump right now, and you expect him, when he heats up, that he can carry teams on his back. So you've scored a bunch of runs as of late, last 5 games, and you've done it without a couple of your best offensive players, and you're starting to get this thing rolling. So that's where my optimism is. What about pessimism?
My pessimism starts with the fact that this roster, with as good as we have all thought that it was going to be and should be, this roster, even with guys hitting this lineup with guys hitting above 300, the fact that they can't hit with runners in scoring position is a bit troublesome, but it's magnified by the fact that 2 of the key offensive positions in your lineup are question marks. Abreu is now gone. Singleton for a couple games has picked up a lot of the slack, but there's still a ton of makeup work to be done, and there's no real significant solidified answer at first base. And at third base, it's the same thing, only worse, because regardless of what year he is in his contract, Alex Bregman, no matter how many people tell you he's off to a slow start, but he's always off to slow starts, he'll get right. He just doesn't look and feel and seem like the same kind of Bregman that's going to get right. There's questions in my mind if he can get right, if he will get right. And when you think the fact that the 2 corner infield positions have a lot of question marks for a team that's chasing down a World Series and a division title and all these things, that has reason for me to be a bit pessimistic.
John Singleton's OPS, you're taking a look at it lately, 787. The 787 OPS from John Singleton.
Talk to me in a
2
month.
homers in the last 3 days. I want to. That's fair. I want to see 3 weeks of him playing almost every day, and then we have the conversation then, because it is too small of a sample, 51 at bats. The course of his, I'm not even going to say the course of his big league career, just his last 2 years in the big leagues. Haven't been very good. Certainly not starting caliber first base. But let's see with a stretch and a run of course of 3 weeks of straight, everyday first base. Let's see if he can win that job. He's going to get the opportunity. He's going to get the runway. So that kind of excites me that he's going to get the chance. For me, it's the record. You've put yourself behind the 8 ball. I do think that there is time. I think there is a chance. But you would be doing some stuff that's almost unprecedented. The fact that you would do something that only a team since 1914 has done, get off to the start that you did and make the playoffs, that's going to make it challenging. So the record to me is my biggest thing. Like, if this team was 20-11, they'd be leading the division by 3 games, and we would think that they were going to run away with the division. But they trailed by 6. 6 games takes a little bit of time to come from behind. The Astros did do it last year. They trailed by as many as 6 in June. And were able to come back and get it. But the record, they put themselves in a hole that they have to dig out of, and sometimes it's too difficult. Sometimes it's too hard. But they can start tonight, taking on Seattle, a team that they're looking up in the standings. Trail them by 6 games, first of 3 coming up tonight at Minute Maid Park. All right, here's the biggest homer take that I saw. I love Schwab. I love him, the czar of Astros Twitter. Big fan, and I'm sure that he's looking for a reason for optimism, which I don't blame him for that. He's thinking positive thoughts, which I don't blame him for that. But he tweeted this morning, he tweeted Alex Bregman's career month log, his splits by month, April, March, May, June, July, August, September, October. And we talk about this. Like, Bregman is a notorious slow starter. Schwab said throughout Alex Bregman's career, he historically starts slow in April and some of May. There's literally data behind it. I think it's just highlighted more because of the team has been losing, but Bregman will always show up. So Bregman in April, March over his career, 248 average, 737 OPS. I couldn't let this one slide. I try hard not to respond to other people's tweets. Certainly don't like quote tweeting them, but I couldn't help myself here. So 248, 355, 381 is the slash for Bregman over the entire career in April, March. Do you know what he's doing this year? 200, 270, 273. He's down 48 points in average, 85 points in on base, 98 points in slugging. Absolutely reason for concern. Yes, Bregman's a notorious slow starter, but this has been as slow as he has ever started. And ignoring that, I think is being a bit of a homer.
I don't disagree with you at all. It's kind of just what we were just talking about, too. When I look at him, as good as he has been his whole career, the other thing that's very concerning that kind of leads me to agreeing with that is the fact that he's been so selective at the plate. He's had such a good eye. He can work counts deep. And last night, again, swinging at the first pitch, I want to say both times it was within, if it wasn't the first pitch, it was within the first two pitches of at-bats with runners in scoring position, less than 2 outs and a chance to capitalize. He does not look like that same Alex Bregman of years past, whether he was scuffling or not. He still had that eye at the plate. He still seemed like he was in control of every at-bat and every pitch. He seems to be different. I hope I'm wrong. I hope Schwab's right. I hope he snaps out of it. But I have real apprehension right now because when you factor in the contract, when you factor in the gained weight, with the tinkering with the swing all the time, nothing seems to be syncing up right now.
Yeah, then pitchers just aren't scared of him. Like, why is he walking less? Some of it what you said, yes, obviously. But secondly, why would you be nibbling against Bregman? Why wouldn't you be
right
serving
now,
up pitches middle? Like, you're not scared of him. Like, whenever a pitcher is a little worried about a pitch, like a hitter's hot zone, like I can't throw the ball here, is when you see pitchers walk more guys than they might be accustomed to. They're not scared of Bregman. They're challenging Bregman because they're not worried that he's going to do any damage with anything they serve up. So why is Bregman's walk total down? There is some truth to what you said. Maybe his play discipline's not as at its absolute best because he's reeling. I also think he's being challenged more than he's ever being challenged before because he can't hit right now. He can't hit.
Mm-hmm. No, and that's the thing. I mean, you think back to your point, the same way they treated Abreu. When all you had to do is look at any kind of video at all to realize he couldn't catch up with a fastball. He was having trouble catching up to a changeup. Why would I do anything but just dare him to hit my fastball until he proves otherwise? And he couldn't do it. And with Bregman, it's similar, but it's also worse because of the fact that he's swinging so early in counts now, too, that you realize that it's advantageous, one, because it doesn't look like that he can do anything with it, and two, because the less pitches you throw to him and otherwise, the longer you'll probably be around in the ball game as well. And he's not giving you any reason to change that philosophy and mentality when he comes to the plate because he's not doing damage with the home run ball. He's only got one. I mean, and you look at what he's been in the past to what he's now, the power numbers aren't even close either, and the home runs are way down.
Yeah, so, I mean, Schwab is right in the sense that there is data backing up that Bregman's a slow starter, but there is also data saying that this is the worst start that he's ever had in his career. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. When we return, car wreck of the day every Friday, all the mean things that you said to us, your mean texts, your mean tweets, your mean twitches. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Sam Houston Race Park.
Thank you to Sam Houston Race Park having us out. Again, looking for some live racing tonight, 6:30, first post, coming up in 45 minutes. Just $5 admission. Lily Oaks drink specials tonight. You can place your wagers early on tomorrow's Churchill Downs card, which includes the main event, the 150th running of the Kentucky Derby. And tomorrow is your place to watch the Kentucky Derby at Sam Houston Race Park. Just $5 general admission. Gates open at 8. A Derby hat contest, $500 to the winner. Mint julep drink specials, great time. Biggest Kentucky Derby party in the city of Houston. So Ronel Blanco's pitching tonight. We don't have a Ronel Blanco song yet.
I told Brian that's a good thing. Let's not get one then because he's been hot. Let's leave it alone until there's a necessity for one.
I like that. That's a good.
We can't jinx it, so until he has a bad game, we stay away from it.
Yeah.
You know, creatures of habit. We know how superstitious baseball players are. If he's rolling, we just got done talking about the lineup. If he's rolling, leave it alone.
Bump back dry. I'm with you on that. Whenever we do come up with a Blanco song, though, I want it to be some Latin flair. I think Blanco needs a little Latin flair. But if he's hot, don't mess with it. I like where your mind's at on that. But Blanco 3-0, 165 ERA. George Kirby for the Mariners, 3-2, 4.18 ERA. The Astros get Kirby tonight, Gilbert tomorrow, and then Brad Miller on Sunday.
That's tough.
Bryce
those two
Miller.
guys.
Bryce
those
Miller.
first
Brad
two
Miller
guys.
is the former basketball player. Bryce Miller. No, Bryce Miller might be the best of the three.
But those two guys against the Astros have been very, very good.
Yeah, that's tough. You take 2 of 3 this weekend. That's
man.
Yeah,
huge.
Kirby's ERA is over 4, but I'm not taking him lightly at all.
No, he's always seemingly pitched well against the Stros. I'm with you, Jeremy. Look, this is one of those series where you're damn happy if you win this series.
Now, the Astros do have Blanco, Fromber, and then it was to be determined, but to be determined became Hunter Brown. So the Astros have some horses, too. Like, you feel good about Blanco, you feel good about Fromber. You probably don't feel good about Brown, although there were some encouraging things in his last start, I thought. Should be fun. What does Blanco do tonight before we get to the mean things that all of you say to us?
I'm going to go 6-2. Again.
6-2 for Blanco? I would take that, no doubt.
Yep. 6 innings, 2 runs. I feel really good about how he's been pitching. Obviously, Seattle's been playing good baseball, but I have no reason to believe that he won't give you at least 6-2.
Okay, I'll take that. Brian, you take that?
Yeah, I will always take 6-2. And really,
me too.
Regardless of the pitcher and the situation, 6-2. I'll
Hunter
take
Brown, 4-6.
No, I'm not taking that.
No, I won't take it.
No, and I don't want that.
I think he'll pitch good on Sunday. I liked what I saw in his last start. He's going to build off of that. What does Fromber do tomorrow? Since might as well just do all 3 now.
Okay, 6-2 tonight. 6-2 tonight. I'm going to go 6-3 for Fromber.
You think Blanco pitches better than Fromber?
I do. Right now, I absolutely do.
I won't take that from Fromber. I think he's better than that. What are you
giving him?
7-2 for Fromber.
Oh, okay.
7-2.
Yeah, I don't think I
could
could settle for 3 earned runs from Fromber.
No, that's a 4.50 ERA.
Yeah, I gotta aim for a little bit. I mean, his ERA is what, like around 2.50 right now.
He's coming back from.
That's his second
It's not
start
his
back.
first. It's not his
That's
first.
not his
start,
first
though.
one back, but he still said. That's why even the 7 innings is. Well, okay. I hope it happens.
You said 6-3.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to go 7 innings, and I think that he's still getting back to where he was, to where if he gives up 3 runs, I'm not going to be surprised.
Yeah, I'm not taking that. I want him to be. I need my Fromber to be better than that. So I'm out on that one. All right, let's get to the mean things that all of you said to us throughout the week. Sometimes it's not even us. Like this guy just texted. Bregman needs that trash can back. Ha ha. Must not be an Astro fan.
No.
Must not be an Astro
Definitely
fan.
not a Bregman fan, and a guy that probably feels very comfortable being able to hide behind text message.
It's really sad, though, to see Bregman's offensive production equal the taste of his salsa. That really disappoints me. It does. Disappoints me.
I've never tried it.
Bregman has worse numbers than Maldi did last year, and look what we did with him. I would be fools to re-sign him.
That's true.
It is. Yeah,
I don't
it's
think
true.
it is.
No, I saw some people doing the side-by-side comparison this morning with Maldi and Alex Bregman. It might not be It might not be Maldy's numbers this year. I think it was Maldy's numbers last year.
Because Maldy was hitting like 160 last year.
Oh, God.
Maldy's at
Bregman's not that
100. Maldy's one.
I didn't
this
think it
year,
was
Maldy's
that
100.
bad.
Let's see. Maldy in 2023 hit 191 with a 606 OPS.
Oh, he went up with the second half.
Bregman's hitting 200 with a 543 OPS. So Bregman's batting average is better, but his slugging is, 60 points lower, over 60 points lower.
Ugh, that's terrible.
Yeah, that's not great. All right, let's get to we continue the mean things that you said to us. So you just said Bregman needs that trash can back. This guy says, Branham, you're so sad. You're the buffoon. I think this is when we were talking about Cal McNair and calling McNair a buffoon.
Yes.
And this guy took, I think maybe it was Hannah. Maybe it was Hannah that was listening to the show. And she texted in.
There were a
She said,
few people that took offense to the comparisons of Cal and the term buffoon.
Why, though? I don't understand why people would take offense
Well,
to
that's
Cal
why
being a
I
buffoon.
asked
He
you-
is a buffoon.
But I asked you how you define a buffoon, because some people could be a buffoon and be
Not intelligent.
Yeah, you were. That's right. You were comparing him to like special
here we
needs,
go.
though.
I was not. Don't throw me under the bus that hard.
I think you were.
I
The
was
guy
saying
that-
from a movie.
And was he
I'm
special
saying
needs?
We were talking about people that could be categorized as a buffoon.
Was
whether
the guy
their
that you
intelligence
mentioned
level-
special needs?
I don't know if he had been medically assessed or not. I'm just going by a movie character.
But was he in the movie?
I said I don't know in the movie if they ever identified that he officially had special needs.
Okay. All right.
Way to turn this back on me, buffoon.
I don't take offense to that. I don't know why people would take offense to me calling Cal a buffoon, but they did. Charles Barkley, he didn't have a whole lot of nice things to say about Galveston.
No. Oh, I thought we were going to play it. No, not at all. He didn't. And then he tried to walk it back only so he could double down. I guess because Beyonce's mom, and he was worried about having Beyonce, Jay-Z, and her mom.
He didn't want the beehive on.
Yeah, come at him. That he said he apologized, and then right after that he crushed Galveston again.
Yeah, he didn't have very nice things to say. That was mean of Charles Barkley, who's about to be a free agent. I think I think that was supposed to go down
weird
today.
Situation.
I think he's
yeah,
going to
if
go to
that
ESPN.
happens, Ernie can't get out.
Yeah, well,
Chuck
no.
can't-
Ernie. I think Ernie can, but Ernie said that he's never going to leave Turner.
God, you can't break up that show.
And then Barkley becomes a free agent because in his contract, it's if the NBA leaves Turner, he can immediately become a free agent.
But will he?
I think he'll leave Turner. Yeah, if they don't have NBA, absolutely he's going to leave.
But if he's guaranteed $200 million, you walking?
I think he can get more. Could you imagine him ESPN? He does all those morning shows. He's on with McAfee once a week. He's their lead basketball guy in studio. I think Barkley would be on ESPN in a heartbeat.
I'm just not sure they got the money for that. From the ESPN side of things,
I mean,
they've
they always
been
come up with
cutting
money.
back on everything.
They can always fire somebody.
And plus, does Turner gonna want to keep paying Barkley that when they don't have the NBA?
Oh God, no,
Exactly.
Especially after the he and Gail King show was a failure.
If they leave, if the NBA leaves TNT, I think Barkley's. I think he's on ESPN.
I think he's the one guy that they have to have on NBC if they get the contract.
Yeah.
That's the one guy that's got to carry the studio.
I just don't know how good their studio show would be and like how often they use their studio. Like I would want him on ESPN, quite frankly, because I think they can use him more than NBC would, and I think it'd be better. I think it'd be entertaining. The gag show, Gallant and George, left me on hold for an hour. Most interactive show, my bad word.
I like that.
Gallant and George. I call him the Killer G's. I think the gag show is better than the Killer G's.
It's absolutely
I
outstanding.
think that's what we go with.
The gag show is fantastic.
From here on out.
Most interactive show, my bad word. Do they still say that the most interactive show now that Joe's there?
Oh, sure they do.
Yeah, I believe they do.
Do they?
Yeah.
I didn't know that they did. Dell doesn't know ball. He's a Miami homer. There you go. These are all texts that are sent to us. I never go outside of our hours. Maybe I should. It might be entertaining. I hate listening to blankers talk about sports.
Cool.
Said a texter. I don't remember when he said this. I wonder when we were talking about
would
sports.
be good, so we know what the topic
Thanks
is.
for listening.
Yeah, I'll have to start writing that down.
People who hate you listen twice as long as people who like you.
I think it's longer than that, isn't it? Didn't Stern say the
Well,
people that like you listen
I think
for
that
15
was
minutes?
the,
People
what
who
was,
hate you
I was
listen
just
for
using
an
the
hour?
Rush Limbaugh line. That was his line. People who hate you listen twice
Yeah, I
as
think
long as
Stern
people who like
was. I think Stern was 15 minutes if they like you, an hour if they don't. Hopefully,
Right.
this guy listened for 3. Virginia, no segment is anyone's favorite if it involves BMAC.
you. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was from Virginia
Shots fired.
on the Twitch.
I guess it has to be reference to who said it, right? You said no
I don't think.
segment is your
I
favorite.
think that's pretty
maybe
much
it was.
reference to every segment.
Yeah, it might have been. It might have been Who Said It, actually, because I do say that about Who Said It. I say this is everybody's
right,
favorite
America's
segment.
favorite game. Yeah.
Yeah, so I bet you that is what it's in reference to. Texter says, "Is blank the biggest Karen in Houston?" Question mark.
Yeah, no.
I don't think that you're a bigger Karen than Ben DeBose.
Thanks. I'll treat that as a compliment.
Well,
That means
no
you're
one
not
can win.
last.
No one can win that competition against Ben DeBose.
No, they cannot.
Branham's probably a better criminal than a radio host.
You do have a
Well, but
high
you did
opinion
say
of your
yes. Yes,
criminal
you
ability.
believe that you could really pull some heist off.
I think I'd be a great criminal. I really do. I think I'd be fantastic. Who's to say I'm not already? And maybe I already am great. Vinyl Voices coming up at 7. Hall of Fame live from Vegas at 8 o'clock. Comicast at 9. Space Cowboys coming up at 7:35 on ESPN 92.5. So a busy evening on the ESPN stations in this city. Thanks again for the Sam Houston Race Park for having the boys out. That's your place to watch the Kentucky Derby tomorrow, the biggest Derby party in the city of Houston. It's going to wrap it up for us. Thanks to Austin for doing the hard work at Gow, Brian on-site engineering for Blank on Branham. We'll talk to you next week, Houston. Goodbye.